What's up, AX?
How's gameplay going today? Did you just get on?
How's gameplay going today? Or did you just get on?
I'm like super close to affiliate, bro. I'm like
Right.
2.6
Me too.
viewers.
Just getting my streams in. I'm like super close to affiliate, bro. I'm like 2.6 viewers. I have to be like
Have you subscribed to my
3
channel?
on Twitch. Have you subscribed to my channel?
What's that? You don't have to mess
What's
around
that?
with Twitch to basically watch me. You don't even need to.
You don't have to mess around with Twitch to basically watch me. You don't even need to subscribe to it.
I always stream.
It basically tell you when I play, cause it's always
Why don't you
I always
mess around
stream.
with Twitch? Is there like a moral dilemma or something?
Why don't you mess around with Twitch? Is there like a moral dilemma or something?
I do too. I simultaneously stream YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch.
I do too. I simultaneously stream YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. I have this software called I have this software called XSplit and does all three at all. Is it 3 or 4? 3 at the same time. Yeah.
YouTube or the Facebook.
The Twitch or the YouTube or the Facebook. Let me see. The YouTube, it's called. See.
I haven't worked on it. I'm focused.
I don't know how to get affiliate on YouTube though.
One man.
I haven't worked on that yet. I'm focusing on Twitch. I'm kind of like a one man, like a. I don't know how to say it. I'm good at doing one thing.
The channel is called God for Life.
I'm not good at doing multiple things. The channel is called God for Life, just my name.
I believe I'm live streaming right now.
That's our team's name actually. And then I believe I'm live streaming right now on YouTube. I'm live streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch.
You see it? Do you see the stream?
Do you see it?
It's live.
Do you see the stream?
Alright, cool. Sound.
It's live, right? All right, cool. Sound, does it sound okay?
All right.
Okay, good.
Let's get a few more players.
All right. Let's get a few more players in here.
Yesterday was a sweaty day, man. Only sweats on yesterday.
Man, yesterday was a
no
sweady
ducks in the
day,
pond
man. There
yesterday.
was only sweats on yesterday. There was no ducks in the pond yesterday.
I was ranked 5 to begin yesterday's gameplay, bro. We got dropped.
I
down
was
to
ranked
30.
5 to begin yesterday's gameplay, bro. I think I dropped down to like 30.
Like all my teammates, bro. Like normally we'd be doing trades.
Like
together.
all my
It's
teammates, bro. Like normally we'd be doing trades, we do the objective together, and it's like yesterday just everyone was just lazy to do everything, bro. It's like me going back to COD 101 preschool, trying to tell people what they have to do to win. It was a frustrating day yesterday, bro.
Like, what's up, Mac?
You know,
Down for some.
it's like, what's up, Mac? Down for some rank play, my man. I like to hear that.
Oh really? This might not be the lobby for you, but we're gonna stream for about.
Oh, really?
12 to 16
Oh, this
hours.
might not be the lobby for
If
you,
can't
but we're
make
gonna
up for
stream
the
for
L, you
about
might
12
cause for
to
me to
16
fight better
hours,
you don't
man.
play.
If you
Because
can't
it's
make
like-
up for the
just
L,
play
you
with
might
me,
cause for me.
play
It's probably
with
better
me
that
when
you
you
don't
got
play.
like a big
Because it's
crowd.
like,
Everyone
just play
says
with me.
that, bro.
Play with
It's
me
like,
when
if
you got
can't
like
make up for
a
an
big.
L, like, I don't mind you
Everyone
getting
says
me an
that, bro.
L, But you better.
It's
put
like
on-
if you can't make
better
up
play
for
with
an
me
L,
long
like I
enough to
don't
make
mind
up
you
for it,
getting me
feel
an
me?
L, but you better
It's like,
put on.
you know.
You better play with me long enough to
But,
make up for it. You feel me?
Why you got
It's
school
like,
or
you know.
something going on?
But why you got school or something going on?
Okay. So when are you
Alright,
gonna have like a big chunk to play then?
Okay. So when are you gonna have like a big chunk to play then? Really?
Well, I have a family, and I
Damn.
also work, and I have a business. So I mean, I do
Oh,
all
well,
the
I have a
above as
family
well.
and I also
Or
work
I
and I
commit
have a
myself to
business, so I
whatever I
mean,
do.
I do all the above as well. Or I commit myself to whatever I do.
Yeah, hit me up when you have a big chunk, brother.
Yeah, hit me up when you have a big chunk, brother.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let someone play. Oh, I have two games to play. Nah, hell no.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
You're gonna
let
cause
someone
me
play.
two
Oh,
L's and then you're not gonna make
I
up
have
for it.
two
Fuck
games to
that.
play. Nah, hell no. You're gonna cause me 2 L's and then you're not gonna make up for it. Fuck that.
What are you talking about? How much time you got?
What are you talking about? How much time you got?
All right. Okay. Why don't you go ahead and roll one, and then when I
All
get
right.
three, I'll invite you
Okay,
back. Is
why
that
don't you
fair?
go ahead and roll one and then when I get 3, I'll invite you back. Is that fair?
What's up, drop?
What's up, drop?
Mic working, drop?
Your mic working, drop?
Hello, drop. Send me a whisper if you can hear me, drop.
Hello, drop. Send me a whisper if you can hear me, drop.
There you go. What's up, brother?
There you go.
Down for some
What's up,
play
brother?
today?
Down for some ring play today?
I can only hear your voice from one of my sides of my headset. Weird.
I can only hear your voice from one of my sides of my headset. It's weird.
I can hear you. It's a little better now.
I can hear you. It's a little better now, yeah. Alright. God.
What's up, mom? Appreciate that, brother.
What's up, mom?
Coming to our post.
Thank you. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate you coming to our post.
Let me get
It's good, dog. Yeah, I'm just trying to play some ranked.
All right, let me get our other buddy in here.
I got him, and then I got my fourth. He went and played.
All right, I got him, and then I got my fourth. He went and played. He said he'll be right back. Let me bring him in the party at least.
Yeah, that's it.
Is this your other partner? Oh, that's my.
That's not. I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
coming
that's it.
solo here.
Yeah, that's my friend. Has dropped. All right.
You're loading in right now, Mom?
You're loading in right now, Mom?
I'm on. That's a game of it.
All right.
Let me invite you because you're offline.
It won't let me invite you because you're offline, bro.
I can do the gather party.
Yeah, I can't invite you. I can do the gather party thingy from the post. Here, let me try that.
See if the gather party works. 1, 2, 3. And send 3.
See if the gather party works. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I sent 3 there.
But yeah, while you're offline.
One of those should have gone through. But yeah, while you're offline, I can't invite you directly. It won't let me.
It won't let me. Yeah, well, I didn't get any of those invites. I'll just appear online.
You can also just join off my name as well if you don't want to appear online. Just click over my name and go join game. I believe mine's set to public.
Nah, it won't let me. It's okay. I'm just gonna appear online. It's whatever.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This other guy got a mic?
Yes, sir. Everybody has mics in here. The only time I let people play without mics if they're like dropping 60, 70 a game. That's the only type of people I let play with me without mics.
Understandable.
Yeah, and I do have those people, believe it or not.
It's echoing.
No,
it's not
you're
so. Yeah, no, it's echoing a little bit. One of you is echoing. You gotta turn down the headset so it doesn't echo through your mic.
We have 3. We're just missing
All right.
Mom.
All right, there we go. Okay, we have 3. We're just missing you, Mom.
I'm online. Can you try to invite me again?
Okay. Try that again. Yeah, I might have to add you. It's not letting me still. Hey, I added you as a friend. I just the only option it gives me is invite to party. The invite to game is like, you know how it's not highlighted.
Yeah. Can you try to maybe go to party and hit invite everyone to game?
I did
Maybe
that.
that'll work.
I did that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've added you back. Red Steel, can you try to send me an invite?
Yes, try to invite him, bro. We have this other cat that's in the party. I got it. He doesn't have Xbox. I'll be right back. Hey, Hussein, we're trying to get a player from the post in. He doesn't. He's like in the Xbox party and he can't come to the Activision. So just give me a second, all right, brother?
All right. Was Red able to invite you, Mom?
Appreciate it. All right, was Red able to invite you, Mom?
Bodies, can you invite?
I don't know. He's
Mom
not answering.
on my toe?
Hey, Red, Bodies, can you invite your mom on my toe to our game?
What's your Activision, bro? Just give me your Activision. Just do that.
Yeah, I won't let me. What's your Activision, bro? Just give me your Activision. I do it through your
Daddy.
All right, wait, okay,
D-A-D-D-Y.
wait. Activision account.
D.
Activision. Okay, D
D-A.
A D D Y.
Yep.
Any hashtags
Okay,
or anything
and?
like that?
Any hashtags or anything like that?
No, but let me give you the numbers because there's a lot of daddies out there. Let me give you like the exact. I just gotta find my exact
so I
name.
need the hashtag then. So it's hashtag then the number,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it's DADDY. That's it, right?
DADDY hashtag.
It's on the Activision.
What the, where's my why can't I see my hashtag?
It's on the Activision thingy. Like when you click the Activision.
372.
Oh, I got it. Hashtag 372.
Oh.
Three,
Wow,
seven,
you're
two.
OG. 77.
That's it?
77.
Oh,
No.
I'm like, wow, you're OG. 77.
81.
Top 400.
81.
That's
I'm
I
like,
just sent you
damn,
an invite
you're
through Activision.
top 400. That's pretty dope.
Yeah.
All right, I just sent you an invite through Activision, bro.
There we go. Friend
Got it.
request accepted.
All right. Once you come in, I'm gonna close down the party.
That work?
Did that work?
No invite.
No invite.
Do this one more time.
No invite. Yeah, what is
Fuck.
going on?
Okay. Yeah, let me do this one more time.
Is it capital all caps or anything like that?
Activision. Okay. Is it capital all caps or anything like that?
Yeah, all caps, daddy.
Did you?
Okay.
I got your friend request. I added you back.
DA.
on
On
Activision.
Activision?
Oh, did you?
Ball.
Yeah,
Okay. So, and then what's your name on Activision?
Is it ball?
daddy.
No, on like the names on the. Is it Ballin? Pen.
No, it's
X.
daddy.
Xbox, right?
Is daddy on here too? All right. You're on Xbox, right?
On Xbox, my gamer tag is your mama might tell. On Call of Duty, it's daddy.
Okay. I'm looking at my friends on my Activision. I don't see it.
Yeah, and what's your Activision name? Yours isn't here for me either. What the
God for life.
fuck?
Yeah,
Wait,
this
is your name John?
Or like,
Nah, 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 nah.
8565?
God for life. God for life. No hashtag.
Oh, you know what? You want to just join my game? Did you get that invite?
I got.
This is,
Okay, wait a minute.
I don't know why this isn't working. Very odd.
Yeah, it won't. Let me invite. Yeah. Let me.
Send me an invite. Send me an invite. Send me an invite on Activision.
I'm gonna-
Send me.
gonna
Send me an
reset
invite.
the-
Send me an invite. Send me an invite on the Activision, bro.
I can't. It won't even show me you're on my
Ah.
friends list. For
Fuck.
like Activision, I don't know. I'm restarting my COD though, so I mean, hopefully it freaking fixes it. But if not, I'm afraid I won't be able to play with you. Sadly.
All right. The. Recent followers. Change.
You got what? Okay, cool.
You got what?
I see your name. God for life.
Okay, cool.
Invite
Yeah.
to party.
All right.
Did you get that?
Yes, finally. All right, there you go.
Jeez, there we go.
All right. All right, cool. Okay, I'm closing down
Game
the
chat?
party. Yep.
All right. Hey, Monster.
All right.
Monster.
Hey, Monster. Monster.
Monster. We just.
Monster.
Give me a, can everybody hear me?
We just. Give me a. Can everybody hear me?
Can you guys hear Monster? Because I can't hear him.
All right. Can you guys hear Monster? Because I can't hear him.
Hey. Oh,
All right.
Yeah. Brody's, I don't
Hey.
think is talking yet. Monster. We got a format right now. We just
Oh,
filled
yeah.
up.
Brody's, I don't think is talking yet. Monster, we got a format right now. We just filled up, brother. When a spot opens up, I'll bring you in, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, cool. do this. Out of
Bodies, I'm gonna make you the party leader, bro.
I'm gonna make bodies. I'm gonna make you the party leader, bro.
Yeah,
No,
make Daddy the party
Hussein,
Make Daddy the party leader.
Daddy.
Go ahead, Daddy.
I made Daddy's the party leader. I made Daddy the party leader. Go ahead,
Oh,
Daddy.
okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm calling you your. I'm calling your Activision name, bro.
I'm
Your
just
Activision
I'm
name.
calling you your.
So it says drop.
I'm calling your Activision name, bro. Your
It says
Activision
drop
name.
bodies on your Activision.
So it says drop bodies. It says drop bodies on your Activision.
Hussein, okay. I got you. Okay.
Oh, okay, okay, Hussein.
Hussein's fine.
Hussein, okay.
It's not like
I
it's
got
hard
you.
to say.
Okay. Hussein's fine. Fine. It's not like it's hard
Yeah,
to say.
start it. Yeah, go ahead, start it, brother.
Yeah, start it. Yeah, go ahead, start it, brother.
I just started streaming. I know I'm gonna play anywhere from 12 to 16 hours.
Well, I just started streaming. I normally play anywhere from 12 to 16 hours, so my group will help you as however we can.
What was that, Monk?
Well, what was that, Mom?
That's me. God for life. Oh,
That's
okay.
me. God for life.
All right.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, I like it. I didn't know there were two.
Oh, I like it. I didn't know there were two.
Hard point. Dig in and hold the objective. It's ours. Hard point is ours. Hard point's under fire. Contact at the hard point.
He's one shot in center.
The enemy is taking the
He's
hard
one shot
hard
in
point
center.
Confirmed. Hard point activated. Hard point is ours. Contact at the hard point.
I'm rotating.
Yeah, I'm rotating.
Contact at the hard point.
Rotate.
Rotate, rotate.
Hard point confirmed. Hard point activated. Hard point is ours. Contact at
He's
the
one
hard
shot. He's one
point.
shot.
He's one shot, he's one shot.
Contact at the hard point.
Behind me, behind the rock.
Hard point's under
One's
fire.
on roundabout.
Behind me, behind the rock.
Yeah, I'm rotating.
One's
next
on
already.
roundabout.
One more push and then rotate.
Okay, I'm rotated next
guys, so we
already.
don't lose spawns.
One more
Rotate,
push and then rotate.
Rotate now.
Okay, rotate, guys, so we don't lose spawns.
Rotate,
Rotate,
so
rotate,
opposite beach,
rotate now.
opposite beach, opposite beach. Opposite beach.
Rotate, so opposite beach, opposite beach, opposite beach.
Hard
Opposite
point
beach.
confirmed. Hard point is active. Hard point's under fire. Contact at the hard point. Contact at the hard point.
There's one in the back. One coming back. Watch the
Hard
back.
point's under fire.
Here's one in the
We
back,
lost spawns,
one
we lost
coming back,
spawns a
watch the
little
back. We lost spawns
Hard
a little
point's
bit.
under fire.
Yeah, they're already kind of rotating.
Yeah, they're already kind of rotating.
Hard point located. The enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point is active.
He's laying down all the way in the far back.
Hard point's under
Far
fire.
back.
He's laying down all the way in the far back. Far back, behind the canisters.
Contact at the hard point.
Alright.
Hard point's under fire.
All right.
Hard point located. Hard point is active. Hard point is ours. Contact at the hard point.
They're in the corner.
The enemy has taken the hard point.
They're in the corner.
Your teammate called an airstrike. Heads up. Double kill.
There's one in the route. What the fuck?
There's one in the route. What the fuck?
Contact at the hard point.
There's two on next. Two on next.
Hard point
There's
located.
two on next. Two on next.
The enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point is active.
There's one on top of boat. One.
Hard point under fire.
There's one on top of boat. One.
Hard point's under fire.
Alright, he's one. Fuck.
How the fuck we
Lead
lose
is
the
lost.
player?
Fight back.
How the fuck we lose a player? What the fuck?
I'm next.
Alright, I'm next.
Hard point located. They destroyed our
Oh my
supply
God,
box.
bro.
Hard point is
Oh
active.
my god, bro.
Nades, really?
Contact at the hard
Random
point.
nades, really?
Enemies called a strafing run. We control the hard point. Hard point is ours.
Just rotate
next. Rotate
Enemy
next.
has the hard point.
We need
Hey, just
full-time
rotate next,
man.
rotate
We
next.
need full-time next.
We need full-time next, man. We need
We can hold
full-time
down
next.
next. This one's easy to hold. I'll hold the back.
We can hold down next.
We
This
can hold
one's
this.
easy to hold.
have to go one
I'll,
kill at a
I'll
time.
hold the back.
Hard
One's on
point
beach side,
We
one's
can
on
hold
beach
this.
side.
We just have to go 1 kill at a time. One's on beach side, one's on beach side.
Hard point is active. We control the hard point. Hostile strafe inbound.
He's in the
Contact
back.
at
He's in the
hard
back.
point.
One shot. In the back. Look back. Look back.
He's in the back, he's in the back. One shot. In the back, look back. Look back.
Contact at the hard point.
He's
The
one shot
enemy
in
is
the back
taking
again.
the hard point.
He's one shot in the back again.
Hard point is ours. Enemy has the hard point.
We had it. It was an easy dub, bro.
We had it. It was an easy dub, bro.
Going next.
Hard point located.
Fucking stupid.
I'm going next.
Hard point
Fucking
activated.
stupid.
The enemy is taking the hard point.
Just randomly throwing nades on me, man.
The enemy
Just
is
randomly
taking the
throwing
hard
nades
point.
on me, man.
I'm getting shot in the back.
Get out.
I'm getting shot in the back.
Enemy's got a glide bomb incoming.
Good game.
Bullshit.
I'm not disappointed. You'll do
Good game.
better next time.
Fucking teammate. Fucking.
Yesterday, one of my teammates, his fucking dog put out his power cord, so.
Yesterday, one of my teammates, his fucking dog put out his power cord, so hopefully he has a fucking good excuse.
The guy that happened to yesterday, he's been playing with me.
The guy that happened to yesterday, he's been playing with me for like 5 years. He's never left the game.
This guy.
His dog really did pull out his shit. This guy, I don't know.
Hey, put some fucking barbecue sauce. That's a thing, bro.
Hey, put some fucking barbecue sauce. That's a thing, bro. All right. Let me get a. Who? Let me
Yeah,
see.
no,
Who
he's
the
actually
fuck?
a good player.
Yeah, I know. He's actually a good player.
And,
All right, wait a minute.
Hey, sensor.
All right, hey, sensor.
AX. Actually, sensor AX actually was
Oh,
waiting
AX.
before you.
Actually,
You'll be the next
sensor
one in.
AX actually was waiting before you, but he was playing a game. You'll be the next one in. Is that cool, sensor?
Sensor.
Sensor.
AX was waiting like 2 games ago, and he actually was.
Pro sensor. AX was waiting like 2 games ago, and he actually was the first in the lobby, but he wanted to play a game while I picked up the team. So you'll be the next one in, sensor. Oh, now we got 4. Got a lot of people now.
Monster's actually the next one.
Alright, sensor is good. Monster's actually the next one in after fucking AX. AX was in first. Monster, you were in before, but AX was actually in before you. So that's how we'll just keep in that lineup. So AX, you're in line first. Monster, you're gonna be next, bro. AX was actually in before you. Alright, let's go.
Hey, who was that guy that left? Bad Bodies or Bodies something? What the fuck was his name?
Hey, who was that guy that left.
Check your
Dad
recents.
bodies or bodies something. What the fuck was his name?
I ain't dropped bodies.
Check your recents.
Alright.
I drop bodies.
I'm gonna
Okay.
talk to him because he's actually been on my
Alright,
list for a
alright,
little
alright,
bit.
alright, alright,
I'll
alright.
talk to him and then.
I'm gonna talk to him because he's actually been on my list for a
I'm
little
not gonna
bit.
block him
I'll
yet.
talk to him and then
That's a
see
pretty
what the fuck
blockable
happened.
exit.
I'm not gonna block him yet, but
You know what I mean?
That's a
It's
pretty blockable
that game was in the bag for us. We were leading
offense.
them by 50.
you know what I mean. That game was in the bag for us. We were leading them by 50. Come on.
Yeah, yeah. I give people an explanation.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Yeah,
Believe it.
I give people an explanation,
Because
and
he's
if
never-
if it's
From what I
believable,
remember, he has never left the game.
because he's never, from what I remember, he has never left the game.
Yeah, yesterday one of my boys I've been playing with 7 years is the power in that Atlanta.
Yeah, yesterday
in his
one of my boys
district
I've been
or
playing
his
with 7
neighborhood.
years, the power in that Atlanta
So,
in
you know,
his
fucking
district or his
circuit-
neighborhood went out.
Rolling circuit breakers.
So you know the fucking rolling circuit breakers.
Yeah. Not the first game. Oh, come on. It's the
Yeah,
first game.
Not the first game though. Come on, it's the first
Like
game.
I said, I'll talk to him. I'll talk to him.
Yeah,
I'll talk
like
to
I said, I'll talk to him.
And
I'll
then
talk
if,
to him.
he's a
I'll
bunch of
talk to him.
bullshit,
I'll give him that. And then if it's a bunch of bullshit, the block will come.
Now, that fucking game was in the bag. Let's be honest. That game was in the bag.
That fucking game was in the bag. Let's be
We were
honest.
slaying.
That game was
We were
in the bag.
Yeah, bro. We
We
were.
were slaying.
That
We were,
game was
we
in
were
the bag.
yeah, bro.
And then
we
we were killing 3 of them, and they were always
that
that last
game was
guy
in the
killing us in the
bag.
back.
Easy. And then we were killing 3 of them, and there were always that last guy killing us in the back.
It was just a number, and they had a renewed determination once they.
It was
knew
just
we
a
were
number,
man down.
and they had a renewed determination
Like
once
before
they knew we were
only
man
had
down.
one guy riding the hill, and then once our guy left.
It's
4
like
of them
before
started
they
riding
only had one guy riding the hill, and then once our guy left, 4 of them started riding the hill.
Right.
Right. Shit.
It's bittersweet, I guess, knowing that we had won, but we lost.
It's bittersweet, I guess, knowing that we had won, but we lost.
You get my boy Daddy his 5 wins, now he needs 6.
Yeah. Need to get my boy Daddy his 5
Yesterday,
wins. Now he needs 6.
I was 5th ranked on my ladder, and then at the end of yesterday, I ended up
Fucking yesterday, I
32
was
because
I was
people
5th
weren't
ranked on my
willing to
ladder,
and
and then at the end of yesterday,
ended
ended up fucking 32 because people weren't willing to do the objective, and it's like I was the only one riding that bitch.
Yeah, bro.
It's just like
That's good, bro. I mean, my story is opposite yesterday. Today, that was my first
Yeah,
game,
bro.
last game, so it's like, you know,
that's good, brother.
it's not.
I mean, my story is opposite
know.
yesterday. Today, that was my first game, last game, so
that's
it's like,
been
you
the
know,
last 24
if it's
hours,
not,
bro.
if it's not,
That
the,
game
you know,
was bad.
yeah, it's just that's been the luck the last 24 hours, bro. That game was in the bag. Now we gotta do it against a bunch of sweats with the fucking PC.
Let's go. Fucking.
Well, let's go. Fucking.
We need 1 or 2 people watching the those experts are
Hard
gonna
point.
flank. for
Take
sure.
the objective.
We need 1 or 2 people watching the flank. Those experts are gonna flank for sure.
We control the hard point. We have the lead. Keep it up.
Yeah, I'll kind of watch it, I guess.
Was that him?
Was that him?
Enemy has the hard point.
Behind us, behind us, behind
Hard
us.
point's under fire.
Behind us, behind us, behind us.
Hard point is ours.
He's,
He's
Hard point located. The enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point is active. We're falling behind. Contact at the hard point. Contact at the hard point.
we got spawns, we got spawns.
The lead's ours. Hard point's under fire.
we got spawns, we got spawns.
They have the advantage. Hard point's under fire.
Let's hit this. 3-9 hit it, 3-9 hit it.
Let's hit this. 3-man hit it. 3-man hit it.
We control the hard point. Hard point located. The enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point activated.
Everyone, you guys are ready to hit. I'm gonna come from the back.
Tell me when you guys are ready to hit. I'm gonna come from the back.
Contact at the hard
Yeah,
point.
my bad, my bad. Hey,
Double kill.
Yeah, my bad, Aches.
Contact at the hard point.
they're all one shot out in front.
Contact
They're
at
all
the
one
hard
shot out
point.
in front.
There's one going next through fucking, I don't know what that's called, grandma's, I guess.
There's one going
Hard
next
point
through
located.
fucking I don't know what that's called. Grandma's, I guess.
Hard point is active. Enemy has the hard point. Contact at the hard point.
He came. Dang.
Contact at the hard point.
He came. Dang.
The enemy has taken the hard point. Contact at the hard point.
Going next.
Hard point is ours.
Going next.
Hard point located. The enemy has taken the hard point. Enemy has the hard point. Hard point activated. Hard point's under fire. The enemy has taken the hard point.
I'm gonna triple shot.
Contact at the hard point.
I'm gonna triple shot.
Contact at the hard point. Hardpoint located. Enemy has the hardpoint. Hardpoint activated. Hostiles are strafing us. Hardpoint's under fire. Enemy has the hardpoint.
Again, triple shot on point. Again, triple shot on point.
Hardpoint confirmed. Hardpoint's under fire. Hardpoint activated. Enemy has the hardpoint.
He's backstairs. Flat backstairs. He's backstairs. Flat backstairs. He's right there behind you, Zane.
Hardpoint's under fire.
He's right there behind you, Zane.
The enemy has taken the hardpoint. Hardpoint confirmed. Hardpoint's under fire. Hardpoint activated. The enemy has taken the hardpoint.
Getting shot in the back.
Enemy has the hardpoint.
Getting shot in the back and the front. What the fuck?
Hostile strafe inbound. Hardpoint's under fire. Stop faffing about. Get back in the fight.
Good game. Later, Hussein. Later, Hussein. How can people cause L's and you don't want to? Our first game we had a dub. Easy dub. Fucking people cause L's and they don't want to fucking pick it up. Our first game we had a dub. Easy dub. Motherfucker lagged out. up, man?
What's up, Green?
Restricted party?
Restricted party?
Someone who has green, I think you have a high rank.
Someone who has the high Green, I think you have a high rank, bro. Yeah.
Hey, you just want to go 2-man, bro? It's fucking bullshit waiting for 4-man. It's pissing me off.
Hey, you just want to go 2-man, bro? It's fucking bullshit waiting for a 4-man. It's pissing me off. AX. Alright.
What's up, Zeno? Down for some rank play?
What's up, Zeno? Down for some rank play? Go ahead.
Like, if you look like on our team site, we have we were on the Las Vegas roster.
Like if you look like on our team site, we have we were on the Las Vegas roster for, you know, before they made the Pro League. They had like, you know, land tournaments. That's what I mean.
Sounds when you're ready.
All right, tell us when you're ready.
They would have like, you know, at tournaments they have like an open bracket, and if you win that open bracket, before you were.
They would have like, you know, at tournaments they have like an open bracket, and if you win that open bracket, before you were able to go into like the bigger team competition. That, yeah.
Why have you
All right,
just,
let's go.
yeah. Why have you just started playing rank play?
Why have you just, yeah, AX has a mic. Why have you just started playing rank play? Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
I got you.
Mhm. I got you.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, I have a Xbox account, I have a PC account, I have a PlayStation
Yeah,
account.
I'm the same way. Like,
Last
I
season, I
have
got
a
my PC
Xbox
account and my
account,
Xbox
I have
account
a
both
PC
to 30.
account, I have a
I
PlayStation
did that
account.
because, like,
Last
you know,
season,
like
I
building
got
a
my
team,
PC
it's easier
account
on
and my
Xbox
Xbox
because,
account
like,
both to
the community's
30.
pretty
And
tight.
I did
On
that because,
PC, it's
like,
pretty much
you know, like
pretty much
building a
about just
team, it's
sweating,
easier on Xbox
having the
because like the
best.
community is pretty tight.
You know,
But on
you have
PC, it's
the
pretty
best of
much
everything
about
on
it's
the
pretty
PC.
much about just sweating and having the best. You know, you have the best of
Because,
everything
like,
on the PC.
gameplay, you can't fuck with the PC. It's very smooth.
Because like you know, gameplay, you know that you can't fuck with the PC. It's like it's very smooth.
Well, before the consoles were better than the computers, and now it's opposite.
Well, before the consoles were better than
Like, there were people like taking
computers, and
there
now
were
it's
people
opposite.
there were people taking the
Like there were people
computing
like
power of the
taking a
Xbox,
take. There were
put in
people.
put it
There were
in
people taking the
put it in
the
Linux into the
computing power of an
into
Xbox,
the computer.
put it in
They were able to run a
put
computer
it in
faster than any
Linux
computer on the market.
into the computer, and they were able to run a computer faster than any
Those days are
computer
gone, but still.
on the market. Those days are gone, but still.
Yeah, I have a Samsung. I have a Samsung gaming laptop. It's Odyssey. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I have a Samsung. I have a Samsung gaming laptop. It's Odyssey. It's pretty nice.
Crazy. I don't know what that game is. What is it about?
Crazy.
Nah.
I don't know what that game is. What is it about?
You can explain it to me though.
Nah. You can explain it to me though.
So it's third person.
So it's third person.
Sounds interesting.
Sounds interesting.
The most fun game I ever had outside of Call of Duty,
I-
probably a few. Number one, probably Gears of War,
the most fun game I ever had outside of Call of Duty, or probably a few.
And then,
Number one, probably Gears of War
Rainbow Six
OG
was a
one.
lot of fun with the shield,
Like
and you had to
one,
block
that
and
fucking
fuck
game's so
people up
fun.
with the shield.
And
That was
then
so
and
fun.
then
I don't know if you remember that
Rainbow
one.
Six was a lot of
And
fun with
then-
the shield, and you
and
have a
then before all
Glock,
that
and you can
shit,
fuck people up with the
fucking-
shield. That was so
I'm
fun.
really
I don't know if
surprised
you
it
remember
didn't
that
fucking
one.
blow up
And
have
then
its own franchise.
and then before all that
Microsoft,
shit,
I don't know if you remember
fucking,
that franchise.
I'm really surprised it
like
didn't
the-
fucking
that
blow
was
up
like
and become
OG
its own
Xbox,
franchise.
like
Was
Generation
Megasalt. I don't know if you
1,
remember that franchise,
online game.
but
and
that
it
was like
such
the
a fun
that was
fucking-
like
it's basically Call of
OG
Duty, but
Xbox,
with
like
fucking mechs.
Generation One
It's so fucking
online
fun.
game, and it was
I
such a
love that
fun
game.
fucking.
Yeah,
It's basically
yeah,
Call of
Megasalt
Duty
1,
but with
Megasalt 2,
fucking
like,
mechs.
look at some fucking-
It's so
look at
fucking
some
fun,
fucking,
bro.
YouTube,
I love that game. They had Megasalt 1, Megasalt
Yeah,
2.
that
Like
shit
look
was
at some
fucking lit.
fucking look at some fucking YouTube
It's basically
clips of that.
future
That shit
shooter
was
game,
fucking
because,
lit,
everything in the
bro.
future is gonna be based on mechs.
And this is it's
Yeah,
basically
like, wanted to
future
feel
shooter
it's
game,
like-
you know, because you know everything in the
It was
future is gonna
so
be based
fun.
on mechs, you know,
I
whether we
just-
wanted
I don't
it to or
understand why
not.
that game didn't just pop
And then
up
it said,
as a
like,
franchise and stuff.
It was so fun. Like I don't understand why that game didn't just
Honestly,
pop
that
off
fun-
into its
more
own
fun than
franchise
that
and its
game
own
than
pro
Call of
circuit.
Duty.
It was so
Because
fun.
It's like you have the power of a mech. And
Honestly, I had fun,
basically
more fun in that game
control
than I
it,
do
like,
Call of
it's-
Duty,
it's kinda like
because
that-
it's like
that
you
one,
have the power of a
Call of
mech,
Duty where you, like, get into a
and
body
basically control it. Like it's kind of like that one
What was that?
Tom Cruise
End of
movie where you
Tomorrow or
like get
something
into
like
a
that?
body.
What's the name of the movie?
You know, like what was that? End of Tomorrow or
Look-
something
look-
like that. I think was the name of the movie.
Look on YouTube. Megasalt. It's fucking badass.
But look on
I still
YouTube.
go back on the
Megasalt.
servers
It's
and there's still
fucking
people playing that
badass
shit.
game. I still go back on the servers and there's still people playing that shit.
Yeah, Megasalt. They had the theme song for that fucking
Yeah, Megasalt.
game was Papa Roach.
They had the theme song for that fucking game was Papa Roach. The one about like let me get it. It's fucking nice theme song. It's like the best gaming theme song ever.
Yeah, I'm searching.
I'll play it.
I'll read you.
Yeah, I'm searching. I'll read you.
Roach.
Papa Roach. Egg salt theme
You played it, right?
song.
It's fucking. I don't know. It's pretty bad. I love that fucking game.
You played it, right?
This-
Fucking,
this is a-
I don't know. It's pretty bad. I love that fucking game. This is a theme song. The Papa Roach song.
It's like the best video game music song ever.
This is like the best theme video game music song ever. Yeah.
Why don't I'll make you the host first, and then if that doesn't work,
Why don't I'll make you the host first, and then if that doesn't work, I think you're fine, bro.
I got you.
All right. I got you.
Let me see if I can get AX back.
All right. Let me see if I can get AX back.
My invites for your host.
Invite that AX guy back, because I don't know if he can come to my invites on your host. This game's so many bugs.
This
That's
game
X.
feels like it just started because they just started rank play like a fucking month ago. It's so stupid.
This game feels
gotta
like it just started because they just started rank play like a fucking month
They
ago.
gotta
It's so
do rank play
stupid.
from day one, bro. This fucking
They gotta
when
s-
the game's almost over. Start rank play is stupid.
They gotta do rank play from day one, bro. This fucking when the game's almost over, start rank play is stupid.
Yeah, but that has, I mean, rank play or multiplayer gameplay. I mean, if it's online, it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, but that has, I mean, rank play or multiplayer gameplay. I mean, if it's online, it doesn't fucking matter.
I say that every time and they fuck it up.
I mean, they say that
We
every
still
time
play
and
this
then they
fucking
fuck it
game
up.
because we're loyal.
And we still play this fucking game because we're loyal.
I like them all, but it's just like they just have to streamline the way they do shit. They don't streamline shit.
Nah, I like them all, but it's just like they just have to streamline the way they do shit. They don't streamline
I
shit.
just want to see ranked play from day one. If they do that, I guarantee you a lot of people will be happy with that.
I just want to see ranked play from day one. If they do that, I guarantee you a lot of people will be happy with that.
Yeah, but
Hard
Microsoft
point.
makes so
Move
much
out
money
and
from
secure
their
the
other
objective.
projects. They don't put a lot of attention to
Yeah, but
detail.
Microsoft makes so much money from their other projects.
Hard
They
point.
don't put a lot of attention to detail.
We
Behind
have
us.
the lead. Keep it up. Contact at the hard point.
Nah, he has a knife.
Hard point located. Hard point activated. Contact at the hard point. Enemy has the hard point.
Behind us from green. Behind us from green.
Contact at the hard point.
Behind us from green. Behind us from green.
The enemy has taken the hard point. We control the hard point. Contact at the hard point. Hard point located. We control the
behind
hard
us.
point. Hard point activated.
Huh?
One behind us. The fuck?
Enemy has the hard point. Hard point's under fire. We control the hard point. Hard point's under fire.
One middle jungle.
One middle jungle.
Call it vengeance, I call it justice.
Hard point, it's ours. Contact at the hard point. Hard point confirmed. We control the hard point. Hard point activated.
He's one. He's a right side. Right side. Right side.
He's one. He's a right side. Right side. Right side.
We lost the hard point. The enemy has taken the hard point.
I got ammo on ult.
I got ammo
Wanna hit him?
on
With your
ult.
streaks, get him up.
Hard point confirmed.
You want to hit him with your streaks? Get him off.
Enemy has the hard point. Hard point active. Allied glide bomber on the way.
Nah.
teammate called an airstrike. Heads up. We control the hard point.
One's on boat. One's on boat.
One's on boat. One's on boat.
Two on boat.
Two on boat.
Hard point confirmed. We control the
One's
hard
coming.
point. Hard point activated.
One's coming.
The enemy
Two,
is
one
taking
inside,
the
one
hard
outside on left.
There's two. One inside, one outside on left.
Contact at the hard point. Hard point is ours. Contact at the hard point. Hard point confirmed. We control the hard point. Hard point is active.
One stairs, two. Yeah, one on top, one stairs.
The enemy is taking the hard
One
point.
stairs, two. Yeah, one on top, one stairs.
Save it for beach. Save it for beach.
Hard points under fire.
Save it for beach. Save it for beach.
Rotating next. I'm rotating next.
I'm rotating next. I'm rotating next.
Hard points under fire. Hard point confirmed. We control the hard point. Hard point is active. Contact at the hard point. Friendly, sending a glide bomb.
Go next. Go next. I got scraps. I got scraps. Go next. Go next.
You go next. Go next. I got scraps. I got scraps. Go next. Go
Keep
next.
the momentum. Glide bomber assist coming in. Hard point confirmed.
He's on roundabout. Right side.
Hard point is active. The enemy is taking the hard point.
He's on roundabout. Right side.
I have ammo in the back of spawn.
Hard point is ours.
I have ammo in the back of spawn.
Well played and well earned.
Good job, guys.
Randall Pink over there. Are you solo?
Randall Pink over there. Are you solo? The only good player. Good game.
fourth.
I think
You play good with the 3-man though.
I think I might have a
You just
fourth.
keep rolling 3-man? Alright.
We play good with the 3-man though. Should we just keep rolling 3-man? All right. All right.
There we go. Let's go. Yeah. Sorry about the weight, Monster, but
All right, there we go. Let's go.
Wait, the line was big today.
Yeah. Sorry about the weight, monster, but fucking wait. The line was big today. All right, let's go. Yeah, he has a mic.
What's up with you, Monster?
What's up with
Can
you,
hear me,
monster?
Your mic's might be muted.
Can you hear me, monster? Your mic's might be muted.
I get voice messages on Xbox, but I can never hear them. You guys know why?
I get voice messages on Xbox, but I can never hear them. You guys know why?
Whatever. I can't hear that voice message, Monster. So
Whatever. I can't hear that
hey,
voice
let's-
message,
let's-
monster.
Let's hit
so-
4-stack B right off the rip. Try to grab it.
Hey, let's hit 4-stack B right off the.
Last time
Right
we
off the
did
rip.
that, we fucking
Try to
captured
grab
it
it.
right away. Yeah, now we can. 4-stack B right off the
Last
rip. guys.
time we did that, we fucking captured it right away.
Yes.
Yeah, now we can.
Beach.
4-stack B right off the rip, guys.
Just do it, man.
Yes, beach.
No. Just everyone come. Watch.
Just-
we'll get it right off
just
the
do
bat.
it,
Just
man.
have faith, man.
No. Just everyone come. Watch. We'll get it right off the bat.
Yes,
Just
Control.
have faith,
Shut
man.
up. Don't work. It's because you guys went off a different direction.
Yeah, it's fine. Shut up. Don't work. It's because you guys went
We
off a
took the
different direction.
advantage. We're taking Baker. Baker is hot.
He's one shot. Okay, we got a tick on there. That's good. We got a tick. Got-
He's one
Yeah,
shot.
yeah.
Okay,
We'll-
we
we'll
got
get
a
it.
tick on there.
We'll-
That's
we'll-
good. We got a tick.
We'll get it back on A.
That. Yeah. We'll get it. We'll get it back on A.
Now they have to cover the whole map.
Now they have to cover the whole map.
Able is hot. We're in the lead.
There we go.
Able secure.
There we go.
One last objective. Take it. Securing Baker.
How did I get a double kill? There's two there.
Double kill.
He's all the way in the flank. All the way in the
How did I
flank.
get a double kill? There were two there. He's all the way in the flank. All the way in the
You can't be
flank.
by yourself. What's laying out, keeping him off you?
What do you mean can't be by yourself? We're
Enemies
slaying out,
running out of
keeping him off you.
lives.
Shut up.
Fucking got a double. Shut up.
Taking Baker.
One on the flank. We got lives advantage. Lives advantage. Yeah, be careful with
one on
lives.
the
Be careful
flank.
with lives. We got live advantage.
Too many wounded.
We got lives
Lives
advantage.
alive.
Lives advantage.
Yeah,
Be careful
yeah,
with
yeah.
lives. Be careful with lives. We got live advantage. Yeah.
Just play with us, bro, because you're training us out.
Just play with us, bro, because you're training us out.
defending Baker. Hostiles are out of lives. Put them down. Engaging Baker.
There we
This
go.
battle's ours, but the war still rages.
Yeah, I'm gonna lock down B. You guys lock down. The three of you lock down A.
Control.
Yeah, I'm gonna lock down B. You guys lock down. The three of you lock down A.
There's one shot on roundabout. Right next to it.
Pushing Able.
Right next
There's
to it.
one
Just
shot on roundabout.
We have the lead. Keep
Right
it
next
up.
to it.
Contact
Right
at
next to you.
Able.
I saved you. Good shit, Maz.
They're securing Able. Hitting Able.
Them taking A is not the worst thing in the world.
They're
Just don't give
taking
lives
Able.
up. Don't give lives up. Don't give lives up.
Them
Not
taking
the
A
worst thing
is
in the
not the
world.
worst thing in the world. Just don't give lives up.
Hey, just
don't,
right.
don't
Watch
give
the
lives up.
flank.
Don't
Watch
give
the
lives
flank.
up.
Watch the flank. Watch the flank. I got front. I got front.
Not the worst
Contact
thing in the
at
world.
Able. The enemy needs just one
Hey,
objective.
just right. Watch the flank. Watch the flank. Watch the flank. Watch the flank. I got front. I got front.
As long as we watch each other's back, easy peasy.
So as long as we watch each other's back, easy.
Hey,
peasy.
if you go too far, I can't watch your back, bro. Just don't go too far. There's one right there. I told you, bro. I'm
Hey,
trying to warn
if
you.
you go too far, I can't watch your
I
back,
can't
bro.
cover you if you get too deep.
Don't go too far. There's one right there.
Yeah, but
I told
I
you,
want
bro.
you
I
to get
tried to
streaks.
warn
I
you.
want you to get streaks. I don't want you
I
to be
can't
good.
cover
want
you if you get too
streaks.
deep.
We're
Yeah, but I
losing
want you to
Baker.
get streaks.
They're
I want you to
nearly
get
out of
streaks. I don't want you to be good. I want you to get your streaks.
He's in the tank. In the tank. Inside the tank.
Hitting Baker.
He's in the tank. In the tank. Inside the tank.
Yeah, no need to beat that. No need to beat that. Let him. Basically, they're a 3-man right now.
Yeah, no need.
There's
No
one
need
on
to
the
beat
beach,
that.
one
No
on
need
the
to beat
beach.
that.
One on the beach.
Let him.
He's right
Basically,
under
they're a
you.
3-man right now. There's one on the beach. One on the beach. One on the beach. He's right under you.
He's still on that boat. Be careful. Don't peek him. Don't peek him. Alright.
He's still on that boat. Be careful. Don't peek him. Don't peek him. All right.
I kill him once a day at least, bro. Don't trip.
Got him on the ropes. Hostiles out of lives.
I kill him once a day at least, bro. Don't trip.
We're low on
I'll do
lives. They're capturing Baker. They're defending Baker.
GG, boys.
Good work.
One of
Don't
them already
get
left.
comfortable. There's more to do.
GG, boys. One of them already left.
Alright, let's say 8 this time. 4-stack 8. They only got 3.
Control.
Alright.
Alright, let's say 8
4-stack
this
B.
time.
I'm
4-stack
down with
8. They
B.
only got
Alright,
3.
You guys want to go B? I'm down every time. Yeah, I would.
All right,
not say no.
all right.
I'm just saying,
4-stack
keep
B.
them
I'm
guessing.
down
They're
with
gonna.
B.
They're gonna.
You guys want to go B?
expecting
I'm
this
down
time.
every
That's all.
time. Yeah, I would not say no. I'm just saying keep them guessing. They're gonna be expecting it this time. That's all.
lead's ours.
Yeah.
Hold
Well,
on to it.
if we slay him out,
Oh yeah. Well, if we slay him out,
Securing Baker. Engaging at Able.
I'm taking B by myself. Yeah, thank you.
I'm taking B by myself.
I know. I'm scared.
Yeah,
It's
thank
like, where are they? They don't want none though. They don't want none.
I
They don't want none
know.
of Godfrey.
I'm scared. It's like
He
where
wanted
are they?
some.
They don't want none though. They don't want none. They don't want none of Godfrey. He wanted some.
No mas. No mas. No
Able
mas.
is ours. One more objective to
It's
go.
over.
Push.
No mas. No mas. No mas.
I was saying
Good
good
game,
game
boys.
for us, bro. Don't necessarily good game for them. Yeah, bro. Look at this.
I was
Right
saying
here.
good game for
No
us,
mas,
bro.
no
Don't
mas.
necessarily
Oh, it
take
didn't
that
even
for
show.
them.
What the fuck?
Yeah, bro. Look at this. Right here. No mas. No mas. Oh, it didn't even show. What the fuck?
Poor stack area. What are you supposed to do? Single queue?
Poor
You're
stacking.
four
What am I?
stacking your
What are you supposed to do? Single queue?
That's illegal. What?
Oh, you're four stacking in
Hey, you guys
rank.
hear me?
Whoa, who's this? That's illegal. The fuck? Can you guys hear me?
Lag me out. Hey, Monster.
Lag me out.
What happened with all that noise with your brother, man?
Hey, Monster.
He left.
What happened with all that noise with your brother, man?
Him the other day.
It's like he left the game the other day, and then you and him leave the clan. What's up with that?
Well, it's called God for life, not God for until you make your own.
Well,
So,
it's
I
called
think-
God for life,
I-
not
I-
God
I
for
like
until
you
you
and
make your
Godly,
own.
But, normally,
So I have to think. I like you and Godly, but normally
I mean, you're either in the
That's a
community-
no-go.
You're either in the community or
normally that's a no-go, bro.
I mean, once you're in,
I mean,
you're
you're either
It's
in the
like-
community, you're either in the community or you're not. You know what I mean? Once you're in, you're in. It's like fucking the mafia, blood in, blood out.
I don't know. I mean, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing?
I don't know.
I know.
I don't know. I mean, what are you guys
I know,
doing?
That's because of your brother's
What are you
fucked
guys
up
doing?
connection.
I know.
You know, what can
I
I,
know,
do? I
it's-
can't fucking
that's
change
because
the
of your brother's
fucking
fucked up
brother's
connection.
IP and his fucking fucked up internet.
You know, what can I do? I can't fucking change your fucking brother's
Yo,
IP
that's on your
and his
fucking
fucking
brother, bro.
fucked
Tell
up
him to
internet.
fucking get a job and fucking fix his internet.
That's on your fucking brother,
So
bro.
that's
Tell
not
him
on
to
me,
fucking
that's on
get a
him,
job
bro.
and
He's gotta
fucking
take
fix his internet.
responsibility for that shit.
So that's not on me. That's on him, bro.
I
He's
got
got
all
to take
my shit
responsibility
taken
for
care
that
of.
shit. You know, I got all my shit taken care
I
of.
would be willing to help him out, but he
Hard
just
point. Protect
he
the
just
objective.
reacts without
And I,
talking
you know,
about shit.
I would be willing to help him out, but he just reacts without talking about shit.
The enemy has taken the hard point.
So just tell your brother I'm happy to have a conversation before I make a decision.
So just tell your brother I'm happy to have a
We're in the
conversation
lead.
before I make a
Because
decision.
I only invited you today out of courtesy. Because you've done nothing. It's your brother.
Because I only invited you today out of courtesy because you've done nothing. It was your brother.
Well, I mean, his actions speak for itself. There's one in Little
I mean,
Hut.
his actions speak for
The
itself.
enemy is taking the hard point.
There's one in Little Hut.
Hard point located. Hard point is active. The enemy is taking the hard point. We
He's
control
one
the
shot in
hard
chicken
point.
coop. One shot. Thank you.
He's one shot in chicken coop. One shot. Thank you.
One shot on
Lead
tank.
is lost. Fight back.
One shot on tank.
The chicken coop's not one shot. It was the tank guy.
Yeah, the chicken coop's not one shot. It was the tank guy.
Tank is one shot again. He's one shot again. Tank. Might just tank is
One shot again.
rotate new.
He's one shot again.
Rotate
Tank.
new, rotate new.
Might just rotate new. Rotate new. Rotate new. Rotate new. Rotate new.
No, but
rotate
on the real monster, I just have love for you and your
Hard
brother.
point
bro.
located.
It was just surprising.
Nah, but on the real monster, I just have love for you and your brother,
Hard
bro.
point is active.
It
Hard
was
point
just surprising.
is ours.
Yeah, good shit.
Damn, good shit. See,
Behind me, behind me.
Hard point's under fire.
behind me, behind me.
Hard point's under fire.
One on tower. And
One on tower?
Still. Tower and window. Tower and window.
Contact at the hard point.
I'm staying next. I'm staying
Tower still. Tower and window. Tower and window. Okay, I'm staying next. I'm staying
Hard
next.
point located. Hard point is active. Hard point is ours. Contact at the hard point.
He's one shot. One shot.
Contact at the hard point.
He's one shot. One shot.
The enemy is taking the hard point.
He's one shot. Right side. Right near corner.
Hard point under fire.
He's one shot. Right side. Right
Thank
near.
you, thank you. Then one shot on their side.
Contact at the hard point.
Thank you. Thank you. They're one shot on their side.
We gotta get tree control.
Hard point located. Enemy has the hard point.
We gotta get tree control.
Hard point is active.
Tree control
Contact
again.
at
Tree
the hard
control. He's on
point.
tree. Yeah, I can't get that tree guy with the
He's
sub.
tree control again. Tree
Someone with
control. He's
AR
on tree. Yeah, I can't
enemy is
get that
taking
tree
the
guy
hard
with the
point.
sub. I need someone with the AR or sniper.
Kill tree.
We control the hard point.
Did we kill tree?
Hard point's under fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're one shot on hill.
Yeah, they're one shot on hill.
Hard point located. Hard point is active. We control the hard point.
Front gate. Roll into grannies.
Contact at the hard point.
Front gate, front gate. Roll into grannies.
Hard point is ours.
Behind us, behind us.
We
They're
control
playing for
the
spawn,
hard
they're playing
point.
for spawns.
Behind us, behind us.
They're trying to get chicken food. We need them. Back
They're
up.
playing for spawn. They're
Don't
playing
let
for
them get
spawn.
Contact at the hard point.
They're trying to get chicken coop. We need to back up. Don't let them get that.
He's one shot on front gate. He has
Contact at the
that
hard
little like
point.
spot in front gate.
He's one shot
Hard
on front
point's under
gate. He has
fire.
that little like spot in front gate.
Hard point located. Hard point's under fire.
There's one in chicken coop.
Hard
Chicken coop.
point activated.
There's one in chicken coop. Chicken coop.
Contact at the hard point.
There's top barn, bottom barn. Yep.
There's top barn, bottom barn. Yep.
Hard point
He's
is
I get
ours.
shot in the back. Come on, guys.
Enemy has the hard point.
He's a,
Rotate
I got shot in the
inside.
back.
Enemy
Come on, guys.
glide bomb coming in hot.
Rotate next. Rotate next.
We need to keep the spawns. Come back. We're gonna lose spawns.
Hard point confirmed.
Behind
Rotate
you,
next.
AX.
Rotate next. We
Guy
need to
behind you,
keep
AX.
the spawns. Come back. We're gonna lose spawns.
Hard point activated.
Behind you,
Yes, sir.
AX.
Control the
The
hard
guy
point.
behind you,
Back
AX.
part.
Yeah, get set up. You need to hold the back part.
Hard point's under fire.
One's going tower behind us. Tower.
Contact at the hard point.
One's going
lost
tower
spawns,
behind
we
us.
lost
Tower.
spawns.
We lost spawns.
Enemy
We lost
has the hard
spawns.
point.
He's still tower.
Hard
He's still
point
tower.
is
He's
ours.
still tower.
The
He's
enemy
one
is
shot
taking the hard
outside.
point. We control the
He's
hard
one
Next,
shot
we need full time on
outside.
the sail to get back in. We need full time. We need
Hard
to get
point
chicken coop side.
confirmed.
Okay, I'm
need to get
next. I'm
chicken
next.
coop
We
side.
need full time on this hill to get back in. We need full time.
Yeah,
We need
we're
to get
next.
chicken
Come
coop
on,
side.
guys.
We
We
control
need
the
to get
hard
chicken
point.
coop side.
Gotta rotate.
They're already next. Come on, guys.
Hard point's under fire.
You guys gotta rotate.
No time yet.
We're fighting old when there's
They're
no
gonna try
time
to
there.
get flanked. They're gonna flank. They're gonna try to flank. There's one behind you.
They're gonna
Buster.
try to get flanked. They're gonna flank.
Hostile
They're gonna try to flank.
hard point's under fire.
There's one behind you, monster.
Behind.
Behind.
Hard point confirmed.
Go next.
Hard point activated. The enemy is taking the hard point. Heads up, enemy glide bomb coming in hot. Hard point's under fire.
There's a guy on the corner up on platform. The platform guy got killed. The tree guy.
There's a guy on the corner up on the platform. Got killed the platform guy, got killed the tree guy. Or else we're not gonna get any time on that hill.
Yeah, we need full time here. We need full time. We're almost back in this bitch. Come on,
The
guys.
enemy is taking the
Gotta
hard
mob
point.
this
Yeah,
shit.
we need full time here. We need full time. We're almost back in
Give me
this
gun
bitch.
support. Give me gun
Come on,
support. You
guys.
don't want to get on it.
We got a mob
Hard
this shit.
point activated. We control the hard point.
Come on,
Come
give
on,
me gun
second
support.
story
Give me gun
grandmas.
support. If you don't want to get on
Second
it.
story grandmas. Up on top. Look on top.
Come on, second story grandma's. Second story grandma's. Up on top. Look on top.
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Barnes dead. Hey, come on.
Hardpoint's under
He's
fire.
dead. He's dead. He's dead. Barnes dead. Hey, come on.
Alleyway. Alleyway. Alleyway.
Alleyway. Alleyway. Alleyway.
They got spawns for next. They got spawns for next.
Hardpoint
They got spawns for next. They got spawns for next.
Hardpoint activated.
Yeah.
I can't kill that guy in chicken coop. I don't have an AR.
Contact at the hardpoint.
I can't kill that guy in chicken coop. I don't have an AR.
Enemies called a strafing run.
There's one in hay bales. One in hay bales.
Contact at the hardpoint.
There's one in hay bales. One in hay bales.
Hardpoint's under fire.
We need this time though. We can't give up this time. We need this time or it's gonna be over.
The enemy is
We
taking
need this
the
time
hard-
though. We can't give up
Can't
this
rotate.
time. We
Just
need this
one
time.
rotate. It's gonna be over. I'll rotate solo. You guys get that full time.
Can't rotate. Just one rotate. I'll rotate solo. You guys get that full time.
Hardpoint
Behind you,
confirmed.
behind you, Buster. It's coming behind you.
Hardpoint
Behind
is
you,
active.
behind you, Buster. It's
Hardpoint
coming behind
is
you.
Ours. Got an enemy glide bomb on the way.
Come on.
Contact at the hardpoint.
Come on.
Contact at the
Come on.
hardpoint. The enemy is taking the
Come on,
hardpoint.
Good game. That was close.
The hardest fucking 2 minutes I've had.
The hardest fucking 2 minutes I ever had to get. You guy had 327 on hill, man. 327.
It's a close game.
It's a close game.
You there, monster?
You there, monster?
Can you guys hear me? AX? Zinu?
Can you guys hear me? AX? Zinu?
Can you hear me, monster? I couldn't hear no one.
Can you hear me, monster? I couldn't hear no one.
Yeah, bro, I only have love for your brother, man. If
There you
he had just come talk to me and say, hey, man, I want to get my own thing going, I would be fine with that, bro.
Yeah, bro, I only have love for your
At
brother,
least that's
man.
not
If he had just come talk to
At
me and
least
say,
that's
hey,
not
man, I want to get my own
conversation,
thing going, I would have been fine with that, bro. He at least has to have a conversation. At least has to have a conversation, bro.
Oh, but it's just courtesy. It's like, professional teams trade players all the time. Something like that.
Oh, but it's just courtesy. It's like, professional teams trade players all the time. Something like that.
That particular day when he left because people were lagging out on his connection. And it's like, you can't blame people for that.
But that particular day when he left because people were lagging out on his connection, and it's like, you can't blame people for that.
And, like, he made ultimatum. People don't have a mic. I'm not playing with them. Like, or if I can't hear him, I'm not playing with them. Like, you can't hear him.
And he's
because
like,
you
he made
can't hear him in
ultimatums.
game chat, man.
People don't have a mic. I'm not playing with them.
You
Like,
can't put that on
what?
other
Or
people.
if I can't hear him,
You
I'm
can't
not
put
playing
that
with
on
them.
other
Like,
people.
you can't hear him because you can't hear in game chat, man.
That shit's on you, man.
Like, you can't put that on other. You can't put that on other people. It's like, that shit's on you, man.
Yeah, man. And I only have love for your brother, to be honest, bro. But like, you just gotta take responsibility.
Yeah, man. And I only have love for your brother, to be honest, bro. But it's like, you just gotta take responsibility when you can't blame other people for that. Your technical issues.
Yeah. I've been running our
Yeah.
team for 15 years, and I've never had. I always give people a fair shake, always.
I've been running our team for 15 years, and I've never had, I always give people a fair shake, always.
What's up? What's up, Q? How's the plane going for you
What's
today,
up?
Q?
What's up, Q? How's the playing going for you
Can
today,
hear
Q?
me? Alright, there you are. And the only
Can you guys hear me?
thing that would like kind of make an issue, monster, is
Alright,
like
I think-
when
alright,
I
there
let
you are,
people
Q.
stay in our community.
And
they
the
leave team,
only thing that would
have a
like kind
tendency
of make
to
an
poach
issue,
players,
monster,
you feel me?
is like when I let people stay in our community, when they leave the
poach players
team,
means stealing
they have a
players
tendency to poach
from
players.
another
You
team.
feel me?
Everyone does that, bro.
Poach
I
players
don't do
means
it.
stealing players
Everybody does that.
from another team.
Fucking Optic does that, bro.
Everyone does that, bro. I don't do it personally, but everybody does that. Fucking Optic does that, bro.
As a leader, and an owner, I gotta protect my team and my interest and my investment. I don't
As a
like
leader, and an
12,
owner, I gotta protect my
12,
team,
20
and my
hours
interest and my
a day
investment.
to gauge players.
I don't
about,
play fucking 12 to
protecting
20
their
hours
interest
to
my
gauge
interest.
and
I like
to gauge players without, like, you know, protecting their interest and my interest
I'm not
alike.
gaming. I'm making anywhere from $50 to $100 an hour, so that's how much I believe in this.
If I'm not gaming, I'm making anywhere from $50 to $100 an hour. So that's how
Every
much
hour put in,
I
it's
believe
like
in this.
$100 me investing.
Every hour I put in is like $100. Me investing.
Let's go.
Now let's go.
Control.
He's one shot. He's going into church. Behind you guys in church. He's going
They're
behind
capturing Able.
you.
He's
Back
one
of our
shot. One
spawn
shot.
now.
It's going into church. Behind you guys in church. He's going behind you. He's in back of our spawn now.
Pushing Able.
I'm the one keeping him from taking it.
I'm the one keeping him from taking it.
By hiding behind the church.
Contact to Able.
I just saved A by hiding
They
behind
know
the
where
tree.
I'm at now, so you guys gonna have to help.
Baker.
They know where I'm at now, so you guys gonna have to help.
Hitting Able.
We need to get live
The
advantage.
enemy needs just one objective.
I got
been lost.
the back, monster. I got the back.
We need to get live advantage. I got the back, monster. I got the back.
I think they're in church.
Reinforcements running thin.
They're trying to wait for their teammates, and they're gonna push at the same time. So be careful.
I think they're in church. They're trying to wait for their teammates and they're gonna push at the same time, so be careful.
They're capturing Baker. Contact
Get
to
him.
Baker. Hostile lives running low.
Did you get him?
one shot in the back.
No more lives. Make it count.
He's one shot in the back.
They're taking Baker.
Should be two.
We're losing Baker. They're taking Baker.
Oh.
They're defending Baker.
Oh.
Today, we need 1 or 2 watch him flank.
Yeah, they have no
Control.
ducks over there. Today, we need 1 or 2 watch him flank.
That guy on the flank, on the opposite side, killed like half of our team, like 10 kills when he flanked.
That guy on the flank on the opposite side killed like half of our team, like 10 kills when he flanked.
He's behind me, come on. Where's my...
Engaging at Able.
He's behind me. Come on. Where's my?
Securing Baker.
Yeah, us like going to 2 different places ain't working, guys. We got a team cap.
Yeah, us like going to 2 different places ain't working, guys. We got a team cap.
One shot on Gotti. He's 1 shot right there, X.
Action at Able.
He's one shot on Gotti. 1 shot right there, X.
I got another one shot, another one shot. Behind us, flank. Got no.
I got
no
another one shot, another one shot. Behind us, flank.
We're taking too many
Got no
losses.
one watching flank.
They're in our spawn. Gotta hit B. They're in our spawn.
We're not. They're in our spawn. Gotta hit B. They're in our spawn.
Defending Baker.
Can't have. Jeez.
Yeah, no. I have to switch to a sub.
We're taking Baker. We're out of lives. Hang in there.
Yeah, I have to switch to a sub.
Capturing Baker. Right, regroup. We'll get them next time.
We'll switch hosts after this game. Make it AX host.
Control.
We'll switch hosts after this game. Make it AX host.
They're going B. It's a full B push.
They're going B. It's a full B push.
We're losing Baker. Contact to Baker.
He's one
We
shot
took
on
the
me.
advantage.
Holy shit.
They're taking Able.
He's one shot on Abe. Holy shit.
They have the advantage.
Can't
We're
even fucking
losing
get on
Able.
point. They're fucking pre-aiming and pre-firing.
Can't even fucking get on point, much less a trade. They're fucking pre-aiming, pre-firing.
We're down to our last objective. Hold
We're
fast.
only down
Last
2. We're
able.
only down 2.
We're only down 2. We're only down 2.
They're capturing Baker.
I got him. I got him. I got him. I got him.
I got him. I got him. I got him. I got him.
Hitting Baker.
We're only down 1.
We're only down 1.
Pushing Baker.
There's one in back alley.
We're low on
He's
life.
back alley, back spot.
Contact to Baker.
There's one in back alley. He's back alley, back spawn.
Enemies running out of lives. Enemies called a strike strike. They're securing Baker.
There we go. There we go.
There we go.
But don't get
There we go.
comfy, there's more to do.
Gotta make it a TDM match, and we got it.
We just gotta make it.
You know.
We just gotta make it a
Won it.
TDM match, and we got it. You know. Yeah, we won it though.
Where is he? Where is he? What the fuck? He's on the tree, like on their spawn side.
Where is he? Where
There's
is
one
he?
in
What
our
the
spawn
fuck?
in the middle. Right through
He's on
middle.
the tree, like on their spawn side.
Able is hot.
There's one in our
Yeah.
spawn in the middle. He came right through the middle. We're too spread out, guys.
What? He's on top of platform.
We're taking Baker.
What? He's on top of platform.
Action at Baker. Engaging Baker.
There we go.
Engaging at Able. One
There we
more
go.
objective to go. Push.
He's there. He's there. One's behind us. Behind us. One's behind you, X.
He's there. One's behind us. Behind us. One's behind you, X.
Too many wounded.
He's-
Lives
what?
are low.
I'm getting shot in our spawn again.
I'm getting shot in our spawn again.
Have you used your streaks yet?
Have you used your streaks yet?
Taking Baker.
You hit you. Oh, you.
Heads up. Enemy glide bomb
They
coming in
hit.
hot. Glide bomber
Use their
assist
streaks.
coming in.
They hit me with their streaks.
Oh,
Friendly sending an airstrike. No lives remaining. This is our last stand. Capturing Baker. Hostile straight inbound. They don't have much left. What the hell happened out there?
how did
That
how
round
did he
was so
take the
close.
last guy off of B?
How did he take the last guy off of B?
Oh, that was the last guy on B. Not that time. That was the last kill.
Oh, that was the last guy on B. Not that time. That was the last kill.
See if I can afford.
See if I can get fourth.
We got a four. He's coming.
All right, we got a fourth. He's coming.
So how is it, boss, that you have such good internet? Your brother has shit internet. How's that happen? You guys live like a block apart.
So how is it, Monster, that you have such good internet? Your brother has shit internet. How's that happen? You guys live like a block
yeah,
apart.
I know. You got good internet. I know that. 40 only 40 upload?
Yeah, I know. You got good internet. I know that. 40 upload?
Mine's like 500 both ways.
I think mine's like 500 both ways.
That 5G that fucking Korea has. Well, fucking countrywide. So I never lag up with you guys.
That 5G that fucking Korea has world fucking countrywide. So I never lag up with you guys.
There's two sling and
Alright.
waiting.
Okay, wait. There's two Sling and Rival are waiting. Let me see.
Everyone go 3-man or wait 4-4?
Guys want to go 3-man or wait for a fourth? There's Sling. Alright. I have Sling host. Oh, master host? Yes.
What's up, Slingy?
Alright. Yep.
Yesterday was a tough day, Sling.
What's up, Slingy? Yesterday was a tough
What's
day,
that?
Sling.
I think we lost Sling at the back.
What's that?
We lost Sling.
I think we lost
Sling,
Sling
are you
at the back out. We lost Sling, man.
Sling.
Sling, are you there?
What's up, Rival? Yeah.
Sling.
Sling. I think
What's
that's
up, Rival?
Sling's ghost.
Yeah. Sling. I think that's Sling's ghost.
What's up with you, Rival? What's up with you asking me
wait a
some
minute.
weird ass questions yesterday, Rival? What was that shit about?
What's up with you, Rival? Hey, what's up with you asking me some
Never
weird
asked
ass
me
questions
weird
yesterday,
questions
Rival?
before I
What
go
was
to
that
bed,
shit
bro.
about?
That's a no-no.
Never ask me weird
heard me.
questions before I go to bed, bro. That's a no-no.
Yeah. Don't do that.
You heard me.
Alright. Alright,
Yeah.
Rival, you're gonna be the next
Don't
one.
do
Sling
that.
was actually in our shit, but he lagged out. So you're the next one in, alright, Rival?
All right.
Alright, bro.
All right, Rival. You're going to be the next one. Sling was actually in our shit, but he lagged
Hey,
out.
Sling,
So
yes, it
you're,
was a
you're the next one in,
fucking-
all right, Rival? All right,
It was
brother.
a fucking
All right, come on. Hey, Sling,
Shit
yesterday
fest,
was a
huh?
fucking
Yesterday's gameplay.
fucking
Hell yeah, it was.
shit fest, huh?
Fuck, bro. Like, you played
Yesterday's
with your brother.
gameplay.
Fuck, there he goes again.
Hell yeah, it was.
Alright, we lost Sling again.
Fuck, bro. It's like you play with me for oh, there he goes again. Fucking. All right, we lost Sling
Looks
again.
like fucking Sling and your brother are like fucking cousins. He's
It
completely
looks like
offline
fucking
now.
Sling
What
and
the
your
fuck?
brother are like fucking cousins.
Dude,
He's completely offline now.
Yeah, I
what the
guess so.
fuck?
Holy shit. He got hit off.
Yeah, I guess so.
Rival fucking hit him.
Get him back.
Right.
Holy shit, he got hit offline. Is Rival a fucking hitter?
Fucking Rival. is
Right.
fucking computer.
Let me see.
Watch. I guarantee you hit them all.
Fucking Rival in his fucking computer. Watch. I guarantee you he hit him off.
Rival, I think you just got in the game.
Rival, I think
he just got
in a game.
Fucking Sling. Fucking,
that's
did you
a
hit
fucking-
fucking Sling offline, Rival? You're like, oh, I'm taking
There we
spot.
go.
I just hit
Alright,
him off.
go, run it. Fucking Sling, fucking, did you hit it? Fucking Sling offline, Rival? You're like, oh, I'm taking spot. I just hit him offline.
It's like he starts talking and then boom. It's like he's not even online anymore.
It's like he starts talking and then boom. It's like he's not even online anymore.
Someone got hit offline on in my lobby the other day. I'm like,
His whole profile's offline. Someone got hit offline in my lobby the other day. I'm like, he's like, I got hit offline. I'm like, how the fuck you get hit offline? Fucking hate. I do. Not at the moment, but I have a PC. Why? Well, then it's not gonna count. Yeah.
are you still hitting people offline, Rival? It doesn't work. You gotta let them play at least half the game and then it'll work.
Are you still hitting people offline, Rival?
Yeah,
it doesn't work. You gotta let him play at least half the game, and then it'll work.
You got hit offline, dog. You fucking, your profile wasn't even online.
Yeah,
anymore.
you didn't lag out, Slingy. You fucking got hit offline, dog. You fucking, your profile wasn't even online anymore.
Shit.
Shit.
You should have heard this fucking crack ass rival yesterday. He's all, Professor, do you believe in the or no?
You should have heard.
Have you ever
You should have
been
heard this
possessed by the
fucking crack
devil?
ass
I'm about, it's like
rival
3:15
yesterday.
in
He's
the
all.
morning. I'm about to go to
Professor,
fucking
you believe
bed.
in the devil?
Like, what the fuck you asking me
Have
those
you ever
fucking
been
questions?
possessed by
What
the
was your
devil?
second
And I'm
one?
about. It's like
Some other weird ass
3:15 in the
fucking
morning. I'm about to go to fucking bed. Like, what the fuck you asking
Crackhead.
me those fucking questions? And then what was your second one? You asked me some other
Yeah,
weird ass
at that
fucking
time,
question.
I just like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm too tired.
Crackhead. Yeah, but at that time, I just like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm
I
too
had to
tired.
fucking leave questions like that in my head right before I'm going to bed. What's wrong with you, rival? I do that. I'm gonna do the
I had to
same.
fucking leave
I'm gonna do
questions
the
like
same
that
thing
in my
you,
head
bro.
right before I'm going to bed. What's
Think
wrong
you're
with
the
you,
only one
rival?
that can think of fucked up shit?
I'm
I
gonna
can
do that.
think
I'm
of a
gonna
lot
do
of
the
fucked up
same.
shit, too.
I'm gonna do the same thing to you, dog. You think you're
How
the
do
only
you
one that
fix
can
it,
think
bro?
of
You like
fucked
that
up
2
shit?
times in a row.
I can think of a lot of fucked up shit too. How you
You
fix
gotta
it,
wait
bro? You
now.
like that 2 times in a
You
row?
had your spot. Rival took it.
You gotta wait
He's
now.
on the-
You had your spot. Rival took it.
chat. He's on the chat.
He's on the the chat. He's on the chat.
Oh, Rival's a nice guy. You're back. Let me get fucking thing. You're lucky. Rival's nice. I didn't even ask him to leave.
Oh, Rival's a nice guy. Back. Let me get fucking thing.
You
You're
better lock
lucky.
down that
Rival's
middle.
nice.
You better lock
I didn't
down.
even
Oh,
ask him
he's
to
in a
leave.
fucking game. What the fuck? You fucking douchebag.
You better lock down that middle. You better lock down. Oh, he's in a
my
fucking
God.
game.
This is
What
a
the fuck?
fucking shit fest. for
You
us right
fucking
now.
douchebag.
Oh
Oh
my
my god. This is a fucking shit fest for us right now.
Why did Rival leave? I
Oh
told him
my
not to
god,
leave.
bro. Why did Rival leave? I told him not to leave.
Rival, don't leave. He's fucking in the game already, bro. Don't leave until he's in
Rival,
the lobby,
don't
bro.
leave. He's fucking in the game
Obviously
already,
not
bro.
in the lobby. Fucking Sling. You suck, Sling.
Don't leave until he's in the lobby, bro. Obviously, he's not in the lobby. Fucking
Rival was
Sling.
nice to give
You
you
suck,
your
Sling.
spot. You already started the game, fucker.
Rival was nice to give you your spot, but you already started the game, fucker.
Watching my stream.
He's watching my stream. Yeah.
There's five people watching the stream.
Yes, sir. There's five. There's five people watching us right now. I play Mortal Kombat.
My top tier games are like this game, FIFA, Mortal Kombat, Madden, NBA.
My top tier
2K.
games are like this game, FIFA, Mortal Kombat, Madden, NBA, 2K.
I was a real wrestler, bro. I'm not a fake wrestler.
Hard point. Move
Hey,
out.
get your head in the game,
I
Rival.
was
Stop
a
asking
real wrestler,
questions.
bro.
Do that after the game.
I'm not a fake wrestler.
Follow.
Hey, get your head in the
Enemy is
game,
taking
rival.
the
Stop
hard
asking
point.
questions. Do that after the game.
You crazy.
Callouts.
Hard point's under fire.
You crazy.
The best fighting game was Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
The best fighting game was
Hard
Mike
points under
Tyson's
fire.
Punch Out.
You saying nonsense. That's Nintendo 64 had the best game. That's nonsense.
What you saying nonsense?
but
That's
I'm
Nintendo
looking
64
at
has the
fighting.
best
It's like
game.
Ultimate
That's
Fighting, bro.
nonsense. Yeah, but dude, I'm looking at
Hard
fighting.
point.
It's like Ultimate Fighting, dog.
Nothing touches Mike Tyson, bro.
That shit was fun as fuck.
Hardpoint activated.
Nothing touches Mike Tyson, bro. That shit was fun as fuck.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint's under fire. We're in the lead.
Make sure we keep spawns.
Contact at the hardpoint. Contact at the hardpoint.
Ah. Okay.
Ah,
Hardpoint's under fire.
No.
Hardpoint confirmed.
yeah, rotate. Gotta
Enemy
go,
has
gotta
the
go, gotta
hardpoint.
go.
Hardpoint activated.
He's one shot front door, one shot front door.
We're down, but not out. Hardpoint's
He's
under
one shot
fire.
front door, one shot front door.
Contact at the hardpoint.
The back corner that I like to sit.
Contact at the hardpoint.
There,
One more
back
point.
corner
Yeah,
that I like to
rotate
hit.
next, rotate next, set up next.
One
need
more
two
put,
all the
yeah,
way back. We
rotate
need
next,
two all the
rotate
way
next,
back.
set up next.
He was not playing.
We need two all the way back. We need two all the way back. Q's not playing?
Monster, go
Hardpoint
back, bro.
confirmed.
Go back, Monster.
Monster,
We control the
go
hardpoint.
back, bro.
Hardpoint activated.
Go back,
Help him in the
Monster.
back, so we don't lose spawns. Hey,
Help
there's
him
one
in the
right
back
there in front
so
of
we
me.
don't
There you
lose
go.
spawns.
Now help on while I'm gone. Yeah, I'm back.
Hey, there's one right there in front of tank. There you go. Now help on while I'm
There's one
gone.
trying to flank us.
Yeah, I'm back.
He's right in a kind of like flank. Back there.
There's one
There you go.
trying to flank us. He's right in a kind of like flank back there. There you go.
The enemy is taking the hardpoint.
I almost had a 4-piece right there.
Hardpoint's under
Ooh,
fire.
4-piece.
I almost had a 4-piece right there.
5-piece. Oh, so close. Oh, why you get in front of my
Ooh,
5-piece?
4-piece.
Hardpoint
5-piece. Don't get in front of my
5-piece.
5-piece.
Oh, it's so close. Oh, why you get in front of my
Hardpoint
5-piece?
activated.
5-piece.
Jeez.
Don't get in front of my
with you,
5-piece.
60s.
The enemy is taking the hardpoint.
Jeez. Yeah, well, with you it's 6-piece.
Hardpoint's under fire. The enemy is taking the hardpoint. Contact at
Oh
the
my
hardpoint.
Oh, sorry, my bullets are marshmallows.
Oh
Enemy
my
has
god.
the hardpoint.
Oh, suddenly my bullets are marshmallows.
The one in the back right, P2. P2 and P2. It's like literally in P2.
Hardpoint.
The one in the back right, P2. P2 and P2. It's like literally in P2.
Enemy has the hardpoint. Hardpoint is active.
He's right there in the corner I was using.
We control the hardpoint.
He's right there, the corner I was just in.
Hardpoint is ours.
Come on, how these guys?
Hardpoint's under fire.
Rotate next, rotate next.
Come on, how these guys? Rotate next, rotate next. Rotate next.
Hardpoint confirmed. We control the hardpoint. Hardpoint is active. Contact at the hardpoint.
Got to play close to the hill, guys. We're down.
We gotta play closer to the hill, guys. We're down.
Come on, there's 2 on the right side of the front door.
Come on, there's 2 on the right side of the front door.
We control the hardpoint.
Go next, I got straps. Go next, go next, go next.
Go next, go next. I got scraps. Go next, go next, go next.
Hardpoint confirmed.
They're going next, they're going next, they're going next on street. They're on street, street. Look at street.
Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint
They're
is
going next.
ours.
They're going next. They're going next on street. They're on street. Look at street.
Hardpoint's under fire.
Where?
Enemy has the hardpoint.
What's up with people lagging out today, bro?
Where?
Fucking second game in a row.
What's up with people lagging out today, bro? Fucking second game in a row. Or second game today.
Stupid. I think it's the servers, bro, because it's 2 people in a row. 3 people.
Fucking
if you count
stupid.
Slane,
I think it's the servers, bro, because it's 2 people in a row. 3 people. So if you can count Sling.
Hardpoint located. Contact at the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint is active.
behind me. I knew he was behind me.
Behind me. I knew he was behind
The
I
me.
was
enemy is
watching
taking
the
the
back,
hard
but then
point.
they were coming forward, and then I had to... I got fucked.
I was watching the back, but then they were coming forward, and then I had to fucking... I got fucked.
Hardpoint is ours.
He's right there on the... He's laying down in the front.
Contact at the hardpoint.
He's right there on the... He's laying down in the front.
Hardpoint located. Get back in the fight. The enemy is taking the hardpoint. Hardpoint is active.
Hey, Slingy, don't start a new game, bro. Come after that game.
Today is not your day. Head on home.
Hey, Slingy, don't start a new game, bro.
Good game over.
Come after that game. Good game over there.
You got Twitch, Rival? Follow for follow. if
You got
want.
Twitch, rival?
Follow for follow if you want. Follow for follow if you want.
Follow for follow if you want. Follow for follow if you want.
I'm like right
Follow
there.
for follow if you want.
I'm
And while you,
2.6.
I'm
I got 2.6.
I'm like right
average
there.
Viewers.
I'm
like
2.6.
0.4 away. Everything else I got.
I got 2.6
Hey, don't start it.
average viewers.
start it yet.
I'm like 0.4 away.
Monster.
Everything else I got. Hey, don't start it. Don't start it yet, Monster.
Had to restart the game, guys. Sorry.
How to restart the game, guys? Sorry.
Damn, Slingy, why you starting games, bro? A rival gave you his spot. He didn't give it back to you.
Damn, Sling, why you starting games, bro? My rival gave you his spot.
Yeah, I'm like right
give
there
it back to you.
at affiliate, bro. You want to follow for follow?
Yeah, I'm like right there at affiliate, bro.
Right on.
You want to follow for follow?
Here's my Twitch sign.
Right on. Here's
Yes, I
my
know you're
Twitch
watching
sign.
my Twitch.
Yes, I know you're watching my Twitch, Sling.
Look at the whisper. It's right there. That's my Twitch, bro.
Look at the whisper.
Professor T7.
It's right there. That's my Twitch, bro.
Look at
Right.
the bottom right, the whisper.
Professor T7.
Oh, okay, wait a minute.
Look at the bottom right, the whisper.
No, it says clan. I don't want to write it.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I'll whisper.
No, it says clan. I don't want to write it to clan. What the fuck? Here, I'll whisper on your name. Give me a second.
This is for you.
Whisper. There we go. Okay, this is for you.
I like the ones with almonds. The ones with almonds.
I love those. I like the ones with the almonds. The ones with the almonds. Those are my favorite.
I love almonds. Almond Hershey's and almond Little Kisses.
I
There it
love
is.
almonds.
Whisper.
Almond Hershey's and almond little kisses.
Damn, you guys giving
There
me
it
a
is.
little munchie. Now you got me
Whisper.
getting into my cabinet.
Damn, you guys giving me the little munchies. Now you got me
You see it? Whisper?
getting into
Right
my
on.
cabinet. Give me a second.
Right now, I think I got 6 viewers with.
You see it, Rival? Right now, I think I got 6 viewers with Slingy. Mm-hmm. They can't hear you though, so you can jabber all you want. No, it's private sauce. It's like on Xbox they control that, but like in cross platforms, can't be controlled. So your crazy can't be heard, so no need for it. Slingy, are you solo? Who you got? Nah, I'm saying, have anybody else? Did you at least win that match? Right on. Gotta find a fourth. This thing's right here. Slingy, are you on your weekend or you got work tomorrow? Late in the morning? It's earlier than that's better than 6 that you normally get. I admire you, Slingy.
anybody?
Rival, you solo?
What's up, TikToky? Hey, TikTok, I have a question for you, bro.
You don't have anybody? There's TikTok. What's up, TikToky?
You know your boy, what's his name, Jig?
Hey, TikTok, I have a question for you, girl.
Did he tell you about what happened the other night?
You know your boy, what's his name, Jig?
Like I went into
Did he
his
tell you
party,
about
right?
what
You know,
happened the
like,
other night?
When you're in our party, we
other
treat
day?
you like a queen. You're our guest. You know what I mean? We treat you with respect.
Like I went
You know
into
what I
his
mean?
party, right? You know, like
And
when
I
you're
do
in
the
our
same
party,
thing
we
with Jig.
treat you like a
I
queen.
went
You're
to
our
his party,
guest.
they
You know what I
invited
mean? We
me.
treat you with respect. You know what I mean?
They
And then
invited me,
I do the
and
same
then,
thing
like,
with Jig.
they had
I went
four
to his
men, right,
party.
but
They
I was
invited me.
invited. And then, like,
Shut up, bro.
he was playing
They
with
invited
Obama
me,
Care, my client.
and then like
And I
they
guess,
had
like,
four
they were
men, right?
talking
But I
shit.
was invited,
I guess,
and then like
they were
he was playing with
upset that you were
Obamacare, my
playing with
clanmate,
me, and then
and I guess
Obama
like
wasn't
they were
playing
talking
with- like,
shit.
They all wanted to
I
play
guess
with me, but it's like there's
they
only
were
4 spots.
upset that you were
I
playing with
can't,
me,
you know,
and then
I gotta
Obama
be
wasn't
fair,
playing with. Like
you know what I mean?
they all wanted to play with me, but it's
And
like
then-
there's
and
only
then,
4
like-
spots.
and then I came
I
in,
can't,
and
you
I'm
know,
trying to
I
explain
gotta
the
be
situation
fair.
to
You know what I
Obama.
mean?
It's like, dude, I told you we
And
were
then
gonna come
and
in
then
for this
like
game.
and then I came
And
in
then,
and I'm trying to explain the
sorry.
situation to Obama. It's like,
And then-
dude, I told
and
you
then,
you were gonna come in the next game.
As I'm
And
explaining
then
it,
yeah,
I
sorry,
get kicked.
searching. And then
I'm like, are you fucking serious? It's like,
as
I
I'm
never
explaining
kicked
it,
Jig, I never
I get
kicked TikTok.
kicked.
I've always, you know, you guys are another
And
planet.
I'm like,
but I
are you
treat
fucking
guys with
serious?
respect.
It's like I never kicked Jig, I never kicked TikTok. I've always, you know, you guys are another clan, but I treat you guys
What
with
happened?
respect as if you were my clan. And
What happened?
and you know, and what happened?
Then then it must.
And
have
what
been
happened?
Because I thought it was Jig that did it, and then like.
Then
I
then
just took
it
him
must
off
have
my
been
list.
because I thought it was
And then-
Jig
and
that
then,
did
like,
it.
He sent me a friend request.
And then
so
like and then
I
like
think
I
it
just
wasn't him,
took
but
him
it
off
was
my list.
maybe,
And then
you know,
like
either
he
my
sent me a friend
clanmate or
request,
his
so
cousin, 'cause he said he was
I
playing with
think
his
it
cousin.
wasn't him, but it was maybe, you know, either my clanmate
But
or
anyways,
his
he's not
cousin,
my
because he
clanmate.
said he was playing with his
I
cousin.
took him out of the clan after that, so I don't put up with shit like that. It's like that's
But anyways, he's not my
disrespectful.
clanmate. Yeah, I took him out of the clan after that, so I don't
Yeah.
put up with shit like that. It's like that's just disrespectful.
What's up,
Yeah.
TikTok?
What's that TikTok?
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, easy.
Let's go. Come on,
Let's go.
TikTok. We need your
Search
gun.
and destroy. Take the objective off the map. We have the bomb.
Come on, TikTok. We need your gun.
We lost the bomb.
Slingy, how you
Search and
expert?
destroy.
Slingy? How you expert
Slingy, how you expert, Slingy?
in this game?
Dig in and
How you
hold the
expert?
objective. Enemy's got the bomb.
On this game.
I think they went B. I think they went B. Yep. Nothing A. Nothing A.
I think they win B. I think they win B. Yep. Nothing A.
There's nothing A. They're pushing B either through church or through
There's nothing A. They're pushing through either through church or through fire.
They might have went back A.
They might have went back A.
No. Only us. Only us.
No. Only us. Only us.
Good work, but don't get comfy. There's more to do. Search and destroy. Take out the objective. The bomb is ours. Planting the bomb. The bomb is ready.
It's right there on bomb.
It's right there on bomb.
Good work. Don't get comfy. There's more to do.
What's up?
What's up?
So
Search and destroy.
if you see Jake TikTok, just tell him what happened.
So, if you see Jake
Hold the
TikTok,
objective.
just tell him what happened.
Enemy moving with the bomb.
There's one.
Other side's got a bomb on A now.
There's what? One shot on A. On A, not church. Right there.
Right, regroup. We'll get them next time.
Gotta play the trades, guys. Play close enough where you can play the trades. When we get them one shot, the other person got traded.
We gotta play the trades,
Search and
guys. Play
destroy.
close enough where you can play the trades. When we get them one shot, the other person gotta trade them out.
Yes.
Nix the objective.
Yes.
We're moving with the bomb.
Sniper again. Fuck. Sniper's an ace.
Bomb
A
is lost.
sniper again. Fuck.
We have the bomb.
Sniper's on A side.
You're behind that sniper. Oh.
You're behind that sniper. Oh.
You know you're going B, so you might want to rotate.
You know you're going B, so you might want to rotate A.
Setting the bomb. Bomb is planted.
Got hit markers.
Got hit markers.
Did you get it? Did you get it?
Did you get it?
So close.
Did you get it?
Good shit,
Oh,
right?
so close.
Enemies defused our bomb. Stop licking your wounds. It's not over
Good
yet.
shit, rival. That's kind
If
of
you had if you had the right gun out, you get that guy.
If you had the right gun out, you get that guy.
Search and destroy. Dig in and hold the objective. The enemy has the bomb.
Bombs down at B.
Bombs down at B.
Enemy's got the bomb. Start licking your
Hey, man, what
wounds.
fucking
It's
gun
not
are you
over yet.
using? To put that fucking sniper down, bro.
Sling, man, what fucking gun are you using?
Well, put
That fucking sniper
on
down,
them.
bro. Well,
Search and destroy.
put the fucking sniper on them.
I'm talking about the guy with 1 kill. That's not Lexi.
Demolish the
I'm
objective.
talking about the guy with 1 kill. That's not Lexi.
One shot, one shot.
We're moving with the bomb.
One shot, one shot.
He's laying down, watching A. Laying down, watching A, right there.
Drop the
He's
bomb.
laying down,
Pick it
watching
up.
A. Laying down, watching A, right there.
Let me teach you a lesson.
Good shit, TikTok. You got this. Reload.
You hate reload, don't you?
You hate reloading, don't you?
Oh!
The bomb is ours.
Oh!
Right,
Again,
regroup. We'll get them next time.
Got 1
You
kill.
better pick up your gun, Slingy.
You bringing in fucking greens. You bringing in the fucking greens.
Got 1 kill.
You bringing that guy with 9 kills, and you
You
got
bringing
1
in
kill.
fucking
You gotta
greens.
offset
Search and
that shit.
destroy.
You're bringing in the fucking greens.
It's your
You're bringing that guy with
responsibility.
9 kills and you got 1 kill. You gotta offset that shit.
Right about the A and B.
It's your
Check the
responsibility.
objective.
Time for you to see your
The
way
enemy
out.
has the bomb.
Right about the A and B in conversation. Time for you to see your way out.
Go on, B.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Oh my god, yep. Boys, like
Go on,
that
B.
fucking sniper in this spawn.
Oh my god, yep. All the way back there, fucking sniper in the spawn. Thank you, Slingy.
Right there, you just saw. It's planning B. Someone's got
Right there, you just saw.
Go get bomb. Go get bomb. Not
It's planning B.
A, B.
Someone's gotta watch bomb. Go get
Is
bomb.
that
Go
B?
get bomb. Not A, B. Is that Biggie?
Callouts.
Other side's got a bomb on B now.
Cover,
Gotta
cover,
listen to
cover.
call-outs.
Deactivating the bomb.
Cover, cover, cover.
Good shit.
Bomb defused.
Good shit.
This battle's ours, but the war still rages.
Hey, Sling, it comes down to this. You get a kill this round, we win. So you better focus on that
Search
one
and
kill.
destroy.
Hey, Sling, it comes down to this. You get a kill this round, we win. So you better focus on that one kill.
Don't peek them then.
Destroy the objective.
Don't peek them then.
We're moving with the bomb. We lost the bomb.
He's one shot in church. One shot in church. On B.
He's one shot in church. One shot in church. On B.
He's watching bomb.
He's watching bomb.
Enemies called a strafing run.
Damn.
Damn.
Whoa, that didn't go as planned.
Look down.
Look out.
What's up? Dantes. Are you playing COD today, bro? What rank are you?
What's up? Dantes. Are you playing COD today, bro? What rank are you?
Okay, one more. So you talked to him and you didn't say nothing?
Okay, one more.
Talking
So you talked to him and you didn't say nothing? Talking TikTok. TikTok, TikTok, TikTok.
When you get expert, Slingy, I didn't know you had green.
When you get expert, Slingy, I didn't know you had green.
You're on your thing. Oh, you don't have green. You have blue. The shit was.
You're
Yeah. What the fuck?
on your
On the
thing.
thing when we were.
Oh, you
messing
don't
with
have
TikTok,
green. You have blue.
Because on the thing,
The
it
shit
showed
was-
that you had green.
Yeah. What the fuck?
What?
On the thing when we were, it must have been TikTok. Because on the thing it showed
Yeah,
that
it's
you had
expert.
green. It's like what? Yeah, that's expert.
Reach what?
Reach what? Oh yeah.
go 2 men.
Let's go 2 men.
What?
What?
Okay, go ahead, find us a lobby sling.
Alright, go ahead. Find us a lobby, Slingy.
Yep.
Did I tell you I fixed my Elite controller? My Elite controller?
Did I tell you I fixed my Elite controller?
Yeah, like fell.
My Elite controller? Yeah, like fell, and then like I fixed it.
Hard point. Take the objective.
Oh, wait a minute, guys.
The enemy has taken the hard point.
Yeah, I'm coming. I had to put my clothes in the dryer. Yeah, give me a second. Sorry.
Hard point located. Hard point is ours. Hard point. The enemy has taken the hard point. Contact at the hard point. Hard point is ours. Hard point's under fire. Contact at the hard point. Hard point located.
How to mute that guy.
That guy's mic is
The
whack.
enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point activated.
How to mute that guy.
He's laying down watching.
He's laying down watching.
Contact at the hard point. Hard point's under fire. The enemy has taken the hard
Come
point.
on.
Contact at the hard point. Hard point located. Enemy has the hard point. Hard point activated. We control the hard point. Hard point is ours.
One shot, both one shot.
Contact at the hard point.
One shot, both one shot.
Hard point is ours. Hard point confirmed.
Rubber band me, man. I never rubber band. What the fuck am I rubber banding?
Enemy has the hard point.
Rubber
Hard point
banding, man. I
activated.
never rubber band. What the fuck am I rubber banding for?
Contact at the hard point.
Sling, do you have shit on, bro? Something, bro?
Sling, do you have shit on, bro? Something, bro?
We control the hard point.
Sling.
Hard point is ours. Hard point confirmed. Enemy has the hard point.
rubber
Hard
banding,
point
what the fuck?
activated.
Still rubber banding. What the fuck?
Contact at the hard point.
I'm getting hit off or something, bro. I think that rival guy is fucking with me, bro.
I'm getting hit off or something, bro.
Hard points under fire.
I think that rival guy is fucking with me, bro.
I know it's you, rival, so you better stop that shit.
I know it's you, rival, so you better stop that shit.
Hard point confirmed. We control the hard point. Hard point activated.
Came through the window.
Hard point under fire.
Came through the window.
Contact at the hard point. Hostiles are strafing us. Hard point's under fire. Hard point's under fire. Hard point confirmed. Enemy has the hard point. Hard point is active. Cut this bullshit! Get out! Contact at the hard point. Hard point's under fire. Hard point's under fire. Hard point confirmed. Contact at the hard point. Hard point activated. We control the hard point.
One triangle, back tracks. Watch the flank. Coming to your right, Sling. One triangle, back tracks. Watch the flank. It's coming to your right, Sling.
The enemy has taken the hard point. Well, today is not your day. Head on home.
Good game. Sling, give me host back, please. Sling, give me host back, please. Sling, give me host, bro. Sling, give me host, bro. Can you hear me? I asked you to give me a host and you didn't say nothing. Can you hear me? I asked you to give me a host and you didn't say nothing. I don't understand why there's only you and I on right now. I don't understand why it's only you and I on right now. How are you gonna play today, Sling? How are you gonna play today, Sling? We got about an hour. What time is it right now? So you got about an hour.
Right on.
My fingers and I do this to make a living. We're too busy to do taxes.
I love doing taxes for self-employed people. You can hand those off to me.
Yeah, but can I hand them off without using my hands?
We can arrange that. You do your thing. You've got your taxes. Intuit, TurboTax Live.
I think I got a donation.
I think I got a donation, bro. I think I got a donation, bro. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Seeing how I can check it.
Seeing how I can check it. Seeing how I can check it.
Here's how to set up donations on Twitch. This tutorial will cover two methods. The first using Twitch as a Twitch partner, and the second using Streamlabs. First, let's take a look at donations as a Twitch partner. To become a Twitch partner, you need to complete achievements inside of Twitch. You can apply to become a partner on the Twitch website. Once you're a partner, you can receive or give donations 2 different ways. One method is through subscriptions. This allows you to donate to a streamer on a monthly basis. If you're not interested in recurring donations, Twitch Bits are another option. This is a form of Twitch currency that can be bought with real money. To donate with it, pull up Twitch chat and select the cheer command. If you're not a Twitch partner, you can use Streamlabs. Streamlabs is a free and easy way to manage your Twitch stream externally from Twitch. First, link your PayPal to Streamlabs so you can accept donations. Let's set that up. Log into your streamlabs.com dashboard. On the bottom left, choose Settings. Then PayPal. This will open up a link to PayPal that allows you to log in and link it to Streamlabs. Now that your PayPal account is linked in Streamlabs, you need to make a donation panel on your Twitch channel, which you will then link to. Log into your account on twitch.tv. On the top right, click on your user icon. Then go down and click
Got
chat.
2 that want to come.
This will bring you to
Got
the
2 that
channel
want to
page.
come.
Next, click on chat.
I think Sicario.
At the bottom,
I
as
think
Spanish
TikTok's
panel
playing by
panel
herself, so I think
section.
she'll come. I think TikTok's playing by
To
herself,
add
so
a
I think
panel,
she'll come after
click
a
on the
game too.
plus icon.
Wait for them or just go?
Then click Add a text
You have
or
to-
image
Wanna-
panel.
Want to wait for them or just go?
Click
You want
Add
to
image.
wait for them?
You
You
can
have
find
less
free
time
donation
than
images online.
You have less time than
We're gonna
mine.
use this one.
You have less time than me though.
Inside the image links to box, you're going to add your donations link from Streamlabs. Create another tab or window and go to your Streamlabs dashboard. At the top, search donation settings and open that page. Here, you can find your donations link. Copy the link, then go back to your Twitch page and paste the link in the image links to box. Click submit. Go back up and unexpand the panels. Now you have a donate link on your Twitch channel where viewers can pay you with PayPal.
I am so sick of seeing the exact same thing being tweeted by streamers when they go live on Twitch or YouTube. Do people actually think that tweeting or posting to Discord with the words "I'm live" followed by their Twitch link is actually going to get people to click through and visit their stream? That might have worked 5 years ago, but nowadays you've got to put a little bit more effort into grabbing people's attention and bringing them across to your live stream. So rather than just sitting here and complaining about it, I thought I would teach you guys how to create your own GIFs or GIFs or however you want to say it, so that you can share something a little bit more unique and a little bit more creative next time you go live. And the best part is that this doesn't even have to be just about you posting when you go live. Once you follow this tutorial, you're going to have the skills to be able to create animations
It wasn't a
like these.
donation. It was a
Absolutely
refund.
anything you would
It
like
wasn't
to
a
share,
donation.
such as
It was a
inviting
refund.
people to your Discord server
That
or
was a
posting when
donation.
you uploaded a new video to YouTube or anything like that. So go and grab yourself a cup of tea or whatever it is that people outside of England drink, and let's get creative. Just before we get started, I would like to give a big shout out to the sponsor of this video, Flixia. Flixia is a cloud-based video editor with direct integration to Twitch and YouTube, allowing you to easily edit your streams without needing to download and upload big files, which saves
there's
you
TikTok.
hours of time. They even have a large
there's
library
TikTok.
of
You lag out?
collections and custom assets you can add
Yeah, do you
your
have a
videos.
fourth?
Join over 30,000
Yeah,
people
do you have a
using
fourth?
Flixia to edit their videos and get a whopping 30% off your first year with coupon code Gaming Careers. Check out the first link in the description to learn more. Okay, so for this tutorial, we're going to be using Adobe After Effects. Now, if you don't already own Adobe After Effects, they have a free 7-day trial. I'll leave a link down in the description, or you can just Google After Effects free trial. I think it's 7 days, but it's completely limit-free, so you can use the software.
Oh
for free.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
another thing
yeah.
worth
That
mentioning
happens
is
to me.
in the
Oh
Gaming
yeah,
Careers
yeah,
channel,
yeah,
there's
yeah.
a
That happens
channel
again
that's
all the
called
time.
Free
Send me a
Downloads,
whisper if
where
that
I
happens
will be
again.
uploading
TikTok.
a finished
No,
project
we
file from
wouldn't.
this
Shut
video
up.
with some really easy controls so you can customize your
No, we
username,
wouldn't.
Play like-
No, we
and
wouldn't.
even add your own
Shut
logo or
up.
avatar
You
into
play
the
like
start. So
13
that'll
hours
be the
one day.
really
You
easy
play
way
you
to
play like
create this.
13
I
hours
recommend
one day
following
with
through
us.
with this
and
tutorial
we're
and
straight.
actually creating
can't
it for
hear our
yourself
voices,
from
You got
scratch.
whisper
Then
to
you
me
can
if
have
we, there's
the
technical
creative
issues. You
voice
got
and
whisper to
then
me. If you
you
can't
can
hear our
use
voices,
technical
you know we're
issues.
always talking. If you
We'll
can't
get
hear our
into
voices,
voices,
you know we're
we'll
always
start
talking.
getting
A
on
glitch
with it.
screen.
Okay,
Can't
so
hear
in
our
After
voices,
Effects, we
that
want to
means
start
you're in a
a
glitch
new
screen.
composition And here you can name this whatever you want. I'm going to call it Now Live GIF or something along those lines.
I'll get a fourth.
For the resolution,
Sicario,
you
I
want to
think
leave
I'll
this
get
at
a
16:9 ratio.
Sicario, I
because
think,
that's
wants to
what
play
works
with
really well
us.
on Twitter and in places like Discord where you'll be posting this GIF. I'm going to set mine to 1920 by 1080. I might, when I'm rendering it out, lower this resolution if we need a smaller file size, but it's a great starting point, especially if you want to include this looping GIF.
So
in a
TikTok,
video
you
or
think I
anything
shouldn't
like
look
that.
too much into that?
So
So TikTok, you think I shouldn't look too much into that? It is, or it is what it is. You think it's more than what it is, or it is what it is.
Duration, I know because I've previously created this that I want it to be roughly 6 seconds.
What's
If
that?
you want something
What's
longer
that?
with more words, feel free
What's
to set
that?
this to 10
What's
or
that?
20 seconds. I
Okay.
just recommend that if it's for a looping
I
GIF,
got you,
you want
got
to keep it quite short. So 6
the way I
seconds for
got
me,
you.
and then we can press OK. Next, we'll
Nah,
import
but
our
you know,
logo
like
or
the
our
way I
avatar.
conduct myself
Whatever.
online, like the way I conduct myself online, I mean, I don't conduct
So
anybody
come to the
offline.
project
You know
window
what I mean?
here,
I don't
you
show
can
respect to me. I show respect to you.
select
You
the
show
file you
respect
want
to me. I show
import,
respect to
the Gamer
you.
Careers logo, and then we want to drag
Reciprocal.
that down into our timeline here. You can see it appearing in our composition. If you need
But
to
the
make
weird
your
thing
logo
is, he
or
sent me a
avatar smaller or
friend
bigger,
request after, so I'm thinking
he sent me a
friend
on
request
the
after,
keyboard
so
to
I'm
bring the
thinking
scale
it wasn't
properties,
him.
And then just drag this 100% to the left if we need to make it smaller, or to
That's
the right
what
if you need to make it bigger.
that's what I
100%
thought. That's
seems
what
to
I
work well
thought.
for me. The last thing that we need
That's
to
what
make
I-
sure that we're doing to
That's
our
what I
logo
thought.
before we start
That's
our
what I
logo
thought.
to make
That's
sure
what
that
I
the
thought.
focal point
That's
is
what I
very,
thought.
very,
I got,
very
you know,
centre
I'm
of
like
the
trying to
logo.
talk to them,
So
like
we're gonna be
I,
at
you know, I just
primary
get
right
kicked.
to
Trying to
it.
talk
We
to
want make
them,
sure
and
it's
then like
rotating
what?
around
Get
the
kicked.
centre. So to do that, make sure
Like,
you
you
have
guys
selected
invited
and then
me.
press
Why are you
Control,
kicking me?
Alt,
You guys
and home,
invited me.
and that
Why are
will
you
move the
kicking me?
icon to the very centre of the image. So the next thing we're going to do is add our background layer. So to do that,
But I think it was
right-click down
Obama
in
and his
the,
cousin that
timeline
did that
here,
to me. I
go
think it
to
was
new,
Obama and his
solid,
cousin that
and
did that
bring
to
up
me.
the options for a new
Well, he's not
solid.
in our
Here
team
you can
anymore.
select the colour. I'm going for this sort of grey-y blue sort of colour. I will leave all the hex codes that I use down in the description below.
So,
But
should we
anything you
go,
want to use, really,
3-man?
you can select
So,
it
should we
here,
go,
press OK.
3-man?
We'll add in the background layer. You'll notice that we can't now see our logo. That's just because the layer order is wrong. So if we drag our background layer below our logo,
I got 9
you can see it
viewers.
now appears
Damn.
properly.
I got 9
What's up,
viewers.
people?
Damn.
A little bit complicated. This
What's up,
project, so
people?
it's Just renaming your layers.
This is the
so
most
you know
I've had in a
exactly
bit.
which switch. So
This is
right-click,
the highest I've
rename
ever got.
this
It's like 20.
background,
I think the highest I've ever got. It's like
and then
20,
right click on the
25,
top
like
one. I'm going to
20.
rename this logo.
9 viewers ain't bad.
So time to start actually
9
animating
viewers
this
ain't
logo
bad.
to make it appear on our screen. So what we're going to do is play around with the position.
Gotta put a
keyframes
show
here.
on for them,
So
TikTok.
select the logo layer
Gotta put
here,
a show
press
on
P
for
on your
them,
keyboard.
TikTok.
We're going to change to our position. And a handy little tip when it comes to
TikTok got people. She got followers. TikTok got people. She got followers.
So what we're going to do is we're going to scroll across on our timeline here to roughly halfway through the first second, maybe 35 frames through. We're going to add a keyframe in this stopwatch. And that basically means that at this point in time, the logo will be exactly in this
Take
position.
credit as a. I
So
never
moving
take always
backwards
as a
to the
unit.
very
Take credit
start
as
when we want our logo to
always
be
as a
off
unit.
screen, if we move our timeline back to the start and then we drag our logo down, and then if we hold the shift key, it will lock it in place, and we'll just drag it so that it's off screen. And if we play this
got a
back,
lot of
we get
love.
the world's most
A lot of
boring
love.
animation
Got a lot of
moving
love.
up
A lot of
into
love
the
from
middle
people.
of the screen. And we're going to play around with that, but there's one more keyframe that we want to add first, and that's sort of
Wow.
20 frames in.
Is
We want
that-
this to actually be
nah,
at the
wow.
center of our screen. So
My
again,
screen shows
20 frames
6
in,
no rings.
drag our
My
logo,
screen
hold
shows
shift, we
6
want it
no
to stay in
rings.
place somewhere around about there.
Oh, okay,
And
now
again,
the-
super
now-
boring
yeah, yeah.
animation.
Oh,
You can
okay,
start
now
to
the-
see
now-
how it's
yeah,
going to
yeah.
animate onto screen.
9
So to
viewers
help
holding
make our
strong.
animation look a
Let's
little
go.
bit more natural, what we're going to do is select these
9
two
viewers
guys
holding
can,
strong.
chime in the
Let's
chat.
go.
Yeah.
9 viewers
Blue,
holding
and then
strong.
right-click,
Let's
keyframe
go.
that says
You guys can
easy.
chime
This
in the
is just gonna
chat
help
if you guys
with the
want. You guys
animation
can
to be a
chime
little
in
bit
the
more
chat
smooth.
if you guys
Anyone
whatever you guys say.
into the key
Hey,
frame.
Sling, I
reading
got
whatever
9
you guys
viewers.
say.
So
This
no
animation
shit in
a
the
little
bed.
bit more. So if we go to the 20
Let's
Hey
go.
Sling, I got 9
keyframe,
viewers,
and then
so
click on this
no
button,
shit Sling, I got
opens
9
the
viewers,
graph
so
editor.
no
Let's
shit in
go.
the
See a
bed.
graph that looks like this. If you don't
Let's
see
go.
this graph and instead you see the
Dig in
value
and
graph that
hold
looks like
the
this, all you have to
objective
do is
point. Dig in
right click
and
anywhere
hold
on the
the
graph
objective.
and change it to edit.
Oh,
You should see
Hardpoint is out. Hardpoint
They're just, they're just
the
even
right.
before.
And
They're
what
just,
we're basically
that's
gonna do
crazy.
is
Even
rather
before
than
we
the smooth
that's
animation, it's
crazy.
going to
One on. There's one on.
Again, if we look at the 20 frames in keyframe, we're just going to drag the top anchor point down
is
into
ours.
the
Hardpoint is ours.
Play this back now, you're going to start to see we're really nearly there with our animation, with the logo appearing on screen. The last thing we want to add is needed a little bit of rotation. So to add rotation keyframes, we can just press R on
Making
our
sure we
keyboard
have
to bring
spawns
up
for
our
next.
rotation keyframes.
Making
But
sure
it's
we have
useful to
spawns
see
for next.
both rotation and position next to each other. So we can click this little down arrow
Hard
twice,
point
and it'll show you all the transform sequence that we have added. So what we want to do is go 20 frames in when it's at the top of its sort of lock-in point, and this is where we want our rotation to be at 0 degrees, so in this correct position. And then if we go back to the beginning of the composition, where the logo is off-screen, we're going to drag this right value to the left to turn it back maybe 100
The enemy is taking the hard point. The enemy is
One shot,
taking the
top
hard
one.
point.
into place.
One shot, top one.
At 0 degrees at the top, and then slams down into its final position. So the last thing we'll do here, just to make it look a little smoother, easy, keyframe by
God damn, I got 3 guns shooting at me at the same time. God damn, I got 3 guns shooting at me at the same time.
You'll notice that the logo is moving here. It might not look the most realistic, and that's because human eyes, when we see an object moving, we can see blur as well. You can actually add that in After Effects called motion blur. All you have to do is click this button here to enable the motion blur option, and then make sure you have it enabled to our logo layer by clicking this box.
He's right there, Nick. He's right there, Nick.
We control the hard point.
Now, we don't want this logo to stay on the screen throughout our whole of our Illusion video. Once the animation is finished, roughly at about 50 frames in, and the logo is showing on screen. Now we have our logo there selected.
God damn, fling out the sun, bro. God damn, fling out the sun, bro.
And I'm going to type out the word now. Play around with the font color and sizing our character options here to make sure we can change the font.
Enemy has the hard point. Hard point. Enemy has the hard point. Hard point activated.
I'm going to change the color from this horrible green to the gaming version brown white. I'll leave all of the text codes that I use down in the description. Obviously feel free to play around with the font.
We control the hard point. We control the hard point. Hard point is ours. Hard point is ours.
You'll notice that's not in the very center of our composition. So to
Enemy
make sure
has
we're
the hard point.
centering it, make sure that
Enemy
the
has the
paragraph
hard
is centered,
point.
so it's not left aligned or right.
Hard point's under fire. Hard point's under fire.
Align it horizontally in the
Contact to the hard point.
Align it vertically.
Contact to the hard point.
Now we're going to show on screen on show now live. So let's duplicate this layer by highlighting it, Control D on the layer.
Good shit, Tick. Good shit, Tick. Go next, I got straps. Go next, I got straps.
The enemy is
Go next,
taking the hard point. Hard point is enemy is taking the hard point. Hard point is active.
Entering in any hex code I'm going to use is red. You can see that this word here now live. Live layer and positioning that
Teach you a lesson.
keyboard.
We control the hard point.
Teach you a
And
lesson.
just like
We
we did with the
control the
logo,
hard
we're going to
point.
work backwards. So let's go to around about
Hard point's under fire. Hard point's under fire.
Repeats.
Around here is where now
Repeats.
in their final positions. So let's add a position keyframe by clicking the stopwatch. You can just use the right and left arrows on your keyboard to position these properly. Hold down the right arrow. So I know that now is going to move to the left, so somewhere around about there.
Hard point confirmed.
We are going to
Hard
position
point
this
confirmed.
completely off the screen. So again, we can hold down the
The
right
enemy is
arrow
taking
on
the
our
hard
keyboard.
point. Hard point. The enemy is taking the hard point. Hard point is active.
Now we have this really bad.
He's in the hut.
From the right hand side. Further now.
He's in the hut. He's in the hut. He's in the hut. He's in the
We
hut.
want this to start in the center of the screen where it is currently. So let's add a keyframe there, and then at this end point at 1:13, where we're
Hey, Bell.
live coming in.
Hay bells, and alleyways. Hay bells,
A normal
and
alleyway
alley behind you in house.
Something along the line.
What's coming behind you in house?
Looks great. Now if we play this back,
Stop the sandbags.
I want this to
He's off the top of sandbags.
Hard point
He's
under
off the
fire.
top of
First
sandbags.
keyframe
We control the hard
to the
point.
right a little bit.
We control the hard
And now if
point.
we play it back, you can see it now doesn't start moving until we're getting closer to
Hard
it.
point located.
What we're going to do
We
is
control
obviously
the hard
make
point.
motion blur for both
We
players.
control the
So
hard
that's
point.
both players.
Hard
Hey,
point
man.
is active.
And we're just
Hard
going to
point
use
is
all
active.
of them. So highlight them all.
Lost
right
bounce.
click,
Contact at the
keep
hard
them
point.
easy.
Lost bounce.
Now
Contact
if
at
we
the
play it
hard
back,
point.
you can see it's much more animated. You get that nice pushing the word down. Just like with the logo, you put down the screen throughout the whole video. So about 1 second
Hard
and 30
points
seconds,
under fire.
somewhere around here.
Hard points under fire.
So make sure you have them both selected by holding down shift, clicking on both of them, and then control shift D, split the layers, delete the split, and then we can see that it's now
What's in hay bales?
live and ready to move on to the next bit. Next bit
what?
is choose
One's in hay bales?
on,
Hard
no
points
animation.
under fire.
One's in hay bales. One's just jumped out of hay bales. One's just jumped out of hay bales.
On, you're gonna highlight it.
Alright, there's already one next on the corner.
Okay,
on
next.
Whatever
the
color
door.
it is that you want to use.
Rotate next. There's already one next on the corner on. There's already one next on the corner on the.
Hard point
In
located.
the very center of the
Hard
composition.
point located.
Again, we don't want this to start at the very start of our composition.
The
so
enemy
come
is
to where
taking
we
the
are.
hard point. Hard point is
Next
enemy is
across to
taking
the
the
right.
hard point. Hard point is
It's
active.
now live. And then we want to end this layer split the layer, delete the split. And now we have the next one.
Contact at the hard point.
Getting pretty used to
Contact at the hard
layers
point.
now, but this next one we're going to add
The enemy is taking the hard point. The enemy is taking the hard point.
right click, new text.
Hard points under
Timeout.
fire.
Switch.
Hard points under fire.
Maybe so it's going to be the full URL. Appearing on top of our current layer. So let's do. Let's start by changing the highlight here before we change the color. Click purple here. Again, I will leave all the text codes that I've used down in the description below. Or you can just find them
Hard point located.
with a Google search.
Hard point
So switch
located.
in purple, we're going to make sure it's center aligned in the paragraph.
The enemy is taking the hard point. Hard point. The enemy is taking the hard point. Hard point is active. We control the hard point.
There's one in fucking hen house.
We control the hard point.
There's one in fucking hen house. There's one in fucking hen house again.
Onto this,
Chicken.
where it actually looks like it's typing out
Hard
the
points
.db
under
for-
fire. Hard points under fire.
using an effect. We first need
We
to make
control
sure
the hard point.
it's showing the effect.
We control the
window,
hard point.
the window. Make sure that you've got effect and presets enabled, and then over here, maybe on the right hand side or wherever you have it set up, you can type in.
The enemy is taking the hard point. The enemy is taking the hard point.
One shot.
Place onto our system.
He's one shot back.
Now you'll
Left,
notice
left.
that
He's
the
one shot
switch has
back.
disappeared.
Left,
If we
left
drag
corner.
our
TikTok.
mouse across the timeline here, or play it.
Enemy has the hard point. Hard point. Enemy has the hard point. Hard point located.
Make sure that we're starting with the word Twitch. So to do that, we'll
Hard point is active.
the TV properties.
Hard point is active.
We
control the hard point. We control the hard point.
We already have these two keyframes.
The enemy is taking the hard point.
Animation
The enemy is taking the hard point.
Kill top.
100% on our typewriter.
Kill
So
top.
the first thing we can do is actually increase the speed of this animation by
One on top of
top.
the
keyframe to
flat, flat.
One on top of fucking. Plat. One on top of fucking.
Contact at the hard
Plat.
point.
Plat.
start with nothing typed.
The enemy is
Start with
taking the
Twitch
hard
type.
point. The enemy is taking the hard
One
point.
shot flat. One shot flat.
Make sure it's highlighted.
He's one shot flat. One shot flat. He's one shot flat. One shot flat.
Out. Don't want the full stop, so somewhere around about there, 63% with the font that I've used. And now we can start with the Twitch and then add on the W as we need. Now if we watch this back, it still looks a little bit naff, and that is
Hard
mainly
point located. Hard point located. Hard point is
something
ours.
else needs to come to the
Hard
right.
point is
It would be a
ours.
lot cooler if
What a
it was
ludicrous
Twitch
point is
in the
active.
middle and then
What a ludicrous display. Contact at the hard point. Contact at the hard point. Hard points under fire. Hard points under fire.
Here in this keyframe, we want to center this. So right and left keys to center.
Contact at the hard point.
Right there outside the gate.
Contact at the hard point.
camp in the front of the gate. Warning, camp in the front of the gate.
On top of hay bales, on top of hay bales.
On top of hay bales, on top of hay bales. On top of hay bales, on top of hay bales.
Worth adding the motion of the light again in this box here, just as it's moving, it's going to add a little bit of flow.
Regroup, move out.
Now close the box.
Regroup, move out.
Really nice now live on Twitch.tv. We just want to end this layer.
Slingy, 20 seconds, bro? Come on. Slingy, 20 seconds, bro? Come on, man.
250 is what I've got it set to. Control Shift V, delete the top layer, and
Especially a 3-man, bro. You can't do that with
nice. They're making
Especially a
progress.
3-man, bro. You can't do that with. Especially a 3-man, bro. You can't do that with the
Is
3-man.
that the name that I'm doing in the beginning? Probably the most complicated effect that we're covering today, but certainly not impossible. If you follow along, you're going to have it done in no time. So it does apply a couple of new techniques, but the reason I wanted to use this effect is because it teaches you about masks. It's a super important feature in Photoshop and After Effects and Premiere Pro and all these kind of editing programs where you can make sure you hide certain things behind a mask. So let's do as we have done so many times before. Right click, new text layer, and we're going to type out the word username. Obviously here, write out your real username. And if it takes up too much room on your screen, you can play around with the size and do whatever you need to do. Use a custom font, however you want to do it. I'm going to just write the word username, and I'm going to change it back to the Gaming Careers Off-White.
That L guy
and,
wasn't too bad.
I need to
That
highlight the
L
whole
guy
layer, so to do
wasn't
that,
too bad.
Gaming Careers Off-White.
You make our
Again,
good
as
players
always,
leave,
we're gonna make
Sling.
sure it's
You make
center
our good
aligned
players
and
leave,
then
Sling.
vertically and
Can't do
horizontally
that
in
shit.
the center as well. As always, we want to make sure that this starts when the Twitch.tv layer has finished.
Gotta
So
start
drag
turning
this
the
to
quarter,
right to
Sling.
make
You
sure it
can't.
doesn't
Gotta
appear
start turning the
beforehand,
quarter,
and then
Sling. You
we can
can't
see
start
it showing at the
doing
right
the
time.
shit to win.
Okay,
You
so
gotta
this
start
is our sort of
doing the
placeholder
shit to
username
win.
that is always going to show in the
Like
very
a
center
bad
of our
record
screen.
playing
So what
over
we're
and
going to do
over
is
again.
come
Like a
across to
bad
our layer
record
here, right
playing
click,
over
and
and
go
over
to
again.
pre-compose, and here we can just type in username,
this
and we want to make sure that we're moving all attributes
this is-
into the new composition.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is just
invite you.
because we're going to be duplicating this
Yeah, I'm
layer,
invite
and
you.
adding those stacks above and below, and adding different masks to
Hey, I
each of
got
those.
2 with me.
Still
I
want
got
to
2
always
with
be
me.
able to
Hey, I
come
got
back and
2
change
with me.
this
I
word
got
if
2
we
with
need
me.
to, and it will
Hey, I
update
got 2
all of
with
the
me.
stacks, so that's why we've got
LGM, I got 2 with
so
me.
let's create that first stack, which is
LGM,
gonna
back
move
out,
from the
please.
middle and move up just once. So let's duplicate the username layer by Control D. Press P to open up the position keyframes. Make sure our timeline's at the beginning. Add a position keyframe where it's in the center, and then move forward roughly 20 frames or
There's
so.
one.
And we're going
One
to
more.
move it up just by using
There's
the up
one.
and down arrows.
One
So
more.
going to move it up so that there's still a little bit of overlap, which we'll get rid of when we start to use a mask. Something around about there. Next, we'll play around with the actual animation of these keyframes.
Oh, no,
so
no.
highlight them both, right click,
Hello. Oh, no, no.
and easy ease.
Let's
And then we're going to
go.
go back
Go,
into
go.
the
Alright.
editor, highlight both of the
Alright,
keyframes.
let's go.
Anchor
Go,
points to the
go.
far right
Let's
hand
go.
side,
Go,
all the way to
go.
100%. This animation is really going to go slow.
Watashi wa no
Speed.
desu.
Watashi
Watashi wa no
slow again.
desu.
So if we watch that,
Young
that
desu
line,
ka?
see that's looking exactly
Domo arigatou gozaimasu.
masking.
Domo
Before we add the
arigatou
mask to the top
gozaimasu.
stack, let's make sure that we've got the bottom stack done as well. So
Last
let's
game,
take this
Sugoi,
top
Sugoi.
stack that we've done, duplicate
yeah,
that
good
layer, drag it down
Last
to the bottom
game,
just so we
Sugoi,
keep a nice
Sugoi.
order.
Last
Position
game,
keyframe
Sugoi,
for
Sugoi.
that. And then if we
I just said
highlight
he
the
had a good
second
game
position
last game.
keyframe for the
Yeah.
bottom stack, we just want to change this to be down.
Yeah.
So we can now hold down the down arrow. We want it to roughly match up with the same position as the up one was. So I'm looking at this A gap here to be able to do it. So there's a little gap between the A. I'm just going to sort of match that gap here as well.
Nice to
If we
meet
play
you
that back,
too.
we've got the exact same animation.
Nice
of
to
it
meet
going
you
up
too.
and down. So before we add our masks, we need to pre-compose both of these layers again. So take the top one,
California.
the top stack, right click,
But I'm in
pre-compose,
South
California.
and do this as top text.
Yeah, but
We
I'm-
want to make sure that we're doing
but
this
I'm in
up
South
and
Korea.
into the new composition.
But I'm in
And we do the
South
exact same
Korea.
For the bottom
Yes.
one,
So
right
Slingy
click,
and
pre-compose,
TikTok,
and
California.
Yes.
I'm
bottom
South Korea,
text.
you're Japan.
Make sure we have this
So
option
Slingy
enabled.
and TikTok,
Okay, and now we
California.
have
I'm
those
Slingy and
middle,
TikTok,
middle,
California.
and
I'm
first
South
half,
Korea.
TikTok
You're Japan.
So to
So half and
California,
half.
let's
Slingy,
start with the
California,
top stack.
you and
So
I,
highlight
Like
the
TikTok
top stack,
is
and we're
in
gonna
California.
add
TikTok
Slingy,
California.
California,
You and
California,
I,
Asia.
Slingy
New mask.
California.
And
You
you
and
can see
I,
it's added a
Asia.
rectangle mask for us. All we have to do is use the up and down arrows. So up arrow for the top one. Going to keep dragging this up until we've deleted a little bit of this top username. So you can see as we're moving up now, it's deleting it, and we want to leave a small gap, something like that. And you can see there, it's masked out the bottom of the top stack, which is exactly what we want.
Yes.
We want to repeat
Damn,
that for the
TikTok,
bottom
yeah,
stack. So
48
highlight the bottom
eliminations.
text
Damn,
line,
TikTok, yeah,
mask
48
mask,
eliminations.
mask.
My
Instead of
server
using
good.
the up arrow, we're going to use the down arrow on
That's
this
pretty
one,
good.
and
You
just
hungry.
delete the top bit of
You
the-
hungry.
or not
Slingy,
delete, but
you
mask
better-
out
you
the
better
top
get 2
of
minutes
the
on
text
points, Slingy.
with a similar sort of gap.
I'm gonna drop
Slingy,
you now.
you better
We have
you better get
the
2
top
minutes on
and
Slingy.
bottom
You
stack
better
for the
you
first
better get
half.
2
Then
minutes
now
on
really
points.
what we're
Don't.
going to do is
Coaching
duplicate
time's
this
drop
over.
you if you
couple
don't.
more times.
Learn
Add
to
up
up
ride
to
the
you.
mountain, you're
So
the
let's
hill
create our
bitch.
next stack.
Coaching
Up to
time's
you.
over.
This,
You
you
better
better
learn
get
to
it.
ride
Coaching
the
time's
fucking
over.
hill,
Slayer
bitch.
by
You better learn to
Control D.
ride the
Gonna be
fucking bottom of the
hill,
list. You better
bitch.
be on the hill.
Position of this
Gonna be
full
bottom of the
layer
list.
by
You better
using
be on the
up and
hill.
down arrows until we're roughly in place. What I'd recommend doing
Heavy
here to make sure that
lifting
you're making the
for
same
kills
gap
will be
again.
them.
Create the same gap
I'll
again.
still
We
beat
want
you
this
on
to
hill
be
The heavy
time,
lifting
but I need your support.
for kills will be the heavy lifting. I'll still beat you on hill time, but I need your support. I'll still beat you on hill time, but I need your support.
2 minutes.
Better get about 2
Press
minutes
M
on
your
hill
keyboard to
sling.
bring up the mask. Click to highlight the mask.
2
and
Two
then
minutes.
Stop being a little bitch, bro.
change
2
the
minutes.
So we're gonna make this a small
2 minutes, Sling. Stop being a little bitch, bro. 2 minutes, Sling. Stop being a little bitch,
without
bro.
the mask
We're
highlighted.
not
your 2
gonna,
minutes.
we're not gonna win if you don't
The
get
enemy
it.
is taking the hard point. The enemy
Not
is
gonna,
taking the
not
hard
gonna win if you don't get. We're not gonna win if you don't get 2 minutes. Right there.
Repeat this whole process to the bottom. I'll try and explain it again in case we didn't get that. Duplicate the bottom text layer. We're going to move the next number first using up and down.
Hard points under fire. Hard
The
points
mask
under fire.
position where there's a small gap. Obviously, we want this layer to be masked up a bit more. So highlight the layer.
Damn.
Highlight the mask
Damn.
down on the keyboard.
They're watching all the corners.
So we're going to match this.
They're
up
watching
to the top
all
one,
the
so that
corners.
There will be right. And then deselect the mask, select the layer, and use the down arrow again. Gap between some of the
have
layers.
Hard point confirmed.
The process
I have
once
Hard
more.
point
I'll do that
confirmed.
now.
Hard point activated. We control the hard point activated. We
So we now
control the
have 3
hard
stacks
point.
above and
One's
3
in the
stacks
back.
below our username. Placeholder
Hard
layer.
points
If we
under
play this
fire.
back, you can see
One's
it
in the
doesn't
back.
look great,
Points
just
under
because they
fire.
animate the
One's in the back.
offset to the animations. It's easy to do. So here is our placeholder username, the one in the center. We want that to start right away at 2 seconds and 50 frames in. Move forward roughly 15
Contact at
frames
the
or
hard
so.
point.
We want the next
Contact
stack
at
to
the
start
hard
here.
point.
So highlight the first top
Hard
text
point
stack
is
and
ours.
Control click
Hard
bottom
point
text
is
stack as well
ours.
to select them both.
I
and
told
then
them put
drag
dead
these
silence,
both
you
to
never
the right.
listened.
Then move forward maybe 10 frames or so.
I
We'll
told
do the
them
same
put
with the
dead
next
silence. You
one.
never
Select
listen.
this layer,
I told
control
them put
click.
dead silence. You never listen.
Contact at the hard point.
Contact
Contact at the hard point.
And the very top and
Hard
the very
point
bottom
is
stuff
ours.
like that as well. If you
Hard
now
point
this,
is
you can see
ours.
that they sort of fan out,
Nice.
animating one at a time, which is great.
We have the
Last thing
lead.
to do
Keep
is
it up.
enable motion blur
Hard
for all
point
these layers
confirmed.
because
Keep
there
it
is some
up.
movement
Hard
on them all
point
except for the
confirmed.
center one, I guess. And then we have a really nice
Hard
looking
point
animation.
activated.
The final thing we're going to do with
Hard
this
point
stack is
activated.
actually play around with the colors. Now this is
The
something
enemy
that's
is
super
taking the
simple
hard
to do.
point.
We don't have
The
to go
enemy
back
is
into
taking
loads
the
of
hard
animation
point.
presets. We're just going to drag an effect onto any layers that we want to change the color for.
They
So
have
up
the
to you if you want to.
advantage.
You can play around with
They
any
have
colours
the
you want, and
advantage.
make them,
Yeah,
actually
come on.
make them slightly more grey.
Hey guys, come on. One more, you guys. Come on. One more,
We're
right
gonna
there.
type in fill. We want to make sure that we're taking the generate fill effect.
Come on,
Enemy
one
at the
shot
hard
on
point.
him.
Enemy at the hard point.
Oh, come on. One shot on him. Oh, come on. One shot on him.
Control panel.
We control the hard point.
Back to our
We
original
control
color,
the
or
hard
whatever color you
point.
want the center layer to be. So for me, that's white. But actually, this is really useful to
We
now
control the
copy and
hard
paste
point.
this effect.
It's okay, it's
We
okay.
control the hard point.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Rotate.
Hard point
Switch.
under fire.
Rotate.
The effect.
Hard point
You
activated.
can
We
change the
control
colour
the
to
hard
whatever you
point
like if you want the first
activated.
stack
We
to be a
control the
different
hard
colour.
point.
But what I'm actually going to do is play around with the opacity, which is
They're
going to
coming back, sling, back.
but really it's just getting
Backside, sling, backside.
They're coming back, sling, back. They're coming back, sling, backside. Behind us, backside, sling, backside. Behind us, right there. Finish him, one shot. Right there. Finish him, one shot.
to the second
The enemy is taking the hard point.
Sling, look back when I
Enemy
say
is
back,
taking
bro.
the hard point.
Sling, look
Gonna give
back
it
when
a
I say
slightly
back,
darker
bro.
grey. Copy that and paste it.
I had to
the
say that
center
3
of the same
times.
colour, and
Hard
then
I had to
point
say that
under
3
fire.
times.
Hard points under fire.
copy and paste that down to the bottom. Now you can see we have
Contact
this
at
really
the hard
nice
point.
where the
Contact at
shades
the
of
hard
white
point.
get slightly greyer. Now the reason we put so much effort in
Hard
pre-composing
point
all
is
of those
ours.
layers is because if you
Hard
ever want to
point is
change
ours.
your
Rotate next,
username,
rotate next,
if you want
rotate
to
next.
maybe render out a
Rotate
graphic
next,
for one
rotate
of your
next,
friends
rotate
or
next.
something like that, is really simple
Hard
to do
point
now.
confirmed.
All we have to do is go into our
Hard point
placeholder layer, this
confirmed.
one in the center, double click to open it, and then
Hard
change
point
whatever we write
activated.
in here.
Hard
So it
point
can It's
Hardpoint
from
activated.
username to
Hardpoint is
whatever
ours.
you want it to be back to our now live edit.
Contact
starting to look a little bit messy, so I'm just going to grab all of these by clicking the bottom one, shift, and clicking the top one, pre-compose all of these into a composition. I'm just going to call this stack.
One stairs. Oh, that's us.
Alright, there's
Again,
coming.
One stairs.
Front
Oh,
of us.
that's us.
Position. Now we just have one there.
Alright, they're coming.
Hardpoint's under fire.
Alright, they're coming.
If we watch
Hardpoint's
this
under
full
fire.
animation now, you can see that we have all of our text in
Contact
place,
at the hard
looking
point.
really good. But what I'd
Contact
like to
at the
have
hard
is for the
point.
stack of usernames to open and then actually close.
One shot,
Hardpoint
one
is
shot.
ours.
So right now they're just opening and then
Hardpoint
screen
is
to
ours.
Rotate next,
One shot, one shot.
Rotate next, rotate next. Only
It's one shot, one shot.
creating
Rotate
that
next,
whole
one stick.
animation again in
Rotate
reverse.
next, rotate
Because
next, only one stick.
duplicates this
Rotate
layer.
next, rotate next, only one stick.
So go to roughly on your
Hardpoint
timeline
confirmed.
somewhere where
He's one shot on guy heading.
somewhere around 4
Enemy
seconds.
has the hard
Gonna
point.
do-
Hardpoint.
He's
enemy
one shot,
has
one
the
shot
hard
on God
point.
Heady.
Hardpoint
He's
is
one shot on God Heady.
Light bomber assist. Light bomber assist. Coming in.
You guys getting nobody?
Control D.
You guys getting
and then
nobody?
across so that the animation
Contact
is
at
playing
the hard
twice. So
point.
right now it's playing
Contact
open
at the
and
hard
then
point.
open again. What we'll do is reverse this second layer, so it starts
Hardpoint's
open,
under fire.
So
Hardpoint's
highlight
under
here,
fire.
right click, go to time, and then time reverse layer. And now if we play that back, you can see it opens the stack and then
Damn,
plays
it's okay, triple team.
The enemy is taking the hard point.
Damn,
The
they're
enemy
getting
is
triple
taking
team.
the hard point.
Damn,
Friendly
it's
sending
getting
an
triple
airstrike.
team.
as well, since they're now
Friendly sending an
pre-configured.
airstrike.
And then the last thing that I want to do here is
One shot, one shot.
with how this username is on screen like that. It looks a little bit
One
plain,
shot,
but
one
it's
shot.
purely purple.
Rotate
One
next,
shot,
rotate
one
next,
shot.
Rotate next,
Wipe
rotate next.
transition just to wipe across
Hard
the
point
word
confirmed.
Rotate next, 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 rotate next.
It's really simple.
Hard
There's an
point
effect
is
for it
active.
to come across to your effect.
Rotate
Hard
next.
point is
Panel
active.
again.
The enemy is
Type in,
taking the
Rotate
hard
next.
point.
White.
The enemy is
White's
taking the
gonna be
hard,
in
driving
option,
us
so
back.
Linear.
They're
so
driving us
linear
back.
white. Make sure you're not taking the presets one. You're actually taking
Hard
the
point's under
transition
fire.
linear white here.
Hard
Drag it
point's
down
under
onto
fire.
our second duplicated layer there, and you can see it's
Your
probably
teammate
not
called an
taking
airstrike.
so
Heads
far
up.
because
Your
it's
teammate
no
called an
preset. So what we
airstrike.
want to
Heads
do
up.
is pop open the
Contact
panel
at the
here,
hard
go to
point.
effect,
Nice.
linear
Contact
white.
at the hard
You can see
point.
we have
Nice.
3 different controls here: transition, completion, wipe angle, and feather. The wipe angle is fine at 90 degrees because we want this to wipe from left to right. But what we want to do is
Nice.
position our timeline roughly
Enemies
when it
called
has the single
strafing run.
username on its
Hard
own.
enemies
and then
called
the transition
strafing run.
completion key
Hard point's under
we
fire.
have
Lead.
and then
Keep
move
it up.
forward to find the
We have the
end,
lead.
and then
Keep it up.
Go next,
from
go next, I got
0% all the way
straps.
to 100%.
Go next.
And now we want to
Go next, go next.
Go next, go next, I got straps. Go next, go next, go next, I got straps. Go next, go next, go next.
Hard point located.
Go next, go next,
you
go
can
next.
see that adds a little bit of feather there.
Hard
And you can
point is
see
active.
Now it looks super clean.
Hard
If we
point
watch
is
back
active.
the full animation, we should have a really nice
We
looping
control
GIF.
the hard point. We control the hard point.
Okay, so animation has been finished now. Very, very
Hard
happy
point's
with the
under
project
fire.
we've got. The last
Hard
step
point's
is to
under
export
fire.
as a GIF, so we can include it in tweets and Discord messages and things like that. And that's
Oh,
no. Very easy to do. So
Oh no.
Nice.
so I'm going to go with the easiest method.
Nice.
Hard point
Nice.
is ours.
That means we don't
Hard
have to
point
mess around
is
with
ours.
PNG sequences and importing them into
We
Photoshop
control the
and
hard
loads of
point.
other complications.
We control the
He's
hard
back.
point.
He's back.
Rotate next, rotate next.
Rotate next,
Contact at the
rotate
hard
next.
point.
Rotate next, rotate next.
Adobe Media
Rotate
Encoder
next.
queue, which means it's going to open up Adobe
The
Media
enemy is
Encoder,
taking
which
the hard
comes
point.
included with
The
After
enemy is
Effects.
taking the
And
hard
we're
point.
going to
Located.
customize some of the options there.
Hard
Once
point
that opens
located.
up, we're going to get some different options here. You might not have
Hard point is
H.264
active.
selected as your format to
Hard
start.
point
but don't
point
worry,
is active.
select whatever word
Hard
is here, and
point
we
is
can actually H.264 very easily. So you should get a window like this, and you want
Hard
to change
point's
the
under
format
fire.
to H.264.
Hard
It's gonna
point's
make
under
it
fire.
really readable by a lot of the online converters.
2 minutes on hill sling.
Export video and audio. We obviously
2 minutes on hill sling.
video. Here you
Hard
can
point's
choose
under
to
fire.
save the video. I'm going to save this one to my desktop.
Contact
In
at
the
the
video
hard point.
settings, you can
Contact at the hard point. Hard point's under fire. Hard point's under fire.
Behind me. Behind me.
Hard point's under fire.
Exactly as we set up.
Hard point's under
I don't
fire.
think any other options need to be changed here. A bit rate of
You wanna
10
go
megabits per
next?
second is
You wanna go
absolutely
next?
plenty. You can just hit OK, and then this little start arrow here to start the render. So since it's such a small animation, it should only take a few seconds to render out. And the last thing we need to do is convert the MP4 to a GIF.
Hardpoint
So I've included a link down in the description
located.
below to my favorite MP4 to GIF converter. It's very, very simple.
Hardpoint is active.
Hardpoint is
Hardpoint.
active. You just render that out.
Sling, why are you camping the same area as
We
me,
have some
bro?
options if we want to.
Enemy is hard.
Bling, why you
Why are you
camping
camping
the
the
same
same
area as
Work
me,
here,
bro?
changing the frame rate.
One in radio.
Down to 30 if you're going to be using this GIF on places like Twitter and this.
One in radio.
Playback 60 FPS GIF. It's playback at half speed. So you need to change the frame rate here to 30 if you're wanting to use the GIF on those.
Come on, I got 3. Come on.
Use that video project.
Come on, I got three. Come on.
Only 1 in there.
So we're going to change the frame rate here to 30, and you can of course change the video size down here.
Only one in there. One in there.
Go new.
180 should be fine. You can simply click convert now.
Go new. Go new.
It'll only take a couple of minutes really.
Hardpoint
One home from church.
One home from church.
Control the hard save link as save this wherever we want. I'm going to save it to my desktop, and you can see now we have
Enemy is taking the hard.
Twitter and GIF score.
Double kill again. Come on, guys. I need help.
Double kill again. Double kill guys. I need help. Guys, I need help.
Control the hard point.
Now live or anywhere like that. Hopefully this
Heads up. Heads up. Coming in hot.
extra effects, and you can now take those on and do play around with it. I want to see different words, different colours, different logos, whole different animations, playing around with weapons or appearing from. Share those with me on Twitter.
Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next.
Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next.
Like I mentioned at the beginning,
This is
this
game
is
right
in the
here.
Gaming Careers Discord if
Hard
you want to
point
have
is
a look
hard
at the
point
finished
is active.
project.
We need
and
full
ever
time
need
here.
to
Full
share
time
anything.
here.
But I'll catch
This
you
is
guys
game
in the
right
next
here.
video.
Game right here.
Peace.
Hard point's under fire. Under fire.
No. No.
Contact at the hard point. The hard point.
Oh, come on.
The enemy is taking the hard point.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Come on. Well, we did better on time on hill, though.
Allies pulled. Allies pulled.
Welcome to the How to Animate in After Effects
better on
course.
time, better
My
on
name is
time on
Dave
hill.
Bodie for
Yeah,
Invano, and in this
Good
course,
job, Clean.
you will
Good
learn
job,
how to put
Clean.
together
I like
several
that. I like
useful
that.
text animations
See how
using
see
a
how
variety
the
of
score's
tools.
getting closer?
The main part of this course focuses on
One
3
27,
animations
105,
based on work created by
Skills
and burger logo
Look at the
treatment
other team.
using
127, 105, bottom guy in the
has a
bottom guy in
chalkboard
the
sketch look, an outer space / heads-up display logo treatment that uses some really simple animations and a bit of flash to make a great-looking animation, and a boutique-style logo treatment that uses a write-on effect and a bunch of leaf elements that has a really organic movement.
I gotta vote for our guest.
All of the assets in this course, such as fonts, graphics, and backgrounds, came from Envato Elements. And the great thing is, with a subscription, I can try them all. Envato Elements is perfect for video creators and producers with a limited download, video templates, stock footage, fonts, music, sound effects, and so much more. Before you dive into those great-looking design animations, you'll start by learning about keyframe animation. Then you will learn how to reveal text with masks and shape layers. From there, the rest of the course teaches you very practical examples, putting together great-looking animations with text, including those 3 animations that have art created by a graphic designer using assets.
LGM, can you back out,
In
please?
those lessons, you will learn how to prep the art
Slingy's
for use
leaving.
in
Let me
After
get
Effects,
it.
and then animate
Hit me up
all of
later,
the
bro. Hit me
elements.
up later, bro.
These lessons will use a combination of keyframe animation, text reveals, and After Effects expressions to create some complex and subtle movement. You will also learn about some third-party effects and scripts to help you with
Do
animating.
you have a friend?
None of those third-party effects and scripts are required, but it's good to know that there are tools out there to help you with
TikTok,
really
can you hear me?
tedious
TikTok, can you hear me?
animations when you need them. This course assumes that you have some basic After Effects knowledge. Perhaps you've already watched the After Effects for Beginners course. Now with that in mind, I'm going to
Play good on
explain
our- play
everything
good
that
on
I'm
our
doing
host.
so that you
Play
can
good
follow
on our
along.
host. Play good on our
But
host.
I
Okay,
am going to move
LGM
pretty quickly.
Wasn't my
Now, don't
host.
let this
Wasn't my
deter
host,
you.
but-
Most of the lessons are right around
Alright.
10 minutes.
It's
long.
okay. It's
So
okay.
you can watch the lesson
LGM,
to get an
three-man.
idea
It's
of
okay,
where
we'll
it's
go
going,
three-man.
and then go back to the beginning and follow along, and pause the video wherever you need to catch up. At the end of the course, you will have learned how to create several great-looking animations. Even better, you will have learned the techniques that are used to put them together, and you can use that knowledge along with your own creativity for countless animations. To get started, check out the next lesson, where you will learn about keyframe basics.
Hey video creators, with Envato Elements you can create better videos. How? With unlimited downloads of millions of creative assets, all with commercial licenses for one low cost. Because no matter which video you're creating, Envato Elements has everything you need. Get creative with unlimited downloads of royalty-free stock footage, video templates, audio, and millions of other creative assets.
All right, people, let's move on. So this is where Mike stands, and this is where the dinosaur comes in.
Yeah, Envato Elements is where you find and download everything. Motion graphics, dinosaurs, and create even more with social media assets, online content, everything.
Everything. Literally everything.
Music tracks, sound effects. Thank you. Everything you need for your videos, it's all unlimited. Deliver better videos faster with Envato Elements. Get started today.
In this lesson, you are going to learn about keyframe animation.
TikTok. Can you view me
Now,
so I
keyframe
can
animation
get,
in After Effects is the
to
primary
my-
way
to
that you do
my
animations.
my
With anything.
affiliate.
It doesn't matter if you're animating text, animating puppets, animating
You know what my
properties
you know
in
what my,
an effect on
remember
a
what my
video, or
Twitch is?
masks, or shapes. Most of that stuff is done, I would say, 98% of the time is done with keyframes. Now, if you've watched the After Effects
still
for
wanna know
Beginners
how you
course,
do how you do so
you
good
will have
on
already
our
learned a
host.
little
They're
bit
beasts,
about
they're beasts.
keyframe animation. But for those of you who have not, this is just going to be a quick overview. So the best way I think to show you how keyframe animation works is just to show you. So if you've got this composition
Because
open,
like when you
go
play
ahead and
off
follow
host, play
along.
off host, it takes a few
Let's
more
say,
bullets
for
to kill
example,
the enemy.
I want to
Enemies
animate
are
the
also
position
sponge bullets.
of my text layer here. Now, you'll notice that this is not a
What's that?
text
What's that?
layer. It's actually a pre-comp. That's because I have
It's like,
inside this
it's like
pre-comp
if they don't know
text
that, they don't
layer
know
and
that.
then
Invincible, kind of
a
invincible.
paper
each
texture,
life,
and
each
the
life
text is
two.
actually acting as a track map. More on that later. So if I want to animate the position, I need to bring up the position.
It is play on high latency,
And then if I click this stopwatch right here, this will toggle the ability of this property to change over time. And when I did that, you can see in the timeline
A lot of people don't know that are on the other team.
inserted this diamond shaped keyframe.
By that time,
What that keyframe is doing,
Now, I
we
assume
don't
that
know
you got a lot of
yet,
headshots.
is
You got a lot of
recording
headshots.
the
They don't have a
position
chance. They don't have a chance
of
to
my
keep about
layer.
it. Keep shooting you.
Now, if I scrub or play my composition here, nothing is going to happen. And that's because we need another keyframe for some animation to get moving here.
You searching?
So if I go back to the beginning of my comp and I take my layer and I just drag it down, and while I'm dragging it down, I'm just going to hold shift and that'll constrain the movement here to the vertical axis only, so I can get a nice straight up and down move. Or you can just come over here to the position property and just click and drag in the Y. So this is X, which is the horizontal, and this is Y, which is up and down. It's vertical movement here. You can see that as soon as you change the position, After Effects inserted another keyframe, which is right here. And so between these two keyframes, we get animation. We have one position keyframe here, which is recording this value. And then we have another position keyframe, which is recording a different value. Now, in the X property of the position, it's not changing, but it is changing, and you can see that right over here. It is changing the Y value of the position over time. And so this is what our keyframe animation looks like. If we want to go down the timeline further, let's say we want to go to maybe 3 seconds, and we want at 3 seconds to maybe 4 seconds, we want to move this again. What I'm going to do is come right over here, and I'm going to add a keyframe
Hard point.
at the
Move
current
on the
time.
objective. On the objective.
And then I'm going to go to 4 seconds, and I might just push this off to the right. And I did that
Enemy
by
has the hard
holding
point.
shift
Hard
again
point.
right after I clicked on my layer to constrain that to just to move it in the horizontal. And now my animation looks like this. Text comes up, it holds for 2 seconds, and then it flies off to the right. In fact, I'll just trim my composition here to make it a little shorter.
They have a AFK player on their team. Got not playing on the team.
Very cool. Now, these types of keyframes, you can see the diamond shape here, these are linear keyframes. Linear keyframes apply a uniform sort of interpolation to the movement, meaning that it all kind of moves at the same speed. And a really easy way to see exactly what's happening is if we jump into the graph editor, and you can do that by clicking on this button right here. And if you select the position, if it wasn't already selected, that'll bring up this graph here, which right now is representing the speed. Now, if yours looks like this, that's because you have it set to the value graph. So go ahead and click over to the speed graph, because I think for a lot of things this is more useful, especially when we're talking about the speed of the animation. And you can see that these linear keyframes, they don't do any kind of acceleration or deceleration. So this graph is representing pixels per second. At the start of the animation, we're zooming right along here at 696.3 pixels per second. And it continues at that speed until this frame right here at 1 second, where it goes to 0 instantly. And then right down here at just before 3 seconds, we go from 0 pixels per second, and we fly right up to 1521.7 pixels per second. And that flies off the screen. These types of linear keyframes or linear interpolation work for a lot of things, but it may not be the smoothest. And we can make this a lot smoother by selecting our keyframes, and you can just draw a rectangular marquee around the keyframes to select them. And you can see they turn blue when they're selected, or you can just click on the position property over here, and that will select all of your position keyframes. And then if you right-click on one of the keyframes, you click Keyframe Assistant, and it's just off screen here. Let me drag that up. Keyframe Assistant, and we can choose something like Easy Ease. And you'll see the shape of the keyframes now changes to an hourglass. And if we play the animation, you're going to hopefully see that this is a little bit smoother. Now, it is subtle, but the speed is no longer remaining at a constant. If we look at the graph editor again, check this out. Now our animation starts with a speed of 0, slowly accelerates until right in the middle of the animation, and then starts to decelerate again. So we're getting a much smoother kind of curve here, and it does look visually smoother when you're actually seeing what's happening on screen. Now with the graph editor, you can actually modify this curve by selecting one of the keyframes and then pulling out this handle here to make a smoother curve at the end part of the animation or the beginning of the animation. And check out what this looks like. Oh, it's got a totally different look. I mean, it's essentially moving from the same 2 spots. We didn't change the position. We didn't change the timing of the animation. It's still starting at 0 and ending at 1 second. But it looks different. It looks kind of smoother, maybe a little bit more realistic. Like that. And then we can do the same thing to the outgoing animation. We can make a very drastic curve like that. Or we can reverse this, pull that in tight, and pull this second handle all the way out, and have it look like it's being kind of shot into some viscous liquid or something like that. This kind of process of grading the keyframes and then modifying the interpolation between the 2 keyframes is a lot of what keyframe animation is all about. One part of it is what do you want the thing to do, which is move from point A to B, and from B to C, and then it's how do you want it to look. And the look part has a lot to do with how it moves. And a big thing that
Head up next.
determines
Head up
how
next.
it moves is the speed at which it starts
They're already
moving
next.
and
They're already
stops
next.
moving.
Locate.
And you can adjust that in a number of ways. One of those is with
We
the
lost
graph
spawn,
editor here.
We're there
We
too.
control
And
the
like I
hard
said, we can create
hard
all
point
kinds of
hard
different
point activated.
interesting variations on this curve here to make it come in like that and fly out like that. Lots of different options.
We control the
And there
hard
are other ways to modify that without clicking the right. And you can also double click on one of these keyframes and you can modify the incoming velocity's influence. That's pretty tedious. And then there are some third-party tools which I'm going to show you in an upcoming lesson.
One shot.
A very similar thing to working in the graph editor, but it makes it a lot more consistent and a lot easier, especially when you're working on multiple properties. So let me show you one thing here, because I want to kind of expand this idea. I'm just going to modify this by pulling up the position of this.
Behind me.
And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the rectangle tool, and with no layer selected, I'm just going to
Behind me.
little square here by holding shift as I click and drag.
Enemy has the hard
Then I'm going to
hard
hit
point
Control Alt
activated.
Home. That's going to put the anchor point right in the center of my shape layer here, and then Control Home will center this up. I'm going to grab the selection tool, reselect the layer, and pull this down to here, maybe scale down a little bit, and finally,
One shot
color
back.
this
One shot
something
back.
really gross like green. Actually, I think it's pretty cool. What I want to show you here is the idea of animating multiple layers and multiple keyframes. So what I'm going to animate with this layer is the position by pressing P, and then if I hold Shift and R,
Pick up the slack,
I can
pick up the
also bring
slack.
up the
We're finished.
rotation right here. Now you can get to all of the transform controls by just clicking down this little twirl down here. Transform, you can get to all of them, but if you know which properties you want to work with, you can just bring them up with the keyboard shortcuts. So P for position, and then Shift R will also add the rotation. Click and drag and pull down to enable animation and insert this keyframe here. And then I'll go down here and I will pull down this square to about here and then change the rotation to, I don't know, 180. So let's check out, if I just play it right now, let's look at what's happening here.
One shot back.
So I have an animation with two different layers across multiple properties.
One shot back.
And even though they're starting and ending at the same time, you can see these keyframes are all
Enemy
on 1
has the
second.
enemy has the hard
It doesn't look like it's starting and ending at the same time. It looks like somehow the animate is getting there faster, and it is. This is one of the things that can be really tricky when you're animating, because a lot of times you're not just animating one property, you're animating multiple properties. So the best way to deal with this is to kind of modify the speed of all of these properties at the same time. So because these are kind of a Bezier shape here with this hourglass, and they've been easy, and then I've messed with the curves here, and these are linear. If I just select all of these and then press F9, they'll instantly all be set back to easy ease. You can see that the curves all have about the same shape. They don't all have the same amplitude if you're thinking about this shape kind of as a wave. They do have the same kind of incoming and outgoing influence here. And if I play this, you'll see that now the animations look like they start and they stop at the same time. And if I wanted to modify these by giving them a little bit more of that kind of curvy look to them, what I would do is select all of these keyframes right down here, make a little bit more room here so you can kind of see what's going on. Right, so I'd click and drag, make a rectangular marquee and select all of these, and then maybe pull out this handle here. And now what you'll see is I get that nice curve where they kind of slide into position a little bit slower, or it kind of decelerates a lot faster, kind of like that. But the animations, both of these two layers and the multiple properties, they all look like they're moving at the same speed. Now sometimes you want this and sometimes you don't. So you may just select maybe one of these properties and make a different curve or something like this. Maybe you want that to look, I don't know, like this. And you're doing it intentionally. And that's totally fine. But when you want to get things to move at the same time, if I select all three of these properties and give the that's going to be kind of a trick now, because they're not all going to want to move at the same time. So you can either pull the handle all the way to the left and reselect it and then move it back, or you can just select all the keyframes here, hit F9 to reset
Can you
them
invite
to
him back?
easy
Can you invite him
ease,
back? I don't know how to. I don't know
and
how to
then
invite
select
him.
these and kind of move them from that
You see
easy
him?
eased point. Now, I know that was a lot to cover, and if it didn't make 100%
You see him?
sense,
You
don't
see him?
worry. In the next few lessons, you're going to see the same idea used
Yeah, you wanna
over and
invite him back? You
over,
wanna
so it's
invite him
really
back?
going to make sense when you see it used in real-world applications. So coming up in the next lesson, we're going to look at something that you're going to be using throughout the rest of this course, and that is ideas on how to reveal text. In the rest of the course, we're going to be looking at multiple ways to do text animations and do text treatments, and one of those is how do you reveal text.
There we go.
We're
There
doing
we go.
one in this lesson where it's just kind of flying in from the
Tomo
bottom of the
arigato,
screen.
tomo arigato,
That doesn't
arigato.
work for every text animation. So coming up in the next lesson, you're going to look at a couple of different ways
All right.
that you can
All right.
reveal text. So check that out coming up next.
I'm gonna give it to you, TikTok. Give it to you, TikTok.
In this lesson, you
will
are
try
going to
mine.
learn
I
how
will
to
try
do some
mine.
really simple text reveals, which is going to come in really handy for the rest of your After Effects journey.
Won't let me
working
give it. Won't
with
let me give it to you,
text.
TikTok.
Now, if I didn't mention it before, all of the assets, including the fonts, have come from Envato Elements. If you didn't know that Envato Elements had fonts, check this out. If you go to Envato Elements and you click on the fonts right here, you'll see tons of great looking fonts. I mean, these are really fantastic looking fonts. And you can sort by serif, sans serif, handwritten, or script, decorative, and you can even sort by different spacing types: normal, monospace, condensed, expanded, and more. This particular font is called Devant Horgen, or maybe it's Devant Horgen. You know, I don't know exactly how it's pronounced. Pronunciation is not one of my skill sets. But you can search it up on Envato Elements. All right, let's talk about some masks and track mats, because really that's primarily, I think, how you're going to be doing a lot of different text reveals in After Effects. This is kind of the bread and butter of doing really basic text animations. If I want to put a mask on this text layer here, I just select my text layer over here, and I can come up to Layer, go down to Mask, and New Mask. I can also use the keyboard shortcut, Control-Shift-N. Sometimes what you'll find with masks, depending on the font, is that you'll have maybe a curvy font like an S, a C, an O, or maybe even an R that has a little bit of aliasing or a few pixels that go above basically the top of the text layer, and the mask will actually chop it off a little bit sometimes. It's very subtle, and you have to be really detail-oriented to even notice. This particular font does not do that, but I just want to show you what I do whenever I apply a mask to a text layer is I will double-click it, and that brings up these transform handles here. I'll grab the center kind of bottom one here. I'll click and then hold Control and just drag it down a tiny little bit to give myself a little bit of padding on the top and the bottom, and I'll do the same to the right and the left here just a little bit. Now, some of you who know a little bit about masks will say, okay, what you just did there is absurd because you can actually add something called mask expansion right here underneath the mask properties. And yeah, I know you can do that, but I can't see the mask expansion. When you add mask expansion, you don't really know where it ends. And so by modifying the path of the mask, I can see exactly where it is. And that just gives me confidence that I'm not messing up, you know, a company's corporate font by chopping it off a little bit, because you can guarantee that someone on their staff will see it and they'll say, that looks weird, and that'll be on you. So the more you know, right? So let's talk about how to animate this mask and do a text reveal. Well, it's really pretty simple. To bring up the mask properties, at least the mask path, with your layer selected, you can just press M on the keyboard. You can see that brings up the mask in the mask path. Right now, this is set to add, and I would say 99% of the time, this is how I work with a mask on a text. There's other mask modes: subtract, intersect, lighten, darken, difference, but add will work for me. The add mode means that anything inside this rectangular shape here is opaque. Anything outside is completely transparent, although you can modify the mask's opacity to change that. But really simply, this is going to work for us. So I'm going to press M on the keyboard, and I'm going to drop a mask path keyframe right at 1 second. I'm going to go to the beginning of my comp. I'll double click my mask, and I'll modify it. I'm just going to squish it down all the way to the right side. And now if I play this, boom, check that out. Very nice. I get a nice little mask reveal here from right to left. If I further modify this by bringing up the position, dropping the position keyframe, to make this a little bit easier, I'm going to, in my comp viewer, I'm going to hit Control R to bring up rulers. I'm going to drag out a guide.
TikTok's going to host
Select my
LGM.
layer here, press U on the keyboard. I'm going to go all the way to the beginning, and then I'm just going to pull over the position here to right about there. And now look what we have. Oh, check that out. We're getting a nice little text reveal that looks like it's coming out of kind of this edge of the text. You could do that backwards and have it come kind of left to right or bottom to top or top to bottom. Any number of those 4 different variations or something completely different. I don't know. If we select all the keyframes and hit F9 on the keyboard, jump into the graph editor, select these keyframes right here and pull out that handle. And if you need to see that again to figure out exactly what I did, go ahead and click and rewind, but I'm just showing you how what I would normally do. Now we've transformed that kind of boring animation into something that looks really pretty nice. We can add motion blur to this. I'll hit F4 on the keyboard and just enable motion blur. Check that out. That looks fantastic. So that's one way that you can do a very simple text reveal. Doing that is somewhat tedious, especially if you're doing that over multiple different text layers, but it's very basic, it's tried and true, and it works. It's used all the time. Let me show you another method. So I'm going to get rid of my mask here and delete my position keyframes. I'm also going to get rid of my rulers and get rid of my mask here. Another way that you can do a text reveal is to use some kind of track map. Now, a track map works in a similar way to a mask, except it's not necessarily linked to your text layer. So what I can do is grab the rectangle tool, and I can deselect all of my layers, and then I can just, over here in my comp viewer, click and drag a rectangle that covers up my text. Now, it doesn't matter what the color is because I can apply a track matte using alpha, which is the transparency of the layer directly above my text layer. So if you hit F4 on the keyboard, that'll toggle between some of these switches here. And what you're looking for is the track matte, which you can see right here. For my text layer, if I go over here to this drop down and I select alpha map, you can see that, oh, check that out. The layer directly above has been turned off, the visibility switch has been turned off, and now it says alpha. I'm going to switch back to my selection tool here. And now we can see the text, but if I move the text, anything that falls outside of this layer,
one shot outside.
Right now, these pixels are 100% opaque, and there are no pixels over here.
At the moment, yes.
So if I move my text layer over here, we can do all kinds of different text reveals with this track. Let me just reset my position. So we can do something somewhat similar to the example that I just showed. Without moving my shape layer here, I'll just drop a position keyframe, go to the beginning of the comp, and I'll just move my text over here. Easy ease that. Grab this handle here, bada boom.
On top.
I get basically the same exact animation. Using a track map, which is this layer right here. This affords us some there is a way to link the size of the shape to the size of the rectangle generated by this text here using an expression. But even without the expression, we can really quickly just adjust the size of this shape layer. They're cutting me off. And adjusting the size. Right now, the size is coming out from the center, but that actually works pretty well because I am using center-aligned text here. So if I increased my letters in my text, like I just had the word super right in the middle, that's no problem. I can just zip. Check that out.
One shot in the back of
a couple of clicks. I can have a resized animation here that does the exact same thing. Now, doing that same thing with a mask would be a lot more tedious. It'd be kind of relining things up and messing with the mask shape. And you could additionally do things like, well, we could animate the size of this shape layer here. And maybe at 2 seconds, we just put this down to 0.
One shot, tank, inside tank.
And we have something that's like this.
One shot, inside tank.
Check that out. Very, very cool.
Inside.
Right? There's a number of different things you can
rotate
do.
next.
We can apply some blurring to this. So if I jump over to the effects and presets and I grab a Gaussian blur and I apply that to my matte layer, which I should name this. It's always good to name your mattes and any of your layers so they make sense to you. And I apply some blurring to this. Check this out. Now I have kind of a blurry edge to my text here, which also has kind of a different look to it. So there's a ton of different things you can do. Now, it's just a personal preference of mine to use a shape layer as a track map, but you can just as easily use a solid, and many people like to use solids instead. So if I set this to alpha map again, now it's using this solid layer, and to get a kind of tighter map, because right now you can see the size of my black solid here.
Go next.
I can get a tighter map by just adjusting the scale
Good
of this
job.
like that, and I'll get a similar effect that I just had before with that shape layer. Or I can apply a
There's one on
mask
land
to
bridge.
this
On
layer.
boat. Look back. Spawn flip.
Control
Spawn
Shift
flip.
N.
There's one on land bridge. Go back.
So now I'm using a mask on this solid in a similar way that I was before with the mask on my text layer, except they're no longer kind of positionally linked. It's just another option that I wanted to show you. When you get into maybe using other After Effects templates from Envato or really anywhere, you may see a solid being used as a track map. So I just wanted to show you that. Lots of different options, and as we go along in this course, you're going to see these put to use. Coming up in the next lesson, you are going to learn how to build one of these text treatments in this Creative Titles package for Premiere Pro. I wanted to use this as an example because it's got a lot of very simple but very, very useful text animations. Things where we're doing some very simple kind of text reveals with boxes and lines. These are things that we see used all the time in all kinds of different projects, but you may not know how to create them. So in the next few lessons, I'm going to break down exactly how to create these types of animations. So check that out. Coming up next. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to create a very simple text animation that looks just like this. Like I mentioned in the last lesson, I'm going to be using this template here found on Envato Elements for showing you how to do some very simple text animations and building them out with multiple layers and mattes and shapes and things in After Effects, as well as a few more advanced things down the line. So let's check out this first one here. Just kind of analyze what's going on. So we start with this shape box here that starts kind of flat with a very thin stroke. It goes skinny, the stroke gets bigger, so already we know that we need probably a shape layer. One shot on bridge. The stroke on that shape. And then it gets wider and we have this text kind of sliding in from the left side. So we need some kind of way to mat out the text so that it's not revealed over here and then it is revealed inside this box right here. And also, if you look very closely, the text comes in not all at the same time. In fact, in my example comp, when I tried to recreate this, I didn't notice that right away, but I'm seeing it right now, so I'm going to show you how to do this as well to get the text to come in kind of like line 1, line 2, and 3 in this very nice and smooth way. I'll play it one more time so you can see. It's very subtle, but I think it looks really classy. All right.
Hey, Herb, we're a 3-man.
So let's jump into After Effects. I'm gonna make a new composition.
Hey Herb, we're at 3 man. You want to party up?
And then I'm just gonna throw a temporary background. In my example comp, I'm using a video background on Envato Elements, but I'm just gonna throw a black solid in here. If you don't have a black solid in your solids folder, you can just come down here in your comp and hit Control Y to create a new black solid, or you can right click down here, choose new, solid is right here. Some of my menu is going off the screen a little bit. No worries though, multiple ways to do that. I'm just gonna hit enter here and rename this BG for background, and then I'm just gonna lock it so it doesn't get in my way. I'm also gonna change some things here with this layout here because things that we don't need, and I like to have my character and my paragraph kind of easily accessible and not in. I don't like the standard layout.
There we go. There we go.
That's not really what I like. The way to go about building these types of animations is to work backwards from the final state of your animation. So that's what I'm going to do here. Now the font that I'm going to be using is not exactly the same one that they're using in the original, but it's another nice one that I found on Envato Elements. It's called Modelica. So I'm just going to click inside my comp with the type tool, and I'm going to type 3 lines of text. We'll call this creative boxed up animation. Doesn't really matter what it is, but there we go. If you look, I have the paragraph here, and it is aligned to the left, and I'm just going to move that right in the middle of my comp here. In fact, even though this is aligned left, I can go ahead and recenter this anchor point here with the keyboard shortcut Control-Alt-Home, and then just hit Control-Home to center up the layer. That's going to help me a little bit. And it looks like my caps lock was on when I created that, so it's given it a really weird name, and that's going to bug me, so I'm just going to redo that really quick. Caps lock off. Okay. Creative boxed up.
TikTok, are you able to invite him?
Animation. Good enough.
TikTok.
There we go. Right back to where we were a second ago. All right, I'm going to deselect everything down here in the layers so that I can grab the rectangle tool. And with the rectangle tool, I'm going to create a shape. I'm going to just create a basic box around my text. I want to make sure that the fill is set to none and just give this a little bit of stroke, although you can change those things afterwards if you want. I also went ahead and changed in the preferences. If you go to Preferences General, there is an option to center anchor point in new shape layers. So to save me like 100 steps by creating a shape layer and then recentering the anchor point, you can just enable that, and then every time you create a shape layer, it will center the anchor point in that shape layer. So now with the anchor point centered, I can just hit Control-Home, and that will center up my box here. Now I'm just going to make some small adjustments to the shape layer by going down into Contents, Rectangle, Rectangle Path. I'm going to deselect the Constrain Proportions here, or disable that, and just tighten up this box a little bit in the horizontal and vertical. Maybe something like that. And maybe I will make it a little bit wider, and then move my text kind of on just this one side. More similar to how the original design was. I'm also going to rename this, so I'm going to select Shape Layer 1, press Enter on the keyboard.
Did you invite LGN?
And just rename it Box. Just whatever makes sense to you, that makes sense to me. So this is kind of the end state of the animation, more or less. You can tweak it to your heart's delight, but this is going to work for me. A couple of things we need to solve. One is we need some way to mat the text so that when we slide the text in from the left here, we don't see it kind of overhanging like this. That's not going to work. Now we could do that with a mask, but I'm going to show you a more clever way to do it. I'm going to take my box layer, I'm going to duplicate it and drag it down below this box here. I'm also going to change the color to fuchsia, press Enter on the keyboard, and name it Text Matte. I'm going to go down into the contents of this layer here. I'm going to get rid of the stroke just by selecting it and then deleting it, and I'm going to turn on the fill. Now, I'm going to set my... Yeah, I can see that's getting in the way there. I'm going to set my creative boxed up animation text here to an alpha matte. So if you don't have this track matte option available, hit F4 on your keyboard and select alpha matte. And now if I move this outside, we are really getting there now. Now it's just a matter of tweaking a few things and animating this essentially.
Unless if you have like a big ass.
One thing that I want to do is I want to link the size of the rectangle path here in my text matte. I want to link that to the size of my rectangle in my box because I'm going to be animating the shape of this, and I want to make sure that if I animate that, my text is not going to peek out in a weird way.
It's an actual card. It's not another card. It's not.
I'm just going to take the size here, and I'm going to use this pick whip, and I'm going to click and drag all the way up to the size on my box layer, and that will link those properties. So now if I adjust this here, you can see 684. 684, 717,
I don't think you can.
It's all linked up. We're good to go there. I'm also going to take my entire layer here, and I'm going to parent it with this pick whip right here. And this just makes sure that if I move this box layer anywhere, it's going to also move the matte. If I scale it, if I rotate it, it's going to basically make this text matte follow along exactly. I'm just going to select my box layer and hit Control Home to center that back up. With those two things parented or pick whipped together, that's really all I need to do. And now I can start kind of animating this out. And that's a good place to stop for this lesson. If you've been following along, really good job keeping up. I know we've gone in a lot of different directions and looked at a lot of different things, so congratulations for following along. Now, coming up in the next lesson, you're gonna see how the rest of this animation gets put together, so check that out coming up next. In this lesson, we're going to pick up right where we left off in the last lesson, and you're going to see how the rest of this animation gets put together. So I'll pull down this original animation one more time, and let's just take a look at what that box does. Okay, so we start from kind of a small, skinny line here. It's already kind of a little bit wider, and then it grows up and skinny. And then from that point, it grows out wider. All right, so let's try and replicate that really quick. So I'm going to go to about 2.5 seconds up here. I'm going to drill down in my box, and I'm going to set a keyframe for size. So this is going to be the final kind of width of my box here. I can adjust this later, but I think this works okay. Right about here. That should be good. Then I'm going to go back to, I don't know, somewhere in this neighborhood. Timing's not really super important at this point. And I'm going to make this skinny like it was. I'm going to move back a little bit further.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make this wide. Oops,
Might want to reset it now.
Wide again, but I'm going to reduce the height a little bit. And then, actually, I need to see it one more time. I forget exactly what it did. It's pretty close. Okay, so we go, it starts kind of wide, and then it goes from there. Okay, so it's really kind of 3 moves. We go from, that's kind of the second move, and then right here, we're kind of all the way
when you're talking about it, when you're talking about it,
I'm not going to make this 0, because if you look what happens if I make the Y value 0, we lose this stroke on the end, and if I animate that, it's going to have
say,
this
I don't care, I don't care, it's the same for
I'm actually going to leave this at a value of 1 right here. I'll probably pull that all the way to the beginning, and then I'm also going to drill down on the stroke.
Proven right.
And I'm going to animate the stroke width.
Same.
If I'm pressing on the keyboard, same lobby though. I can just work with these keyframes here in these properties because those are the ones that I have modified. I'm going to pull out this stroke width with the value of 20 to here, and at the beginning here, I'm just going to change the stroke to 0. So let's see what we have so far. Okay, those are kind of the bones of the box animation there, and it does not look great, and that's because these are all linear keyframes. If we select all those keyframes and hit F9, we're going to be more in the neighborhood. We'll see it now. Okay, so yes, we're getting there. That is looking better. However,
I'm gonna watch
we
left
need to
side.
adjust the
Watch
curve
left side B.
of the speed graph here.
I got
So
AR.
I'm going to
I got
select
AR.
that
I got AR.
set of keyframes, or it's just one keyframe there, and this keyframe here, and then pull these handles out. It looks like I missed a handle here, which is sometimes an issue when you're trying to modify these. I'm just going to grab the handle that I missed here and kind of match it up. And I think it's probably a shape something like this, where we have kind of a quick move here, and then it kind of slows down into the next thing. Let's check this out.
Defend the objectives. Defend the
Yes,
objectives.
that
Enemy's got
looks
the bomb.
that
Enemy's
looks
got
very
the
close
bomb.
to the original. I'm not gonna A/B them side by side, but I'm just take my word for it. It's pretty close. Very nice. If we want to slow this down maybe a little bit more, we can drag that out like that. We can also perhaps tighten up this bit of the animation.
One riverbed. One riverbed.
Just like that. Very good. Okay, so I'd say we're more than halfway there to the animation portion of this little treatment here. The next
One
thing
shot
we
on
need to do is
on,
get
one
the
shot
text
on
in
flat
here.
over B.
And like I showed you, the text does two things. It slides in from the left, but the top line is moving, then the middle line, and then finally the third line kind of slides in. You can accomplish that a number of different ways. We can break this into 3 separate layers and animate them all separately. You can do that by hand, or we can use one of these animate properties that is special to text layers. Now, text layers in After Effects have a whole bunch of extra animation properties that you can enable or disable. You can even enable per character 3D for some really cool effects, but I think all we need to do to accomplish this layer offset in the lines is to animate this position. This position animation
Right.
by its default is going to move all the characters, and then we can actually offset these to kind of do something like this, or moving individual characters, or we can change the shape to move like this. There's a ton of options here, and if I go through all of them, we're talking about a big, long lesson. I'm just going to show you how it's actually done. And how it's actually done is like this. If you drill down underneath the range selector in advanced, we're going to change the based on parameter here. Instead of characters, we're going to select lines. And that means it's going to basically move this as line 2, line 3. In fact, you can see that if we change this to index, this is basically looking at this layer in 3 lines.
Last one's riverbed. Last one's riverbed.
And so really simply, we can just do a very easy animation like this, where we're just animating the position from here to here, which doesn't look like it's right, but we're going to combine that with moving the position of the entire layer, and it's going to look right. So just kind of follow along.
Behind me.
Okay,
Tower,
now I get it.
Tower. No,
So
tower.
right at about this point, when the box reaches its final size,
Playtime.
I'm going to insert a position keyframe. And again, this is not the position of the entire layer. It's just kind of modifying the position of each one of these lines.
On the right.
I'm going to move back to this point right here, and I'm just going to offset them so they make kind of this diagonal line. You can see these little X's here represent where all the characters are. And that's really all I need to do. I'm going to go back to this point here, and I'm going to insert a position keyframe. Again, this is the position of the entire layer. And then I'm going to go back to this point right here again where these 2 keyframes are, and I'm going to push this off this way. And then if I play it from this point, you're going to see, okay, I see, right? It's kind of doing the same thing as the original reference animation that we were looking at before. And so to kind of finish this off, all we need to do, select these keyframes here, hit F9, and we're going to maybe...
There's one that came behind tree. One that came behind tree.
Maybe to like 90% of this incoming influence here. And I think that should get it really close. Oh yeah, look at that. Now we are looking really nice. So let's preview the whole thing here. We'll set this to fit up to 100%. Turn off the graph editor. Very nice. I think that is really good. And it's just that easy. Now I know we ran into a little bit of sort of complicated ideas with the position, but when it comes to the text animation properties, these are something that can take a little bit of experimentation to get them to do what you want them to do. is really sort of impossible
Let's
to
try A
understand
push.
in
Let's try
one
A
sitting.
push.
But the more you use it, the more you kind of
Eliminate the
understand
objective. Eliminate
how
the
to
objective.
manipulate it to get the results that you want. In fact, the first time that I recorded this lesson, I did it a slightly different way, and it didn't have the exact right look. So I re-recorded it once I figured out what I did wrong there. It does take a little bit of experimentation, but if you're willing to do a little experimentation, you can get some great looking results. The final step to this is to put a nice looking background in here. Now I downloaded some really cool looking backgrounds from Envato Elements, and I found one that was this one, yeah, right
It was
here.
on the back stairs. It was on the
So I'm
back
going to use
stairs
this
right
as
there.
a background here. I'm going to pull this in and just put it above my black background.
3-stack A. I can watch 3-stack A. I can watch B solo. 3-stack A. Plant A. Don't let him
So I'm
plant
just going to
A.
hit
They don't
Control
plant A,
Alt
we win.
Shift
They don't plant A,
G.
we win.
That's a keyboard shortcut that you should memorize. And that's going to resize that to the layer in the, I believe, vertical. So we go to right click on this, we go to transform, Control Alt Shift G, fit to comp height. I always forget which one that is, but it's a little counterintuitive because Control Alt Shift H fits to comp
One's all the way in
width,
back,
and you would
one's
think
all the way in
H
back
is
and thing.
height, but no, that's not gonna work. But those are two that are really handy to
Watch out.
memorize. Control Alt
Watch out.
Shift G, Control Alt Shift H. Anyway, now that we have the background in here, you can see that it does look pretty cool the way it is right now. However, it's a little bit sharp for a background. So a couple different ways we can deal with it. How I dealt with that when I was doing this the first time is I threw a blur layer on here. I used a box blur, fast box blur. If we throw that on here and we just crank that up a little bit, we're going to get a really nice effect that's not going to compete.
B-push is good. I got ammo.
with the
I got ammo.
contrast
Everyone takes it. We'll have
layer here.
8
That looks
nades.
pretty good. Another effect that looks even better is the camera lens blur. This effect looks a lot better. However, this is kind of a beast to render and will crush the life out of your system. You can see it does have a cooler look.
He's laying
I'll show
down.
you
He's
actually
laying
what it
down
is.
watching Riverbed.
I'll just take a picture right here. And so this is with box blur. This is with camera lens blur. Box blur, camera lens blur. Actually, let me adjust this to make it a little more similar in terms of the level of blur. That's probably it. All right. So here we have box blur, camera lens blur. Camera lens blur looks cooler. It's very, very similar to how, well, a camera would blur it. But it takes forever to render. So fast
coming up
box
from your
blur
left.
is
Coming up
kind
from
of
your
a
left,
nice alternative.
You just climb.
And if it's too
You just
bright
climb.
for you, if you find that it's kind of competing, no worries. We can just throw a curves effect on here. Good old classic curves. And just
Good work.
maybe drop it down a little
There's more
bit.
to do. There's more to
Give it a
do.
little bit of a curve. And if you want to find this background, it's called abstract.
He was upstairs.
Red and dark
He was
layers,
upstairs
geometric
to your
shapes,
left. He was definitely
refraction.
to your left. He was
A little bit of a
definitely to your left.
mouthful, but you can find that on Envato Elements.
Search and
Let's
destroy.
check
Climb,
out
climb that
Let's
window.
here.
Climb that window. All right. Hey, let's
Very
force stack
cool.
A. Let's force stack A.
All right, thanks for sticking with me for this lesson. Coming up in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to create this text animation right here. So check that out coming up next.
What's the second story email?
In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to build another great looking
One
text
second story hate
treatment.
second
that
story
looks
hate
something like
You
this.
ran back. Second story hate You ran back. You saw me.
He's going B. B.
This looks pretty simple, and this is another idea that I was inspired to create from that template that I showed you
He's going B.
earlier.
He's going B.
And what we have here are kind of two bars that fly across the screen that at some point start to reveal the text. So these are positioned above in the layer stack, these text items here, and the text seems to kind of originate from this point in space right here. Now there's a few different ways that you can go about building something like this. In my mind, you can do it kind of the quick and dirty way, which is very fast, but
We got
not
kill.
as easy to modify.
Kill two and then
with a line.
push. Kill two and
Then
then
you can
push.
do
Kill
it
two and push.
in
Kill
a
two
different
and
way
push.
that takes a little bit more work up front,
Yeah.
but is a little bit more modular down the road. For example, let's say that I wanted to change the text here, and I wanted to do something like this, just to make this a little bit bigger. You can see right off the bat here, well, I got some problems because now my mat is kind of messed up. But I built this in such a way that I can just resize my mat and almost everything works. I just have to adjust the position of this rectangle here,
Planting the bomb.
and then
Don't
this
push him.
rectangle
Don't push him.
here.
Don't push
And
him.
with those changes,
Don't push him.
check this out. I got a whole new thing, and it totally fits my text. If I want this kind of ending rectangle here to be fatter, no problem. One little change there. Super easy. So I'm going to show you how to build this as quickly as I can. And to do it, I already have a comp set up right here. 1920 by 1080, 10 seconds long. I have a background solid in here that is locked so that I can't mess with it. The first thing I want to do is kind of lay out my text, right? I want to kind of build this out. So I'm going to be using Modelica again in this example. Molly, artist, and
he already used one of them. He already used one of them. That streak
make sure that is right aligned. And actually, I will.
That streak kills your teammates. That streak kills your teammates more than it kills the
around
enemy.
there, just so I can pop that
Search and destroy.
right there. I'm
Search
going
and
to
destroy.
duplicate my
Force
text.
that gay again. Just force that gay again. Just like we did.
Fucking keep
They're
pushing.
gonna fucking.
We can
keep
retake
pushing.
B.
Design
We can retake B.
superstar.
Easy.
Maybe,
Retake
what did I
B
put in the
easy.
other one?
Retake
Design.
Retaking A is a little. Retaking A is a little more
Enemy's
difficult.
got the bomb.
There we go. And then I'm going to change this to maybe
they were all on the right
regular
side of tank,
or
right side of
light. Looks great. Then the next thing that I want to do is I want to build out
They were
those
all on the right
points.
side. They were all on the right side of the tank. Right side
I
of
want
the
to make a
tank.
nice and I want to find maybe the spot that's right in between these two layers. I'm just going to eyeball
right on top
it,
of
something
you.
like
He was right on
that.
top of you.
I'm going to deselect my layers here,
Enemy
grab the
A?
rectangle
Enemy
tool,
was A?
planted at
and
A.
I'm just going to draw a rectangle. I do not need a stroke on this. And I'm thinking I may actually need a longer rectangle, but not to worry. I'm just going to jump into the shape properties here and just adjust this to get it down to where I need it to be. As long as I have this guide here, this will more or less snap for me. I'm just kind of positioning this. I just want it to get kind of an equal padding on the top and the bottom.
Alright, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Let's do plant B. Plant B. That back area. That back area. That tree.
About right. Okay, very good.
No,
So
that's
I'm
not
gonna slide this over
wasting.
here,
That's
put
not
it on
wasting.
another guide.
Definitely
It
killing.
can be
That's
right
all
here to
outside.
just
Killing. That's all outside.
Just kind of give me some spacing here.
How's that wasting?
And then I'll name this Rec 1. And I'll duplicate this, set this right down here.
We have
and
the
that's
plan.
pretty
We have the
much
plan.
it. That should work perfectly. Okay, the next step is I need to design a mat that will kind of do what I need it to do. I need it to mat on this side. I need it to mat on this
Don't
side
use your
so that
streak now.
it
Don't
kind
use
of
your streak
blocks
now.
the
You do
text
not use
and
that
it
streak.
cuts off my little rectangles here. So to do that, I'm going to use a shape layer. And I think I'll just create one kind of like this, and then I'm just going to slide this over on this side. That'll give me a little wiggle room over here. And I'm going to duplicate this and put it over here. And I'll align this to be right about there. Very good.
Good game.
Now, in order to change the shape of these layers, what I ideally would like is for some kind of control where I can make it scale from this point right here so that I can push it in without kind of losing the mat on this side. And then the same thing for over here. I want it to kind of push in from this side without losing my mat over on this side. I probably don't need it to stick out quite that far. But to do that, the easiest way, I think, is to grab the pan behind or anchor point tool and then grab the anchor point of this shape, so not the layer, and just kind of eyeball that and put
Moving
it
on,
right
moving
over
on
here. It
up.
doesn't have to be exact, but if you put it right on the line there, it'll be plenty good enough. I'm going to do the same thing to this shape over here. I don't think I
Herb,
need it.
where were you, bro? I needed you, like,
big.
we needed you,
30
like,
doesn't
games
really
ago.
matter.
30 games
I'm just
ago.
going to grab the pan behind tool and put that anchor point. There we
Yesterday
go.
about
Did
16,
it over there.
about 16, today.
Now if I dive down
like,
into
been playing since.
the properties here, rectangle
5
number
hours,
1,
I
I'm just
think.
going to
5
delete the
hours, I
stroke.
think.
Rectangle, actually, I'm going to delete the stroke on rectangle 1 and 2.
Yep.
I don't need those.
TikTok be playing
And
after I sleep. Playing after
I
I
also
sleep.
want to put an effect on here.
No
If I
light.
go over to my effect and preset, I'm just going to put a slider control. And if you haven't used this before, don't worry. I'm going to call this right side, and then I'm going to duplicate this left side. This is all going to make total sense in just a minute.
Well, I'm
going to set both of these to 100. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here to the scale. And this is the scale, again, of my rectangles. So it's not the scale of the entire layer. It's just the scale of these shapes.
American culture.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a little bit of an expression. I'm going to create an expression that looks like this. X equals, and then I'm going to use this pick whip here, and I'm going to pick whip this right side up here. Then I'm going to put a semicolon. Hit enter, Y
you know,
equals,
like.
and then I'm just going to pick whip the value right here. And that's just going to lock it to 100%. Then I'm going to hit semicolon, I'm going to hit enter, begin bracket.
Hey, let's force stack B. Let's force stack B. Force stack B.
It's a little bit
LGM.
smarter.
Let's LGM.
It's going
Equal
to create
B.
the end bracket
Equal
for me.
B.
And all I have to do is hit X, comma, Y. So if that doesn't make sense, essentially what I am doing, I'll click away here, you'll see nothing has changed. But this expression basically says that I want to set the X parameter to whatever this slider control is. And that way I'll be able to modify it without having to jump down into the layer properties and go right to the scale every time. So it's saying X equals this, Y equals whatever this is. And I'm not going to modify it, so I'm just going to leave it to 100. Everything's going to work out perfectly. So I'm going to do the same thing. In fact, I can just copy this. I'm going to do the same thing to the transform controls of this rectangle right here. I'm going to alt-click on scale and just paste this. And then I just need to modify a few things. I need to change the name here to left. And then right down here, I need to change the rectangle because I don't want it to be rectangle 2. I want it to be rectangle 1 because this rectangle here is rectangle 1. And this will allow me to modify all of my elements in this composition with this one matte control layer. Check that out. Very cool. So I'm going to change the color of this to fuchsia. Looking right here. And then I'm going to duplicate it. And I'm going to call this Rec Map 1. I'm going to use this for my rectangle number 1. In fact, I'm going to pull rectangle 2 down here so that they are in order. Before I go any further, though, I want to link a few of these properties so that when I make adjustments to my master matte control, everything is reflected. Because right now,
they're watching the B.
they're watching the B push too. What's happening on Rec Mat 1? I also have controls on Rec Mat number 1 here, and I don't want those. So I'm going to delete those. It's going to come up with an error. No worries. I'm also going to make this full screen here. I'm going to click down to my comp timeline and then press the tilde key so that I can see what I'm doing. So let's select Rec Mat 1 here. Press UU on the keyboard. Just scroll down.
Green.
You can click in here where this expression is and just delete it. And then all we need to do is very simple. Rec number 2 here, rectangle number 2. We're going to go down to the scale right here, pick whip that all the way up to the scale of rectangle number 2 on the matte control layer. Okay, now those two are linked. We're going to do the same thing here to rectangle number 1. Scale, pick with that to
Orange on green,
rectangle
green,
number
orange on
1's
green, green.
scale. That's
Green,
it. We got a
jungle,
little bit
green,
into the
jungle,
weeds there with
jungle.
the expressions,
Jungle.
but really it was pretty simple. And now,
No more
I'm
lies.
going to disable the visibility on this switch, take rec number 1 here and make that alpha inverted. And check this out. Now when I adjust this map, it's also adjusting this map down here. If I take this and I duplicate it, I'm going to pull this down above number 2, set this to alpha mat inverted. I don't have to change anything on that layer because it's duplicated from this first rec mat layer. And so now this is also linked. So if I make an adjustment here, check that out. It's also adjusting these 2 mats. I'm going to duplicate this one more time. Reorder these text layers so Molly's on top, Design's on bottom. And I'll call this text. Text mat 1. I'm going to change this to alpha inverted.
I got ammo. I got ammo. I watch restack it out. I got ammo.
Above,
I got ammo.
design
Everyone
gear
gets
here.
ammo. We
Change
need
that to
8 nades.
alpha mat inverted. Finally, to make sure that none of these mats here move or scale or do anything weird, I'm going to link them all to my mat control layer, and then I'm going to lock them so that the only one that I can actually move is this layer up here because it's not visible. It's going to be pretty tricky to move. So this kind of takes a lot of the variability out of the equation, and it prevents you from kind of moving anything around in an undesirable way. So I'm going to get rid of my guides here. Also turn off the rulers, set this back to fit up to 100%. So now it's time to do the animation, and we're going to jump into that coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to pick up right where we left off in the last lesson, and we're going to do some animation and make it look like the text is revealing behind these rectangles, and it's going to look great. All right, so we built this entire kind of monstrosity here. I know it was maybe a little bit intense if you're newer to After Effects, but thanks for sticking with me. Now we have this really cool composition that's going to be really flexible for text that is different size, text that has a number of different characters in it, and we can do a lot of things very quickly to modify this in a number of different ways. So this is really cool. The next part of this is to do some animation. So I need to animate my rectangle number 1 and my rectangle number 2. And I'm going to slide these from left to right, maybe in a second and a half or so. So I'm going to bring up position and insert a keyframe. I'm going to come to the beginning of the composition, and I'm just going to click and drag here in the X and just pull them over here. Once they get to this point here where they're being covered up by the mat, I don't need to really pull it any further.
We got lives advantage. Not the worst thing in the world.
When you're clicking and dragging, you can also hold down Shift, and that'll make the movement 10 times what it normally is. So you can get it to move across a little bit faster. So now we have this sort of thing. Very cool. To get that sort of offset effect, first what I'm going to do is select my keyframes, easy ease them. You guessed it, I'm going to jump in here, and I'm going to change this curve just a little bit, something like that. Yeah, I think that's a little bit too long, actually. I think it's like 2 seconds. And then all I need to do is just take this second rectangle and just pull it down the timeline. All
right, let's. All right, what do you guys want to do? A or B? What do you guys want to do? A or B? I got ammo too.
It's that simple to get that kind of really cool offset sort of effect.
Okay.
The next part of this is I'm going to animate the text, and I need to start that at 2 different times. So the text actually doesn't need to show up until right about maybe.
They're in front of both. They're in front of both.
So I'll put it to maybe like 3.5 seconds.
One shot on stairs.
And this time I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut, Alt-Shift-P. That's going to insert a position keyframe.
He's one shot.
And I'm going to go
one
to
shot
right here,
stairs.
and I'm going to slide the text over. But this time, I don't need it to start way over here. I'm going to have it start just behind my rectangle here. And I think the same thing for this layer right here.
There's 2 on
I'll just scrub down. Maybe I'll have it start right here, so I'm just going to slide the position over to right here.
Yeah, there's 2 on A. There's 2 on A.
Tighten this up a little bit. Let's just look at what we have so far. Yeah, that's coming out really, really slow, but not to worry. Now, I did mention before that there are some third-party tools to help you and make modifying the keyframes easier. I want to show you one of those.
One shot from
This
both.
is an
One shot
extension
from
called
both. Left
Motion.
in your
It's
left
just off
ear
the
and
screen. I
corner
went
of
to
10.
One shot in our
Window
spawn, left side.
and then Extension. This tool is made by Mount
One shot in our spawn. One shot in our
at
spawn. Left side.
mtmograph.com/motion. This is a third-party tool. It is 65 United States dollars, but it's really, really cool. And I want to show you that there are some really cool tools here to help you to really quickly adjust your keyframe speed and influence. So with this tool here, all I need to do is drag these sliders out, and it will give me kind of a
One shot on
visual
top of
reference
both. One shot on top of both.
the
Going up.
speed that I want to have. So actually for this animation with this text kind of flying up here, what I'd like is, actually I'd like it to come out really, really fast at the start, and then slowly come to a stop. And so I want this really drastic curve. And so instead of changing these from linear to Bezier and then going into the graph editor, I can basically do that all in one step. There we go. All right, let's see what we got now. Very cool. Like I showed you a second ago, you can adjust the keyframes here with the sliders. You can even input values here to know specifically what you're looking for.
One shot
or you
on
can just
top.
click
One
and
shot on
drag
top.
here to create the shape that you are looking for. So I think I want something like that. So when I do that, if I look over in the graph editor, check that out. Created that exact same shape, but it's a lot faster to do. And that's the exact motion that I wanted. I wanted to start really fast and just kind of slide and come to a nice slow stop. So just like that, I have a nice looking animation. Let's look at this. Perfect. And like I said before, if you need to adjust this, and we need to add another word here, like Ella or something, and design
Real careful with lives, and then we'll have defense. If we get defense,
senior or something.
Alright, here's ammo.
This is super easy to
Gotta just
modify.
be real careful.
You gotta
with
just
lives,
see
real
that the
careful
mat
with
is
lives.
cutting those off.
Yeah,
What I want
defense
to do
will
is
win.
just
Get defense
extend
will
this
win.
out over
Alright, here's
here.
ammo again. Alright,
and
here's
then make
ammo
a few
again. 3A,
modifications
1D,
to
3,
the
3A, 1D.
keyframes.
What do you mean? You get it over again. You get it over and over
This
again,
needs
bro.
to go there, and then I'll just adjust the
Get 8
position
nades,
of
get
that
8 nades.
and the
Throw it out.
position of this rectangle. Oops. This rectangle right here.
taking Able.
Just like that. And within just a couple of seconds, I have a new animation that fits this new text here. I mean, if I didn't screw up a few of those clicks there, that would have taken probably under, I don't know, 10 seconds to do. And this is a nice technique to be able to get this sort of look here and have it be quite modular. Now, if this text wasn't
There we go. Keep that
positioned
lives advantage.
exactly
Keep that
where
lives
you wanted
advantage.
it to be,
Very important.
that is also not a problem. We could just take all of these layers here and just parent them to your matte layer, bring up the position of your matte layer, and because I made those mats a little bit fatter, so they're sticking off the screen there a little bit, we can reposition this. If we move it over too far here, I think the rectangles are going to bleed off that one side, so you may have to go back in and make some other modifications. For example, I think what you could do is you could just take this mat here and just add another mat right there and do the same thing down here, and then everything else should work fine. And now we can take the position of this and we can move it pretty much anywhere. Put this down kind of as a lower third right here.
They're taking Able.
Just that easy. Thanks for sticking with me for this lesson. We learned how to kind of build something in a modular way, and I wanted to show you this Motion 3 extension here. It is a third-party tool and it's not free, but it's got a ton of great features. I definitely recommend going to mountmograph.com and checking it out. Check out the guide and check out all the cool things that you can do with it. Coming up in the next several lessons, you're going to learn how to take artwork that was created by a designer in something like Photoshop or Adobe Illustrator, prep it for use in After Effects, and then animate that design in various ways. You're going to learn a few different techniques, including some light, some more expressions with inertial bounce and overshoot, and more. A lot of great stuff coming up in the next few lessons, so don't miss it.
Gotta get back.
In this lesson,
our back.
you will learn how
In
to
our
take
back.
a design made by a designer and
You gotta get back. You gotta get back. You gotta get back. Take it.
So at some point in your After Effects /animation journey,
You gotta get
you're
back
gonna
there.
get
Spawn. Gotta get back there.
access
Spawn.
or
Gotta get back.
designs
TikTok. Gotta get
from
back.
a
TikTok.
designer or some other third party, and these will not
They're
always
taking
be
beats.
ready to
They're taking spawn
animate
traps. They're getting spawn
the way
traps.
they are. Sometimes they need a little bit of massaging in either Adobe Illustrator or Photoshop to be able to get them ready to work with in After Effects. And that's the case here. So this design was provided for me, and all of these assets came from Envato Elements. But if I were to import this Illustrator file, which is what this is, into After Effects the way it is right now, it would import as a flat layer. So I wouldn't have access to all of these individual elements. Text, the little burger bits here, the speed lines, the background, everything would be flat. And so there's not a whole lot I
One
could
shot
do
on
with
ring.
it
One shot
to
on
make
ring.
it very interesting. So you're going to learn how to take this from Illustrator and kind of prep it for After Effects. And this is a very useful sort of thing. The kind of thing that you do a lot when you're working with larger teams. So the first thing that I would do is in Illustrator, if you don't have the layers panel pulled up, come over here to Window and make sure you pull up the layers panel. And then if
Alright, we
you
got
select your
defense. Yes.
top
Alright, we got
layer,
defense. Yes.
what you can do
We got 3-8.
is you can click on this
Same thing.
fly
Same
out
thing.
over
Do
here.
your same thing. TikTok. Don't listen. Same thing.
And for
TikTok.
whatever
Don't
reason
listen
it's
to me.
off the screen, so I'm going to pull it over like this, and you're going to choose Release to Layers Sequence. What that's going to do is that's going to essentially take all of those elements that are built into this layer and put them on their own layer, and then we can just pull them down so that they're on their own individual layers. You can see that the colors changed, and now if I were to import this into After Effects just like it is right now, we'd have access to all these individual layers. That's basically what you need to do, but let's go a little bit further and make this a little bit better.
Pushing Able.
I'm just going to save this really quick so I have a separate file here. I'm just going to put an
Nothing outer ring.
_1 on
Nothing
it.
outer ring.
And then what I like to do is go through the layers and name them now, because when I
ISO.
import them into
ISO.
After Effects, I can rename the layers. However, if I move the Illustrator file and I need to relink it in After Effects, naming the layers in the file is going to be a big help. So I just turn on and off the eyeball here and figure out what is on which layer. And then I'm just going to label them. If you double click on the name here, you just rename it. So I'm just going to call this
They're taking
Lines.
They're taking Able.
And that's the top bun right there. And this is the
Defending Able.
There's one on from
bottom
front
stuff.
Tank, one on front tank.
And then we have this overlay layer.
Contact to Able. Contact to Able.
And we have
There's one on from. There's one on
the
front
background.
tank.
Sometimes if you,
One on front tank.
if you double click just to the right of the name, it'll bring up the layer options. You can also use that to change the layer color
Enemy
as
glide
well.
bomb. Enemy
So
glide bomb.
that's very good. I can save this. Next, I want to import those assets. So I'm just going to double click in the project panel here, bring up the import window, and I'm going to navigate to where that Illustrator file is. The _1 is the one that I have renamed layers. And I'll click import to bring that in. And then I'll get a dialog box here. And I have a couple of options. I want to make sure that I choose composition instead of footage. Footage will bring in a flat file. Composition will bring in all of the layers.
He's one shot on
And then
tank. He's one shot on
underneath
tank.
footage dimensions, I like to have layer size as opposed to document size. Layer size makes the bounding box of the individual layers fit around the layers instead of being the entire size of the document. And I'll click OK and we bring that in. I'll double click to open up that composition.
1B.
Give this a second to preview. Alright, so there we go. We have it in After Effects, and things are looking pretty good. I have access to all of the individual layers. Very nice. And I can start animating this. Now, I'm going to give this a little bit of a treatment similar to a project that I worked on for a US company called Smashburger. Smashburger is an American fast food casual hamburger restaurant chain. They have 370 locations in 37 states and 9 countries. I ended up working on one of the pitch videos, and they won the account. So they are the agency of record. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this text here to fly in behind the viewer's perspective, kind of smash in here, and then have these lines kind of animate out.
Sexy.
Have the burger maybe fly apart. So let's get to work on animating this. I'm going to select the text here.
Modest too.
And I have a couple of options for working with the text. I can work on it just like it is with this text layer here, or I can go back over to Illustrator and I can select the text, grab the text tool here and just select the text, copy it, jump over to After Effects, hit Control-T, bring up the text tool, and then just paste it.
Can you guys hear me?
And then, even though I wasn't selected on the right font or the right font size or anything like that,
good dub. Good.
Can you guys hear
me? Can you guys hear me?
Pretty much exactly what I need to be able to place in here. For whatever reason, the spacing on this is not quite right. So I'm going to hold Alt and then use the left arrow to bring this over to line it up right. So if there's anything kind of interesting or clever that I wanted to do with the text animator in After Effects, that's how I could get the text to come over and be the exact same size and more or less the same placement very, very quickly. But I think for simplicity's sake, I'm going to just work with the vector layer here. Now, like I mentioned before, this font, Original Burger, came from Envato Elements, and you can find it right here. It's a great looking font. But I'm going to get rid of the text layer, and I'm just going to work with the vectorized text layer right here. So I'm going to create a mask around this. I'm going to hit Q to bring up the rectangle tool and just draw a rectangular mask around the word best.
Sorry, same bullshit.
And just kind of size that up. Sometimes if the masks aren't like centered around the layers, it just gives me anxiety. And I'm going to rename the layer to best text. And then I'm going to duplicate it, Control D, hit enter on the keyboard and rename this burger.
I locked down a whole lane.
Text.
I locked down
the burger text layer. I'm just going to double click my mouse, grab the top of the transform handle here, and just pull it down for the burger part right here.
I funneled them to you guys. There's a reason why that they didn't win.
Right down here.
They didn't come B.
I'll click away.
I killed them 7
and
times on
that
B.
mask looks
They didn't come
fantastic.
B.
If I select both of these layers and then do Control Alt
Tell
Home,
them to go B and
that'll
I'll get
recenter
kills.
the anchor points in the middle of the
They
layers.
didn't tell them to go B and I'll get kills. They didn't
So
go
what I'm going
B.
to do for the animation
I'm
portion
gonna do my job. That means
is
locking
I want to have
down
these fly in.
50%
So
of the map.
you
Now,
may be
3
thinking
people
a
can't handle the
scale
other
animation
50% of the
would
map.
work.
We should.
And
They don't come to me,
indeed,
I'll-
it will. So
if they
with
don't
my
come- if they
best
don't come to
If
my
they don't
side,
come, they don't come to me. If they don't come to my side,
stop watch to insert a keyframe.
That means we
I'm
won.
maybe 8 frames in. By the way, let's just check the composition settings here. I actually didn't even look to see what the resolution was.
They were outslaying us in the beginning.
It is looking good. It's 1920 by 1080, and it came in, and we're working at 29.97. That's something good to kind of work out before you get too far down the road here. I think actually we can make this just a 5-second animation. We'll make this pretty quick. So I have my scale keyframe here at frame 8. I'm going to go back to the beginning, and I'm just going to scale this a third amount, like that, so I can't see it. And if I play this, let's see what's going to happen. Okay, all right. So it looks like it kind of starts slow,
like down.
and then it gets like Whoa, it goes from here to there.
Yeah, but I didn't.
in
Yeah, but I
one
didn't.
Frame. And if you're wondering why it gets kind of janky looking here, that's because we need to turn on the continuously rasterize button right here. We can probably do that for all of these layers.
I had to restart my game.
And in fact, while I'm at it, I'm going to take these 2 layers right here.
TikTok,
and I'm just going to
how you playing on a
messing
dub?
with them.
We
You can
lost,
see
I
once
lost, I
I
agree with
toggled on that
Yes, it
continuously
does matter.
rasterized
It doesn't matter
button
if you
there,
get 100
now this
kills
looks
if you
nice
lose.
and
Yes, it
smooth.
does matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't get 100 kills if you lose.
I'm going to make some more room here so that you can see. I'm going to select my keyframes, right-click on them, go to Keyframe Assistant, and then choose Exponential Scale.
Yeah, because I'm typing them on circle
on
or on the
graph
beach. They never get to
Check
the
this
They
out.
never get to it. So they never have
Now
a
our
chance.
scale
I never
has this
have a
kind of
chance to
exponential
defend
They never
curve
get
to
to
it.
it. So they never have a chance. I never have a chance because I'm killing them. As soon as they pop their head, I have a long range AR
how
weapon
you would
with a
expect it to kind of
1.5
fly in.
scope.
And we can adjust this to make it longer or shorter by selecting all of these keyframes and then holding down Alt, grabbing the last keyframe and pulling and dragging. And what this will do is basically compress all of those keyframes to make this animation shorter or faster. So that's one way that you can do it. Another way, which is somewhat similar, is
if you want help,
we can add a
on it,
3D kind of
I'll go.
virtual
That's
camera.
gonna
So I'm
leave
going to
us
right-click and go to New Camera. I'm going to make this 35 millimeters.
You guys never needed help. Why should I
and
go?
just
Why should I
click
go?
OK. It's going to tell me, hey, you don't have anything 3D in here, and I'm just going to click OK. That's totally fine because I'm going to make my 2 text layers 3D. And I'm going to show you a slightly different method to get the same kind of motion with less keyframes. So instead of animating the scale, what I'm going to do is animate the position.
I agree
So at
with
about the
TikTok.
same spot,
If we lost,
frame 8, I'm going to drop a position keyframe. I'm going to come back to the beginning, and then I'm just going to fly my text out in the Z axis here, or in the Z direction. You can see it kind of looks like it's going a little bit off to the left there, so I'm just going to bring that down and maybe even pull it down.
I'll take it as construction. You need help at 8. Help at 8.
Let's see what that looks like.
You guys didn't need help at 8.
Let's just make it shorter.
Yeah, you were searching.
I like that. Just keep it linear. We'll keep it cool and linear.
Yeah, you were searching.
I want to do the same thing with my burger text. I'm going to come right here, and I'll use the keyboard shortcut.
Reset the lobby. Take us to
come back to the beginning and fly my text out towards the camera, and maybe kind of center it up a little bit more. And then what I want to do is I'm actually going to pull my burger layer down below my best text layer, and then push it down the timeline just a hair, like that. Maybe I'll enable motion blur here. That looks pretty cool. Very cool. Maybe offset it one more frame, and then push this one out just a little more so we don't see it on the first frame. Cool. I think that looks fantastic. So the text is looking pretty good right now, and it's time to move on to some of these other elements. And
does this game have a game like the last 10 games played or something like that?
In this lesson, we're going to pick up where we left off in the last lesson, talking about how to animate
other cards.
burger
You're able
design.
to see that. I don't know if you can do that on this.
Continuing on, we have the text kind of ironed out here. The text is flying in. It's looking pretty cool. I like the way that's coming in here.
It doesn't.
What I'd like to have happen is when the best
lag out
hits, I want these lines to
last
kind of
game,
fly out and maybe even do kind of an animated wiggle. So let's look at how to do that. First, what I want to do is I am going to right-click on the lines layer, come up to Create, and then Create Shapes from Vector Layer. And then I'll just take this and move it down. I'll maybe put the shy switch on and then lock it and then hide it. That way, it doesn't get a defend. So by converting this to a shape layer, I now have access to the individual paths here. So there's a few things that I could do with that, and I can do some clever things. But actually, all I really want to do
because you started it.
Way across from there, I want to add a wiggle paths. And if you don't have any of these shapes selected or any of the groups selected, it's going to put that wiggle paths on the bottom. If it didn't, just find wherever it is that wiggle paths and pull it down to the bottom of the stack. And what that's going to do is it's going to wiggle
constructive criticism. Yes,
lines in here. We just hit play here, you can see what that's going to do.
I made mine.
And I'm sure you're thinking,
I don't know
that does
I made mine,
not
made
work.
mine,
I
and
don't
pause
know
it.
sarcasm.
Well, I don't know, I don't know
It's not
sarcasm. TikTok, I don't know
What I
sarcasm.
want to have it look like is the kind of hand-drawn
I'm a
animation
black
thing.
and
Where it looks
white
like you
guy.
sort of drew a thing, and then you drew it again,
But
and
if-
you drew
but
it
try and
again.
be funny, try and be
on
funny
three
with me,
different
thank you.
sorts of piece of paper, if you will, and then it sort of animates between them, and it has like this really cool animation effect. That's probably not a great way to explain it, but once you see how we're going to modify it, it's going to all make sense. I'm going to switch the points from corner to smooth. I'm going to bring down the detail here. Maybe to something really low, like, I don't know.
I can hear you. I can hear
1.5.
you.
And then I'll bring down the size to, I don't know, 3. And then I'm going to push up the wiggles per second to 15. And now when I play this, you see, that's what I was talking about. I want this kind of wiggly, kind of animated look here. Might be able to increase the
Like that,
detail, maybe
like
to
that
like
again.
2 or
There
something.
she
If we
is,
push
there
it
she
up too much, we're going to get like some weird blobby stuff in here, and that's not going to look so hot. So I think 1 or 2 will probably work fine. That's looking cool. And the next, I want to animate these lines coming from kind of the center out. So I'm just going to solo up the lines here. That'll make things a little bit more snappy. And I think the easiest way to do that is just with a matte layer. They're going to come out pretty quick, or I'd like them to come out pretty quick. So I can get away with using just kind of a shape layer here. And so I'm just going to draw one with the pen tool. So I'm just going to click and drag with no other layer selected, and that's going to create a new shape layer. And I'll just make a kind of crude shape here because I want it to start very close to the inside edge of these lines, kind of like this, without touching them. I can probably get away with making that linear, and then something like this. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to dive down into
Wouldn't you have to say that said, she said?
into the path.
I mean,
Put a path keyframe right here. I'm going to move this keyframe.
Well, I mean, for her.
Just move it in the beginning of the layer.
Come on, her girlfriend ain't a girl.
And then I'll come maybe,
It could be,
I don't know,
think so. Think
let's
so.
go 8 frames.
Well,
It'll probably change.
90%,
It's like double click
90,
on
85,
my path here. What I want to do is just scale it up. And if I hold Control and Shift, I can constrain the proportions and kind of move everything in a beautiful way around the center.
All right, introduce me to your girlfriend, and I'll believe you.
Get nice and fat.
Thank you.
And then I probably want to ease these and then jump in here and modify this curve such that it flies out.
Guys say that's what she says. This kind of sex. What that girlfriend. Shut up, her.
Cool. I'm going to select the layer, name it Lines
No.
Matte. Very good.
You're trying to be funny.
Pull it down.
No.
But my lines
you're trying to be funny. But I know that.
Keyboard to switch or toggle the modes.
And that's definitely a sex guys use
and set it to
what they do
alpha
to
math.
the girls.
And now my lines should draw on, just like that. Very
Now,
cool.
if a girl were to use it, I just
And we'll go frame by
sounds
frame
like
here
she
just
would
to
say
see what's happening. Okay. Looks
Looks
like maybe
Just keep searching. It'll fine. Stop resetting it. You're reviewing us every
a
time.
little strong.
Must come with you.
Just be
And
patient.
I think we can modify this path
Must
a
come
little
with
bit.
it.
I'm gonna select the pen tool again.
It must come with
Control-click
youth.
so I don't have anything selected. And then I'm just going to bring these points around because I think what I'd like is I'd like a tighter shape in here.
I want to see how patient you are.
And that way,
Okay. All right. I see how patient you are. Back out.
uniformly.
I guarantee you can't do.
You're just going to have to take my word on that until you see. So
I'm
I'm just going to try and keep this matte as tight
Online
as
behavior.
around
99% people have the same behavior. There are a few catfishes out there. There are a few. That's the scary thing. There's a few catfishes out there.
Right when the burger sort of hits the best.
Yeah, when people are watching, people are
TV,
surprised what people do.
Right about there. And I can also turn motion blur on like this. So let's see what this looks like at this point.
Sexist? How am I sexist?
Very cool.
I'm
Not too bad.
not sexist. How am I sexist?
is I'd like this burger to
You're
start
the sexist one. You said
kind of from a
she said.
closed.
You said she said. You
well,
take
not a
You're the
closed
sexist.
position,
She
and
said.
then
You
kind of
said.
float up
You
just
said.
before
You
the
said. You're
text
taking the
gets there.
power.
So to do that, I'm actually going to
empower
just change the
yourself.
color of this text here so that
You're
I can
degrading.
keep track of it, and then move all of this down the timeline just a little bit. And then I'm going to take my burger buns here,
Oh, now I have to listen to.
and right about here I'm going to drop a position keyframe.
Oh, now I have to
And
listen.
then we'll go back to the beginning here,
Can
and
you
what I'd like is
I'm gonna talk to you just like I would talk to any other guy.
this burger bun up. And we have a little bit of
So
a problem
you gotta-
because
you gotta
we
take-
may
you gotta
have
take
not
it. I just said we
realized
won.
it before
There's
this
no
point,
reason to
but
criticize
this
anything.
illustrator
I just said we
will
won.
just basically outline. So
That was my point.
there is no kind of
Over.
background fill in each one of these elements. That's something that we can fix, so definitely stay tuned for that. But I think for the amount of frames this is going to be on,
Search and
it's
destroy.
not a big deal at this point in
Destroy
time.
the objective.
I'm going to have it start here and kind of fly out like this and make room for this burger to fly in. I'm just going to hit F9 on the
they're all on B.
like this button here, which will fit
ruins.
all graphs to view, so that it is a little bit bigger. And then I'll just give these a little bit of a curve here, like that. I think that looks good. The timing is not perfect, like I said before, so I think I'm going to slide this stuff forward. Perfect. Yeah, just like that. I want it just sliding out of the way. Boom! Just like that.
Destroy.
Now, I think the effect that I would like to see is I'd like the bun, the top bun and the bottom kind of burger stuff here to continue to basically expand. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new null object. And I prefer to have the anchor points in the center of my null layer, so I did the Control Alt Home and then Control Home to kind of recenter that up there. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this up here, and then I'll hold Control
behind me.
and if I'm close to the anchor point on that top bun, it should snap right there. And I'm just going to name this null right down here. I'm going to hit Enter on the keyboard and name this top bun. C-O-N-T is my abbreviation for controller. And I'm going to bring that down here, put it right above the top bun. I may even select both of these and change them to fuchsia so I can keep track of the layers. And then I'm going to take the top bun layer and parent that to this top bun controller. That way, after this initial move, I can really easily create some secondary motion by just animating this null. So I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Alt-Shift-P and Alt-Shift-R to drop in a position and a rotation keyframe. And then I'll go to the end of the timeline, move this up a little bit, and maybe rotate it a little bit like that. Now, I'm going to go to my solids here and just drag down another null. I don't necessarily have to make another one. It's kind of a pet peeve of mine to keep my projects as tight as possible. I like to just keep using the same null over and over. So I'm just going to make this null an adjustment layer that will essentially make it transparent. And then I'm going to come right down here and hold Control again and just snap the anchor point to my bottom stuff layer. I'll rename this to bottom stuff.
I know who Kobe is, but what's the
my bottom stuff layer to my null here. And then I'm going to do the same thing to this null. I'm going to hold Alt Shift and then hit P and then R to drop a position in a rotation keyframe. I'll go to the end of the timeline, and this time I'm going to push the burger down, and then what I had before.
Second story.
Okay, so let's look at what I have right now. Just going to fit to view.
Three world championships.
Oh, I love it. I think it looks so cool. That's a good place to stop for this lesson. Make sure to check out the next lesson. You're going to learn how to put some final touches on this animation. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to put some final touches on this animation, including using an inertial bounce expression. Final touches on this little animation here. What I'm going to do is drag down another null. Yes, I do like using null layer. And I'm going to call
God
this
damn.
shaker. I'm going to make this an adjustment.
damn.
Visible. The effect that I want to go for here is I want to make the text look like it has some weight.
Snickers.
So when the text kind of hits,
Twix is only good when you like all the
I want
chocolate.
all of these elements to push back in space and look like they're kind of shaking, kind of like a meteor impact, if you will. You know, it comes down really hard and make this little aftershake sort of deal going on.
Let's hit
Even
the
though I have
middle.
some 3D elements, it really doesn't matter because all I need to do is select my burger text, the best text, the line outline. In fact, I can also select the lines map here, the top bun controller, the bottom bun controller. And then I'm going to take all of those and parent that to this shaker layer. And now what I'm going to do with the shaker layer is I'm going to hit S on the keyboard and bring up scale, and then I'm going to take my best text here and press U, and that'll reveal any keyframes that I have placed on the timeline. And right about when the best word hits, or maybe a frame after, maybe right here, I'll go one frame ahead of there and I will put a scale keyframe on my shaker null, and then I'll go maybe 2 frames down the timeline and I'll set this to something like 92 something. And then I'll go 2 frames forward, boom. Now at this point in time, if I hit U on my burger text, that has hit. And so I will return my scale back to 100%. Okay, let's just look at what we have so far. Boom. Okay, that looks sort of gross.
Come on.
I admit that was not very good. But
Come on.
I'm going to show you an expression that's going to make that look really cool. That expression is called inertial bounce. Inertial bounce is kind of a way to create a really sort of lifelike motion to your animations. In this particular case, I'm going to give that scale animation some inertial bounce.
I killed that guy.
I think some velocity, and then it draws a sine wave and then decays it over time. If all that sounds like nerd business, don't worry. Just go to Google and type in inertial bounce After Effects. I can almost guarantee the top result will be top 5 AE expressions from GrayMachine.com. All of these are really good expressions, and you should definitely check some of them out. But
what happens when you squabble over dubs?
Most
What
is the
happens
first
when
one
you
right here,
squabble over
inertial
dubs,
bounce.
man?
So just copy this text right here. Just going to copy that there. And then over in After Effects, I'm going to
give this and God takes
the scale stopwatch. And then in this space down here, I'm going to paste that expression. And just by doing that, check out what I have now. Whoa. Okay, I'm going to roll it back to the beginning.
We need a little humbling.
So, what that inertial bounce expression did is I'm going to bring up the graph editor, and then down here under scale, It's sort of calculating the motion right here, and then it creates a sine wave based on a specific frequency, and then that sine wave decays over time. This very much mimics essentially what all motion does to some extent. Now, it's not super smooth right now, and I'm going to change it.
Basically a tortilla.
I just wanted to show you what that expression is doing behind the scenes.
Cinnamon.
And we can change this if we go into the expression.
A lot of restaurants cut them up like little.
And I know this is a bunch of techno mumbo jumbo, but the only things we really need to look at are the top 3 lines. Amp, which stands for amplitude, frequency, or freak, which stands for frequency, and decay. What I usually like to do with this expression is change the frequency from 2 to 1.5, because I think 2 is just too much.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
Movements to be a little bit slower.
It's hella good.
Then I'm going to turn up the decay, which is going to make it stop moving faster. So I'm going to turn it up from 2 to, let's try flour.
The flour, try it, it kind of puffs out.
And then let's see the difference in what that's going to do.
It's kind of like, I don't know how to explain. Kind of like, I don't know.
And if we look at the graph, we have kind of an overshoot, if you will, where it goes past 100%, and then it dips back down to negative scale, and then it comes back up, and then it goes back down, and then it just kind of settles. So we're getting a little bit less of that, you know, before we were waving way down the timeline here, and now it's just kind of boom, and then it just kind of settles out. But let's just watch. What I like about this is it just makes it feel like that text has some really nice weight to it. Now we can smooth this out a little further by taking this middle keyframe.
I was bubblegum pretty good.
You can see that, but this
the best ice cream of Oz. The best ice cream of Oz.
And I think that might look a little bit better. It's really going to be pretty subtle, but let's check it out.
Pistachio.
Let's watch that one more time.
Pistachio.
And we can adjust the intensity of that by moving around these
mint chocolate chip is good. Mint chocolate chip is good.
We're going to make the last part of this expression.
But cookie, when I was your guys' age, my
that's going to make it just a little bit more impactful.
However,
that means it's still going to have the same amount of decay. So it's making a bigger wave up front, but it's still going to have the same kind of decay on the back end. And if we want it to be even a little less, we can just change this percentage.
He's in our spawn. He's in our spawn. He's in our spawn. He's in our spawn.
95, and that'll just be a little bit more simple. So let's check that out. But I think the effect is pretty cool because it looks like, boom, the text comes in, and then it just looks like it's kind of exploding. If you want even more decay, we'll just turn this up to like 7.
Damn.
Now let's check it out. And now it's really dampened the expression or the movement.
One shot.
Taking Baker.
This to me feels like it's in a really good place. At the beginning, this sort of thing bothered you where we're seeing
these guys
this layer
aren't dying,
through the
man.
bottom.
These guys aren't dying,
That we can
man.
do
I get him one shot.
by going over to Illustrator, and we can find our top bun layer
They're not
here.
dying. That's the
We
thing.
can grab
They're not
the
dying.
group
That's the
selection
thing.
tool, and we're just going to zoom into the edge.
Yeah, I'm getting no hit
And
detection.
if you just
I'm getting no
click
hit
out
detection.
that's
Absolutely
closest to the
zero.
edge. That'll select that, and we'll want to deselect and then just click that path. You see how that path right there?
They're not dying, bro. I see dying, bro. I see.
Come back over to After Effects, and I'll just.
I don't mind
shape
losing,
layers
but
here.
we're not. I don't mind losing, but we're not losing.
And then
We're
if
playing
I
better than
come
these
down
guys.
here
They're
and I
just
just
not dying.
add a path, I should be able to select the path and then just paste that path from Illustrator right in here. Now I have that exact shape right here. And to give it some fill, what I would do is just add a fill right here. And then I can change that color to kind of this darker color here. And then I'm going to take this and just kind of apply with the bun layer. And like that. You select the layer, hit enter, rename it to top bun fill. And then I'm going to put it below my top bun. Let's see if I can nudge it over right there. I like to try and align those as close as I can, but you may find, depending on what you're filling the back with, that can be a little bit tricky.
We just need one tick.
One thing you can do is just get it close, and then come down here,
We just need
and
one
then
tick.
add an
We
offset
can
path.
actually win this round. We can actually win this
And if
round.
that is below your paths, what you can do is just set this to like -1, and that's just going to, if I solo this, that's just going to shrink it out a tiny bit. I do minus
They're
2.
all one shot on
shrinks it up a
all
little
one
bit
shot
more.
on point.
So that way it's going to live basically between the edge of this path here and this white area here. So I won't have any bleed over. However, I don't think it's really going to matter for this. And if I wanted to fill this with the background, that's no problem. What I would do is take my background layers right here, and I would pre-compose them. So I'm going to hit Control-Shift-C.
One's in the back of their spawn watching. One's in the back of their spawn watching flame.
And I'm going to duplicate these, bring them up just underneath my top bun fill layer, and then hopefully you know where I'm going now, but if not, I'm going to hit F4 on the keyboard to bring up the track mat options, and I'm going to set it to alpha map. And essentially what that is going to do, if we solo this, it's just going to paint the background in wherever that bun fill layer is. And in order to get this bun fill layer to
I don't want to be an
follow where
asshole,
my
but
top
Kobe's
bun
dead.
is, I'm going to parent it to my top fun. And so now I have a really nice way to block out all of this junk
people that are
from my phone life.
I love
everything else is exactly the same.
I love Kobe.
Sort of peeking
Taking
out
a
that little
helicopter everywhere. Taking a
and this is
helicopter everywhere.
something
Not a
that
smart thing
we
to
just
do.
needed to deal with because the arc wasn't exactly what we needed it to be for this animation. But everything else I think is looking pretty nice. Coming up in the next lesson, you will learn some more great looking techniques for animating some pre-made designs in After Effects.
Hey video creators, with Envato Elements you can create better videos. How? With unlimited downloads of millions of creative assets, all with commercial licenses for one low cost. Because no matter which video you're creating, Envato Elements has everything you need. Get creative with unlimited downloads of royalty-free stock footage, video templates, audio, and millions of other creative assets.
All right, people, let's move on. So this is where Mike stands, and this is where the dinosaur comes in.
Yeah, Envato Elements is where you find and download everything. Motion graphics, dinosaurs,
One's in the back, all the way in the back, my swan.
and create even more. Social media assets, online content, everything.
One's in the back, all the way in the back,
Literally everything.
Music tracks, sound effects. Thank you. Everything you need for your videos, it's all unlimited. Deliver better videos fast with Envato Elements. Get started today.
The guy that was in the back. The guy that was in the back.
In this lesson, you're going to learn how to animate another pre-made design from Adobe Illustrator. We're going to be looking at some 2.5D with an After Effects camera and some interesting techniques to get this to look really fun with some lens flares. All right, so just like in some previous lessons, I'm in Adobe Illustrator and I need to release this to layers. So I'm going to come over here to the layers panel in the little flyout menu and choose release to layers. Then I'm going to pull these out of this layer stack here, delete the top layer, and then just rename these. So
One shot on point, one shot on point, one shot on point, one shot on point, one shot on point.
overlay, and this is background. Perfect. That was simple, wasn't it? Then I'm going to just save this, and I'm going to take the original file name, just do an _1, press enter, and then click OK. Then I'm going to jump over to the After Effects. Now, before I get too far in After Effects, let me just save this. Always a good thing to do. Then I'll double click and import my Illustrator file. I'm going to import it as a composition, and I'm going to leave the footage dimension to layer size. Perfect. Then I'm going to double click this composition in the project panel to open it up. So this is what we're looking at here. It's not terribly exciting. It would be pretty cool if I had access to this, what I would guess is an After Effects file with all this really cool kind of HUD technology looking stuff, and I could do some fun animation. Although that would be really complicated. What I have to work with is just a flat image. So to make this look interesting, what I think will work is to do some kind of 2.5D, which is the After Effects version of 3D. After Effects can do some more 3D rendering and stuff, but when we're dealing with flat planes that have no depth to them, it's really kind of a 2.5D sort of effect. And let me show you how that works. I'm going to take my text layer, and I'm going to take my background layer, and I'm going to make those 3D by clicking the 3D layer switch right here. If you don't see those, you can press F4 on the keyboard. Whoops, I actually pressed F3, so F4 will toggle those layer switches for you there. And then I'm going to right click here, choose New Camera, and I'm going to do a 35mm. I don't need depth of field on. Perfect. I'll click OK. Now, if you press C on the keyboard, that'll bring up the camera tool. And if you click and drag, that will orbit, and you're gonna think, well, that doesn't look very 3D at all. And you are correct. And that's because these layers are in the same 3D position. If we hit P and we bring up the position with the text and the background layer selected, you can see that their Z position, so we have X, Y, and Z, is exactly the same. But if we take the background layer and we come over to the Z position and we just push it back in Z space by a fair amount, like that, whatever that might be, and then we scale this back up, it's going to look exactly the same. But when we go back to our camera tool and we orbit again, okay,
behind
now
us, flank, behind us, flank,
3D, getting this kind of perspective shift here, or a parallax effect. And that's what we're going to be going for. That's going to sell this sort of 3D look. Now on top of that, I'm going to take my background layer here and I'm going to add a CC lens, which I already have pulled up in my effects and presets panel. I'm going to drag that over to my background, and
one shot in
that's
our
not what I'm
spawn,
going
going right.
for.
One
So
shot
I'm
in our
going to come over
spawn,
here to
going
the
right
effects
side.
controls and
Full flank.
increase the size.
flank.
Now, you may notice that when you increase the size, you're going to say, whoa, that's pretty cool looking. And you can use CC Lens for some really trippy sort of effects and transitions. In fact, one of the most popular sort of warp transition packs that's been out for a while uses this CC Lens effect to great, well, effect. It creates some really cool looking warp style transitions. It's really cool. So I'm going to increase the size here. And then I'm going to animate the center to give it this sort of effect. And that's really going to sell this sort of 3D parallax effect. We don't even really have to move the camera.
Kobe mentality. Okay, I'm on board.
mentality.
Okay, I'm on board. I'm on board.
Anything in 3D, because if we animate the position of this, so let me undo that, and I'll just drop a position keyframe here, pull that out to like 3 seconds, and then I'll just move this over here, and then I'll come over to my background layer, I'll reset the center, drop a keyframe right here, and then just push this maybe like this. If I just do that,
there's two on head, Godhead. There's two on head, Godhead.
Two on Godhead. It may work better actually if I move this over to the other side. Let's try that. Yeah, look at that. Your brain is telling you that you are looking at something that has a 3D sort of aspect to it, a 3D perspective, if you will.
They're gonna go B. They're
When
gonna go
it's
B. They're gonna go B. They're gonna go B. They're
not
gonna go
at
B. They're gonna go B.
Make these 2D layers.
Rotate, guys. They're gonna go B.
It will
Rotate,
essentially
guys.
look exactly the same. Check this out. I'll just reset the scale.
He's one shot. Oh, he's one shot on A. One shot on A. Hey, even up A, it's not the worst thing in the world.
One shot. Oh,
But
he's
it's not.
Hey, giving up A is not the worst thing in the world. Hey, giving up A is not the worst thing in the world.
But we're gonna make it look even more 3D. So I'm just going to reset this here, and I'll reset the center. That's reset. And to this animation, I'm going to add a null object, and I'm going to make my null 3D. And I think I'm just going to parent the camera to my null. I enter and name this cam control. And then if I pull up the rotation here, I can do some rotation for this. And that will essentially orbit the camera around the center. And that's going to give us a really nice sort of 3D look. It's going to be a little bit more than what I was doing a second ago. So I think I'm going to come to about 5 seconds, and then drop the keyframe on the Y rotation. Come back.
I need help A. I need help A. I need help A. I need help
I
A.
don't want to do something too drastic, but maybe like 10 degrees, and I'm just going to animate from here to there. All right, so at 5 seconds, I'm also going to come down to the background layer here and drop a keyframe on the CC Lens effect for center, and then I'm going to push this maybe over in this direction. Now it doesn't look exactly right, but let me see if the motion is right. No, okay, I think that's the wrong way. I think I need to go this way. There we go. That's
one shot on A. One shot
I
on
think
A.
that's has the right look to it. Essentially, the camera is going to do that parallax. But in this case, I just want to use the CC Lens effect to give it a little bit more warping in the edges. So let me see. I will change the view to fit up to 100%. And you'll see that the edges kind of have this warp effect, almost like the background is bent, the way it's kind of pulling out here. And if we adjust the scale, or the size rather, that'll become faster. But we do want to fill it a little bit. So you can adjust the size to fill it, or you can just scale up the layer if you want to. Either way. So if I increase the scale of the layer, then I can pull the size down.
Don't even check corner. Check your fucking corner, dumbass.
Look at it.
Check your fucking corner.
Look at it. How dumb it is. Check your fucking corner, dumbass. Check your fucking corner, dumbass. Check your fucking corner, dumbass. That's how bad you are, dumbass. That's how bad you are. That's how fucking check idiots. That's how obviously we're gonna camp the corner when you're gonna camp the corner.
You got smoke, kid.
Pretty good
God
amount of
smoke,
warping
kid.
over here.
You got
You can see it particularly in
You
the
got
corners.
smoke.
Doing
You
a
got
nice
smoke.
warp there.
Scoreboard.
All right,
What scoreboard?
I think that's pretty good so far. So I'm going to select
Blending
the keyframes.
29.
I think actually I'll just take the end keyframes and just ease into them by
3-1. You
pressing
got 3-1.
F9 on the keyboard.
You got 3-1.
Let me just preview what this looks like here. Okay, pretty good. I think also I might want to do a position animation here on this null. And I think I'd probably want to push in on this and then pull back, which will be just a little bit more dynamic. It's not incredibly fancy, and I'm just going to trim up the composition to the work area there, but I think it works. And this is a good place to stop for this lesson. Coming up in the next lesson, we're going to really punch up this title here with some cool text effects. So check that out coming up next. In this lesson, we're going to punch up this text with some cool text effects and give it a really cool kind of electronic-y look. All right, I'm going to jump over to my project panel here. I'm going to select my text layer in the outer space scene _1 layers. These are the Illustrator layers. So I'm going to select my text here and then replace with pre-comp. Then I'm going to double click that to open it. And actually, if we look at this comp right here, you can see that that layer has been replaced with the text pre-composition. If you double click this, that's going to open up the same comp here. So what I want to do in this comp here is animate the text to do something a little bit more interesting. And I want to get access to the
doesn't even check the corner. He's the last guy alive.
I'm going to double click on the text, and I'm going to copy it from Adobe Illustrator. And then in After Effects, I'm going to grab the type tool, just drop it in anywhere, and then paste, and then press Enter on the numeric keyboard. And now I have that text exactly as it appeared in Adobe Illustrator. Any kind of weird formatting that might have been done in Illustrator transfers over to After Effects. It's very handy that way. Now what I'd like to do is convert this text to shape layers. Now you may be wondering why I just didn't take the text layer here and choose Create Shapes from Vector Layer. And that's because for whatever reason it doesn't work with some text layers. So we'll just paste the text from Illustrator and that works totally fine. So on my text layer now, I'm going to right click, choose Create, and then Create Shapes from Text. Now, if I didn't mention this before, this Gempire font is from Envato Elements. Tons of great fonts there, and this is one of them. So let's look at this shape layer that I just
And anytime you come to South Korea.
I'm going to drill down. It looks exactly like the text, but what I want to do is give it kind of a stroke effect. And I want to animate the strokes around the text and then have the fill kind of flash in. And I'm going to do that on a few separate layers here. So the first thing that I want to do is expand all of these layers here. In fact, I'll just hit the tilde key so I can see what I'm doing.
Safe, but very expensive.
And I'm going to grab all the fills and strokes and delete them. Now you could just turn them off up here, but that's going to get a little bit confusing down the road. So I'm just going to delete them. Then I'm going to come over here, and with the content selected, I'm going to choose Add and then Stroke. And that's going to put a stroke down at the bottom of this stack. And that way I can control one stroke for the entire layer. All the shapes will have this stroke, and it just makes it easier to animate. So let me hit the tilde key again, and let's look at what is going on here. So that's too much stroke, I can tell. I'm also going to
Would you dress up as a character?
Match the color of the text. So I'll just use the eyedropper tool there. Perfect. Then what I would like to do is I would like to add a trim paths. So I'll just select contents and then trim paths, which is just off the screen there. Let me just pull this up so you can see. Trim paths. Okay. And that put the trim paths at the bottom of all of these groups, which means that the trim paths will essentially affect everything that's above it. And if I just pull down the end, I can kind of see what I want it to do. So there's two things that I want to animate here, and I'll just animate them right now. I'm going to come back to the beginning of the comp here. I'll drop a keyframe on end and offset. Then I'll go to about 3 seconds. I'll put the end at 100%, and I'll put the offset to 1, which will do essentially 1 full revolution or rotation of the offset.
Rotate,
this, you can see what it's going to do. It's got this really cool kind of wrapping line effect. Now, if you pay attention to what's happening in the O right here, something strange is going on. It looks like the line sort of stops right here, and it draws the middle line, completes the middle line, and then it goes back to the outer line, and then it starts taking away some from the middle, and then putting some back. It's very sort of busy, and I don't like it. And what I discovered is that the reason it's doing this is because the O is made up of 2 groups here. So we have a path on this group and a path, or 2 separate paths rather. And each one of these paths then has a merge path applied to it. And the merge path is basically to subtract this middle bit from the outer bit here, so that when it's filled, it doesn't look like just one oval. It's got a hole in the middle. But you see, I don't actually need the fill, so what I'm going to do is get rid of this merge path here, in the O, the R, and then the other O. And now when this plays, you're going to see that the lines do what they should do, and that's continually move without stopping. Which I think you'll agree looks a lot better, especially for the O. Now, would you actually be able to notice that it's doing this weird thing with the O and the R and the O? I don't know. Maybe. I don't like it, so I'm going to get rid of those merge paths. Finally, I'm going to select the keyframes here and just apply some easy ease with the F9 key. Let's see what we have.
I got scrapped.
Not bad. I also might like to change the line cap here from this butt cap to a round cap. So I'm just going to select the layer here, and then I'm going to use the butt capper script, which is free, to change all of the caps. Super easy. Now, if you don't like the 90-degree or hard kind of corner here, you can also change the line join style to round by alt-clicking using this, and that has a nice look as well. Okay, so right at 3 seconds, what I would like is for the fill on this layer to come in. I love Phil. He's a great guy. And then on my stroke layer here, I'm going to animate the stroke width from whatever it is down to
behind us somewhere.
Like this. So it's going to come in like this. It's going to wrap around. Boom. And then it's going to go down to 0 now. I think that was probably too slow. And this could probably go more like 2 seconds, I think. I think that'll look good. But we'll look at it in a second. So make some small adjustments there, just on timing. Let's jump back to this scene and check out what I have so far. Yes, that feels right. That looks right. Now it doesn't have quite the right look to it at the moment. I want it to have kind of a glow sense about it, something that indicates that it's maybe giving off some light. So a couple different ways that we can do that. One, I can set this to additive blend mode, and that will give it, well, sort of this kind of light type properties to it. I could also add a glow. I'm going to set that back to normal. So with my effects console here, I'm just going to add a glow. That's the same as just coming over here to the effects and presets and typing in glow. It's just a little bit faster. The FX console is a free plugin from Video Copilot, and if you use After Effects, you should definitely check it out. So, I'm going to jack up this glow here, and I'm going to turn up the glow radius, and maybe the threshold. I want it to kind of almost be looking like it's going to white and the glow is more bluish. Something like that, maybe. Sometimes it takes multiple glows, so you may have to kind of stack this, and then you might shrink this down. This one might be this, and then you might adjust the intensity of the glow to get it to look how you want. I think that actually looks pretty good, just like that. There are some third-party glows that are pretty cool looking as well, and I'm going to show you that in this comp here. In fact, I will make this comp much bigger, like that. And I'm going to show you a third-party glow called Deep Glow, which I'm now seeing look. I need to apply it on this layer.
It's okay.
And Deep Glow looks really, really cool. It's got a different way of applying the glow. And it has this look to it that I think is fantastic. Now, if I wanted to get this to work right, I'll have to increase the height here. Maybe lose some of the width. There we go. I think that just looks really fantastic. And that's just in its kind of stock iteration. If I copied that to my lines, that would look even crazier. I might just pull down the radius.
Yeah, opposite here. He won.
I think that has a really great look to it. But this is a third-party effect. It does cost, I believe, $50. You can find it on aescripts.com. I think it looks a fair bit better than the stock glow, but let's just stick with the stock glow for now. And I think this is looking pretty good so far. I like this. Now, one thing that I want to make sure is happening is that this stroke layer here, which I pulled down to the bottom, is going to be completely off. So actually, when it goes down to 0, I'm just going to trim it up so that I know that it's out and it's not going to be having any stuff or junk hanging over and messing with the overall width of my text. So this is looking cool. We can also turn on the motion blur. Oops, not the 3D switch. The motion blur for this stroke. I'm not sure that'll translate a tremendous amount.
Rotate next.
Yeah, I don't know.
Confirm.
Might also be able to punch up this section here. What we might be able to do is kind of fake some more intense glowing by duplicating this outline layer here. I'll hit U and I'll go to where the stroke is being animated right here. And I want it to start a little smaller. In fact, I want this to be almost white like this. So I want this to just kind of be kind of a white inner part here. In fact, I can probably go about that, maybe a stroke width of 4. And then I'm going to come to my effects console and I'm going to do a Gaussian blur. And I'm going to blur this down a little bit. And I think that should work. Maybe I'll bump this up a little bit more. Something like that. I think that looks pretty good. And I may be able to set this to like additive mode.
There we go.
I think it looks cool. In that case, I'll pull that back down and then increase the blur a little bit more. And now it really kind of has a little bit more of a neon sort of effect.
What's that, brother?
The thing that I want to make sure is that it completely disappears here.
I like winning.
So now let's check out how that works.
Rotation, spawns, objective. Let's start talking about the objective time because who's going first?
Rotation, spawns,
I think it may be just a little bit too much, so I might pull it down just a hair.
I like that.
Because
If anyone beats me on objective time
right now, I think is a little bit too intense. And I may want to adjust or animate the glow intensity and maybe punch it up right here. And then I'll pull it down just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm
Here.
perfectly fine getting zero kills as long as we win.
Maybe I'll just go 1 frame before then and then punch it in like this. Oh yes, I like that. Now overall, I think this has a pretty good look to it, but I think we could punch it up a little bit more with some lens flares. And you're gonna see that coming up in the next lesson.
We haven't lost since you joined us for her.
In this lesson, we're going to pick up where we left off in the last lesson, working on this animation here. We're going to be checking out some lens flares.
What I mean by like lost.
I don't know how you feel about lens flares, but if someone were to ask me, I would say I love lens flares, and I really do. They're just the right thing when you need a little bit of flash and pizzazz. Like stuff like this. This kind of has
like TikTok,
almost a kind of retro future vibe here. And I really want to make this punch of the text here when we go from just the stroke and the fill comes in. And I'm just going to drop a mark asterisk so I can figure out where that is. But when that fill punches in, I want some lens flares. I want to have this whole thing light up nice and bright. I think the effect that it will have is that the text is much brighter than it actually is. So to accomplish this, I'm going to use a third-party effect called optical flares. This is by Video Copilot. It's probably one of the best lens flare plugins out there. So to apply optical flares, I'm going to create a solid. I'm just going to name this OF for optical flares.
I'm going to have a conversation with them.
Optical flares. To that, it's going to load in here.
Well, you do have the tag on your
screen
at the moment. It's your clan.
Then I'm going to jump into the options, and I'm going to customize my flare. Now, optical flares comes with
TikTok. You realize
flares, and then it has kind of a pro presets, and it's got a bunch of different preset packages that it comes with. I have all of them, and I think I want to use one that looks like either this Illuminati or something very long and stretched. Ooh, Sub-Zero. Yeah, I like this one. This will be a good lens flare. Now, I like everything about the look of this except for this jazz right here, this angly stuff. And thankfully, I can hide any of the bits that I don't like. I like that. I like that. I don't like this blue thing here. There we go. That's it. That have to go as well. So this is really going to be a simple sort of lens flare. Cool. I'm also going to change the positioning mode to 3D, which will help it track, I think, a little better.
Behind us again. Zigzag.
And then I'm going to position it just on the edge of the frame here when this hits. And I will also trim up the beginning of the layer here with begin bracket so that lens flares start right here. And I'm going to animate the position. So when we come to rest here, basically what I'm going to do is just move this over and probably down just a little bit like that. And then I'm also going to animate the scale and the brightness. And I'm going to jack the scale way up and the brightness way up. And that's going to just look... Sorry. Whoa, it's going to look awesome. Maybe too much scale there. A little more brightness. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I'll press U on the keyboard to bring up those keyframes. And maybe I'll go like to there. And I'll reset the brightness, reset the scale. Maybe turn the brightness down a little more. Cool. Let's see what that looks like.
Hold down the backside.
Hard point located.
Yeah, I like that. I think I'd probably take these, easy ease them, jump into the graph editor, and let's look at the speed graph, and then give it kind of a shape like this, where I want it to hit kind of an exponential curve. I want to fit this to the view here. There we go. Fit all graph. I want this to really hit, and then bam! Let's see if I go to value graph, what does that do? There we go. That's looking all right. It's going to really look like a flash, essentially, if the curve is that exponential sort of shape. Bam!
We have the lead. Now,
optical flares also has a flicker section down here, and I'm going to change the type to sharp. I'm going to turn up the speed and the amount, because I like flickery lens flares. Ooh, I like that. That may be a little bit too much. Maybe let's try smooth.
One shot, one shot.
Turn this down a little bit.
Located.
Go next. Go next.
You know what? I do like sharp.
They're already next. They're already next. They're already next.
But maybe we'll just turn down the speed a little bit. Let's try that.
We control the
Very cool. Ooh, you know what? Actually, I want my lens flare to stop moving right here. And I'll probably have to ease that. Because if it keeps moving once the camera stops, that's not going to look so hot. Very cool. Okay. I like that. I think the only thing that I would do in addition to this is maybe give the background a little bit of an RGB split look to it. I don't know. It might work, it might not. So I'm going to come to the background layer here. I'm going to right click on it and choose replace with pre-comp. And that's going to pre-comp my background layer. I'm going to double click that, go on into my background layer.
They're already next.
This strange cloud here. And that's fine. But I'm going to apply another third-party effect. This one is from Red Giant Universe, and that's called RGB Separation. Universe is a collection of all kinds of different, very useful effects for After Effects and Premiere. One of them that I'm very fond of is this RGB Split. Now, RGB Split is this effect, and we're going to zoom in here so that you can see this. Let's see, RGB Separation, we just push it out just a little bit. It just kind of separates the red, blue, and green channels in space. And it has this really cool looking effect that I just love. I think it looks really neat. Now, they actually have a couple of different variations on this. So this is one of them. In fact, they have a preset browser here that will open up, and you can choose a bunch of different looks. So some things have a little bit of distortion. We have heavy. I think maybe subtle distortion might work. Let's try that. Yeah. So this is without. This is with.
He's one shot.
Okay.
One shot.
I'm gonna just pull the radius in just a touch.
Palm flip.
The enemy
Let's
is
see what that looks like.
the hard point.
Now you could, if you wanted, take this optical flares layer, duplicate it, jump into the position, and then just move this. Duplicate the effect. And then of course we're going to have to change the end position.
Rotate for next.
Let's see what this looks like. Yes, oftentimes I like to have somewhat symmetrical lens flares. There's one on the bottom, the one on the top kind of works, but it's up to you. I think it looks pretty cool. And if this is just a little bit too washed out, because I think that's adding just a little bit too much wash there. You could add a curves effect to this. Maybe just tighten that up a little bit. It's up to you. Or you can just turn down the brightness or the scale. Probably the scale would need to come down a little bit more. Yeah, something like that.
Go next.
Coming up in the next lesson, you're going to learn about a pro tip that will really help these lens flares and these fine gradations.
I got. Go next. I got traps. One's behind us.
In this lesson, you're going to learn about a pro tip that will help your lens flares and gradations look fantastic when you export. Now, here's a bit of a pro tip. All right, we've been looking at this for a while. Right now, my project is in 16 bits per channel color depth. Now, the default in After Effects is 8 bits per channel. And you're thinking, okay, and what's your point? I'm following you, but why does it matter? Well, it matters because of bandwidth. Anytime that you have gradients, and in particular lens flares, solo up these flares for a second. here, what you will see, and this is going to be subtle because of the compression that will be done to this video, but you can see hopefully there is some banding going on in here. There we go. We're seeing it stronger here as the gradient gets less bright. And that is because in 8-bit per channel color mode, the red, the blue, the green, and the alpha channel only have 256 values to work with. And if this were a full kind of black and white gradient, we could come up with a pretty smooth gradient over the distance of, the corner to maybe the center of the screen, something like that. You could get a pretty good gradient there. However, as the gradient gets smaller in terms of its contrast, so instead of going from black in the middle to white at the edge, if we go from more of a light gray to more of a just slightly brighter gray, then we have a lot less colors in between these two to work with, and the result is banding, which is what you are seeing right now. The banding is not inherent in the plugin for optical flares, it's just the reality of working in 8-bit per channel color mode. If you double-click on this and you jump up to 16 bits per channel, what you'll see is this gets better, but still there is some banding. If we go to 32 bits per channel, you may also see a little bit of banding. It should be better, particularly against the background. However, 32 bits per channel is going to really screw up anything with glows on it. So let's go back to 16 bits per channel, and we'll zoom way in here and see if we can detect any banding. Now, sometimes you can't detect it with your eye, but when you go and compress this, you will see more banding because some of the color project is going to average the colors out. It's going to say, well, I know this is a gradient, but we need to save space here, so we got to throw away some of this color information. And so the banding comes back in.
Just camp in the corner
delivering this in an 8-bit codec of some sort. So I can see some banding right up here in the corner. I don't think you will be able to after this gets compressed, even in 16-bit per channel color depth. So we're going to fix this, and I do this with almost all of my After Effects projects, and this is like super secret, top secret pro information, is with noise. It sounds crazy because, in the world of cameras, we think of noise as being bad, right? You want a camera with less noise. However, noise is a magical thing. If you think about what's happening here with this gradation between the lights and the darks, and we'll go back to 8-bit mode so that you can hopefully see some of these banding artifacts even more, is if I take this adjustment layer that I just added and I drop a noise effect on it and then I turn up the noise, at some point that banding is going to go away. Now that's too much noise for sure, but on top of all of the other layers, it may be enough to kill some of that banding. Plus, what we can do is we can kind of stack this noise effect. By we, I mean me. So instead of just adding it to the adjustment layer, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it to this layer right here. And I'm going to turn it way down. Maybe 1%.
Damn, they're watching Flink as well.
This other optical flares. Oops, that's down here. So now I have two little tiny grains, and you can see it. Like if I zoom way in, you should be able to see it. There's definitely noise there. Right? If I click off one of these, you're going to see it reduce. However, if we're looking at 100%, you can just barely make it out. And by the time this gets compressed, you're not really going to see it. And then we add the top layer of grain on top of this, and I may add just like 2%. Very small. And then here's the magic. In After Effects, we're going to go from 8-bit to 16-bit per channel. Check this out. There's no banding. Like even if we zoom way in, you can't see any banding.
Good game,
gone.
Fucker.
Now, there may be just the very slightest bit of banding there.
I don't see it. Got us on one.
However, when this gets compressed, you may be seeing some banding, but in real life, it's not there. And you're thinking, yeah, but this looks grainy. Well, look at it in context of everything. First of all, the noise, I think, looks cool. So there is that. I think it adds a nice grit and a sort of overall just blend to this, which I think looks really nice. Secondly, when this gets compressed, especially for the web, a lot of that noise will get sort of compressed out. All this little detail here, H.264 won't really handle that, especially if this is going to YouTube or something. This kind of individual, every pixel is different.
You see TikTok's
So
an
a
asshole.
lot of that detail gets thrown away. And so adding noise can really help things. You could also add grain to this as well. So instead of noise, which is a very, very fine effect, so the noise is a very fine effect, and I'm going to turn it off.
You give me a hard time when we win.
You don't have to stack it either, because you can see that the banding is mostly gone with just this top level noise here. Sometimes I find it helpful to put just a tiny bit of noise on the optical flares layer, but you can see that it's pretty much gone here. I don't
These conversations
right now. But another effect that can give it a nice overall look is the add grain effect. So right over here, we'll just pop in add grain. Now, if you think your computer is fast, go ahead and set this to final output.
Have someone on my blog.
Then you may want to turn down the intensity to something like 0.5. Yeah, just 0.5 for intensity, which is a nice effect. Maybe even 0.3 or something like that. This is applying a nice grain effect, and you can see the noise is off right now. And it is adding a little bit of something. In fact, I'm going to jack this up to 0.6 so that you can see it more once this gets compressed. But watch how long this takes to render just one frame. Okay, it looks like it's going actually pretty fast. Let me put this at 100%.
Hard point. Hard. Move out. Move out.
You're saying, well, yeah, it's kind of, it's going, but consider that the machine that I'm running this on is a 16-core AMD Ryzen 3950X with 128 gigs of RAM. This is not a slouch computer, but if you're trying to use add grain on any slower computer like a laptop, it's going to put a real hurt on your laptop. So if you like the look of this add grain effect, a better way and a faster way to use it is actually to pre-render it. And I want to show you that right now. I'm going to create a new composition. I'm going to name it grain. I'm going to make it 1920 by 1080, 29.97 frames per second, 5 seconds long. Click OK. I'm going to add a gray solid to this, and I want to make sure that it has no hue, no saturation. It's 50% gray. And I'm going to click OK. And then I'm going to add the grain effect and set it to final output. And that's it. For me, I like the look of this grain. It does look a little soft, but if I want more high frequency, finer detail in the noise texture, I can just use the noise effect. So this works fine. I'm going to add that to the render queue, queue that up, and there it is right there. I'm going to use the GoPro Cineform YUV 10-bit preset. One of the Apple ProRes presets would also work, and I'm just going to render that out. Now, I've already rendered that out, so I'm going to double-click in my project panel to import that. Switch back over to my outer space scene, and I'm going to pull that down into my composition here. Now, right away you can see that it doesn't look the same. I need to apply a blending mode to this. The two blending modes that work really well with grain, at least for me, is overlay and linear light. Linear light looks super aggressive. However, if you just turn down the opacity, it works pretty well. It is a little bit sort of gritty looking. That can work sometimes. Overlay is a nice alternative. It's a little more subtle, and you're going to have to jack up the opacity. But, you know, you can see even at 100% opacity, it is pretty subtle. The final thing that you may have noticed is that this grain clip is too short. Now, if I was using this grain clip in Premiere, what I would do is just make a sequence and then just copy and paste this like 50 or 60 or 80 or 100 times to be as long as I need this grain clip, and then I can use that subsequence as a layer and set that to a blending mode to work in Premiere. However, in After Effects, it's a much easier solution. I'll just take this layer right here, hit Control-Alt-T on the keyboard, or you can right-click and come up here to time, choose Enable Time Remapping. Once you've enabled time remapping, I'm going to apply a very simple expression. I'm going to Alt-click on the time remap and type loop, and it's going to prompt me right here. I want a loop out. So there we go. And then I'm going to put cycle in quotes. And again, if I type quotes, it's going to prompt me, and I want to choose cycle. This is the expression. Loop out, cycle in quotes. We can extend the out point of this layer, and it's going to loop indefinitely. I'll just turn the opacity up here and play the grain. Now you can see exactly what it's going to do. It's just going to loop. And you can use this loop out cycle expression on a bunch of different properties. It's a good one to know. Pull this back down. Now it renders, and it's moving much faster than it did before with that add grain effect. I think that looks fantastic. Coming up in the next several lessons, we're going to be looking at a much more complicated animation, working with another design, using more expressions, learning some new expressions like the wiggle expression, keyframe animation, and more. Coming up in the next few lessons, you're going to learn how to take some static art here, created by a designer in Adobe Illustrator, break it apart, prep it for animation, and create something much more dynamic.
We don't.
All right, so we're looking at art that was created in Illustrator by a designer. It's not yet ready for animation. Similar to another lesson in the course where we looked at a burger design, we're going to have to prep this art for animation. So the first thing that I like to do is come over here to the Layers panel, and in the little flyout menu here, just come down here to Release to Layers. That's going to put all of the individual layers. You can see if I undo that. Previously, you can see the layer colors are all the same, and that means if I were to import this into After Effects, this would be just one flat layer. Now I could rebuild it in After Effects, but it's going to save a little bit of time. If I go here and release two layers, release the layers, I'm going to select all these layers, pull them down, and kind of put them in their own root directory, and delete that top layer there. I'm going to name these, so I'm just going to toggle on the layer visibility, double click to rename. I'll name this top one text, and this looks like leaves and lines. We drill down here. Let's deal with that. I think this bottom layer here is just the background. So on this middle layer, we have all kinds of junk. We have these individual lead elements here, which if you look very closely, you can see that these are a TIFF. So these are a flat layer, and that's not going to be ideal for what we're going to do in After Effects, but we'll deal with that in a second here. So let's see if we can isolate some of these lines here. I think what we can do is select this layer here, and then combine two of these layers to sequence. Yep, that'll work. Perfect. Now we can take all of these layers here and down.
He's laying down behind the thing.
Up this layer. Very good. And then we'll just get rid of this right here. That'll work. Let's figure out what is on each with these layers. Okay, so these two are lines, so we'll call this one line underscore 1 maybe. And this line underscore 2. That layer is nothing. That's some kind of rectangle, and I don't think it's anything, so I'm just going to delete it. And before we go any further, I'm actually going to just save this as a unique name so that I don't inadvertently mess up the original artwork. Each one of these are the leaves, so I'll just name those. Leaves 1. Good enough. And I will save this. Now this is pretty good to go as it is. If I were to import this in After Effects, I'll have access to the text and the leaves and the lines in the background, and I could do something with that. However, what I would like to do is animate the individual leaf elements here individually. I asked the designer where they got these leaf elements, and it happened to be from Envato Elements, which is, by the way, where this font came from as well. And so I have a collection of Photoshop files here, and in the Photoshop files are the individual leaf elements. So what I need to do is open up one of these and figure out what leaf elements I need, and then export those so that I can kind of rebuild just the leaf elements in After Effects. I think that's going to be pretty cool. So maybe I'll open up this one that says leafs.psd. That could be the one that I'm looking for. And let's see here. What are we looking at? Okay, so if I just show
Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law.
Okay, cool. So this right here is one of the elements that I need. And I think what I can do is with this layer selected, you can see that this is a smart object. And so it is linked to some other external graphic. And if you
behind us,
this will actually open up in Illustrator, which is a double bonus because this element is a vector file, which is very good. And so what I want to do is find the individual leaf layers that I need. There's the second one there. Let's see, I'll double click that. That'll open up in Illustrator. I'll come back to Illustrator in a second here so I can export all of those individually. There's another leaf element that I need. Very good.
He's one shot on point.
Well, I think that's the fourth one. Let me just increase the opacity. Yeah, that looks right.
How's that?
So I think there's only 4 leaf elements in here. There's one that's repeated twice, that kind of very light leaf element. So I have basically
He's one shot on point.
Right now, the only thing that I need to do is maybe just crop these in a little bit to make them easier to work with. If I save them just like this, the artboard is going to be quite large in After Effects, and that could be annoying. So I'm just going to grab the artboard tool here, which is also the keyboard shortcut Shift-O.
Go Nate.
And I'm just going to crop in on these elements here. I may give them just a little bit of wiggle room on the sides, something like that. And then I will save all of these individually. So switch back to the selection tool here. And I've actually already gone ahead and done this. So I've named them leaf 1, 2, 3, 4, and I've saved them right here, so I'm not going to go ahead and do that, but it's basically the same thing for all of these other layers. I just take the artboard and shrink it down and then export it as an Illustrator file and name it appropriately. All right, so let's just kind of review here. Taking the artwork, I've released them to layers, tried to figure out what was what, and named all of the layers. So now everything is on its own layer, and I saved that.
Good game.
And that right there is a good place to stop for this lesson. If you've been following along, congratulations. Now I know I went pretty fast.
Take that, we win.
Photoshop.
I don't give a fuck.
So if you need another go at it, if you need a little bit more time, go ahead and rewind the video and pause it where you need to so that you can catch up. The next step of the process is to pull all of these things into After Effects so we can begin the process of animating this design.
You don't vote 3 minutes,
In this lesson, you're going to learn how to pull all of these things into After Effects so we can begin the process of animating this design.
It's all good. I like it.
Okay, I'm over in After Effects here. First thing that we'll do is I will save this here. I believe this is
my diamond thing changed a little bit. It went from
all right, now I'm going to import my
Advanced always yellow?
And I'm going to import my How to Animate in After Effects Boutique Scene _1. That was the one that I saved with all the individual layers.
I got yellow.
And I want to import it as a composition. And I'm going to keep the footage dimension set to layer size. All right, if I double click to open that up, hey, check that out. It's looking fantastic.
How did that
I have my lines here, my leaves, my text. Everything's looking pretty good. The only thing that I need is those individual leaf elements. So I'm going to double click to open up those.
Orange is
my leaf folder here. And actually, I think I can just grab this and say import folder.
What color are you?
Perfect. And now I have my individual leaf layers.
So
now what I might do is take these leaf layers here and just kind of lay them out and try to match them up with what I'm seeing here. It looks like some of these have been flipped in one dimension or another. I'm just going to reverse the X dimension there by putting a negative or a minus sign in front of the X scale, which will flip it in the horizontal. I can just lock those back together there, and I'll just kind of rotate it around to figure out, yeah, okay. So that kind of goes right there. Kind of shrink that down and move that around until it's about the same size. How exact you want to go with this really depends on what you're doing. If this is client work, you're going to really want to make sure that it's very, very precise, but I think that'll actually work fine for now. I'm going to change the color on this red. I'm going to duplicate it for the
middle.
I'm going to rotate it around and try and align it here with this leaf. Very good. That's close enough. Let's check out this third leaf.
One shot.
This also looks like it's been... Oh, no. Okay, that goes over here, actually.
One shot, headshot.
Orientation, it is not. So I'm going to jump into the scale, and I'll flip the scale again. Like that. Rotate that around.
One shot, under tree.
Increase the scale on this, no big deal. And I can just enable the continuously rasterize button there, and then I'll ensure that I can scale this up to ridiculous proportions, and it won't lose any of that delicious detail that is in this Illustrator file here. Now it's just a matter of just kind of aligning this. Sometimes it can be easier to align these if you can see where the end is here. If you hit Y and just put the anchor point on the end of the leaf, and then you can just kind of align it here. That way when you scale, you can scale right from that point.
One shot,
Super easy to get that aligned. Perfect, just like that. All right, now we have this third element here. And that looks like this one right here. Again, I'm just going to throw the anchor point right on the end of the leaf, just like that. Enable continuously rasterize. Oops, I didn't get that exactly where I wanted it. Very good.
Behind us.
It looks like all of these have actually been flipped in one of the dimensions.
Hardpoint located.
One reason or another.
Yeah, I spawned like P1.
We'll just kind of align that. Looks like it starts right here. Very good. And just scale that up. Rotate it around. Maybe push it back down a little bit. There we go. Perfect. And then what is the final leaf that we have here? Okay, yes, it's this guy right here. And I don't really know how this is oriented, but let's see.
He's one shot on.
Like this. No, it actually looks like this is flipped as well. Explain those so it doesn't get all crazy. There we go, and then I will also continuously rasterize that. Make sure that's looking good. Sometimes if you grab a transform handles on the corner and you try and scale it, it will do like a weird thing. Once you move the mouse kind of over in this direction, it'll flip the scale. So if you shift while you're scaling with one of these for transform handles, it'll go a lot easier. Okay, that is great. I'm going to change the label to red on all of these, and the final thing that I'm going to do is just adjust the stacking order. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, and then those are in the bottom orientation. And I've re-enabled those. So it's the roundy leaf, and I'll just disable these leaves. Oh, it looks like I've done it. So that was very good. I guess the final thing I need to do is just adjust the opacity, perhaps on these.
I'm gonna go next early.
Right here. And then I'll just enable one of these other leaves here just for reference. Let's see.
Hardpoint confirmed.
Cool. I think that looks really pretty close. All right, that's about it for this lesson. So coming up in the next lesson, we're going to look at how to duplicate these, and then we're going to start to animate them in a really fun way. So check that out. In this lesson, we're going to pick up right where we left off in the last lesson, continue to build out this layout here in After Effects, and start animating these leaves in a fun and interesting way. We sorted out the artwork side of this animation and brought it into After Effects. And now we have these leaf elements here, these leaf elements, if you will, all broken out into individual elements. And I like that a lot better because now what I can do is animate them. And I think what I'd like to do is do like a very subtle kind of rotation on them to make them look like they're kind of blowing in the wind. Before I do that though, I'm going to continue just finishing out this layout here, and I'm going to basically duplicate these leaves and replace the other flat leaf elements here. Before I do, I'm just going to solo up all of my leaf layers here and make sure that I have the anchor points positioned where I want them for rotation. So I want the anchor point to be right there, so when it rotates, it does sort of that thing like that. Okay, very good. Take the next leaf here and we'll just about there. How about that? That's good.
God heading.
That's good, and I'm pretty sure that's good as well. Fantastic. Great. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to right-click down in the sequence window here, and I'm going to do New, and I'm going to add a null object. Also come up to Layer, New, Null Object, or use the keyboard shortcut Control Alt Shift Y. So I'm going to take my null and I'm going to drag it over here and just kind of snap it to the corner. Now, if you don't have snapping enabled when you have the selection tool selected, you can enable it right here with this checkbox. But you can also temporarily enable it or reverse the enabling by holding Control. So if it is enabled and you hold Control, it will disable. And if it's not enabled, Control, it will enable. That doesn't make sense. You can see right now it's not snapping because I don't have Control held, but watch when I hold Control, it's going to want to snap. As you see, these other leaf elements here are kind of positioned relative to the corner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to name this Leaf 1 or maybe Leaf Control 1. Very good. And before I duplicate this, I think what I want to do is I want to animate it, because if I'm kind of thinking ahead, which is hard sometimes when you're building out animations, I know that I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to move it around my composition to basically replace these other flat leaf elements here, right? And if I do the animation first, that'll save me some steps down the line. And I just noticed, I think I need to increase the opacity here. I think in the last lesson when I was adjusting the opacity, it was actually over the leaf layer underneath. So, back to animating. What I want to do is I want to have these kind of spring into action here, or spring up and grow. And then I want to have them kind of wave in the wind by animating the rotation. So there's two kind of intermediate / advanced concepts here that I want to show you. One is this idea of animating with an expression. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit S on the keyboard. I'm going to bring up the scale property. I'm going to go maybe 10 frames, so I hit Shift page down, and I just went 10 frames forward. And I'm going to drop a scale keyframe. So this is going to be the end scale for this.
Don't throw any nades.
I'll just zoom up on that so you can see, right? Then I'm going to go back to the beginning, and I'm going to set this to 0. So over the first 10 frames, we're going to go from here to there. Not very interesting at all. What I'd like to do is enhance that with something called inertial bounce. This is also known as kind of overshoot, if you will, but it's a great technique that will give this some kind of realistic looking life to it. Now, if you're unfamiliar with this, let's just do a quick Google search for inertial bounce After Effects. And if you go to just pick the first selection that's going to come up, it's going to be probably graymachine.com /top 5 After Effects expressions. And you'll find this expression all over the internet. What we want to do is copy this right here under inertial bounce version 1.2. Copy this expression right here. So we'll just copy that. We'll jump back to After Effects. We are going to alt-click on the stopwatch, which will allow us to paste an expression in here. And just by doing that little bit of copying and pasting, now check out what we have with our animation. This is something much more dynamic. So it's doing this kind of overshoot calculation, if you will. And I can actually show you that if I jump into the graph editor here and we turn on the post expression graph. So this is showing you what the graph is doing here after the expression has been applied. So you see, we have this initial leaf scale animation here, and then once it ends, so once we get to this point right here, the expression is doing kind of an overshoot. So we go past our scale, swings down, and we get this sinusoidal wave with a
There's only one in the middle.
Wave here, and it has a very natural look to it because this is essentially how a lot of things operate in the real world, which is very cool. Now, if you don't like the exact movement that we're getting here, we can modify some of these parameters here. And we can type in, I wouldn't mess with the amplitude too much, but a lot of times I take the frequency, the default frequency of 2. So I think 2 is just a little too much, and I don't really like it, so I prefer to see it around 1.5. If the overshoot animation or expression is lasting too long, and I think it is, what we can do is turn up the decay, and this will cause it to, well, decay faster. It'll cause that post-expression to stop more quickly. So let's just turn this up to 6, and then hit enter on the number pad there. And you see, now we get a little bit of overshoot, but it dies very quickly. And if we look at the graph editor, that's going to reflect it. So we just get a little bit of overshoot, we get a little bit of bounce back, and then it settles very, very quickly compared to where it was before. This is going a lot longer. So this is all personal preference. I think I like it somewhere around 5, but you know, to kind of get a more uniform look for all of these, rather than tweaking every single leaf, what we can do is just think ahead a little bit, and I'm going to add some slider controls to my leaf controller layer here. So with my leaf controller selected, I'm going to come over to the effects and presets, type in slider control. I'm going to grab a slider freak for frequency. I'm going to duplicate it, Control D, and I'm going to call it
patient.
So you don't really need to mess with the amplitude. These controls should be fine. So in the expression, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select 1.5, and then I'm going to grab the pick whip, and I'm going to pick whip up to frequency. And then I'm going to grab the decay. I'm just going to select that 5 there, and I'm going to use the pick whip and pick whip up to decay. And if I run it back now, it's not going to do anything because both of these values are set to 0, and that's no good. So I'm going to set the first one to 1.5 and this to 5. That way, if I want to globally kind of change that, I don't have to run back through all of these expressions, which is going to be quite a few, especially when we duplicate all 5 of these leaves. That's going to be 20 different layers we're going to have to go through. So this is going to be a lot quicker. So now what I can do is I can grab that scale expression. So let me bring that up, and I'll hit S, and
now we're gonna get switched though.
The post expression here from the graph editor so that I don't see that. And I'm just going to copy these. Actually, I can't do that. I was going to copy the keyframes, but that's not going to work because if I bring up the scale properties on all of these layers, all the scales are actually different. So I'm going to do something slightly different. I'm going to select just these 4 layers. I'm going to drop a scale keyframe right here, come back to the beginning, and set all of them to 0. Then on my leaf number 4 here, the second copy of this, I'm just going to right-click and choose Copy Expression Only. You can just see that on the bottom of the screen there. I'll just bring this up and show you one more time. Copy Expression Only. And now if I just select these keyframes here and I hit Paste, it's not going to paste the keyframes, it's going to paste the expression to the scale property.
8:47 p.m.
And so now all of them should grow and do that very nice overshoot animation there. Now, if you want to get a little bit more life out of this, what we could do is you can change the distance between the keyframes. So if we shorten this, we're going to get a, well, it's going to be quicker, and we're going to get a more drastic kind of overshoot there. But we can also kind of smooth out the beginning here by just selecting these keyframes and hitting F9. That's also going to give it a slightly different look. Now, having them all come out at the same time doesn't really look too hot. So what I would probably do is offset these by maybe a frame or so, like this, so that they kind of come out in a staggered way, which you won't really be able to see at the start of the animation, but you'll see it at the end of the animation when they're all kind of moving in that what seems to be a random way, which is not random at all. But it has a nicer look to it, and that's great. This inertial bounce expression can be used in a bunch of fun in different ways. You can use it on scale, rotation, position, and a bunch of other properties to come up with some really interesting looks. Now, coming up in the next lesson, you're going to learn about the wiggle expression. That's going to help to create this really nice, subtle leaf blowing in the wind effect. So check that out coming up next. In this lesson, we're going to pick it up right where we left off in the last lesson, and you're going to learn about a really useful expression called wiggle. The final thing that I want to do with these leaves is I want to give them some wiggle in the rotation property here. So rather than keyframe the animation, which we could do, and that would give us, well, a ton of control, it's going to be very tedious to do that on many layers and get a unique look. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert another expression. And this is not going to have any keyframes on it. So I'm going to alt-click on the rotation stopwatch. I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to type wiggle. And you can see if you're running After Effects 2020, and I believe 2019 it does this, it's going to prompt you. And so with the wiggle expression, we need the word wiggle, and then we need something inside parentheses. So if we start and we put a parentheses in here, it's going to add the end parentheses. And we need two things at the very least. We need a frequency and we need an amplitude. And these are two properties separated by a comma. So let's just type in some numbers. So let's do a frequency of 10, and then we're going to put a comma. And then we need an amplitude, and this is going to be the amount that the rotation is going to move. So 10 is going to be the frequency. That's going to be 10 times a second, which, if you're thinking about that, it's going to be way too much, but I want to show you kind of an over-exaggeration. And then we need an amount. So let's just type in 30, and then let's press Enter on the numeric keyboard. I'm going to solo this layer so you can see exactly what that's going to do. Wow, if it was blowing this much in the wind, I'd say we have a major problem and you need to get indoors, probably in a hurricane or tornado shelter. But you can see basically what it's doing. And in fact, we can jump into the post expression graph here and look. So over time, without doing any keyframes, this property is basically animating itself. And this is what wiggle does, and it does a great job of it. However, it's doing it way too much, right? This is way too fast. So we need something much more subtle. Maybe something like 0.5 and then, I don't know, maybe 5 degrees of wiggle. And if we look at that, I think that's going to be about right. However, just like before, what I want to do is I want to think ahead. So once I see this whole thing built, if I want to go back and adjust the wiggle on all 20 of these layers, that's going to be very tedious because I'm going to have to jump back into the rotation property and jump into the expression and then update these numbers, and well, that's not so fun. I'm going to come up to my leaf controller here and I'm going to put in another slider control, and I'm going to call this wiggle frequency.
Search and destroy.
Duplicate that, and then I'll just change this to wiggle amplitude. And then down here in my wiggle expression, I'm going to select 0.5, and I'm going to pick whip up to frequency.
There's one on.
I'll set this to 0.5.
Got Eddie.
Bomb on A now.
Now I'm going to select just the 5 here, and I'm going to pick whip up to the amplitude. And I think that looks correct. Let me hit enter here. Okay, it's giving me an error, and I'm pretty sure that's because I need another parentheses in there. I don't know why. It doesn't. I had only the 5 selected, but the expression needs to live inside parentheses, and when you pick whip to something over here, this last slider name is in parentheses, and so it needs another parentheses to basically close this out.
Don't play with your food.
You can see when I put the cursor right here.
Don't play with your food.
it selects this ending parentheses.
If you would
Is
have
it
got that
parens?
first person,
I don't know what the singular parentheses is. Someone can correct me, and that's fine. But you can see that the corresponding
If
open
you would have got that first
parentheses here to
person, I think
this
you would
closed
have probably got the
parentheses
next
is
two.
at the
Eliminate
beginning
the objective.
of all of this junk here. So it's wiggle, open parentheses, then we need the frequency,
Bomb is ours.
which is linked to the wiggle frequency
You could add
slider
ace.
here. And then we need
Yep.
the amplitude, which is after the comma. So boom, there's our comma. And then we have the code here, this comp dot layer, and then the layer name and the effect, and then dot wiggle amplitude, and then slider. And we need that ending parentheses. So once we have that, we're all good to go.
Planting the
We can
bomb.
type 5 here, and now we're good to go. Check this out. And if we
Bomb
want
is
more
planted.
wiggle, no problem. We can just change this to like 0.7 or something. And now it'll wiggle faster, or we can put this to 15, and now it's going to go more. Very, very easy to modify. The last thing that we need to do is copy the expression on the rotation, bring up the rotation on these other leaf layers here, select all of them, and then paste them in. All right, so
Come
now
on.
we should see
The war still rages.
a really nice animation. Now, I did turn those values up too high, but the nice thing about the wiggle expression, you would think, well, you pasted the same exact code here. Why are they all doing something different?
Search
Well,
and
the
destroy.
wiggle expression has some quasi-random variation to it, and if you apply the same frequency and amplitude to two
the
different
objective.
things, they're gonna have a different
enemy has the
animation
bomb.
because there's some random sort of values that are happening there. We get a nice kind of random blowing in the wind effect here. It's very cool. So that about does it for this lesson. In the next few lessons, we're going to be looking at duplicating these leaves. We're going to do a really cool write-on
got the
effect
bomb.
for this text and animate all of the other elements here, and it's going to look great. So check those out coming up next. In this lesson, we're going to pick up where we left off in the last lesson, duplicate some layers and relink expressions. If you've been following along the previous lesson, we've done some really cool things. We've done an inertial
and
bounce
destroy.
for the scale. We've done a cool wiggle expression. We've linked that all to a leaf controller here so that when we duplicate this,
Demolish the objective.
it's going to do a lot of the animation heavy lifting for us. We don't have to do a lot of keyframe animation. In fact, it's very
Searching
little
my shit,
keyframe
bro.
animation. So the next step in the process here
Man,
is
shut
I
up.
want
Stop
to
being a hater.
link all of these layers to
Such
my
a hater.
control leaf layer here, my leaf control layer, so that I can move them all together. Once they are all linked, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all 6 of these layers and I'm going to duplicate them. Then I'm going to hit Control End Bracket to bring them to the top of the layer stack. And I'm going to change the color of all of these so I can keep track of them. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select my leaf controller layer here. And I'm going to, I think, rotate that around. And that's going to go in the bottom corner here.
Oh, there's one behind me.
And I'll just turn on the other leaf layers to just make sure, yep, that is correct. And I'll turn those
Our
off.
bomb's
Cool.
been taken out by the enemy.
And again, I'm going to grab these and I'm going to duplicate them, hit Control End Bracket to bring them to the top of the layer stack. And I'm going to change the color here to aqua. I'm going to select only the leaf controller 3 here. And then I'm going to maybe rotate them down like this. And I think to match the original, I might need to
If everyone gets nades,
flip
we'll have 8 of
the
them.
dimension on these. Let's see
The enemy has
if
the
I
bomb.
enable my leaf layers here. Yeah. So on this one right here, I'm going to just take the X dimension and I'm going to flip that and then rotate it back around, and that should line up. Perfect. Great. And then I'm going to take this layer right here, duplicate it. Again, Control End Bracket, change the label here. Let's do green. Gonna select only the leaf controller here, bring it down to here. Snap that, and then rotate that into position. So
Come on,
these
guys, I'm
two
beat. I got
here
it.
that are in the upper right-hand corner and the bottom left-hand corner need to be flipped to match the orientation of the other leaves. You can choose to do that, or you can just leave them how they are. Now I don't need these leaf reference layers in here anymore, so I'm going to get rid of them. And let's check out what we have so far. Ooh, very nice. Look at this. That's looking really quite nice. Now the one final thing that we need to check here is that everything is being linked up correctly. Sometimes when you duplicate things,
we're gonna win off of A.
The expressions no longer link properly.
Yeah.
And so there's just a small little thing that we need to do here to change that. So if you look at my leaf controller 2 here, we need to just go through in the expression and change this to 2 for the leaf controller, because currently it is being linked to the first leaf controller. Now, does that really matter? I don't think it does. You could have all of these controlled with one leaf controller, kind of a master leaf controller, if you will. But if you want individual control over all of your layers, you're just going to have to go through and update just a few of these here, and it should just take you just a second. So all of these leaf layers right here, we're just going to have to update. If you hit UU, and it's actually easier if you hit tilde with your sequence selected here, and then we'll just bring that up here. And you can just go through, and anytime you see leaf control 1, just change that to 2. And then the same thing right here. Boom, 2. And then 2. 2. And then 2.
Enemy's got the bomb.
And so now, if I wanted to make an adjustment on the decay of these leaves, maybe just turn it down a little bit or change the wiggle parameter.
I think they're going to be this
just a
time.
little bit. Maybe I want it to be 0.55 or something like that. I can, and I can get individual control on all of those layers. Like I mentioned before, for this particular animation, I don't think relinking is 100% necessary. However, it's a good thing to know because for some of your animations that you will build, if you have properties that are linked in some of the duplicated layers and they don't relink, that's going to present a problem. So you're going to need to know how to resolve that issue. Thankfully, this very tedious and annoying task can be made much easier with the use of a third-party script, like so many things in After Effects.
Bombs down at B.
If you go to aescripts.com, you can find a script called Duplicate Layers in Update Expressions. And this will take out a lot of the work that I just showed you how to do manually when you duplicate the layers. But it's good to know how to do it manually as well. Now, coming up in the next lesson, you're going to learn how to do the right-on technique that's used all over motion graphics. So check that out coming up next.
Search and destroy.
Hey, everyone take nades. Everyone take nades. It gives everybody.
In this lesson, you're going to pick up right where we left off in the last lesson, and you're going to learn about the right-on technique. So to get started, I'm going to jump down here, find my text layer. It's right here. And I'm going to pre-compose this. So I'm going to right-click on it and choose pre-compose. I'm going to leave all the attributes. You can also use the keyboard shortcut.
They pushed.
C.
They pushed this time.
I'm going to double-click that text pre-comp to open it up here. And you may have noticed that this layer here looks a little bit different than the Illustrator
come right behind him,
layer over here. The end of the E is just a little bit funky. I'm not 100% sure why that is. I think that has to do with some of the character properties that are available in Illustrator that may not be available in After Effects. For whatever reason, it looks just slightly different. So if you wanted to, what you could do, we could just grab this E character here, jump back into After Effects, grab the text tool, and paste that E, and that should line up very, very closely with this E right here. In fact, sometimes what I like to do is just change the color to some, well, more different color, and then align this up with this layer, just like that.
Do you after, just do you.
Back to the text color here.
Just do you, bro.
and then make my comp just a little bit wider. I'm just going to hit Control K on the keyboard, go over to the Advanced tab.
The last time
and
they came
select
from
the
the
arrow
very,
so that
very
it
back.
grows out to the right here.
Snipe me in the head.
Maybe add just, I don't know, 20
Check
more
bomb.
pixels
Check right
to
there.
this so that I get this little bit.
Oh, he's
hanging
one
off
shot.
the
He's
end
one
here.
shot.
And then I can just put a
Right there, right
mask
there. You just saw him. You
on
just saw him.
this bottom Illustrator layer
You just saw him
right
again.
here to just mask out
saw you.
the E that I don't want. And if you hold the
playtime,
S key
playtime.
while you're creating the mask, it will select
Check-
the
check bomb.
subtract mask mode, which is what I want. I wanted to remove the E from the original here.
There's more to do.
And just like that, now I have that line back there. Perfect. So I'm going to actually pre-compose these, and I'm going to call this text fixed. There we go. And that's going to very slightly
Search and
change
destroy.
the alignment here, but
Alright,
no
do you
big deal.
go,
Just
guys.
move it back a couple of pixels, and that should be fine.
We've been
So let's
doing
talk
good
about
all
how to
game. Just
do
keep
the
doing you.
text write-on effect. It's
Protect
actually
the
quite
objective.
easy. So I'm going to deselect down here in my sequence panel, and I'm going to come up and grab the pen tool.
Enemy moving
And
to
if
the
I start
bomb.
clicking and dragging to create a shape in my composition here, it's going to create a shape layer, which is what I want. But before it does that, I'm just going to change some of the properties here. So I don't need any fill. And I'm just going to give it a nominal sort of stroke width. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start where I would start if I were to draw this cursive text out.
One shot on God
And I'm
Heady.
going to trace
One shot.
this. So I'm going to put a
God
point
Heady.
right here.
Keep going, Herb. You're gonna come right.
And I'm going to
behind
click and drag down here and just
the
make
one shot guys
some
right to your left, right there.
lines
Right to the
here.
left.
And the idea is I want my
Right there, right there, right there, right
shape
there.
layer. Oops. I want my shape layer to completely cover
Just playtime, playtime. You're gonna see him rotate.
my text layer, but only just barely. It's very easy to cover if you just jack up the
He's gonna have to
stroke
rotate.
to an
Oh, he just
absurd
rotated.
amount,
He's rotating.
but I really want it to be just barely there, covering
I
it,
heard you climb.
because
I heard
that's
you
going to
climb.
give me the best
Enemy's
result.
got the bomb.
And the idea is, I essentially want to
You just got the ball.
put this stroke
Oh,
here
there.
dead center in
You
the
managed to
text.
Good game, guys.
So you could actually make
Great
this
game.
without a stroke. I like to do it with a stroke, and then I can kind of see how it's working here. And I'll just get it a little bit of the way, and then I'll adjust the stroke to a value that just barely covers the text. And I think I was actually pretty close before. I think that ought to do it. It's pretty darn close. We can go back and refine this, but I'm just going to pick it up here.
three bombs
And I'm
are
going to keep
sexy, though.
going, creating my line here. Now, this is a bit of a tedious process. There isn't really a faster way to do this.
It's okay. You
Pretty labor
earned it, Herb.
intensive, but it's not
Our lucky
tremendously difficult. I think the key to getting a very convincing looking write-on effect is to draw the line
We're just winning. That's like 6 out of
how you would go
6 out of
about
7.
drawing this with a pen. So you're going to
Oh yeah,
move
yeah,
along
right. 8, then it's
in the
probably,
same
6 out of
direction
8
that
then?
you would and take
Count that
all of
one.
the same strokes. For instance, when we get to this T here, you wouldn't draw
Hell
this
yeah,
T in
keep
real
it
life
rolling.
by coming up here
We're winning.
and stopping halfway and then doing the
I mean, I'm
cross
gonna
mark.
take a
No,
bathroom
we'd
break
hit
real
that
quick.
at the end of the
Keep it
word,
rolling.
which is what I'm going to do here. Now, sometimes when you get a break in the text here, what you can
Good
do
job, everyone. That was
is
a good game
create
on
a new
everybody's
shape if
part.
you want
Everyone
to,
did
or
what
you
they
can
had
just
to
kind
do.
of scoot the line up very quickly and then
Oh yeah,
join it to the
I just
next
sat up.
letter. You want to kind of do it at an angle so that it starts at the top
went-
and it doesn't kind of jump in at the middle of the line there. And we'll just continue on tracing just like
I did
this.
legs a few days ago. Yeah, terrible.
There we go. I am actually going to make a second shape here to get the T, the cross in the T, just like that, and to get this I. So I'm going to make a third shape, I guess, to get the dot of the I here, just like that. And then you want to order these if you drill down in
I
the
love
layer
such.
under contents so that they go top to bottom, 1, 2, 3, or however many shape layers that you use. Because
That's
the
where
next
I make
step
my
of this
salary.
process is we are going to put a trim paths. So if you select contents and not any one of these individual shapes, you come over here to add, and we're going to put a trim paths on here. And we're going to animate the end position, but we want to set this not too simultaneously, but individually. And that's going to write them in order, which is correct. And finally,
TikTok, you know you
want to
play a
do
game
is we
mode
want
where
to
I'm
change, by we I mean you, if you're following along. You're going to want to change the stroke line cap and maybe the stroke line join. And you want to change that to round cap and round join. So that's going to put a roundy bit here where there's joints, and that's going to make that look much nicer. So the end cap here, or the line cap, is actually this end bit. So let me change that back to the button so you can see. And I want this to actually show nice little round cap, which is it's gonna look a little bit nicer.
Yeah.
So now once that's
LG.
done, we can
LG was
just kind of
OG.
look over and make any small adjustments that we might
How
need.
did we miss
I actually might
LG?
take my whole comp here and just give it a little bit more width.
He was our second rapid
40, and maybe just a little bit more height, maybe 540.
Yeah, we didn't.
No, we'll pick it. I'm pretty sure he'll wait.
In the master comp where this lives. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't even know.
So let me
I was
see
in
if
the
I can just
bathroom.
dial this in a little bit. Okay, I think that looks good enough. So now what you want to do is actually go ahead and animate this on. So if you come down here to your trim paths and you go maybe, let's say 3 seconds, somewhere around the 3-second mark here, and we drop an end keyframe, and that's set to 100%, and then we'll go back to the beginning and we'll set this to 0. And so now when we play this, you can see, ooh, look at what we have here. Very nice. It doesn't look great if you're looking at the stroke. However, if you change this to
get on the defuse,
alpha
kill him when he
on
kills
the
me.
text fixed comp,
There you go.
now what you see is we get this very nice write-on effect here. Now it doesn't look perfect. There are some kind of strange things going on. Probably the first thing
I
we
think
want to address
you
here
just found your
is
meta game
the
mode
timing
here.
of this. So I'm going to scooch this down to 2 seconds. I'm going to see what that looks like here.
You say that. But
Okay, that looks pretty decent. I'm also going to ease these keyframes here. And I'm going to jump over to the Motion 3 script utility that I used in some previous
let's go
lessons,
B
just
for the
to
first
give
one.
this just a
Go B for the
little bit
first one.
more kind of easing.
Well, he was good with the gunny
so
too,
let's check
though.
that out now.
He was dropping 40.
Nice. So I get this kind of, it starts a little bit slower, it kind of rips through the beginning or the middle, and then it slows down towards the end. I like that. I think that looks pretty good. And I like the timing of that too. I think that works pretty well. Now the real trick of this is that as this is drawing on, and it looks pretty good right now. However, what you'll see is that part of the letters kind of get drawn on in a weird way, which they shouldn't be. So when this top kind of first part of this stroke comes down here, we're getting bits of the B here because this stroke width of the original text is not a fixed value. There's no great way to kind of emulate that. It would be far too tedious to go through and create a bunch of different strokes of different lengths and then link them all up. That's crazy. The easy way to do that is to just come along here, and as it's animating on, you just kind of follow it, and every time there's a little bit that sticks out here, what you're going to do is you're going to take the pen tool, and with your text fixed layer selected, you're going to create a little
Yeah, this is your new
mask.
meta, bro.
And as you're closing it up, just hit the S key, and that'll change that to subtract. And so now, if you click away, and you've drawn your mask,
see, right? You have to
in the right spot. Essentially, what you want to do is mask out all of the bits that you don't want to see. And we really only need to address this mask here when this line comes back and crosses over it. So it's going to be right here. So at this point, what you would want to do
We'll pick them up after.
is you jump into your masks and you set a keyframe for this mask, and then you go 1 frame forward. You take this mask, you can just double click it and just move it away. And when this plays back, you won't even see that. It just sort of appears. And so anytime you have a little kind of weirdness in the alpha track mat here, so this bit right here sticks out, you go to the frame right where it is getting occluded, if you will. So this is the frame where we want our little mask to move. We'll just go 1 frame before there, grab the pen tool, select the layer. I'm going to create that same sort of mask shape again. I'll hold S to make that a subtract mask there. Sometimes what I'll do is take this point here
They're all there.
and just smooth that out just a little bit. And then, as long as you're working on that mask, you can hit Control Shift M, and that'll drop a keyframe right there.
There's
Go
one.
one frame forward, so it's a page down on the keyboard. Double-click this mask, and we'll just move it up a little bit.
All right, TikTok.
now
I
when
think it's
this
time to
part
take that
plays, I'll
off.
deselect so you can see. You won't even see that. You can't even see it moving. And so it's a very seamless way, and this is in fact the fastest way to do this right-on technique to have it look essentially
I don't
flawless.
use a sniper. I'm not
And
gonna play
I'll just do the
sniper. I
rest,
suck at
and I'll play it in fast forward. You can see, and I'll be back in a second.
Eliminate the objective.
I think that's just about.
I can do better with my AR.
Cool. Now, if you wanted to use something like a motion blur for
I use a
this,
sub on.
you will have
hardware.
wanted to have turned that on before you've done those masks, because that will kind of alter where the masks are, because the motion blur will kind of project ahead a little bit. I think for the most part, most of those masks work just fine. If there are any kind of weird little things in there, you're not going to be able to see it when it's going that fast. Let's see how that looks in the main composition here. Ooh, that's already gorgeous looking. I really like it. I have one more lesson where we're going to kind of finish off this animation. We're going to do kind of a line animation here and kind of draw things in and bring it all together. So check that out coming up next.
Threw a maze and a blue super.
I had a crate
This
there.
lesson,
And I
we're going
threw a
to put some
nade.
final
and a
touches
blue
on this
super
animation.
loader.
Bring it all together. So let's check out one more time what we have here. I think this is awesome looking. The way that the leaves
That's
come
called
on, they
trolling
kind of
people.
move very subtly. That's looking great. I love the right-on effect. It's just elegant looking. One thing that I'm going to do to clean up my
That was a
composition
troll.
here is I'm going to select my
should
leaf
be a clip
layers,
right
and
there.
I'm going to hit the shy switch on them. And then I'm going to hit the shy guy up here and just hide them, because I don't really need to see all of those. It's not deleting them, it's just hiding them. You can see it kind of changes the way the interface looks. We have kind of this thicker line right in this region right here, and that's letting me know that there's something hidden between these layers. If I want to bring them back, I can just hit the shy guy again, or the shy switch,
Enemy moving with the
and
bomb.
they'll all appear. But this makes it a little bit cleaner to work in. So there are a few final touches that I want to add. One is I want to animate on these lines. And right now they are an Illustrator file in here, but I think if we right-click on these and choose Create Shape Spawn,
I couldn't get through the
it'll just
door.
be transformed into
on the
a shape
fucking
layer.
word.
And what's nice about that is we
It's not
can
your
dive
last
into
game.
this lines to outlines layer, and I'll just rename that and add a trim
We're on a win
path
streak, TikTok. Hush.
and set a keyframe here for the end, maybe somewhere
B
around.
again or
I
A?
don't know,
Let's go. B. Yeah, B, 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 B.
2.5 seconds, something
Take
like
the
that. I'll go back to the
objective off
beginning,
the map.
set this to 0.
How's our substitute doing?
So I'm going to select
Bomb is
line
ours.
1, and I'm going to do the same thing. Right click, choose create shapes from vector layer. And I don't need these anymore, so I'm going to get rid of those. And then I can essentially just take this trim paths and paste it over
Just one
here.
shot,
Let's
one
just see
shot.
where that pasted in. Great, it's right there. I think that's fine. Just going to rename this. It's just kind of
Bomb
a
is lost.
personal
He's one shot,
pet peeve
one
of
shot.
mine that when you create a shape layer from an Illustrator
gonna kill
file,
that guy?
it puts the outlines tag on the end of the layer,
Okay.
and that drives me
I got
nuts.
him
I
one
do
shot.
not like to see
Fuck.
that. So I
There's
like to
one
rename
behind
my
you
layers
to
there.
your left.
You can do
Up the
that
duck to your
or
left.
not, no big deal.
He's inside.
I'm going to select
Right
my
there.
2 line layers here, press U on the keyboard, and I'm going to select my keyframes. I'm just going to hit F9 on the keyboard. I'm going to jump into the graph editor here, and I'm just going to give these a little bit of a curve.
she
Something like
said
that.
no.
See what that looks like. In fact,
moving
let's
with
just
the bomb.
solo the bottom 3 layers, so the 2 line layers and the background layers,
Arming the bomb.
so we can see what this is looking like.
So no.
We lost the
Not
bomb.
too bad. Not too bad. It's not great though. I don't like that they're going
I
in
think
the
you just
same
found-
direction. So
You have
that's
to go
an
for the
easy
kill.
fix. I'm
Just go for
going
the
to
kill.
select the path. So we'll drill down here into line 1 under contents, under group 1, under path, and then we can just hit this
Well,
button to
you know, even though he said inside,
reverse
you know,
direction. So
He
I'm
meant
gonna deselect
like
everything and
Mexicans.
play that again. Ah, yes,
Search and
much
I
better.
just translated
I
it
think
for
both
him.
of
I
these
mean, I
shapes
should have
here
translated
have
real time,
points.
but I
Yeah,
understand.
they're kind of a squished hexagon. At least that one is. Let's look at this
Defend the
one. What do we have here? This is a
Enemies
hexagon,
You did
but
see
a
him.
more
You did
different
see him there in the back of the
hexagon.
bomb, though. on
And
your
where the
screen. At
trim
least I did on
paths
your screen.
kind of start and finish, we can control. One way to control that is to grab the pen tool. I'll just control click in here to deselect all of the points and then just click on the point that I want to modify. Right click on that point and then go down to mask and shape path and choose
Oh, he's
set
planning B.
first
He's planning B.
vertex,
Planning
which
B right now.
basically means that this point here,
Planning
this
B.
vertex,
Planning
is going to be
B.
the first one in the
Enemies
group.
planted the
And
bomb
so
at B.
that's the one. If we unsolo the other layer,
The
that's the
days
one
that
where the
people
animation
actually
is going
listen
to
to call-outs.
start.
He's going all the way back in their spawn. I got the.
Right, regroup. We'll get them next time.
Oh, I see. The line is so small that I actually couldn't see it. So there it is. You can see that now the animation is starting from that point. It's hard to see because the stroke is so small there, but if I deselect, you
Search
can
and
see that
destroy.
that is happening
Let's
indeed.
go A. Let's go A. I think
Now the
we
other
used up
shape
B.
layer here does not
At
have a
least one
point
time.
right down
Make
at the
them play
bottom. So if we
honest.
wanted it to start there,
Destroy
we
the objective.
could add a point and then right click, go to mask and shape,
We
and
have the
set
bomb.
first vertex. And now if we solo up all of these and play it, we're going to get kind of a mirrored sort of animation, which is nice. That works.
Planting the bomb.
The other thing that you can do,
Behind us, right there.
I'll delete this vertex
LG was like,
here, and then let's see where I'm just going to bump the stroke up because I can't tell where
Yeah,
it's.
not having LG's
Okay,
just.
so right now, this is the first.
He
vertex.
was LG
The
was
other
like a
thing that you
mascot.
can do with trim paths is you can just change the offset. So if you just click and rotate the offset, we
He
can
holds
just
the
move this
flank.
around. And right now you can't
Search
really
and
see it. So
destroy.
what we could do is just jack up the height of our comp so we can see everything.
Like his
Find out
English is not
exactly
good,
where
but he listens to call
at
outs.
the start.
the objective.
There we go. Something like that.
The enemy
That's another
has
way
the
that you
bomb.
could go about doing essentially the same thing. So let me set this back to 4. I'll deselect everything and let's just play that. Oh, there we go.
Hostiles are
I'm gonna
strafing us.
just solo these 3 layers. Now, maybe we don't want these to go in opposing directions, because now that I see it, I don't really like it. I think what I would like
Enemies
is them to
planted
go
the
in the
bomb
same
at A.
direction, but to start at the top and the bottom like they are now. So I just changed this back to
Tell me when you're ready to
reverse
pinch.
path direction
TikTok.
off. And I think I like that better. Yes, I think that's fine. You can do kind of whatever you want. So I'm just going to play this back. We'll get a look at it. I think the final thing that I'd like to do is to give this some dimensionality.
Deactivating the bomb.
And we're going to kind of fake a 3D sort of look
Let's
here.
strafe in your
And
area.
the way that we do that is to
Bomb
essentially
placed.
move things
Got it.
in the comp
work.
in a
Don't get comfortable.
quasi 3D way to get some
Use all the
parallax
streaks, too.
effect. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take line 2, I'm
Search
going
and
to parent
destroy.
that to line
Alright, let's
1,
go
then
back
I'm going
to
to
B.
shy line 2 because I don't
go.
really need to see it. I'm going to adjust the scale of line 1. I'm just going to do a
Eliminate the
keyframe
objective.
animation here. I'm going to set a keyframe at 0, and then
The bomb is
we'll
ours.
adjust some things. I'm going to take the text layer, and I'm also going to set a
One shot on
keyframe
bomb.
here. And then maybe the leaf
know you're there to
layers here. What I might
One
do
shot on
is
bomb,
jump back
bomb.
up
Right, there you
into the project panel, grab another null,
They know you're there,
drop it
TikTok.
in the
You have to change it
center,
up just a little bit.
set that to an adjustment layer,
I'm not.
and
I'm
I'll
not
call it
telling you.
Leaf
I'm just saying
Master.
they know you're there.
controller, and I will parent all the other leaf controllers to it, and then I can set a scale keyframe on this. And so what I want to do is over time, and I might make this animation something like 10 seconds.
He's right.
long, so I'm
He's,
just
he's
gonna
right there in
hit
P2.
10 on the keyboard,
P2.
and that will put the end point for the work area at 10 seconds, and then just right
Oh,
click.
how did he know
Choose
you were
to
there?
Trim comp to
Hey,
work
save the wounded.
area.
TikTok. It's like
So I might go to maybe this point right here and just scale these leaves up a tiny
No, I'm talking
bit.
about fucking
Maybe
TikTok.
like,
It's like
I
she
don't
was
know,
flanking the fuck out of this guy.
1.5%.
He's-
It's going to be pretty imperceivable.
I don't understand how it's original.
And then I'm going to move the other layers here a bit more. Actually,
But
maybe we'll move
I
those
don't. I
up
don't understand how he
something
originally
like,
saw you.
Um,
I don't understand how he originally saw you.
maybe 103. 3 or something like that. Maybe a little bit more, because they are actually above the lines in the stacking order. And then for the lines, I'm gonna maybe make those a little bit less, maybe 101.5.
Hey Tread, I'm gonna send you a friend request, bro.
So it's gonna be very subtle.
Let's pick up LG, man.
Tell that they are moving. Maybe I'll
LG was like our fucking mascot. We need LG back.
Something like that. And then
yeah, Japanese US power.
109-ish. Let's see how that looks.
If he doesn't come, I have a sub that's really good, but I would like him back.
If he doesn't come, I have a sub that's really good, but I would like him back.
And then finally, I'm going to take the text, and I'm going to make this move the most of all. So actually, I'm going to start with the text at perhaps 95, and then I'm going to go 100%.
There we go, LG.
Maybe
LG.
110. Let's try that.
LG.
The text may look a little bit fuzzy.
We miss you, LG.
Is, collapse
we miss you.
the layer transformation here.
Oh,
continuously
no.
rasterize. And then jump in this comp here, and then collapse that.
Right?
Also, we'll
It's like
continuously
we're talking
rasterize
about the whole game.
this. So everything's basically continuously rasterized, or the layers are all
Like
collapsed.
he's like the
So
glue to the
now,
team, keeps us
it
together.
will remain essentially sharp no matter how big you
He's
make
like,
it.
okay,
and
you
that's
guys
too
can
big, so
complain,
don't
but
do that.
I'm gonna drop a 15.
So let's check this out now. Essentially, I want to make the text look like it's in front, so I want to have that scale the most out of all 3 of these, which is why I made a scale change of 15, where my Leaf Master controller is doing about 10-ish, so that's a little bit
decent
less,
sub.
and then
Got 6 kills,
the
but
lines
no
are
call
going
outs.
5.
We
So
need
it's a
the call
difference
outs.
of like 5, and then another 5, and then another 5, which isn't drastic, but I think it's enough over the course of this animation to give it a
If you're not gonna drop 50
3D
bombs,
sort
you have
of
to drop
effect.
50
It's giving it a
call-outs.
parallax effect, and we can kind of boost that even more by making this 90 when it starts. And that'll really make it look like it's in front of everything else, because things that are closer to you or a camera appear to be moving faster.
You guys
than
wanted
things
it?
that are
You got it.
further away. That's kind of what the parallax effect is. So you can kind of cheat that by taking a layer that you want to appear as though it is in front in 3D space or closer to the viewer, and scaling that up
precision,
more
I'll
over
go-
time. It's kind of hard to
There's
see
something else. No,
over maybe
it's
10
not the
seconds.
same
If I
thing.
just squish this down, you'll see it perhaps a little bit more. I think we could sell this even more by just scaling down the back, these lines even less. We can just do like 103 or something like that. It'll be very, very subtle. But if we get those to move almost imperceivably, everything else I think is going to fall into place a little bit more. Yeah, that's looking quite nice, I think.
All right, four stack beef.
So
Four
that
stack
about
beef.
wraps
Four
it up
stack
for
beef.
this series of lessons, checking out this boutique style
B
animation.
equal
with this
LG,
great looking
B
text
equal, B
you can
equal.
find over on Envato Elements.
Go, it's Japanese.
Here's
What are you
the
talking
font that was
Eco
used,
means-
and all of
means
the
go.
other assets you can find
Eco means-
over on Envato Elements as
Eco is
well.
Japanese. What are you talking
Make sure to
about?
watch the next lesson where you're going to learn some final tips and tricks.
Eco means to go in Japanese.
In this course, you learned about several key concepts for animating in After Effects, using keyframes, modifying the interpolation, expressions for wiggle, inertial bounce, and looping, masks, shapes, motion blur, 2.5D with the After Effects camera, and more. I hope that you were able to follow along, because that is really the best way to learn.
Capturing
A few
bacon.
times in the course, I used third-party tools and effects, and I just want to mention again that none of these are required, but they sure are useful. The point of showing them to you again is to open you up to the idea that there are really useful tools out there for specific jobs that'll help you with annoying or tedious tasks in After Effects. Some of the tools are free, some of them cost a bit of money.
All right, let's
But
go
here's
8.
the
Let's go
thing.
8 now.
Your
Go
time
ahead.
is the most valuable resource that you have. So if there's a tool out there that can help you to shave off a few hours over the course of a week or two, it very well may be.
Action at Able.
And like I mentioned before, there are many scripts and plugins that you can get for free. For example, Video Copilot's FX Console is free, and you should absolutely be using it. In fact, Video Copilot has several free effects, and you should get them all. All of the assets in this course came from Envato
He's in
Elements.
front of tank,
You can
front of
get
tank.
unlimited downloads of video templates, stock video,
Defending A.
audio tracks, and effects with Envato Elements. Millions of creative digital assets with simple commercial licensing, and you can cancel at any time. Not only is Envato Elements a great place for assets,
I'm coming to
you can
be
also
with
get
you.
inspiration
You
for
wanna
learning
jump on
After
together?
Effects by looking at the After Effects templates
Alright.
and seeing how they're put together. You can download them, open them up, poke around at the layers.
He's
look at
right,
the
laying
keyframes,
behind the fence.
Find out how a particular look or animation actually works. Thanks so much for watching this course. I hope you were able to follow along and learn some new techniques and ideas that you can use in your After Effects animations. I'm Dave Bodie for Envato, and I'll see you around.
Damn, I'm getting double shot on A, front and back.
We're taking Baker. We're low on lives. Engaging Baker.
In this series of videos, you'll learn everything you need to know to get started in the world of Adobe Animate. Let's do it.
How did he get behind me? You must have full flank.
Maybe we can do like defensive action.
Part 1. Basic animation and setup.
Alright, 3-stack A. I got B. Maybe we can do our
Hello
defensive
everybody
magic.
and welcome back to Tip Tut.
Beat 'em
Today we're
by
starting
kills
a new
and then
journey
get it
inside of Adobe
to the
Animate
fifth game.
2020.
Fifth
Now
round.
I know I've done a few intro to Adobe
Because our
Animate
defense
series,
is-
but if I'm
our
perfectly honest,
defense is
I
strong.
keep coming back to it because I'm never really happy with them. Also, additionally, Adobe Animate has had a ridiculous update for 2020 and there's loads of cool stuff you can do. The most important thing for me is the new brush engine, which works really well.
One on
compared to the
inside
previous
ring.
one. So I thought what I'd do is take another sort of dive into the world of animation and show you guys how to use Adobe Animate 2020. We're going to be recreating the animation you saw in the beginning. But what I won't be diving into is like the principles of animation, frankly, because I'm not very good at them. I will link in the description a series that has a fantastic expert opinion on things like squash and stretch and stuff like that that I recommend you watch. If you want to get used to the software, learn some basic animation, and get started, then this is the series for you. So we're going to go from the ground up, and obviously what I've done here is just open up Adobe Animate, and the first thing we're going to do is create our canvas. Now, you can download a sketch from my website, which I will link for you now. Using the sketch, you can follow along what we're doing. And the size I'd recommend you work out is either 1920 by 1080 or 2560 by 1440. Now, it doesn't actually really matter because Adobe Animate works in vector rather than raster, which means that the shapes and things you create are based on mathematical equations rather than actual pixels being painted in one color, which means it's infinitely scalable. But it's best to start, you might as well work in the native resolution you're going to be working at. Let's leave it at 24 frames per second, which is the classic animation frame rate, even though we'll learn about working on 2s later, which actually means it's 12 frames per second, but that's very boring. And when you hit create, you'll be opened up to this interface here. Now, if at any point in this tutorial series you don't see any of the windows that I see, you can find them under the Windows panel here. I am working from the Essentials default workspace, so you should be fine. Go up to your zoom in window here and just choose fit in window. You can hold control and zoom in and out with the scroll wheel, which is what I do, or control plus and minus. And we'll just explain briefly what these parts of the interface are before we get to any animation. You've got your tool panel down the left, and we'll explore these in detail, so I won't go too far into it now. You've got normal things like your brushes, erasers, your shape tools, buckets, fills.
There's one in our flank, going into green jungle.
Then you have your properties panel, which basically is where you'll be spending most of your time. This has got the same as the rest of the Adobe Suite now, where it updates depending on what you have selected. It's quite useful and comprehensive.
He's still green jungle.
Next to that, you should have red tower, green jungle, all of your symbols and things like that, which we'll get to later on. And to the right, you'll have your various control panels. Most important, color.
He's another one in green jungle next to truck.
That sort of stuff. Down at the bottom here, you've got your timeline, which is where you're going to set up your animation. But apart from that, your big white area is your canvas, and
they're
that's
just
all you
flooding our
really
spawn
need
now from the
to,
backside. They're
get
flooding.
started. So the
They're
first
not
thing
even
we're
going
going to do
front
is
side in.
import our sketch. I'm
We
just
need our
going to take
team
the
to
sketch
focus
from the
on the
website
flank.
and drag and drop it over our canvas.
Yeah,
and
they're
it will load
flanking
it
again.
into your canvas area for you automatically. You'll also notice that if you go to your library now, you're going to have a PNG inside that library, which you can recollect that asset from later on. I'll look at my phone over there, so it doesn't distract me. That's safer. With this imported now, it's going to fill in this little dot down here, which you noticed on the timeline. Now, there's a basic way of remembering and working in Animate
I'm gonna hold flank.
Everything you do is drawn on a frame. Okay, so if you understand what basic animation is, it's actually a lie. It's a series of still images placed one after each other very quickly to simulate the idea of motion, which doesn't actually take place. The way you control that simulation of motion inside of Adobe Animate is with your timeline.
Yeah, our defense is strong.
If I just drag us a little bit of extra space, anyone working in any other Adobe software will understand the idea of layers.
We're beating them on lives too, so don't give lives away on
things change over
you guys want to go straight A?
Keyframes and stuff that you drop in.
You guys want to go straight A?
The way Adobe
what I'm
Animate works is
what
there
I'm
are
gonna do, I'm gonna do
basically
what
two types of frame. There is a keyframe and there is a normal
Try to
frame.
get some kills up there.
Now, a keyframe is what you want to use when you want any change in animation. So
if you
I
want it,
just-
TikTok, I'll give it to
delete
you.
this for now because we can bring it back. I just draw with my brush tool a basic shape, okay? Help if I turned my graphics tablet on. There we go. If I just draw a basic shape, a circle, okay? You can see that we have a layer here with a frame here with a dot in it. And if I select that dot, it's going to highlight what we have drawn. Now, I can create extra frames of content here to make this drawing last longer. And you can do that by right-clicking and choosing Insert Frame, or you can just hit the shortcut F5. If I press, just do it, say, let's do it at 1 second in length, so I can remove those extra frames to have 1 second of animation here. Which is the button for previewing animation, you'll notice that nothing changes because that frame is being repeated over and over again, and it's only taking that last keyframe, which is what we've got on frame 1. If I were to insert a new keyframe, the shortcut for which is F6, or a new blank keyframe with nothing on it, which shortcut is F7, you'll notice that that frame, the content on that frame disappears. So I'll just do that again. I select the frame I want, I hit F6, that will duplicate the last frame. It'll basically turn whatever was onto here onto a new keyframe. And if you hit F7 or delete it, it'll turn it into a blank keyframe.
Oh, there's
If
one
I draw a
outer
different image,
like ring looking at
and I add in some more normal frames. Let's go to 48 with F5. You'll notice that when I play, that circle turns to a square when the next keyframe is struck by that timeline header. That's all it is. That's all animation is. Changing that image at a point in time. Now, of course, that's very, very simple, very, very easy. What we're going to do is using our sketch that we imported in earlier, we're going to recreate this entire scene, this entire animation. So, how are we going to do that? We're basically going to do it with a series of complicated layers and symbols, inside of which there are own little unique looping animations to bring together a huge animation. Basically what I'm saying is follow along, things will start to make sense as we get deeper into the software. Try not to be intimidated at the start by everything that you see in front of you. So first things first, you've seen what the final product looked like. If you go up to your swatches palette in the top right hand corner, notice you will have a default selection of colours. What I did was create my own little folder from the colours that were in that image, which you can also download from my website. And I just, using my eyedropper tool, which is the letter I clicked the colour that I wanted on the image, and you can see that turns into white over here. I went to my swatches panel, and I hit New, and you can see it adds a new swatch. Then I just dragged that into its own folder. Okay, that's all I did. And I use that just so I can quickly select all these different colours that we're going to
just need to keep the lives close.
What I'm also going to do is probably open up that swatches palette and just drag and drop it so that it's a floating window. And I'm going to close down the default swatches because we don't need them. I'm going to make it nice and small and pop it in the right hand corner at the top, just so that we can work from it directly. Alternatively, you can drag it to below your library or properties panel, so it's always over here, or even above it might be more useful for you. Just depends however you want it to work.
It's alright. We got them close on lives.
Zoom
Got them on
out
lives.
by hitting show frame on our zoom panel here, and let's
keep it
start
like
to think about
this.
how we're going to
We'll have defense
construct this image that we've got here. You see we're working in sort of three planes of
Just have to
existence.
beat
We've
them
got
on
the
lives.
foreground where we have these large trees and this bird. We have the mid-ground where we have these hills and
Okay, I
the
got
sort of river
ammo.
running down
I got
to the
ammo.
ocean where
Oh,
we have
yeah,
the
you're right.
background
I got
of our
ammo.
content. Now, we're actually going to be using a lot more than 3 layers, but for now, let's
what?
just understand that
I don't
these
understand why you keep
might be our basic layers. So I'm going to go down to my layers palette here, and I'm just going to click the plus button a few times. And I'm going to make sure that we name all of our layers. It's very important. So I'm going to double click on this one and call it sketch. I'm actually going to
I need help on
probably...
me. They're
let's leave that on the bottom for now. I'm going to click the padlock to lock it.
They're capturing
On the
Baker.
layer above that, we're going to build our layers.
I need help on
as we
me.
go,
They're
rather than building
stacking
them at the
me.
start, just so you
Ulti.
know we don't have a load of extraneous layers lying around. And we're going to work on the trees first, because that seems the most logical thing to me, is to start with the easy stuff. Alternatively, you can work backwards up, which is another way. So you could do the sky first and keep drawing things in front of it. I might do it that way actually, because that makes more sense from a construction point of view. So that's what we'll do first. We'll double click and we'll rename this layer Sky. Now what I like to do is just select a large portion of my timeline here and just hit F5, just so that it looks like we've got some frames to work with, even if there's no animation going on at the moment. Let's select our sky layer. I'm going to go up to my color palette and I'm going to choose a layer for the sky. Now just on my other screen, just so that I recreate this in the same style as the original, I'm just going to bring up this reference image that I've got created here, just so I get it looking somewhat like what you saw in the beginning. And on the first frame of my animation here, I'm just going to hit B to bring up my brush tool. Now one thing I have done is there are two types of brush in Adobe Animate. There is the classic brush, which you can see here, which has fairly limited sort of controls over it. As you can see, you've got size, you've got smoothing, and that's about it. If you hit Shift B, however, that will bring up the fluid brush, which you can see is a new brush engine in Adobe Animate. You can control things like size, stability, how much it smooths and rounds out angles, whether or not you want the brush to taper off, all sorts of things like that. I recommend using this brush. It's much better, much smoother, and as you can see, you create really nice, beautiful lines with it. An interesting shortcut is open and close square bracket, which will increase and decrease the size of your brush. And Control Plus.
We definitely got them online.
So if you hit Shift B to bring up your brush, first thing we're going to do is just paint in the sun here.
See,
So
that's my defense.
sort of normal dark red color from that palette. Yeah, that seems about right. And we're just going to see if we can get used to drawing.
Okay, what do you guys want, A or B?
With the brush. So I'm just going to start drawing out a rough circle.
Wow. Well, you have
obviously,
streaks,
if there's
though,
a
right?
bit that's under another layer, you're never going to see it, but you might choose to animate that differently later on. So I just hit Control Z there, because I wasn't quite happy with the line that I draw. So maybe we can zoom out a little bit. And we can just start to roughly work out what we want. Now I'm using a graphics tablet. You can draw with a mouse. I highly recommend seeing if you can get a graphics tablet. You can get them for quite cheap nowadays. I bring up K on my keyboard, that brings up the paint filler, and I can just fill in that shape that I've just drawn. Pressing Shift B will take me back to my fluid brush tool. Hitting V will bring up your selection tool, and you can use that to move things around. Hitting Q will bring up your transform tool, and you can use that to squash and scale things however you'd like.
Yeah.
The usual Control Z, Control Y is undo and redo. So for example, I could undo that until it's back in the position that I want. Now, you can see here that in our original sketch, if I just bring that up, we've got these lines around the sun here, which kind of are static at the moment. That's going to be our first bit of animation, mainly because it's really easy, and secondly because it makes sense to do all this now, so we don't have to come back to it later. It'll also introduce the concept of symbols. So as you can see at the moment, we've just got our one shape here. Now if we wanted to, we could go to the next frame and hit F7, and we can start drawing our new picture. But as you can see, first of all, we can't see what our old frame looks like. So if we were to then move back and forth between frames using the comma and full stop keyframes, it'd be kind of hard to track what that's going to look like over time. That's where a really interesting tool called Onion Skin comes in, which is this sort of toggle option down here. If you turn that on, you'll notice you get this sort of new effect showing the previous and next frames in different colors. Now, if you find this distracting, you can right click on this and choose advanced settings and set these different things. Like for example, I quite like them to be gray and sort of like a lighter gray for the next and previous frames. So you can do a little bit less distracting, basically. It's completely up to you, however. I think you can reset to default quite easily in the settings. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave previous next on bright blue, just so it's easy for you guys to see what's going on in the video. So something like that is probably good for me. I'm also going to show the previous two. Oh God, excuse me. That was the automatic desktop bringing us in. The previous 2 and the next 2 frames is fine. And
they're on the
I don't
flank,
really
watching
care about
the
these
flank.
starting capacity. We'll decrease by 20% each frame. Sure, that's fine. Okay. So now we can see what our previous and next frames look like. So we can use that as a guide for when we want to draw our next frame. Okay. However,
we gotta
do it like this.
beat them on caps. We can't beat them
What we're
on
going to
kills,
do is
guys.
draw
We
our
gotta
first frame.
push.
Make sure that we're completely happy
team
with
stack
it. So
it.
I'm going to draw.
Gotta push.
Nice
Everybody
now
as
you
a
could
team.
use the shape tool to do all this.
Your teammate
I quite
called
like
airstrike. Heads up.
the natural sort of curve you get by doing it by hand. Then I'm going to click this shape and hit F8 or right click and convert to symbol. Now, any of you who are familiar with After Effects can think of a symbol like a pre-composition. For those who aren't familiar, you can think of a symbol as a normal timeline that you have contained
I don't
inside a wrapper,
understand why we
and then
didn't
that
get
has
these
its own timeline
crazy.
of animation. What this allows you to do is keep your main timeline really simple and neat, so that you're not then fighting with yourself later on when you come to edit
so
and
we
adjust
didn't get
things.
ticks, or they didn't
Now
get
just
ticks.
follow along and it'll make sense once we create some things. So I'm just going to call this graphic sun.
Or
I'm
it's
going to
just-
make sure it's
I
on
got-
type graphic.
I see
There is
what you're
type
saying.
movie
So
clip,
that
there
one
is type
tick-
button.
that one
I like
tick
to use
they got
graphic
on
most
me,
of the time because it will preview when you hit enter, whereas
fourth
movie
round
clip
is
won't.
what got it
Buttons
for
are
us.
for
Is that what you're trying
interactivity,
to
which
say?
they're not having in this one. But you can apply different effects to a movie clip than you can to a graphic. So there's certain circumstances for each. I'm just going to call this one sun and hit OK. You can see now that it's surrounded by a blue box, and if I go to draw something new, it will create different shapes. Now, basic rule is if you've got a symbol on a layer, you want it to be by itself on that layer, just so that you can do things like tweening later on if you need to. Now you'll notice something clever. If I double click on this shape, our timeline changes completely and everything else sort of grays out a little bit, but also we go back to our editable shape. You can see at the top as well, we've got scene 1 and then the word sun. I can drop back to scene 1, which is outside of my symbol. And you can see we're back to our previous timeline as well. Double click to enter. Now, if we do our animation in here, because it's a graphic, if we did say 2 frames of animation, so I'm just going to hit F5 once, then on frame 3, I'm going to hit F7 and F5 again. That gives us 4 frames to work with, but this is that concept of working on 2s that I was talking about. You may have a 24 frame document, but working 12 frames per second, so 12 drawings per second is the classic way they do things for general animation. And then you can speed up to, you know, a drawing every frame if you want to do something really detailed or flowing. If I draw now our next shape, and I kind of want these to stay in place, just maybe jitter a little bit. So I'm trying to trace this as accurately as I can. Remembering, of course, the ocean's going to be above the bottom, so that bit doesn't really matter. Hitting K to fill that in and B to go back to our brush. So now you can see we've got 2 frames. If I hit enter, they just sort of flip back and forth a little bit.
Is Glizzy a girl or a guy?
Of our scene, and you can see that we've only got 4 frames of animation inside our symbol, but here we've got lots and lots of frames, almost 100. Good thing about symbols is they will loop forever if you start to play them.
The enemy is taking the hard point.
What that means is when you're going back inside that symbol, you can do 2 frames, 3 frames, 4 frames of looping animation, and that will be reflected and respected in the main timeline. So I'm not quite happy with how this shape lines up with the previous one. So I can turn on, flick back and forth to my onion skin. I can see there's a bit at the top, just holding space there, pan around by the way. There's a bit at the top that doesn't quite line up very nicely. You can see it's quite low there and quite high here. So if I hover over the edge of my shape, you see it turns this curved line. What you can do is you can actually squish and stretch off. So I'm just going to bring that somewhat closer to where it was previously. Just going to start bringing these in like that. So that yes, there is still a little bit of flicking, but not too much. Okay, that looks pretty good. So we'll just zoom back in.
Sorry.
I'm going to add 2 more frames of animation to this, so F7, F5, and then F7, F5 again. 2 more frames of animation to this. Bring up my pen tool with T, and I'm just going to start to follow as closely as I can.
We're in the lead.
Original shape. Pretty good. And let's do that again for the last frame.
One shot back.
Hard point's under fire.
There we go. Let's take a look at what that looks
One
like.
shot back.
Okay, if we want to see that
too far
looping,
out,
you
bro.
can turn on this loop option, which brings up the little 2 arrows here. You can drag them to cover the frames you want to loop, and then when you hit enter again, it will all loop in place. You can see that first frame sort of jumps down a little bit. So what we're going to do on that first frame is bring in a little bit more.
Hardpoint confirmed.
Oops, that's a bit too much maybe. A little bit more of a shape up there.
Hardpoint activated. Contact at the hardpoint.
Just so it jumps about a bit less. That's okay.
That's fucking my bad.
And then we'll just tweak
Can't throw
that. So
nades
as you can
anymore.
see, you can tweak as much as you want,
Hardpoint's under
as often as
fire.
you want. Looks pretty good. Now, just because that bottom bit's really distracting, what I'm going to do is grab my V on the keyboard, draw a box over a section of the drawing,
Hey,
hit
happy
delete. That's going to give us a nice hard shape on the bottom. And I'm going to do that for each frame, just roughly in the same place.
Contact at the
So it's
hardpoint.
slightly less distracting for us. We can focus on the actual edge that we want to focus on. Okay, let's add a new layer on top, and we'll just hit F7 on every other frame to create the same keyframing as we've got on the layer beneath it. On this layer, I'm going to start to add these little shapes around the edge here. So just bringing in a little bit of extra motion. And this idea of like leading between the colours that you can see on this original sketch here, like so. We're going to go through and do that on all the frames. I'm just hitting full stop to pan forward and backwards, and just roughly, again, trying to copy what these shapes look like. If you're having trouble drawing at certain angles, you can press H or Shift H to bring up the rotation tool, which will rotate your canvas around so that you can draw more accurately. This, combined with the space bar to pan, is actually really quite useful. So you can hit H to pan, Shift H to rotate, and then H again to pan. And we'll just make
Hardpoint's under
these
fire.
shapes somewhat the same on each frame. So rotate the canvas there, spacebar to move it, go back to the brush with B.
Contact at the hardpoint.
Just because your hand obviously prefers drawing at a particular angle. So you might find it a bit more comfortable.
Contact at the hardpoint.
Yeah, he just jumped down.
I'm being fairly rough with this. You can obviously take as much time as you want, but you don't really want to see me just drawing over and over the same line. What I've done as well is I've taken my fluid brush off of Shift B and changed the shortcut for that to be just B. You can do that quite easily in the preferences. I don't think I need to show you how to do that. If you want to get back to normal, by the way, as well, on this rotation tool up here, you can just click rotation up here. I think you can double click it to rotate back to standard rotation, so you don't have to worry about it being squiff forever, basically. So there we go, we have our basic shapes. We're going to add a new layer on top. Again, hitting F7 to add in some blank keyframes. And now we're going to bring in these lighter shapes that you can see on our reference sketch that overlap from the previous layer. We do these now because it was just to save us a bit of time later on.
I'm getting fucking pummeled.
So we're back inside here, go to our brush tool. Now we go back up to our palette and we select the next lighter color. So this is the color that we've already got. Select our lighter one here. And just inside our sun, just a little bit, on each frame, we're just going to bring in some of that light as if it's leaking over the shape. And because we've done it on its own layer, the onion skin's going to be really clear and obvious for us. Good. And we can just start to fill out the shapes a little bit. Let's look at that. That looks pretty good to me. So if we drop out of our canvas and go back to scene 1, we can double click our rotation up here. We can see now that our little sun is going to keep jingling about. Oops, we've got our looping turned on still. We'll turn that off. Our little sun's going to keep jingling about in the background there for the rest of the animation until it reaches the end of the timeline. So we've named this one Sky, correct?
One shot behind
we probably
tank.
won't be moving these at all in this main timeline. We can have more than one symbol on the same layer, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw the next shape here and carry on that process that I just did exactly the same for the rest of the sky. I'll do that in time lapse so
chicken
that this
coop,
video
chicken
isn't a
coop.
million hours long, and then I'll drop back out once we've got that done. One thing I will say, however, if you don't put something into a
Hardpoint's under fire.
symbol, you'll notice the symbol will always be on top of any loose shape that you've got on your layer. If you have many symbols, though, you can arrange them however you like, just with the normal arrange, bring to front, center back.
I got
that sort of
scraps. Go,
thing.
go, 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 go. TikTok.
So,
Hardpoint
pop that sun
located.
back where he was.
The enemy is taking
There.
the hardpoint. Hardpoint is active.
And we'll draw our next section of sky using that same colour that's leaking into the sun there. Just a big swooping arc. If you're not happy, again, you could use the shape tool to do
Contact at
this.
the hardpoint.
And I'll just show you that as well. So if you hold shift, it will lock
Hardpoint's under
your
fire.
paintbrush to an axis, which is a nice way to do a clean bottom section there. But if you go over to your shape tool and you can just draw a circle, holding shift will make a perfect circle. If you've got a stroke down here though, you will have to delete that stroke. Then of course you can use the transfer tool to line that up to the shape that you want, and you can use that as a bit of a shortcut. I just quite like the hand drawn look. So I'm going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to turn this one into a symbol once I'm happy with its basic shape. I think I am.
Hardpoint
Maybe
located.
we'll have this come down a bit smoother, but of course it'll be behind a hill, so it really doesn't matter.
Hardpoint is active.
And we'll just have that be roughly the same height of the sun. Let's hit F8. We'll call this one, what do I call that? Sun. So we'll call this one Sky Mid Graphic. And we can hit Control and open square brackets and push that back in the layer stack. Or you can hit Arrange, Center Back. Oh, sorry, it's not Control. Open square, that's After Effects. It's Control plus down, which sends it back in the layer stack. If you open up this again, you'll notice we can do the same process. I'm just going to set up all my keyframes now.
Contact at the hardpoint.
And in time-lapse mode, you'll see me make this.
Enemy has the hardpoint. The enemy is taking the hardpoint. Hardpoint located. Hardpoint's under fire. Hardpoint is active.
So just dropping out of the time lapse here to say that I've done the first section, as you can see here. It's got animated bits on it, jiggling around. This section I've just turned into a symbol but haven't animated yet. What I'm going to do is take one of these blank layers, drag it underneath the sky layer and call it Sky Base. On here, what I'm going to do is just grab my rectangle tool, make sure that there's got no stroke applied, which you can do by selecting the colour over here and just cancelling it out. I'm going to make sure the fill, however, is set to our light sky colour, like so, because what we need to do for this bottom bit at the very edges of the drawing here, we don't need to animate that,
I got
because
scraps.
this already
TikTok,
be
go
the last
TikTok.
animated section.
Go TikTok.
So what we'll do is on this layer beneath, we'll just draw ourselves a rectangle. We hit V and select it and do the positioning size exactly. So we can say width 2560, height 1440, just fill the whole background with it. X 0, Y 0, and that will fill the entire background of our page here. What we can do then is lock and hide it because we don't need it for now. But when we finish animating the rest of this, that will be our background basically. Okay, so back to the animation.
Hardpoint's under fire. Hardpoint located.
Okay, so jumping back up to scene 1 and turning our background off, we can see that we've got our sort of dancing animated sky background. What I'm going to do is grab my sketch layer and just drag that to the top, however. And I'm going to turn our sketch here into a symbol. I'm just going to hit F8. This one's going to be a graphic, and we're just going to call it background.
Hardpoint's
The
under
reason that I
fire.
can do this is so that I can then reduce the opacity of it by going to color effects, alpha, and dragging that down. And it will just allow us to see our sketch ever so slightly over the top of our drawn footage, so that we can see how that looks in relation to the rest of the content that we're creating.
Behind.
That looks pretty good. The sky, I'm happy with that. Again, I would have spent a lot more time on it if this was for my own project, but as this is just for the tutorial, I'm kind of not rushing through it. Definitely spending less time than I usually would. We're going to add the C in now, just so that we don't have this ugly, crappy bottom of our line here. And that's going to have a similar animation process to what we've done for the dancing sky here, but I want them to move a bit slower and smoother. So we're going to use something called tweening to do that. Shape window. It's a bit temperamental. So we're going to, on this layer above our sky and sky base, we'll make
window.
The enemy is taking the
and for this one, we will just use a rectangle because we can just tweak it.
We
We'll
control
grab our ocean color, which is the lightest of our 3 greens, and I'm just going to drag myself a square that roughly lines up. You see in the original
Behind us
that it wasn't exactly a straight line, so that's good. Because what we can do with our shape is bend it to our will, like so. I'm going to add in a little bit of let's hide our sketch edge. Add in a little bit of curvature if you wanted to. That looks pretty good. Now we only see this bit of the ocean, so I'm not going to bother drawing any bits over here. I'm just going to add some nice effects to this. So again, we'll hit F8, turn this into a symbol called ocean. And inside that symbol, excuse me, clicked on the wrong layer there. Hide that sketch again. Inside this symbol, we'll add some lines on top of it that look like our ocean. So just to reference what that's going to look like, essentially we're going to have a few lines along the top here and then some sort of wavy lines just in the sea in this rough middle area. So what we can do is drop inside our ocean.
Look how you're talking,
layer.
bro.
And as you can see, you can kind of still see the sketch from behind. What we'll do is we'll grab our dark colour here, and on the new layer
chill the fuck out,
man.
man.
Where we can roughly see. It'll be somewhere
I don't give a
around
fuck.
there.
You fucking hang that fucking L, bitch. Hang that fucking L, bitch.
Overshoot
Hang
a
the
little
fucking
bit.
L, bitch.
We'll
Hang the
lock this
fucking L,
layer,
bitch.
And we'll
Hang
click
the
this little
fucking
option
L,
here, which
bitch.
turns
Hang the
just the
fucking L.
outlines on, so we can clearly see that it's not something we've drawn.
Now I know why.
And
you
if we
don't
add in
play
a
with
bunch
that
of frames using F5, that will help us, and we can rename this layer guide. Okay, so this is going to be the base of our ocean, so we'll rename that base, and on top of it, we'll add in the ocean lines that we want to be static. So I'll grab our second darkest ocean color, hit B, hit Shift H to rotate because I prefer drawing downwards, and then I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. Oops, excuse me, and I'm just going to the edge of the ocean here. I'm just going to draw in some little green lines that start and stop, just to add in, oops, excuse me, I messed that one up, just to add in a little bit extra contrast between this and the sky. If you mess up ever so slightly, you can just select it with the select tool and then move that up and down until you're happy, which I think I am, so I'll see what that looks like.
Where is it? Yeah.
Okay, that looks okay. So the hill's going to come in there, the hill's going to come in there. So that one we will leave static, I think. Unless on this one we'll do the same that we did before. I'll hit F7 on 2 frames along, and I will just fill 4 frames, which will then loop of this kind of edge water shimmering.
Damn, TikTok, cool. You almost got 10,000 against them. So, that's crazy.
So I didn't actually draw, did it? There you
go. 10,000 points.
F7 there.
That's rarely done.
To just start filling these in.
Very rarely done.
It's hard to see when the colours are very similar. That's okay. Shimmering effects here look pretty good. And here also. Okay, so with those 4 frames, I imagine what we're going to do inside
That guy
this
is
symbol
a
is going to
bit
take
of a
more than
stalker,
4
I'm
frames.
sorry
So for
to
these
say.
4, I'm just going to select them all, including an extra frame at the end, and holding Alt, I'm going to drag them so that they repeat over and over again.
Dig in and
And
hold
we'll see
the
what that looks like. Just because inside of this particular symbol, we're probably going to do other stuff that's going to last longer than those 8 frames. Now that rippling looks quite good. Let's see what this looks like. I haven't done it before. So on one layer, I'm going to draw myself a nice long ripple. Like that. Okay. Smoothed out a bit too much. So what I actually for this one is just turn stabilization down.
He's one shot in the middle.
Which will allow some of my shaky handness to come back in. That looks pretty good. Then, on say, well, let's just make it this, frame 48. Let's add a new keyframe that is blank, F7. Okay? Then we're going to try and draw this exactly the same again, as close as possible. And it will obviously be slightly different because we turned the stabilization down. Now I've drawn it slightly different. I'm going to move it along just a little bit, maybe down a little bit as well. And I'm just going to then zoom in. I'm just going to ever so slightly make some minor tweaks. Just really small ones. Now, to draw each of these, if we wanted this to be the first shape and this to be the second shape, to draw each of those really smoothly would be very difficult. So what we're going to do is something called tweening, where the computer does that for us. If you click anywhere between the first and 2 keyframes, right-click and choose Shape Tween. Shape Tween will apply to any of these shape layers that we've got here. If you wanted to classic tween one symbol to another symbol, you'd have to use the classic tween, but you wouldn't obviously be able to animate that frame by frame because the symbol itself isn't editable. So you'd use that to move a symbol from one position to the other, but not squish or like redraw it or anything. You can squish it. Let's hit Shape Tween to see if that works. Too bad actually, I'm used to it not working at all. Let's see what it looks like on the real.
Enemy has the hard point.
Alright, that looks pretty good. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to add in some keyframes here, now that we know it's working. And we're going to change the last keyframes to the same color as the ocean. Okay, because we obviously need this to loop. So it's going to come in and fade out again. Fade in and fade out. Okay, pretty happy with that. So what I'm going to do now is select all of these keyframes, right click, and choose Convert to Keyframes. And what that will do is change each one of these to an individual keyframe that we can then edit. Because you see how that's going really smoothly and the rest is kind of janky.
That guy on top
this is
of fucking
animating
rings
now on
fucking
every
me up.
keyframe, which it was doing when it was a tween as well. Now we can go through and clear each of these keyframes, like so. Takes a little while, so you can just use the shortcut Shift F6 instead. Like this, keep going, and you'll notice that each time I do this, it turns it into a normal frame. But because we've got the shape tween applied, it applies a little arrow just to indicate that it is still tweening. It is still changing. To fix that, just leave that one. To fix that, we can just grab all these layers, right-click, remove shape tween. Now it looks exactly like our last one, and it's a bit more janky, yeah, which is quite nice. So now when we go back to our main scene, main ocean scene, and we zoom out a little bit, we turn off our sketch. You can see we have our waves that come in and go out on a loop. Now, if you wanted to, you can do that for as many ways as you want. I'm going to do it by hand, just because I quite like the way that looks, but that's just a quick introduction to how tweening works inside of symbols and stuff like that. You can leave it on the shape tween, absolutely. I just like it to be a little bit more janky than that in this particular style. So what I'm going to do is delete this layer, and I'm going to do it all by hand. I am going to fast forward through that because it will just take forever. So I'll see you on the other side.
Boogeyman inside green, first floor.
Sniper on top of shit. Sniper on top of shit.
Enemy has the hard
Sniper on top of shit. Sniper on top of shit.
One thing to note is that I'm putting each cluster of these little waves on its own layer, just because I find it easier to work that way if you want to come through and edit something a bit later on. So for example, this section of lines here is on its own layer, and this section of lines here is on its own layer. Just because it's a bit neater, it's a bit easier to work with, got less chance of things going wrong if you need to come back and change something later.
We control the hard point.
One thing you will need to note is once you've done all your little animation bits, which I think I'm quite happy with, you will need to hide your guide layer even though it's outlined, because if you don't and you drop back to your main scene, it will still be visible in there, which you don't want. So just click, get inside that ocean layer and hide that layer so that when you drop out, oh, it's still there. Silly. That might be a setting. Hello everyone, post-editing Matt here. Just a quick one to say that I'm an idiot. You just go to publish settings and uncheck this option for include hidden layers. Let's delete the layer. I think there's a setting in your preferences somewhere, because this is a fresh copy, that says don't show hidden layers, so we'll just delete it for now. Uncheck include hidden layers.
There, one's laying on
And I'll
top
see
of
if
the
I can
tank.
figure out what that
One's
is
laying
between now
top on
and
the
the
tank.
next. Uncheck include hidden layers. So you can see we've got our background and it's looking pretty good, if you do say so myself. Turn the sketch back on, we can see how that's going to sit in relation to the rest of our content. Turn our alpha up a little bit. Make sure that's selected on the object, not the layer itself, otherwise you'll apply a different type of alpha. So you can see how our waves there kind of match up with our waves in our over main timeline.
One shot on,
come
on
back
tank.
through and add a few more later on. Maybe not though. We'll see. Let's work on the boat, because this one's going to be its own little collection of layers, which will be quite interesting to animate, and then we'll continue to work on the rest of these layers. We'll come back and do the clouds, I think. How long is this episode already? God, it's already 50 minutes long. Wow. Let's do the boat, and then we'll come back and we'll do the rest of this in the next episode as well. It's going to be a long series. Okay, so let's do a boat layer. Now we're going to do this one slightly differently. I'm going to zoom into the boat, like so. Ooh, really far. And I'm just going to draw some reference shapes quickly. In a small brush, make sure we turn our smoothing back up. Just going to draw some shapes.
Fucking sniper, man.
I'm not going to worry about getting them right at the moment, because this will just act as a guide, because we want to split some of these out onto their own layers.
Hardpoint located.
There we go.
Hardpoint activated.
So let's
Enemy
select
has the hardpoint.
that first keyframe, which selects everything on that frame on the boat layer. Let's hit F8 and we'll turn this into boat graphic, and then we can drop inside it. Let's hide that. Go inside. Okay. So we've got our boat.
Hardpoint's under fire.
Each of these separate elements probably should be on its own layer if you're going to want them to be animated, which we do, just so it's a little bit easier for you to work with. So we'll grab some layers. We'll hit
Boogeyman's in the fucking corner.
and we'll call this boat base.
Contact at the
Call
hardpoint.
this what's that word called? The thing that's the Crotech mast. There we go. And we'll call this sails. Okay, sweet. So let's outline our bottom layer, unlock it, and let's start drawing in our little boat. So we'll grab that middle sky color. I think is going to work quite well. We're going to turn our brush size down, which we've done, and we're just going to draw in the entire base of the boat. Nice, smooth options. So we're going to go like so. Now I know it's got a wobbly bottom. We're not going to draw that wobbly bottom. I'm going to draw the whole thing and then hide it with the shape layer later on. So this is our first boat. What we're going to do, however, is draw the whole thing and then sort of like bob it up and down in different ways. So
how you only get
selecting
28
what
seconds
we've
on
just
hill?
drawn, because we're not going to have to redo each of these frames. I'm going to choose my dark color, like so. Excuse me. I'm going to choose my darker color first. Select our shape layer, and change our brush type in the options up here to paint within. So we've got tool, there we go. Under the tools palette, we're going to change this brush mode here from paint normal to paint selection. What that's going to do is make sure that when we draw something, it only appears within the selection that we have already selected.
Yeah, 28 seconds on hill, bro. I get that on fucking P1.
My advantage.
You're obviously not even playing the game.
Fill in the inside, or
for
what we
your
consider
stats,
the
not for
inside
the
of the
win.
boat. Just going to grab my lighter color, neaten up that edge there, so that it aligns slightly more with what I think is the edge of the boat. Looks pretty good. Then I'm
TikTok
gonna
had
turn
more
back to
kills
my
than you
normal,
with 136
and
time
I'm just
on
going to
hill.
smooth out whatever that was that just happened there. Don't know what that was. We'll fix it. There we go. Oops, I messed that bit up, so we'll just fix that. Lots of fixing things back and forth in Animate. There we go. So, little bottom of our boat that we are happy with. Seems pretty good to me. Now we need to draw the mast. Now the mast I'm actually probably going to put on the same layer, because I want the sails to sort of flap, because they'd be separate to the mast, but the mast would move with the boat. So we'll grab a dark colour for the mast, maybe this dark purple. We'll select just this dark section, and then we'll hit B. We'll go to our tool, and we'll change to paint selection. And that will allow us to just draw there with a nice harsh line. You can then deselect, press B again, go back to paint normal, and just draw the rest of the mast. There, that looks pretty good. Okay, so on a separate layer now, for the sails, we're going to draw in some sails, believe it or not. Let's draw them in this sort of light colour here. Or do we want them to be this kind of white? Let's test. Let's draw with the white and see what that looks like outside of the symbol against the ocean. Fill that in with K. Drop out of our option here. And I think that's going to be... Probably can't really see that against the ocean there. So we will colour it in this kind of sky colour. Because then when you drop out, you will see it. Okay. Quickly draw in the other sail here. Bit taller, bit shorter.
I'm gonna lock down left side B.
Okay, that looks good. So we've got our boat. We can now delete our guide layer. Boom. So let's go back to normal rotation. On top of this, I'm going to create a new layer. Call this
Search and
ocean.
destroy. Hold the objective.
Grab our normal ocean
Enemy
color,
moving with the bomb.
and I'm just going to draw in a little wave. And that's going to cut out the bottom of the boat. Now, it'll probably be best if we added even just a little bit of animation to this boat wave. Oops, excuse me. So I'm just hitting F7 here, and we're just going to loop in just a few frames where it does move just a little bit. Okay. Just so we've got a little bit of motion on the top of the wave there. Again, the bottom doesn't matter because it's the same color as the wave beneath it.
One shot over B.
That'll do for that many frames, so we'll just make sure that loops nicely.
Last one.
Good.
One shot
The whole
over
thing's
B,
going to be moving
overlooking
in a
B.
minute. So, whilst that looks slightly janky, what we can do...
The last one's over by Big Tree at B. Last one's Big
see
Tree
in
at
the
B.
real thing that looks okay. Yeah. Accidentally on top of that little wave section there, so we can move that. We can check what that's still like on the sketch. Looks pretty okay. So we can position it wherever you want. Back inside the layer then, let's zoom in. And I'm going to just have this boat sort of
That was a
bob
slide.
up and down
That
in
was-
place.
that's-
Okay. So we're going to grab
That was pretty
boat
nice.
base and the boat sails.
Let's go.
And we
Let's
can
go
hit
B for the
F6,
first one.
And then Q. And And that's going to bring up the transform controls of both these. We're going to rotate it slightly to the right and move it ever so slightly down. Then we'll do the same thing again. F6. Slightly to the right, but a bit more down. So it's kind of bobbing a bit deeper. Then F6. We'll rotate it just a little bit and move it down just a little bit. Then we'll just have one where it goes down just literally a few frames. So we've got this. It's kind of speeding up then easing into it motion. Oops, one thing is the bottom of the boat does poke out of our shape on some of these frames. This last one, look. So what we'll do is we'll actually redo this layer in a second if we just delete that. We've got our boat bobbing down. We'll have it hold there for a little bit. Just create a new frame, just because. And then we'll have him come back up, but first he'll come back up in a slightly different way. He'll rotate just a little bit. Come back up just a little bit. F6 again. Rotate a little bit. Come back up a bit more.
I got ammo.
Then as it reaches its zenith, I'm going to rotate just a touch. Just a touch. Now I'm going to grab my first two frames, which are here, and I'm going to, holding Alt, drag them over until I can add in a new set of keyframes here, which is equal between them. Now when I select this, I know that these last two keyframes are the same as these first two keyframes, which means that these need to match up to create a perfect loop. So we'll just ease in, or maybe need some extra easer there, so we'll just create some more space, hit F6, and we'll just make sure that settles in nicely, like so. And we'll take a look at that. So we'll remove these layers now, these extra frames, sorry, so that we've got just the perfect loop. Let's add in a quick loop so we can see it moving up and down. So that creates a nice little bobbing loop, okay? Seems good to me. So time now to create the little wave that's going to mask out the bottom of our boat here. So to do that, we'll create a layer on top, and we're going to just draw everything that we want to show. Now, this may seem backwards, but this is the way that Adobe Animate does it. So basically, I'm going to draw a shape over the top of everything that I want to be visible on this boat. And everything that this shape covers is going to be visible when we turn this into a mask. For example, if I drag this above the boat base layer, because we don't care about the sails, we can then hit mask, and what that's going to do is, you notice, it's going to chop off, if we unlock it, it's going to chop off that section of the boat there, so that when this guy starts bobbing around, he's going to start bobbing around into the ocean. Now we're going to add a little bit of animation to this by just hitting F7, turning onion skin on, which I turned off. Draw something that's roughly the same, with a slightly different bottom edge.
Right there,
don't really care about
right
the
in
rest
front
of
of
the
you.
edges. Do that a few times, and then we'll loop these frames. So, like so. One more. And the reason you have to do it this way is because you can't inverse a mask without turning it into a movie clip. We're doing a bunch of other stuff inside of Adobe Animate, so we're doing it this way, which looks messy, but once the mask is turned on, it doesn't obviously matter. So we will grab all of these, duplicate the frames, and then lock again, so that when we see our looping animation, we've got it going there. And that's the Amazon Man. Be right back. And there we have our little bobbing boat. Pretty happy with that, so let's drop out of our symbol and see what that looks like in our main timeline. Let's go to show frame, and we can see. Oops, I've still got the looping turned on again, so we'll turn that off. And we can see, here's our little boat bobbing along in the ocean. It's kind of janky on one frame there, so let's see what that looks like. Why it's doing that. If we just control to zoom in. Which frame is it that's being really janky? I think it's the first one. Yeah, it's because all the frames go down, and then it jumps right back up to this next frame. So what we'll do is on this fourth frame, we'll just shift that up a little bit. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where it loops again, so we'll shift that up a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where it loops again, and we'll shift up a little bit. Now that should look a little bit smoother. Yeah, that looks okay. So we'll turn that mask on.
I got ammo again.
Yeah, that looks quite well now. All right, wicked. So drop back out of here. Zoom back out. Now we obviously want this guy to travel across the screen a little bit. And that's simple. We'll just do that one with a motion tween. So if I'm going to grab this keyframe on the last of our frame of our timeline here, hit F6, and then I'm just going to move him across the ocean just a little bit. Not too much because I don't want it to be too distracting. I'm going to right click any of the frames in between it and just hit classic tween. And what that's going to do is it's going to guess what I want that to do for the rest of the frame. And it's guessed correctly. Just slowly drift across the ocean there. Okay. Now we could do what we did earlier and turn this to keyframes and break every other one. But I'm not super bothered about that because it looks janky enough as it's moving anyway. So that looks pretty good to me. Turn our sketch back on and see what we're working with. If I go to my sketch layer here and just reduce the opacity down a little bit, it's a bit too bright for me. And we can see that we're doing pretty good. All right, I think that's more than enough for episode 1. This is going to be a big series. So in episode 2, we'll work on the clouds and the hills and stuff like that, as well as the river and the house, because that's all going to be pretty much static. Then we'll take a look at doing the trees, which we're going to have some cool animation on where the branches wiggle about. And then the final episode will probably be on this little bird down here, who's going to be the most complicated part. So I want him to sort of move his head around, crouch down, and then start to flap off across the screen. So, don't know how these episodes are going to be structured, but hopefully you guys just enjoy following along and see if we can create this little animation
One shot
together.
up on
I really do appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time on the next episode of Tip Top.
Remember to subscribe for more tips, tricks, and tutorials. Thanks for watching.
Search and destroy.
Right,
in this series of videos, you'll learn everything you need to know to get started in the world of Adobe Animate. Let's do it.
Take objective off the map. We're moving with the bomb.
Tip Tot.
Part 2. Exploring animation techniques. Hello everybody and welcome back to Tip Tot. Last time in Intro to Adobe Animate 2020, we built the flashing animating in place backgrounds that you saw here. And what I've done in the interim, as you can see in this little time lapse, is I've done the hills as well.
Activating the bomb.
Excuse me, my apologies to skip this. However, it is literally exactly the same technique as we did for the sky. I just drew a hill instead of the sky. Same goes for the river, that sort of thing. I just didn't want you guys to have to sit through this again when you've already seen it last episode. So I skipped it, done it now, and we can start the episode with this. This is it with our hills inside of Adobe Animate.
One's on bomb. LG.
Really happy with this now, looking pretty good. What we're going to tackle this episode is the more interesting animation of these clouds. Now, yes, we want the clouds in the background here to sort of drift across the screen a little bit, but I also kind of want them to sort of wave as if like the clouds themselves are being pushed over. So that's what we're going to tackle today, or at least first, just today. Just to give you a brief overview of what I did for the layers on these mountains here. I've literally got the mountains in the front and the mountains in the back. And they're just two separate layers like so. What we will do eventually is we'll probably have these drifting inwards a little bit from the edges of the screen. So we can probably just do that now if we wanted to. I'm going to hit F6 on both of these frames at the end. So this is where we want their final positions to be. And then mountains front, we're just going to push until just where the edge of this drawing is touches the edge of our frame so that nothing, you know, untoward peeks out. And we'll do the same for mountains back here. But this one we can push it a little bit further because we're pushing it sort of off screen this way. Grab both of these, right click on them and choose Create Classic Tween. And what that's going to do is, as you can see, over time, they'll slowly drift in together as if the camera is pulling out a little bit. Do we want them to go inwards? We probably want them to reverse, actually. So what we can do is grab all of these frames like so. Right click on them and choose Reverse Keyframes. So, and that's just going to have them now, over time, be drifting outwards instead of inwards. Nice and simple. So let's look at that.
The one's on A. They're on A.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, just a nice slow drift. There it is there. Awesome. We're done with these now then. So let's draw ourselves a cloud and get out of this really distracting workspace that we've got here. I'm just going to rotate this around so that I've got a more comfortable drawing angle. And we're just going to zoom in. Oops, that's way too far. I thought it was click to drag, but it's not. It's click to select area. We're just going to zoom in to something like that. Okay, it looks pretty
Next
good.
the objective.
So I'm going to grab my cloud color, which was the same color as
have the
our
bomb.
lightest piece of sky, like so. And I'm just going to hide everything. On top of these ocean layer here, I'm going to add a new layer. I'm going to call this cloud right. And I'm going to hide everything that I don't need to see, apart from the sketch.
Tell me when you guys want
And I'm
to.
just
Tell me
going
when
to
you
take
guys
my
want
first
to push.
frame
I'll go when you guys decide.
and be really careful.
All right,
Really
is that
small.
us?
Just draw out this cloud. You can see where I'm going to be going with this already, hopefully. We've got this kind of wavy cloud motion. Now, obviously, the rest of this is behind a tree, so I've just got to guess how I want that to go. I think I want it to peter out a little bit.
All right,
Maybe quite suddenly, actually. Maybe like that. Or let's just add
Planting the bomb.
a little bit like this, just in case we have it drifting
Bomb is
further
good to
than
go.
I expect. That looks pretty good, so we'll just fill that in with K. And there is our first cloud, so we'll stop having a wonky
Someone got eyes on
and we'll
bomb. I
see
can't
what we're
really see
working
bomb
with.
from where I'm at.
So we've got a cloud here. What I'm going to do is select that cloud, hit F8, and call it cloud right. Now, you probably guess what we're going to do. We're going to have the cloud drift slowly across the screen, so we're going to hit F6 to add a little keyframe there, and we're just going to shift it gently across the screen like that. Okay, that's probably enough of a distance, so let's hit Create Classic Tween, and you'll see it will start to move across the sky. However, we're interested in the inside of this
Search and
for
destroy.
our animation.
Okay, I got ammo.
Okay, so
I
here we
got
are
ammo.
inside our cloud. Now, this is quite a complicated one, so what I'm going to
Everyone
do is
take
just
it,
create some
please,
new layers
so we
to
have
illustrate what I want this animation to look like.
Protect the objective.
Say, for example, I take a really simple cloud.
Enemy's got
It's
the
got
bomb.
2 bumps on one side, and it's got 2 bumps on the other side. Okay? Let's fill that in. Let's use this as a guide layer, and on the layer on top, we're just going to hit, let's create like a nice light color so we can see what we're doing. We're going to duplicate this cloud. Okay, here's our first lump, like so. And voila.
Grizzlies one shot
On the
in
next
grandma's.
frame, however, we want to basically treat each lump, if that makes sense, as if it were moving into the next lump. So this lump here is going to become this lump here.
Enemy
So if we
moving
drew
with
it
the
lump
bomb.
at a time, this lump would move slightly. Obviously, we'd fill in the rest of the cloud too. We'd create a new frame and it would get a little bit further towards becoming the next lump.
Good work.
Next frame.
Comfy. There's more.
And it would start to look a lot
Oh,
more
good, you
like
guys
this
been
lump.
fucking carrying us all day.
Next frame, it starts to look pretty much exactly like this lump.
Let's get this done.
Yeah? So what we've got, if we looped that, would be this kind of motion like so.
All right, let's. I
Then we
like
go
I
back
like that
over the
slow
same
push to A,
frames
like
again,
that super slow
but
push.
this time
just
we
wait them out.
focus
I
on
like
this
that.
next lump
They're-
next to
they're
it.
very
So
impatient.
whilst
so
it would
let's do that
start like
push
that,
A.
it would then have to start moving
We're
to
moving with the bomb.
become this smaller lump next to it until it's almost exactly. You might have to duplicate a few frames, of course.
Bomb is
Yeah, he's
It's
on
almost
A.
exactly
He's on
that
A,
previous lump.
behind
As you can see
the
there,
wall, like on the left
apart
side of
from
the wall,
where we need to
like
fix
below.
this edge,
like
this lump
below,
would
below.
then just stay the same.
like right next to the
And
wall
stay the
to
same.
A.
Like
We
that.
have the
left.
bomb.
You can see
like
that
next to
that
the tank.
cloud is then sort of growing into itself down there.
Might wanna
If you were to
rotate B,
repeat
like
that
he's
process on
hugging
the
that
other
bitch.
side, which we'll
Oh,
quickly do,
one in
just for the sake
tower,
of
one in
argument.
tower.
So this lump would then
B's
start to
open.
move,
B's open. B's open.
and then again,
B's open for the plant.
getting closer.
I tell you, man.
Remembering, of course, all this section is going to be filled in.
TikTok got big
Getting
balls. man.
closer. How
I
many
tell
frames
you,
have we
man.
left? Just the one.
She got some fucking balls.
Yep, and then would be pretty much exactly this lump.
There we go.
Okay,
Good game.
then we go back over and we do this lump, becoming this
There
lump.
we go.
Pat
Good
yourselves
game.
on the back.
Good
Hang
game.
on
Become
home.
that next lump.
Good game.
Moves a little bit further to become that next lump. And a little bit further
It's not
to
a
become
choke.
the next lump.
164.
And and then
Just like
almost
this
entirely
game.
becomes that lump. Now I said the word lump quite a bit. You can see that that one
Yeah,
goes
big
down. Now
boss.
we
You
just
going
need this
after it
one
with the
to be
bomb.
kind of
It's like,
staying
what are
in
you doing,
place,
TikTok? He's open.
jiggling a little
It's
bit.
like,
obviously.
she's I want the kill. Fuck that.
So you've now got these clouds sort of
I'll call it what you
moving
want.
almost in perfect loop. Then we just need to make sure, go back to the very middle, and we'd get back to that original section. So as this is starting to disappear, we'd have to have a new lump beginning to form here.
How is a choke when
Here?
you never led? We led the whole game.
And then
The
beginning
joke
to
is when you lead and you give up the lead.
fill out and
Homeboy got
form
fucking
and
go to Webster
regrow
Dictionary.
that middle section until we get
We lost one.
perfectly. Okay?
Oh, now we're good.
Now you can see how in
Yeah,
structure
I'm 15.
that looks
But I had
weird
0, so I
until it's
fucking
finished.
jumped up 735.
Now, I wanted to illustrate with
I
that
was a 5
because this is a nice
morning, or
quick
yesterday
version
morning.
of
No,
what I'm going to
this
be doing
morning.
with
No,
this,
this
which is
morning,
obviously going to take a lot
No, this
longer.
morning.
And again, I'm going to time lapse it because otherwise we'd be here for 6 hours. This concept that I just did.
You
this
give me
little
shit,
test
Herb.
run,
I give you shit,
all I'm
Herb.
going to do with this cloud. I think for this cloud,
you've been
here
our
is gonna
lucky
be the
charm,
middle.
bro. I ain't gonna lie. But I gotta
I don't
say, Herb,
know.
I backpacked your ass.
I think I want these trees to slide in completely, so they're going to start completely off screen. So I am going to draw everything, okay, that's over here. If they don't start completely off screen, then they will start mostly off screen,
TikTok
which
put in
means
work
as this
too.
cloud moves over anyway, I'm going to need
It's all
to
good.
have animated it. So I don't think it's going to be a waste
Just
of
keep
time.
doing what you do on Respawn.
What I just did with this
realize
cloud,
I
I'm going
shine
to
on
do
search.
with this big cloud now, okay? So I'll see you on the other side of doing that.
I
and if
shine
anything
on
interesting happens, I'll
Respawn
stop
too,
the
but you
time
have to
lapse,
realize I
and
play
I'll
off
jump
host,
in
bro.
to
So I
chatting
have
to you
to
guys.
change my style.
Meantime, though, sit back and watch me work really, really fast.
As long as we're winning, I can play 24 hours straight. We're losing.
Hell no. As
So we've
long
got
as we're winning, I can play 24
billowing
hours
section of
straight.
cloud done now, and you
winning.
can see that's kind
We're
of
losing
getting
the
its
fucking-
perfect loop
I
started to
wanna
go.
go to bed.
So we're going to just continue that entire process all the way down the line onto the next
I'm,
sections
I'm,
of the cloud
I'm
here.
always like
Can
in a
get a little bit
position of
distracting
stretching.
with,
Like I have a bench that's in front of me,
skin
so
on.
my legs are always stretched out.
As you're moving
So I'm
incrementally,
never,
there's
like,
no sort of
bending
easing on this.
my
You can work
limbs.
with it off.
And my
If you
back's
find it too
almost straight,
distracting,
like I'm laying
but
in
what I'm
bed
just
on
going to
my
do is just
fucking
reduce
desk.
these down to just show the
My
previous
desk chair
one
reclines back,
frames
so it's
instead of
almost
two.
laying down. Because if I wasn't doing that, I don't think I could put in the hours we put in. 'Cause like you say, I need to fucking stretch. Hey, didn't we play against Dashi earlier? How did we do against him? Oh, okay. Alright. I got you. Did we beat him? I forgot.
Now, obviously, as you reach the end of the cloud, the movements are going to become less erratic because the actual sort of depth and height of these cloud bumps is much, much less. So you want to make sure, because it's moving in the same amount of time, that it takes smaller, obviously, increments to get there.
Hey,
because
they
there's
got
less
4 on
space
my
to
screen,
move.
bro.
You want to make sure that it evens out, becomes nice and smooth movements as opposed to the big changes from the edge of the cloud that we were working on
What do you
earlier.
mean spawns? We have spawns, bro.
As it starts to become the loop section.
What do you mean
here,
spawns?
For example,
We have spawns, bro.
just bring those shapes in with a
Oh,
little
I
bit
got you.
more fluidity.
Hard point is ours. We have the lead.
Sure.
Keep it up.
Follow the lines of the original shape closer and closer. So it starts to get this sort of bulging, kind of nice motion to it.
Hard point's under fire.
So reaching the end of one of the clouds now, all I need to do is essentially for this section is try and accurately trace the same thing as much as possible, but still leaving in a little bit of that boil. So it sort of tumulates in place a little bit. And then what I think I'm going to do
Rotate
is
next.
once
Rotate
this
next.
whole cloud is done, I'm going to come back and literally chop off the bottom of it. So I'll grab my selection tool and I'll do this,
Control the hard point.
which gives it a really nice, clean cut edge to that bottom of this of the cloud there. I will do that at the end though, however, because
I got
obviously
double
at the moment
pinched.
we need to make sure that we've got all the motion correct before we start just removing sections.
Hard point is out.
Okay, so let's look at our first section of cloud. Obviously we haven't added the bottom in yet, we haven't neatened up that bit. We'll just delete these other two layers just because they're quite distracting, and we now know the concept. That looks pretty good actually. There's some bits which jump quite heavily, and the loop at the moment. Yeah, look at that. It's got that kind of whoop, whoop. And that's because where we've reached the previous frames, it's kind of settled into that motion where we've had big motion and then easing into the little motion. So that looks really good. I'm quite happy with that. We're just now going to do the other side and make sure the bottom's nice and neat, and then we'll be done with this cloud.
My God.
Contact to the hard point.
I think Dashy took exception to what you guys said about him.
Rotate next. We need 2 back train tracks, and then 1 kind of Roman.
Rotate next. We need 2 back train tracks, and then 1 kind of Roman.
LG.
And I'll hold the
Go back,
spawn.
LG.
I'll hold the like the
one's
point.
coming, front.
But we need 2 far back so we don't lose spawns.
Hard point's under
LG,
fire.
go back, LG. Or either one's coming, front.
Hard point activated. We control the hard
Okay,
point.
and there we have it, our completely moving cloud, which I must say looks pretty good. I'm quite happy with it. So let's drop back into our main scene. We can zoom out by holding control, not alt. I always hold alt. See what that looks like in the main scene, which looks pretty good if you ask me. It's already drifting slightly across the page.
There's one
so I
in
might
the
push
back.
that just a little bit
Going
further.
in the back.
You
Train
go to
tracks.
cloud right layer and just push that in, because by that time the tree's going to have come in and covered it up anyway.
There's 1 second
So
story.
Hard under
let's have
fire.
it start out a bit further like this.
There's 1
Good.
second story.
So it's actually
Second
moving
story.
across
The enemy is taking
Rooftop.
the hard point.
Okay, pretty happy
Yep,
with
yep,
that.
yep.
Oh, one thing I do need to fix though is the fact that bottom layer. Oh, excuse me, I clicked in the wrong scene there. The fact that bottom layer is still visible. This one here, so we just need to
Hard
delete
point
that.
activated. Hard point is ours.
There you go. That looks much better. So that previously had that bottom one showing through all the time, so it flashed through occasionally. So we'll delete that layer. Go back to our main scene, and there you go. That looks a
There's
lot
1
nicer.
story.
The enemy is
Alright,
taking
pretty
the
cool.
hard
Let's
point.
turn these other layers back on. We've got our sky base, our sky.
There's 1 third
our
story.
ocean. Actually, let's
And 1
let's have it
first
looping
story.
and turn them back on a bit at a time.
3rd story.
So-
We gotta get that guy on the fucking
We have our sky base and our sky.
Third story.
which
We gotta get
currently
that guy off third
looks
story.
like
He's
that.
fucking us up.
Okay, kind of janky and weird until, of course, you start to add in things like the ocean, which hides up that janky bottom area. Looking pretty good. Now we can add back in our cloud. Quite nice. Add back in our boat. There he is, moving across the bottom there.
Hard point confirmed.
Add in our mountains. Our other set of mountains.
Hard point activated. Hard point is
And there you
ours.
go. Pretty good. Alright, so let's pop the sketch back on top and see what is up next on the agenda. I think this time around we will add in this little house down the bottom, because there isn't actually animation on that bit. If you wanted to, you could add some smoke coming out the chimney in the same way that we added these clouds just now. But I'm just going to keep it static, I think, otherwise it's going to get a bit too distracting. So we'll add that in. It's quite a complicated little design.
One's
with
laying
lots of
down,
little
just
layers and
watching
things
the-
like that.
the hallway.
And then we will call it an episode. So I'm going to attach this to the mountains. This set of mountains, so that as it moves across, this house moves with it. What I'm actually going to do is draw it on its own layer out here first, because otherwise I won't be able to see the sketch. I'm just going to add a new layer on top. Again, we're just going to draw this guy all in one layer because it's not going to move, and we're just going to use a collection of cool little tools to do so. So, we're going to need our dark purple colour first of all. We've got 3 shades of purple. I think I'm going to need the middle shade. Let's do the light shade first so we can see what we're doing.
Yeah.
So for this, I'm just going to trace the house. So we need this kind of wall section will do neatly
He's one shot, front door.
and correctly.
He's one shot, front door.
Hard points under fire.
I'm basically going to work our way up from the base to the fence in front. So we'll work our way up in layers. Making sure that we get these little steps in. We can fill that in.
Hard point located.
So we'll just drag this below the sketch layer though, so we can still see what we're doing. Okay, that looks pretty good so far. We will now grab our darker purple colour, select what we've currently got, and go back to our tool where we can choose paint selection. And then we will paint in this lighter facade on the front here.
Contact at the hard point.
We've got our darker purple steps.
Hard points under fire.
Like that. And like
Contact
that.
at the hard point.
And that will actually paint the same shape, so that when we deselect it, oh sorry, did I just do all of that in the same colour? No, I didn't, good. We can then just fill in that section on the right there.
Rotate, go,
Grab
go,
our
go, LG,
darkest
go,
colour,
go.
And we'll just select this bit here, and then we'll just roughly see where that door's supposed to go.
Hard point located.
And we'll just fill in the door.
Hard point is active. Hard point is ours.
What, baby?
We don't need to paint selection on this one though, so what we'll do is we'll just...
What, baby?
So just hit everything.
After this game,
Hide
I'll
the,
give you a massage.
Thing for now.
We lost the hard point. Enemy has the hard point.
Okay, pretty good. Paint in that
Enemy
bit.
glide
Nice and
bomb on
dark.
the way.
Now we've got our entire door section here. We can grab our darker purple and just
Hostile straight
door
inbound.
frame like that. Oops, just painted the whole thing because I'm a fool. So we grab our dark
Hard
colour
point
there
located.
and select this.
We control the hard point.
Then paint the dark
Hard
bit.
point is
One
active.
shot going next.
Hard point is
Yeah,
ours.
that looks pretty good. So we've got the door of our system here. Sorry if I'm squinting a lot. It's because we've got the filming
Big
light
back to back,
obviously
right?
on up there to light me, and it's kind of hard to see what's
Enemy
going on.
has the hard
So you see me doing this.
Dark body.
That's probably why. Cool. So we've got the steps to the house. We can draw the fence now.
Or something.
This one's a bit easier because we don't have to select anything. We can just go to paint behind. So if we have our layer selected, for simplicity's sake, we can just hide everything else, so that when we click here, we're not actually selecting another layer. Just do that. Deselect. We can go to our tools on our brush here and just choose paint behind.
Yes.
Then we can grab our darkest color here and just
Contact.
drawing the fence. And what that will do is it will hide anything
Enemy has the hard point. Hard point located.
behind what we've already painted.
Hard point is
Pretty good.
active. Hard point is ours.
Drawing the posts. And you can just keep referencing the previous layer or you can wing it. Okay, there's nothing else behind apart from the back section of this roof, so we'll do that. We select this orangey color here, still on paint behind.
We're breaking their backs.
Oh, nice. Now we'll change it from paint behind to paint normal because we're going to be hiding on top.
There we go.
What's going to happen then?
Well played.
Painting the current wall.
Paget.
What words am I
Good
saying?
game.
Painting the roof on top of the wall.
Paget,
Wow.
I'm gonna send you a friend request. You too.
Those words are
Good job,
difficult
guys.
for me. So we can then meet all that up, which is nice here. That's good. Fill that in. We'll do the same. We'll eyedropper, or we'll just select our darker colour here. And we can draw the fence in. But before we draw the fence, we will just quickly draw
One
the
of our
shadow,
players was AFK for a while,
which is
too.
going to be in this darker red colour, if I remember correctly. And we'll go to paint behind. That's the slightly darker colour than the ground that it's currently on. Fill that in. And the reason I do all this on one layer, you could do it on separate layers if you wanted to. The reason I do it all on one layer is so that you can do stuff like that, where you just quickly draw
Can we
the shape
take like
you need.
a 2-3 minute break, guys? Is everyone okay with that?
As long as it hits
Okay.
the other
Okay,
content
take like
on the layer, you don't need,
two to
you
three,
need to
4
fill
minutes,
in.
okay.
God, that eraser's rather big.
Don't start it until you have a mic check.
You don't even need to fill in all the bits because it'll do it for you. Okay, that's pretty good. So we'll grab our black again. This time paint normal. So actually, no, we'll leave it on paint behind for now, so that we can do these sections of the fence quite easily. That's good. And then change to paint normal, because we want it to go obviously on top of the shadow, as well as everything else. We'll leave that there. There's the rest of the fence. Oops. Okay. Looks pretty good. So let's grab our reddish colour here, this one. And we'll just quickly draw in these little stepping stones as well. So there'll be no animation on this section. It's literally just a house. Like I said, if you wanted to, you could add smoke to the chimney in the same way we added smoke to the cloud up there. I will just quickly do that second cloud as well, whilst I remember. Once I've done these stepping stones. So just roughly drawing these in, because they're not going to move, so they're not really going to draw the viewer's eye. There'll be all sorts of other stuff going on. Voila. Back to normal there. And zoom out. So I'm now going to grab, excuse me, fix that, redo that. There we go. I'm going to grab everything that's on this layer, not the sketch layer, everything that's on this house layer, and cut it. I'm then going to go inside our hill layer here, and I'm going to Control-Shift-V to paste it in place. Oops, which doesn't correlate, sorry, silly me, because it's inside a symbol. But we can see that we can still see the top of our house there. So we can drag this guy into position, like so. And that looks pretty good. So we can drop back out, hide our sketch layer, and let's see what we've got so far. Oops, the house I've only put on that first layer because I did that wrong. So if I go back into the house symbol before I paste, I'll put that on its own layer like a clever person and reposition it. There we go. And now when we drop back out and hide this and hit play, it won't flash all over the place. So looking pretty good so far. Obviously most of the animation is going to be on those trees in the front and the bird, but I think this looks pretty good with the sun sort of shimmering around in the background there. So let's quickly add ourselves a new cloud. So we'll go to cloud right and we'll just add in a new layer and hit cloud left. Now we could just copy and paste the frames, but I want to introduce you guys to the library. So now that we've turned this guy into a symbol, he will appear in our library and we can reuse that symbol over and over again, which is one of the many benefits of using symbols. If you go to your library tab like so, you'll see that every symbol we've created so far is inside of our library, and we can preview all of the animation for those as well. So what I can do now is on my new layer, cloud left, I can drag out a second instance of this cloud, and it will play on screen like the other one, animating in all the same ways. What you can do as well is modify this, transform, flip horizontal, for example. Bring back your sketch layer so you can see where it's supposed to be. way high in the sky, like so. And we now have 2 copies of our cloud. So we'll just do the usual like we did before with F6 to insert a keyframe where we want it to end up. Go back to the first keyframe, move it out a little bit, like so, and hit Create Classic Tween. And then we've got our second cloud. So this is really the power of symbols. You can do the animation once and use it over and over and over again. If you wanted it to be slightly different as well, you could squash and stretch it. So if we go to here, we could hit Q, make it a bit of a shorter cloud. And then obviously in our second keyframe, it will actually stretch out over time, which is quite useful as well, just to add a bit of animation and variation in it. If you want it to be at a different time as well, you can do that. So you can hit cloud right and copy and paste or duplicate this symbol and call this one cloud left. We then obviously have to redo this animation here. So we'll just make a new blank layer. And because we've got that nice looping animation, but if you wanted it to sort of start at a different time, you can just grab these first few frames and make it start instead from the middle here by just dragging them past it. Then if you put them all back in the middle, the first frame actually becomes the middle one. So that when you watch the whole thing, it starts at a different point, but still loops flawlessly. If you then drop back to your main scene and bring in your cloud left instead of cloud right, and then transform and flip horizontal, you can see that it actually moves at a different time than your
Why is TikTok sending me invites?
Your other cloud.
TikTok.
Oops, I think I messed up that actually.
Did you lag out?
Yes, I did. Remove those frames there. You can see that it animates at a different time, different pulsing time than your other cloud, which does help if you want it to look not exactly the same.
You lagged out.
We can reposition this guy. Oops. Reposition him back up here.
What's up?
Re-add in that last keyframe. Re-push him back over. Maybe that much. And hit Classic Tween. And then you've got a different timed animation, which you might prefer the look of, without having to do too much extra work. Now, all these bits around the edge might be quite distracting, so if you want to see what your animation's actually going to look like within a frame, you can hit Control-Enter instead of Enter, which will export a test movie. And then you can scale this down. God, if I could actually see what I'm doing because of this filming light. You can actually scale this down to hide all the excess from your frame, and you'll see the original bit there. So that looks pretty good to me. I'm quite happy with that. It's moving in a way that I'd want. Next episode, we're going to take a look at animating the last elements of this, which are the trees in the foreground, and then a really complicated little section on the bird, which I think will be episode 4, if I'm being perfectly honest. So, thank you very much for watching. I do hope you've enjoyed this tutorial, and I'll see you all next time on the next episode of TipTap.
Remember to subscribe for more tips, tricks, and tutorials. Thanks for watching.
In this series of videos, you'll learn everything you need to know to get started in the world of Adobe Animate. Let's do it.
Hardpoint is ours. We have the lead. Keep it up.
Part 3. Working non-destructively.
One's in the middle.
Lead is lost.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Adobe Animate and TipTap. Today we are taking a look at adding the trees to our little scene that we've got building here. You can see that already we've started animating some clouds, the sky in the background, as well as the hills and the little boat there. Today we're going to be taking a look at our sketch layer here and adding these trees in the front, as you can see.
TikTok not
Next
playing
episode
again?
we'll be doing this bird in the bottom right. So without any further ado, I'm just going to jump right in. One thing I will say is the layout for this will be slightly different because I'm testing out a new graphics tablet, but other than that it's exactly the same content. I've just collapsed some panels like this to give myself a bit more space to work with, because it's a smaller resolution. So let's jump right in. I'm going to grab my brush tool, my fluid brush tool, and I'm just going to give myself a bit more screen space by dragging this palette down. I have a blank layer here that I'm going to be drawing my trees on, and I'm going to go to the first frame here so I know that I'm working in first instance. I'm just going to do my best to draw a nice straight line.
You guys gonna fucking lag out.
through down where I want the tree to be. That looks pretty good.
Cheetah's gonna
So
fucking
that's the selection
lag
tool
out.
there, and I'll just
It's
position
start
it
playing.
happy, and then zoom out
The
with
enemy is
control.
taking the hard points.
I'm gonna go back to my brush tool and holding shift, I'm just gonna quickly draw the corners for it, and pressing K, I'm gonna fill that in. Just make sure I'm on the right color here by selecting this color from the color palette.
We
I'm going to select the shape, and this is going to be the trunk of the tree on the right. So we're going to need its own layer for this because it's going to be animating sort of separately. So we're going to hit F8 to turn that into a symbol. That symbol is going to be trunk right. Oops, trunk right V2. We already tested this out just for that. And I'm going to double click to enter that symbol. Pressing V. Selection
One
tool,
shot
just
on
need
inside
to
tank. One shot inside tank.
just so I've got nice neat edges to work with. Now you can see if we hide this layer that about halfway up the tree we've got this sort of lighter section. If I bring up my original illustration here, you can see what that looks like in the original. We've got this top half of the tree that's a little bit lighter than the bottom half of the tree.
One bullet on.
So we're going to do that now. We've got our trunk, we know that it's roughly halfway up the page. So what we
Got
can
one
do
bullet
is we're
on
gonna
the
make-
inside
to
tank.
Make sure that we're being very accurate, as we can just come in and draw ourselves a little mark here. We know that that's roughly where that's going to be. Let's grab our lighter purple color here. And with our selection tool selected, which is the shortcut V, we're going to come up to the properties and we're going to hit B to bring up our brush tool. Now, what that's going to allow us to do is allow us to start working with our brush with a paint selection mode. So you should be able to click one of these options here under Tool and go to Paint Selection, and that means that no matter where we draw, we're only going to draw a point on the bit where we actually select it to be drawn. So I'm just going to come in and separate out our colours with a line like so. And I'm going to hit K, and I'm going to fill in, excuse me. I don't think I'd purposely or completely cut that off. So I'm going to just press B again, paint these corners a bit harder. And that should allow us then to just select the top section. We can hit K, fill that in. That's going to give us our solid colour cut there, so we can remove that bit now if we want.
Rotate next, I got scratches.
Press I to eyedropper the bottom bit. Go back to my tool and just return painting to normal. And just start to bring in some of this shading from before. Now if you wanted to, you could leave that tool option on paint selection and just select the top area here. So, to add in the darker bits. Eyedropper this lighter colour. Select the bottom section.
Hardpoints under fire.
Dark shades too. It might be a quicker and easier way to do it, just depending on how you work. Then, as well as that, on our original sketch, you can see that we've got these sort of pink lines that run through our trunk. I'm just going to sort of have a go at doing these again. I'm not going to try and replicate the original one exactly. I'm going to do these, however, on a new layer. On top, I'm going to grab my colour from my colour palette, which is this pinkish colour, I believe. Pretty sure. Does that look right? Let's have a look.
Enemy has the hard point.
No, it's the next darker pink. This one, probably. Yeah, that's better. So we're going to draw this on our new layer. So to do so, we're going to need to make sure that our brush is on paint normal. Like so. And then we can get to it. I'm just going to draw in some nice big sweeps that I'm hoping the engine will smooth out for me. That was pretty good. This one.
One's on beach.
And I think there's one sort of coming down like that here.
One's on beach.
So that looks okay. So what we're going to do then is just neaten up our edges again. Just grab there, grab here, just to make it a little bit neater. And then down here, I'm just going to grab my lasso tool, look off so I don't accidentally select that bottom layer too. Make sure I'm on the polygonal lasso tool.
That's the hard point. Hard point activated.
Chop off.
Hard points under
Bit I
fire.
don't want. Oh, that looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. So I'm going to drop out now this symbol, and you can see that we've got our tree on the right there. that's pretty close to the original design, so I'm not going to worry. Now, I'm wondering whether or not we're going to create separate layers for each of our trees, branches. So a layer for this branch and this branch and this branch down here, etc. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a series of layers and symbols and animations inside one symbol. So this trunk right symbol is going to contain everything that we need to do all of the animation, and I'll show you why in a minute. First thing we're going to do, however, is go to about a second in and add a keyframe with F6. Then we can go back to the first frame and just shift this guy out of frame a little bit. So, then we can right click between it and choose create classic tween. Then we can go up to our properties of this classic tween here, and we can put in an ease if we want to. Ease in and out, for example, maybe a slightly more intense ease in and out. And that will slide in our shape. I don't really like that one, so let's just go to effect, ease in and out. Let's go to just quad.
Hardpoint's under fire. Enemy has the hardpoint.
Now, everything else we've done so far has been animated frame by frame, so that means it's going to have this
rotate next, rotate next,
rotate
next.
Whereas this piece of motion here and the sliding hills here are going to be moving at 24 frames.
We get this full time. We're back in this.
When we take it into After Effects. But I'm quite happy with the way that tree shifts in. Now, if we were to do all of this separately, we'd have to do the same animation for the trunks and things inside of on separate layers here in the main timeline, which is fine. You can do that. However, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for ourselves. Instead, I'm going to go inside this composition here, and I'm going to add the branches and stuff that we need in here.
Contact at the hard point.
So, to make sure that it lines up with the original sketch, I'm going to make sure I'm on frame 24, and then I'll drop inside it, and then obviously all the branches and things are going to line up. But inside our animation here, we're going to be just on the first frame. So these two layers are going to be our main trunk layers. So if you wanted to, you could select everything you've done here, like so, hit F8 again and call this trunk right inner.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint confirmed.
And that's going to make that a single symbol on a single layer, so that we can then start adding our other stuff on layers as well.
Hardpoint is
For example, this branch. So I'm just going to rotate our canvas slightly, bring up my brush tool, go to our nice purple colour, and try and draw in this branch in nice smooth motion.
On top of ship and green.
Enemy has a hardpoint.
For smoothing, because I'm not very good. So I'm quite happy with that. That's fine. Yeah, if you wanted to, you could go through and you could
I'm not disappointed.
sort of straighten out
You'll do
some of these
better
edges.
next time.
Get a bit more geometric looking. Like that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Fine. We're going to drag this layer below, and we'll rename the top one trunk, and we'll rename this one branch top. We'll hit F8 on branch top, and we'll call it branch top graphic. Inside this graphic, we're going to add the shading that you can see on our original sketch here. So it's going to have two of these purple lines, and then this really dark, really dark, sort of almost black shaded section that you can see on this original sketch, just here, okay? That's all the shading that we've got on this one, so quite simple. We can do all that on one layer inside of that trunk section. So we'll just drop inside like so. We'll make sure we've got our shape selected. Go to our paint, choose the darkest possible paint. Go to our tool options and choose paint selection. And then we'll just bring in whoosh, a nice bit of shading, like that. Like so, and I'm actually going to extend that shading all the way out because we're going to be rotating and spinning this branch section. We want to make sure, oops, I painted the whole thing. We want to make sure that I just change that back to the right color. Nice. Go to our darker color there, then paint that in. That should then do that. Yes, it has. Good. We'll just fill that section in too, and add in a little bit of texture again, a little bit of transitions to the shading. Sorry, that was my mistake. We're going to be rotating this around and stuff, which means we want that shading put in there. We'll select this section here. We'll go and grab, oops, excuse me. This is why it changes color, because I did it wrong. You grab this first, then you select your shape. Then you draw your nice curved lines, and it won't change color on you. Good, happy with that. We'll drop out of this for now. Back to our trunk right symbol, sorry. Been working too much in After Effects recently. And we'll add another layer, and we'll call this branch top. And we're just drawing this little guy here. So again, we grab our normal purple brush color. We extend slightly past where we need it to be. And we just paint in this little guy. Oops, excuse me, I paused that up. Accidentally hit delete. No, I did not accidentally hit delete. I'm painting with the selection still. See, you can't rush this sort of thing. You've got to go slowly, and I'm trying to rush because I'm trying to do the tutorial concisely. Hopefully you guys don't just mind sticking around for these slightly longer tutorials. So we'll grab our darkest color, and we'll grab our section here, and we'll change it to tool. Oops, don't want that to be a drawing object. Excuse me. We'll grab our paint selection brush, and we'll just paint in a little bit of shadow. Looks pretty good, nice. Branch top, we will hit F8 on, and we'll call it branch top, the graphic. Nice. Let's check the color of our leaf there. It's this kind of dark red with this orange line going through it. And we'll draw our leaf. So I'm just going to draw this leaf on a layer on the bottom called leaf.
Hard point. Protect the objective.
And I'll grab my let's grab this color. Let's grab this. Make it brighter. Why the hell not? Grab our solid color.
Enemy has the hard point.
Solid brush. Go to our tools. Change it to paint normal.
They have the advantage.
Draw ourselves our leaf. Fill that leaf in.
Hard points under fire.
Grab our orange color. Oops, I accidentally had drawing mode on. Worth mentioning. If when you finish drawing it, it looks like this, it's because you've got object drawing mode on. You can hit Control B to break it apart, but it's because you've gone to object here and you've got this toggle create object. I want to just make sure that that's turned off. So you'll have expand to fill, create object.
What's coming behind us?
Symbol, create new paintbrush. You want to make sure that that is toggled off. Then when you come to draw something,
the enemy has taken the hard point.
It won't be an object anymore.
They're going chicken
They're
coops.
driving us back. Hard points under fire.
There we go. Object drawing mode off, that one. And then when you draw things, it won't be an object. Wow. Okay, select that.
I don't know how he got behind.
Drawing stencil.
Hard points under fire.
One's in chicken coop. I don't know how he got behind me.
There's our leaf. Let's select that guy, hit F8, call him leaf. And now it's time to start making sure that we've pinned all of this correctly so that when we start animating it about, it looks good.
Inside bar, just
we'll take care of the tree sliding in. We know it takes a second, and we know it eases in and out.
One's inside barn, just shooting into the hard
point.
Like literally posted up inside barn.
You know it takes a second.
Now I'm getting shot in the back.
We control the hard point.
Breathing room here. Okay, so now we have all sections of our tree on individual layers with individual symbols inside. And if you wanted to animate this traditionally, you'd then be moving your anchor
Every time I shoot a person, I get shot in the back.
of each section towards the base where you want to rotate. You then give yourself a bit of space, like so. Add in a new keyframe. Oops, excuse me. Add in a new keyframe. And start moving these elements around. So you'd rotate this section, you then have to move and compensate for here. You then have to move and compensate for here. You could then move and sort of animate all these bits moving around. But what I'm going to show you to do I think, is cooler and also allows me to show you an additional technique inside Adobe Animate. So I'm just going to undo all of that. And we're going to take a look at animating this with the bone tool, which is quite a cool tool for simple animation. So to do so, you just need to make sure that you've got nothing else on your page apart from things you want to add to your bone, because it just makes things a little bit easier. And we're going to press M to bring up our bone tool. And you can see that creates a little cursor with a small bone next to it. Now basically, clicking and dragging anywhere over a symbol will create a bone that you can think of like a bone in your body. Yeah, so the bone of this tree trunk will probably be something like this, going upwards like so, and that's going to add that, turn that bone into like a ligature, basically. So what we're going to do is drag and drop until we hover over another symbol, and that's going to add that to the bone structure. So I'll just do that again. Drag and drop from the bottom, and let go when you're hovering over where you want the anchor point of your next bone ligament, or in this case the next branch, to be. And you'll see that will connect that symbol to the bone structure. We then drag until we find the base of this smaller branch, which adds that to the bone structure, and drag until we find the base of this leaf, which adds that to the bone structure. If you then press V after pressing M, you'll notice it goes to the selection tool, but when you hover over one of your bones, you'll be able to click and drag on a point to move this around. I did that wrong today. Click and drag on this point here, and you'll be able to move everything in this bone structure system as if it were attached to each other, which is really useful for us. For example, if I were to take this guy, I could start to push and wiggle this tree around as if it was in the wind. Yeah? So that's what we're going to be doing now with our animations. I am going to give myself a bit of time. I'm going to, well, first of all, I'm going to give myself a load of frames, like this, just loads and loads of frames. Maybe, well, I don't know, enough to cover the entire animation, let's say, 100 and something. Go back to frame 1 and check that that is then, that'll be frame 24 of this instance. So at this point now, what we'd like to do is go back and delete our previous keyframes. And remove this one here, clear keyframe, move this one. Hardpoint's under fire! The reason we do that is just so that Adobe Animate has this weird thing where if there's sometimes existing keyframes, it will reset a graphic to the first frame of its own timeline if you've already created keyframes. So it would like jump the animation, which is not what we want, obviously. Now we want to move the whole tree. So what we'll do is we'll do all of our little animations first, then we'll come back and we'll add that initial sweeping movement back in. However, first of all, we need to make sure that our bones of our tree are in the right order, because right now they've actually swapped around. So we can just right click on this, choose arrange and center back. And then we'll right click on this little bone, arrange center back, and we'll right click on this leaf, even though it's really activated. Arrange center. They're driving us back. So the initial rush of the tree, as it was moving forward on the frame, you kind of wanted to lean back a bit, and then it would stop. The bottom would hit where we want it to be. It would then push forward, and then kind of sway to a stop. So that initial rush of what we'd want a keyframe, and we want that to sort of just push back ever so slightly. This branch would lift.
Hello.
Maybe our leaf
coming in hot.
Would just tilt back a bit. If you get anything weird like this when you're dragging the bone and the leaf is kind of going crazy, sometimes it's a bit hard to control little tiny bones like that, but that's not to worry. What you can do is just select that single bone and just bring up the transform controls and just edit that manually, and that will still be respected when it comes to the animation process. You can see that's then tilting back. We want that to lean, so that'd be slow to fast, this one. So we'd select anywhere between those first two keyframes and bring up our properties panel, and then we go to easy and choose ease at the start fast. We want simple, fast, easy.
Hardpoint's under fire.
So you can see that kind of rushes.
Hardpoint's under fire.
Let's see if that's actually applied. And then we want the strength all the way up.
Enemy has the hard point.
There we go. So that's fast to slow, which is what we want, because it'll go ha, and then settle back. Now, if you wanted that to go the other way, then you would just select the strength to be reversed.
Hardpoint
Go next.
confirmed.
Yeah, there we go. Ooh, whoosh. Maybe we want it that way. Because it'd be pushing, and then it would whip back out. So we'll have it whip. Take maybe this many frames
Contact at the hard point.
to sort of whip. Oops, excuse me. So there, what happened was I had all of them selected. I didn't have my bone system selected. You want to make sure that you've got the bone system highlighted. So it's going to whip forward. We're going to really drag this guy forward. Drag this guy. That's going to make this turn backwards quite a bit.
One's right there.
And then that little section here go fast to slow.
One's right there.
So we'll go simple, fast this way. And it's going to go.
Fight back. Hardpoint's under fire.
And then we'll add in another little bit of graphics on that time. Keyframe here. And we'll just
Come
drag him
on.
back up.
How do you know I'm laying there?
This guy would
Contact at the
rotate
hard
around
point.
here like that.
Hardpoint is active.
I might drag this way a bit. This one we'll just add a little bit of easing. Stop and start slow. Right.
One's on fucking head glitch on Big Tree.
And then we'll have it just settle back to its original position.
One shot, Big Tree.
Which we'll try and get as accurate as possible. But using the sketch guide.
He's one shot, Big Tree.
Like this.
Hardpoint's under fire.
Original sketch. So, what we could actually probably do is just copy this frame and paste it there. Just can't be added to an inverse kinematics frame. Alright, fair enough, we'll do it manually. Don't know why that.
The enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point is active.
Original position.
Contact
Let's add a
at
bit
the
of
hard
easing to this
point.
one. We'll add start and stop slow. Drag that out. See what that looks like. Gonna rush in.
We control the hard
weird,
point.
isn't it? Why is that so weird? Let's reset all of these using none. Why does that look so weird?
The enemy has taken the hard point.
Down.
We control the hard point.
I don't know why that looks so weird, but maybe we did too much. Maybe we just need that. So there we go. So we drop outside of this, go back to go forward. So everything previously in this animation I have planned out, but this is the bit that I'm kind of figuring out as I go, which is probably why it's a bit janky. I apologize for that. So we'll go to our first frame here, go to our 24th frame, just leave that position. You can actually see from the sketch.
I'm getting
we're a
shot
little
from
bit
chicken
off
coop
there.
across the map.
So if we go inside that's because it's leaning back, so as long as it settles into something somewhat familiar.
Get back
Maybe
in
we'll just
the
add in
fight.
another keyframe here.
We control the hard
We'll just now resettle this into its original position, just so it's got a little bit of feedback.
Come
The enemy
on.
has taken the hard point.
Like that. And then we'll drag this guy. That looks pretty good. That'll be a proof.
I'm not disappointed. You'll do better next time.
Because it's stopping and starting slow. We just want it to stop slow.
Good game.
Simple slow, like that.
Good game, guys.
And this one would be simple slow. Try that the other way. until I got something that I was happy with. Then when we add our classic tween to here, and this has got, the thing is about Adobe Animate, it's so confusing. This has now got a completely different easing animation, like software. Why isn't this the same as that other easing software? It's so dumb.
Who's the host? TikTok.
This one's going to be ease in and out, quart, that's fine. So we'll just select that one.
I just lost.
And we'll just have it take a bit longer. Maybe 2 seconds.
TikTok, I think, is completely offline. I don't see her.
Then we can look. Save our work first.
There she is. I got her.
Right, so that there is that weird little... You'll notice that that sort of jumps back to the first frame. So the way we can fix that is to go to our properties of our graphic here. And there is a way that you can choose the frame that that is on. So you've got our frame options. And oops, I just opened up the actions here. Let me just fix that. You can choose the frame that's on. So if we double click, this should be on frame 49. I bet if we go inside it, yeah, it's not. It's on there. So it needs to be over there.
So freeze.
So when we come back, that's jumping around. So what we actually want is this frame, this graphic to be on a certain frame. Now, how you do that in 2020, I have no idea. Create motion train, create classic. It'll probably be in the frame picker window, which I think is this one. Now, you can see it's on frame 24, but we want it to be on frame 49 of that animation, and this is just because that weird
we had a format for
a
long minute.
So that's then going to move from frame 49 onwards, which is stopping the motion.
Well, you know, normally, normally I'm really nice about playing with people, bro, but like my shit went down to 0, bro, and I was 5th. I'm like, nah, man, nice guys over. I'm gonna play with people who, like, that are gonna play like you say, like a 12-hour stint or a 6-hour stint, because like if we get L's early, those people are just gonna get off, and they just cost me points, and then I can't. And I'm chasing points for people that aren't even there, you know. I'm not gonna do that no more. It's like if I see a legit 4-man that's gonna stay together for a long time, I'm sticking with it.
Yeah. Well, shit, I haven't been specialist for over a month.
Yeah.
Look at another thing.
Yeah. Well, shit, I haven't been specialist for over a month.
Isn't moving at all. Actually, yes. Sorry, rotate. It would just need to go.
I was like,
from there to there. It would need to face the other way. If we open up our panel here, we lean back. Then as it's rushing forward, by that point here, it would need to be rotated to like this way a bit.
You got big shoes to fill, bro. The girl that you're subbing in for, she was getting 2 minutes on him.
You got big shoes to fill, bro. The girl that you're subbing in for, she was getting 2 minutes on hill with like 40+ kills. So that girl goes in, bro. So if you're gonna take her spot, that's what we're gonna be expecting. So
to like that way without moving the tree too much, because then it'll come in. Whoosh.
Yeah, bro. She goes in.
Oh,
she goes in, bro.
Okay, so that is our first tree finished. Obviously, we don't want it to disappear randomly by the end of the animation, but that's something as simple as just increasing the amount of frames that we've got here. So if I come in and I just go all the way over here, add in a bunch of frames.
Like, yeah, her herself, she goes in.
Then
like she'll play with everybody,
animation
bro,
that we
but
want in the future.
you know, at some point she
I'm
wants
to go through and do that to the other tree.
At some point, she
but
wants
I
to
won't
win.
keep you for that one because that was a long enough tutorial by itself, and it is literally the exact same process. I'm just drawing a slightly different tree. So I do appreciate you sticking around. Sorry, this one was a bit rambling. I'm trying to get my mojo back after having a bit of a break for sort of personal and health reasons.
Hey,
So
bro,
I'm not really
salty about your boy Swift, man. He
got my mojo
just
back
fucking
yet.
leaves us,
So
and then
sorry
he
for that.
fucking
Hopefully it's still
Hey,
useful
bro,
for you
I'm
guys.
a little
Adobe
salty
Animate's a
about
very
your
long
boy
and sort
Swift,
of
man. He
patient
just fucking
program
leaves
anyway,
us, and then he
with
fucking
its
pissing on the
myriad of
mic on the
quirks.
search
So,
map. It's like,
hopefully
come
you guys
on,
still
dude.
get something from
That's
this.
just rude, bro.
Have a good one. See you next
It's
time.
like, come
Keep
on.
learning.
It's like,
and
I don't
we'll go
even
over
know the
the
dude, and
final
I gave
part
him
of this
I
animation,
gave,
which
you
is
know,
frame by frame
I let him
animating
in.
that little bird. Thank you very much. I'll see you then.
Yeah, I mean the pissing doesn't bother me in the middle of a search match. Come on. At the minimum mute your
In this
mic,
series
bro.
of videos, you'll learn
At the minimum,
everything you
mute
need
your
to know
mic
to
in
get
that
started
situation.
in the world of Adobe Animate. Let's do it.
Tip tut.
Part 4. Finalization, tweaking, and export. Hello everybody and welcome back to TipTut and welcome back to Intro to Adobe Animate. Last time we took a look at animating these trees sliding in there. We did our first one on camera, the one on the right, and as you can see from inside the symbol that it's grouped in, it's just a case of using the bone tool to reposition the branches and segments of that section, and then off camera I just did the same thing to this one.
He sucks at search, but he's
So
good
slightly
with
different tree, but exactly the same. Our final step then is to add this bird that we can see on the sketch layer here, and to do that
Is he
we're
like
going
that in competitive play
to
too? Freeze?
use a combination of all the techniques that we've done so far.
Is
which
he
why
like
we've
that
left it
when
to last.
you play
I'm
competitive?
just going to add in
with
a
him?
new layer, and then I'm going to do something really useful, which is check this view
Like,
only
he's
active
pretty
layer
ass
button.
at
And that's
search.
just going to collapse away everything I don't need, just so that I can have as much space as possible on screen to show this bird. So I'm going to scrub to the point where the branch stops moving, and I'm going to hit F6 to add a keyframe. We're going to start our little animation here,
put in where your
and then
focus
work backwards and forwards from that, so we know that at this point, when the bird lands, the branch has stopped moving. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I'm going to
I think
grab
he was just
my
trying to make
sort
a
of
point
light
that
green
we were fucking with
brush
his
here,
BFF. He
and
didn't
my
appreciate
normal brush
it.
tool.
So.
Not that warning. I'm just going to start sketching out the first pose for this bird. I'm going to do
We're
this
not
first
in the middle of the game.
pose
Do whatever you want.
fully, i.e. I'm going to draw him in properly.
Yeah, search and I'll read you.
And the rest of these poses on camera, I'm just going to do the sketches.
No, I was searching.
And then I'll time lapse through the rest of the bits, because you don't need to see me drawing the same bird over and over again, but it will be useful to hear my thought process when it comes to why I made the decisions I did when animating. So, starting in the middle, so that we know that bird's going to be rooted on the branch. Hit K there to fill that guy in. Then I'm going to go back up to my orange brush here, and I'm going to change my tool settings to be paint behind. I'm going to decrease the size of my brush for this one.
I'm almost to affiliate. Start watching my
In fact,
stream, bro.
Maybe I'll go even smaller because we're going to be
help the
outlining
cause.
stuff.
Have you followed me yet?
That's going to paint that beak behind there, and then I'll add in.
Have you followed me yet?
His legs, which are the darkest purple-black color here.
Freeze.
Again, still on paint behind.
Professor T7, yeah.
And we'll just have him settled on the branch, like so. Perfect. Let's bring back our other layers and hide our sketch layer.
I'm
don't
like
need
literally
any.
like right
Boom.
there, bro.
I'll drag my bird layer
Like
all the way
my
to the
shit's
top,
going up.
and of course
like
rename it
hourly.
bird, because labeling your layers
It's
is
at
very
2.6 right now.
important. Also important is staying energized.
Yeah, follow.
bit of coffee.
Oh, do it all, bro, and then watch me.
We have the base of our bird, so now that we've got that, I'm just going to hit
Right
F8
right now I'm at 5 viewers.
and call this bird.
I got up to 9 today.
It's a graphic, that's fine. Zoom out a little bit.
I got up to
And,
9 today, bro.
Start adding in the shapes that's going to make the bird actually look like a bird. We're going to select this shape here, and I'm going to choose in my brush tool options, paint selection. Deselect it for a moment so that when I choose this darker color,
I'm
it
buying the
doesn't repaint
Logitech
the whole bird.
cam, So I can play
And
with
then
my
I'm just
Xbox.
going
My,
to
my,
draw
my
in
PC doesn't need a cam.
shapes for its wings and its butt, like so. And I'm tempted. Would there be an eye? Would you be able to see an eye from here? Yeah, I think you should be able to see one eye.
We're gonna hit A first.
Hey,
No, that's too much.
Watch the flank.
Okay, that looks pretty good. Happy with that.
Just watch. Hey, Herb,
so we use
watch the
that as
flank.
our
Herb,
reference
watch
frame
the
for our
flank.
first layer. Now, we need to add in a whole bunch of frames here.
Just camp up one and watch the flank.
Because where we started our bird in the middle of our timeline, that's going to now be the first frame of that animation. We want to go to our frame picker and actually make sure it's on the 45th frame, so that when we start animating, we know we're in the right place.
Planting the bomb.
45.
The bomb is out.
Now when we drop inside here, we'll be on the 45th frame, and we can animate backwards and forwards as we like. So, because we're going to be animating on 2s, I'm just going to hit F6 on the 46th frame, because we're animating on 2s, and 45 is what I'm going to do. And I'm just going to delete everything before that. What I will also do is hit Control C here to copy that to the clipboard, just in case I need it. I'll also hit F8.
Dude, I have all the latex covered thumbsticks with latex
so we can
covered
bring back
controller.
that original bird at any point that we want. I'm going to delete that, and then I'm going to hit Paste in Place to bring back the editable.
I know, I have it too.
Bird. Now I'm going to add a layer underneath that for our sketches, just so that I don't break anything.
You gotta start focusing,
now,
Freeze.
I want this bird to fly in shortly before the branch is settled, so we'll do that first. And we're just going to kind of try and go straight ahead on this. A lot of the time we'll do keyframe poses, so I might give that a go, and then later on we'll go straight ahead, which is just animating front to back. Keyframing is animating the key points of your animation.
We're gonna have
when movement stops going in one direction and starts going in another.
I'm gonna flank that sniper.
And then you do the in-betweens, which is called tweening. So the first thing we want is this bird to land. So we just want to roughly sketch out. Oh, excuse me, I've still got paint behind on there. I'll choose a darker colour. So what I quite like to do
Disarming the bomb.
is if I lock off this top layer.
Good job, bro.
Let's actually bring the sketch on top for now. What I quite like to do to make sure I'm maintaining scale quickly is I will just sketch over any parts I know that are going to be consistent.
Hell no, you're on streaks.
Just roughly, like so. Then grab all that artwork and move it to where I want that new position to be. So I can hit Q, for example, to rotate this.
I'm gonna try to get behind that
sniper. Have the
sniper.
bird sort of flopping in and landing. So L would grab
Hey, let's
that
go
lasso,
B, let's go B.
Q would turn
Through
the
church,
wing,
through church, through church, through church, through church.
and just roughly repositioning. So now I've got a good base that I know is the right size.
Oh, they
for
got a
this bird to
sniper there
land.
too.
So his body's going to kind of be
They got two snipers.
like this, with his tail coming out, and his little legs leaning in for a landing. Sort of back out like that. So he's going to come in.
They're going.
Move that over 2
They're
frames.
going through that building right there that you're looking at.
Excuse
You're
me,
gonna see
that
him on
was
the
wrong
right,
there.
upper right, upper
Move
right,
that over 2 frames.
upper right up there.
Boom, boom. So let's add in a new keyframe there, because what I'm going to do on this previous one is stretch this guy out a little bit, rotate him a little bit, and move him up.
Freeze, 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 freeze. Let him focus,
And
bro.
this frame I'm going to delete and turn on my onion skin tool. Now, I want this bird's movements to be quite snappy. Like,
next time.
you know, it's as if it was like a little bird that actually moves. You always see them kind of whipping their heads around really quickly.
That's not
So
an AR.
luckily for us, that means there won't be much
sub.
in the way of in between.
It's not an AR.
So what I'm going to do is just roughly draw
Search
out
and
where I want this
destroy.
guy to land, like so. He's still going to have his wings up, I think, for this frame.
Dig in and hold the objective.
He's
The
just
enemy
coming
has
in.
the bomb.
And we'll worry about the positioning. So you can shift the sort of the whole thing, which is good.
Hey, he's got an enemy bomb on it.
His tail is going to be pushing up.
Yeah, LG's been playing with us like
So
20 games in a row.
Let's add in another keyframe here.
Bomb deactivated.
Again.
Good work.
And
Don't get comfy.
we
There's
want
more
this
to
like
do.
as he lands, he's gonna have to go to come back up.
Look at
So
her.
have
You coming?
him
You
kind
coming?
of
You coming alive,
pushing
her. I like it.
in his
Touch and
top
destroy.
wing. And both bottom wings actually were probably.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Pressing.
Eliminate the
So
objective.
his tail might whip around like that. His front wings might be coming out.
The bomb is ours.
And boom. He'd have little curved legs. His beak would be down.
Arming the bomb.
Then we'd need a frame where he kind of whips around.
The bomb is set.
Position. Now the beak there, I'm kind of stretching, squashing and stretching it. As it whips from sort of this position around to this position, then you'd see this kind of. And if you use that kind of stretched imagery, it makes it feel more snappy.
Yes.
Good work. But don't get comfy. There's
Bring
more
his
to
wings
do.
maybe back a little bit. His tail would be maybe up a little bit higher. And his wing would be just maybe out a little bit here. And his legs would be the same.
Search and destroy.
I got ammo. I got ammo.
Really cushion himself in. So we definitely need another frame in there. This time I'm just going to hit
Hold the
F6
objective.
and duplicate this
Enemy's got
frame,
the
and I'm
bomb.
just going to squash and stretch him to fit the position. Because remember, these are only just rough sketches for the moment. So he's going to squash and stretch.
Other side's got a bomb on A now.
He's one shot on A.
So drag that guy back a bit.
LG to your right.
Again, we're just blocking out the key moments,
He
and
ran
then we'll worry
toward
about the
into our
timing in a
spawn,
minute.
toward church. He's gonna come
And
to
then
you.
I'll just quickly
LG to
draw
your
a
right.
finishing sketch.
LG right.
Where he's in the original position.
Right there. He's camping the corner. He's camping the corner.
Right, so
Right there.
let's get ourselves some timing.
He's camping the corner. He's camping the corner.
You can see already, boom.
Good.
That's all right.
Licking your wounds. It's not over yet.
First of all, that would need, I think, to stretch out a bit more.
And just, let us listen. Alright, let's go A.
Touch and destroy.
Hey, just do call outs and just.
And then that definitely
let
needs
us
to
listen.
hold this position
Alright, let's go A again.
for a bit longer
Take out the objective.
before he starts to whip back.
We're moving with the bomb.
And then I think it just needs one more settling frame here.
He's watching the A bomb. He's watching the A bomb on the corner.
So it just needs one where,
Fumbled the bomb.
He's watching
Almost
the
there.
A bomb. He's watching the A bomb on the corner.
but not quite. Maybe his feathers are a bit ruffled. It's more about that movement of the beak there for that one.
They're in our spawn behind us.
Let's bring that guy back in. That's pretty good. Boom. So you can see, like there, the tail is kind of really twisted upwards. And then as it lands, it shoots the other way. And I think what we need is, in fact,
Search and destroy.
that tail to push even
Hey,
further.
everyone
on
throw
that
their
one.
nades over on the A side and kill that sniper. Yeah,
And
everyone
then
throw their
As he's
nades.
coming back
Defend
up,
the
he needs to
objective.
kind of
The enemy has
A-
the bomb.
swing back into position a little
Yeah.
bit more. So it would definitely be stretching like that. Boom.
I think they're going B this time.
Nice. Okay, so we've got him settled. He's landed, so we'll make sure that finished landing pose is in time with
Enemy
the actual
moving
sketch
to the
we've
bomb.
done. Landing. Then we just want him to sort of twitch about for a few frames, and then he's going to flap and launch off. So we'll hit another keyframe here. And we'll just basically draw him with his head looking in a different direction. So he'll be looking over there instead. I want his body to end up back in the same position, but his wings would definitely like shift a little bit for stabilization, I think. You know, just kind of really hide
Hey,
that
same
back
thing,
right
same
now.
thing. Grab the ammo, throw, kill that sniper on A.
That.
Kill that sniper.
He
I
might
got
just go
ammo.
Destroy the
this.
objective.
And but watch
But what we
watch the
definitely
guy
do
flanking
is-
though.
The bomb is
We add in
ours.
2 keyframes. First of all, he'd definitely first of all, if we select this guy, definitely like squeeze into the motion a little bit. So he'd shift down.
Drop the bomb.
They're all
Popping
one shot
back
in
up.
middle. All one shot in the middle.
Overshooting a little bit. Then we've got that.
Yeah, but you can mute them.
Let's have him just duplicate that motion.
Hey,
So we'll grab
hey,
those
same
frames,
thing.
hold Alt, drag them
Same
along.
thing. Kill that sniper.
And then what we'll do is
With
we'll add in
nades.
another keyframe here, just so that
Dig in
we
and
can
hold the
flip
objective.
and
The
reverse
enemy
these
has the
keyframes by
bomb.
selecting them and choosing reverse frames. Then we can clear this keyframe. If you don't do that, it'll create some weird little blank keyframes all over the place. There you go, he's gone back. That's pretty good. Then we'll have him really leaning to the
He's
flat
on God
and
Heady.
just
God Heady.
off of the
He's
off
going
the
back.
stage.
He's going back into his spawn.
So we are
behind
going
you
to
guys.
need
Behind.
another
Other way.
keyframe.
LG. Other
What
way.
I'm going to do this
Yes.
time is just go straight into the
No.
so as he leans down, his beak will probably drop to build power. So we'll do that.
Now when he killed me,
He'd open up his wings.
This battle's ours, but the war still rages.
Now when he killed me, he juked me. He knew I was watching his
Wide as he can.
kill
His
kid.
butt would stick out. His tail would definitely lift.
same thing.
His
Actually,
little legs
Search
would
and destroy.
scrunch a little bit.
Alright. Same
Right,
thing.
so we need the
Actually throw
settling
your nades
frame
middle.
for that
Throw
one.
your nades middle in courtyard.
Demolish the objective.
So we'd
We're
have
moving
his
with the
wings
bomb.
be up a little bit more. His butt be like that. His whole body would just be slightly higher.
We lost the bomb.
And his tail would be lower as it reaches into it. We definitely need this guy to settle, really settle and squish into this position. So we're just punching.
Hey,
Now,
quiet,
a cool thing
quiet,
I've
quiet,
seen is
please.
where people leave
Let him play.
when they have like a ball, yeah, and then it lands and squishes. When they want to go back up with loads of power, usually what they'll do is have it sort of stretch out like that. And if this was the floor, you know, what I've seen some people do, which gives it really oomph, is they'll actually leave it touching the floor on that frame, and then on the next frame have it like all the way up there, and that really adds like a snappy like to the movement. So that's what I'm going to try and do with this bird here. So I'm going to squash and stretch his head a little bit. He's also going to be then looking back up into the sky. So maybe what we can do is have it be like, I don't know whether that's going to work or not, so we'll just maybe do it like that. And we're going to have him really stretch out his body. Like, boom. Almost like he's made of jello. Jello. Been watching too much American TV there. Have his foot be in exactly the same space. His legs are stretching out. His wings are just really stretched out. And his tail's all the way down there. Like that. And on the next frame, he's just like way up here. Actually, we could probably just copy and shift this guy up. Then we'll have him disappear. So I want him to go off frame, like up here.
Hey, Herb, I'm
And then we're
gonna
going to have a little bird flapping away in the distance, I think. Let's see what that looks like. Boom. Boom.
Hey, Freeze.
So
I
all
don't
that needs
want
is
to
one
be a
leading
dick, bro,
frame
but
from
we
that
don't get a
animation.
win this other
So
next
we'll
one. I
just
gotta
add
sub
in
you out, bro.
a little
Because
bit of
I
easing
fucking
here,
worked too
so
hard
he'll
today to lose
start
all my
to
game, all my
move
shit.
his body down.
So we gotta
Beak's
win this
gonna
next one,
snap
Freeze.
down with it, I think.
Gotta win it.
And just make his
Freeze. I understand that.
Wings start
But you're
to
bringing
come
in
out
greens.
like
That means you're
that.
bringing in tryhards.
This wing
You
starts
can't
to come
offset
out
them.
like
I gotta
that.
sub you.
Body starts to
I'm just gonna.
swoosh
I gotta
down.
be real frank with you, bro.
His tail starts to lift.
I know, Freeze. I know that's why I switch holes.
Like so.
Freeze.
His legs
got-
start to bend.
I know, Freeze. I know. That's why I switch hosts. I switch. Freeze. Look.
I switched hosts.
So
You're gonna have
turn
connection.
up screen,
Turn up.
and then we want him to just, after a while, this little shape.
Turn up, Freeze. I don't
looks
want to
like
hear
he's
his fucking
got,
excuses. Turn up, bro.
and then
It's about
disappear.
winning or put up or shut
After
up,
a while, we
bro.
want this little shape to just sort
I
of
want to hear excuses. Put up or shut up.
come back in the distance here.
You're a winner, bring in the dubs.
I've been winning today. I'm not gonna be losing today. So if you're a winner, bring in the dubs. I'm gonna be real strict with people from now on. I haven't been doing that.
Let's go. You got connection. Show us what you can do, Freeze. I know what you can do. I know what you can do.
Let's go. You got
So-
connection. Show us what you can do, Freeze. I know what you can do.
America, bro.
I know what you can.
LG and I are in Asia.
Maybe he starts.
Oh, it's North
Shit,
America,
it's
bro.
wings.
Fucking LG and I are in Asia. He and you are North America. You have connection compared to my
And
host.
then, as he gets smaller and smaller, he'll just disappear
Yeah.
into the distance. See what that looks like. Literally just did that straight ahead without thinking. So let's see if that looks any good.
Nah. I'm in South Korea.
That looks okay.
LG's in
I think
Japan.
his body needs to
Herbs in North America.
settle
Next to
more.
you.
Hold the objective.
And then he's kind of lifting, so he'd actually go down at that point.
So you do.
Back up.
Hard point is ours. We're in the lead.
Maybe we won't do that bit. Who knows? I think it'll do for now, for the sake of this tutorial.
Hard point's under fire.
I'll probably tidy it up in the timelines. So he comes in, he lands, looks
The
around.
enemy is taking the hard point.
He disappears. That looks okay. The land looks a bit clunky. I think he needs
One more
a more
push and rotate. One more push and rotate.
Boom. He's got a
If you
real
die,
good
rotate.
land, but he kind of then just
They have the
he
advantage.
needs to kind of lean into it more before he starts to come back up. But I think what we'll do is we'll add in
need
another
that
frame
time on
there.
hill
Hard
too,
point
Freeze.
Yeah,
located.
sit.
Contact at the hard point.
And we'll just have him really
Hard point is
before
active.
he
Hard point under fire.
snap back up.
Lay down, lay down.
Contact at the hard point.
He's laying down. He's laying down.
Bam, bam, bam. I think maybe what needs to happen is
The lead's
he
ours.
needs to
Hold on
overshoot
to
it
hard points under
a little
fire.
bit. So if we move this 2 frames back, so, and
Contact at the hard point.
then the final frame's like this.
Watch out.
The enemy is
do
taking the hard point.
Peak there.
He's one shot. One shot.
Phoebe,
Hard
where's
point.
Come
Phoebe?
new, wait, you
Ours.
guys. Go, Freeze, come new, come new, come new.
Nothing.
I'm closing
Right.
doors. Don't
See.
open them. Don't open them. Don't
Go
open them.
new. Wait to
moaning.
die. Go, Freeze. Come
Contact
new.
at the
Come
hard
Upstairs.
point.
Being fed.
Through the windows.
Got loads of
I'm
treats.
closing doors. Don't open
Opened
them.
the
Don't
window
open
for
them.
you a
Don't
billion
open the
times.
doors.
Enemy
Decided
has
it
the
didn't
Go
hard
through the
It's
point.
windows.
Hard point
Go
located.
through the windows.
Yeah, that looks right.
Hard point
Let's add
is
in another
active.
settling
Hard
frame.
point is ours.
Just really subtle one. Shimmy those back.
He's one shot in the corner, in my corner.
Hard point under fire.
And just have
He's
him
one
sit.
shot in corner in my corner.
Contact at the
It should
hard
bring
point.
it to match that guy roughly. Good. That looks pretty good to me. Alright, so those are the rough frames for our bird. Let's look at them in context of the animation.
Okay, freeze, rotate,
Um,
freeze, rotate.
Hard
So
point's
from
under
the start,
fire.
she's come in.
Hey, get all the way back.
Oh,
Get all the way
what we
back.
haven't done
Freeze,
there
get all the
is
way back. I need you to hold.
drag that first frame back.
Hey,
okay.
guys,
And then
get all the
set
way
our
back.
frame
Get all the way
rate to
back,
be
freeze. Get all the way back.
Freeze, please.
I need you to hold.
Hard point located.
It's okay.
Both of you work. Do it together.
Just do it, freeze.
And drag them out a whole
Hard
bunch.
point's under fire.
Subble something up there. It took a while to
Sorry, LG. Something my ten.
catch up. Oh, I did put something up there.
Sorry, LG. Sami masen.
Let's give myself a bit of breathing room and see what we're working with. See how many frames I need for my board. So I need a minimum of, let's say 170 frames. This is just
Hard
a bunch,
point's under
so we'll
fire.
remove those. Need
that
170
was my
frames
bad.
for this
That
animation.
was
We're
me.
currently on 115. So what I'll do is I'll just
I should have got that guy.
F5 over here, like that. Unlock these. See if we can't just drag them. If that kind of breaks it, then
Hardpoint
Next one's
located.
middle.
breaks it. I don't think it will. No. Cool. Now
Hardpoint
let's
is
look at the
active.
final thing.
Just one shot.
Enemy
Enemy
one
has the hardpoint.
Lands.
Enemy is
Just one
taking the
shot. One
hardpoint.
shot.
Do that.
Right.
What I might do,
One shot,
because we've just
I think you-
extended that animation a
We
bit, is
control
I'll
the hard
grab
point.
some of my background mountain layers and I'll just push them a little bit
Hardpoint is
further
out.
out so we don't lose that
It's third floor.
sense of motion in the mountains.
Third
Hardpoint's
floor's
under
dead.
fire.
Third floor's dead.
Simply because the tree's in the way, I can afford to push it a little bit further, and that just adds some of that motion back in. Might come back and just make these leaves drift a little bit later on, just in the same way I did before by adding those bone tool animations. But
Contact at
now
the
I think it's
hardpoint.
time to clean up our bird sketch. So we know that the timings are right, so we can do all of this inside our bird layer, which I did not click. And for simplicity's sake, if you wanted to, you could even just open this up from the library so you don't see any of this background
Enemy
stuff.
has the hardpoint.
If you go to your
Hardpoint
library here
activated.
and you open up Bulb, you'll see that it opens it up in kind of like its own little
Hardpoint's
isolated
under
world
fire.
with no other distractions. So it's really easy to which is what I think I'm going to do. So I'm going to delete this guy
We
here.
control the hardpoint.
Click. So that it was locked.
Hardpoint's under fire.
And then I'm just going to pop bird reference near him so that I can eyedropper the colors that I need.
Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate next. Rotate
I can
next.
eyedropper
I'm here.
the colors that I need. I can use it for scale referencing and stuff like that. And it also means that it's not going to like jump weirdly if I don't draw it exactly like that previous frame. We're going to go through and animate this now. What I'm going to do with you guys is I'm going to do this section with you, and then the rest of it I'll do just in a time lapse. So let's do it. I'm going to drag my sketch layer to the bottom, and I'm going to turn it to outline mode so it's slightly less distracting. And that just allows me to see
second floor,
just the
second
current
floor,
frame that
second
I'm
floor.
working on. If you want to use the onion skin tool again, you can unlock it and work from there, but it will mean that as you're drawing you might accidentally select it. So I just like to leave it away and then unlock it when I want to check it against the reference. So let's add in a new layer on top. We'll drag our reference layer down to the very bottom.
Rotate. Rotate.
And
Rotate.
start doing
Second floor. Second floor.
keyframes here. So we have our first bird, like here, like so. I'm going to eyedropper that green, go to my brush tool, and I'm going to start going crazy. So, because this is where you actually need to refine your sketch work. You need to start making sure that your work is clean, the edges of your shapes are smooth, that you're happy with the final shape.
Middle.
And luckily for us, this kind of technique here
Behind us.
you just draw
Middle.
these
Middle.
solid
Middle. Middle.
lines.
Middle.
And you can then just add in these little textured lines here to bring the shape back. Which is actually going to be quite quick and easy for us, I think.
Rotate next.
Take those off a bit thinly, so we'll just thicken that out. Now, what I might do is
Rotate next. Rotate next.
grab my
Rotate next.
paint
All
behind
three of you.
tool.
I'll hold.
I pop out the properties for now. I think I'm going to pop out the properties and bring them over here because I'm going to be switching between this stuff quite often. I might also pop out as well my swatches and do that.
Hardpoint
Then up
confirmed.
there too. Just so I can
The
really
enemy is
quickly
taking
grab
the
the colours that I need.
Hardpoint
And
activated.
when I'm doing things like paint
We
selection,
control the hardpoint.
for example, oops. Excuse me. When I'm doing things like paint selection, I can switch between stuff really simply and easily. So, we need to add in indications of the wings separating. So that top wing would obviously be like over there. Remember, this is only on frame, on screen rather, for a few seconds. Not even that, a few frames, sorry. So whilst that doesn't excuse sloppiness, It certainly does mean that, especially in these squash and stretch frames. In his eye.
Rotate next, rotate next.
Grab our darker colours. Make sure we've got his legs in there. Oops. Sort of do paint behind for that one now.
Hard point activated.
So,
we control the hard point.
For landing.
The enemy has taken the hard
We've got our
point.
orange beak. Alright.
Hard point is ours.
The next frame is quite far away from that. We could try and squash and stretch this guy in. I might just redraw it. And then just... Yeah, let's just redraw it. So we've got our green colour again. We can leave it on paint behind because there's nothing on this layer.
Keep the momentum.
So now I'm just going to flick back and forth to make sure that I've got the sort of right sizes and his head's not suddenly become a little bit smaller.
Good shit.
Example.
There we go.
His wings are kind of got a
Okay.
similar tape
Good
to
shit.
them.
Good job,
All these little details
You guys having
make
connection
things
helps.
look a lot somewhat okay. Body's going to be really stretching at this point.
Ah, good game, guys.
His tail is going to be whoosh, out all the way.
It's no longer an option.
Like so. Looks alright. Let's get that beak in there.
More time on hill.
Here we go. Freeze. See, I told you.
Let's get his legs
I
in.
told you,
too.
Freeze. You,
Reaching out to
you
land
get
on the
more time on
branches,
hill.
so
That
really
means
stretching.
we will not lose hard point.
Select our
What I'm
bird.
talking about.
Go to paint selection. And
Good
draw
game,
in some of
guys.
our bird shapes.
We got 2 minutes.
So,
2, 3, 4, 2, 10.
good.
We're monsters on that. The best
Fuck,
fucking-
we had 2 minutes,
Move on to the next
2:34,
frame,
2:10.
then.
We were
For some reason
monsters
it
on that
seems to be
fucking hill. The
Preferring
best fucking hill time
zooming
team I've
over
ever
here. So
played
I'm just
on.
going to pop those things over onto the other side of the screen. Now here's where we need to start making sure we've really constraining our sizes properly, because the birds sort of
See
come to
how-
a stop.
see how we trade
at
out
this
on
point we
hill?
might, on our
Just
stage.
saying. You get more time on hill than me. We ain't losing.
So our bird has landed on the branch. Oops, still got paint selection on. Our bird's landed on the branch. We've filled in his head. His body is kind of splooshing forward and all the weight's shifting towards his belly. And his wings have completely come to the other way. So, wing number 1. Boom. Wing number 2. Fill those in. Lock this layer again, so it's a bit easier to see what we're doing. And his tail is really whipping. So
All right,
what I
now
might
you're
do
gonna
is
have to
like a
pop
really
off on
big
search. So play with the
squash
gun
and
that you can
stretch
pop off with. You can pop off.
The faster the
Focus.
movement, the bigger the squash and stretch.
Just figure out how.
Accidentally turn that into an object there by misclicking with my pen.
Just
So,
Figure out
all selected.
if you're
Brush
gonna
options are turned off.
if you're gonna
Object
push,
options are
freeze,
turned off.
figure out how to flank them. You know what I
My
mean?
mistake there.
If you're not gonna push, get
So,
on like a,
we
places.
need our legs now.
Just
So we'll
do
turn
you,
that
bro.
to
Just
paint
do you.
behind.
Don't let me get in your head. Just do you.
And at this point, he's kind of rooted on the branch, so it's kind
Do
of
you?
important that his feet stay in the same position.
Do you?
We need our beak paint behind,
Bring
Nice.
bring the inner beast out, bro.
and we need to select our bird. You can
Yeah.
see there that's
Yeah.
got a little
The wavy hold.
green. Go to the bird, then change to paint selection. And then at this point, I guess we want a separation line there, as well as there, and there. Okay. My cat's moaning to go out, so I'm just going to go let her out, and then I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. So, we've got our bird. He's got an eyeball. It's true.
Yo,
And let's take a look.
Your host, her.
Nice.
I don't know what to say.
Cool. It's coming in. So let's start looking at his recovery frames. So he's really down there.
One shot in tower.
I got you. I got you. I got you. I got
More
you.
squished.
I got you.
For this one, I'm going to draw this frame, and then I think the next
He's
three
one
are just
shot
him
in
squishing,
tower.
so I don't
One
need to
shot in
redraw
tower.
those, which is
One
good.
shot in tower.
We'll go to here. We'll go to paint behind.
Good work, but don't get comfy. There's more to do.
Try and pan when it lets me. And we'll just draw ourselves a nice little boy.
Plan B, slow
Search and destroy.
Where is my board? Remember that from Iron Man 2?
Alright, let's plan B. Slow plan B. 2 picks and plant.
I remember that.
Eliminate the objective.
To be kind again, making sure now that his feet are bad. Then go to paint selection. Separate out those wings. Now we don't have to wash him a little bit. I think he's squashing again in this frame, is that right? Let's see.
Hold the objective. Enemy moving with the bomb.
Yeah, I think we can just get away with just squashing him again. We don't need that tail to go that far. Because the neck on that frame there, and now it's back to redrawing our bird. So we'll bring up his head, like so.
One's watching Ava.
Good, looking good. Get the
One's watching
curve of his
Ava.
back and the curve of his body in there.
Two. They're
As well as
all
the
A.
width
They're all A.
of that
Enemies
tail.
planted the
They're
bomb
all
at
A.
A.
Then we need paint behind, which is still on. And this is where we can start to just really squash and stretch that beak a little bit as he whips it around. He's straightened his legs, but his feet should remain... I mean, he's turning his feet, to be fair. So we could probably have his heels stay in the same place, but his toes are going to start to face the other way as he turns his feet around.
Stop licking your wounds. It's not over yet.
Select the darker colour, select our bird. Go to paint selection. Now is where we need to start following these lines, these styles of lines here. Because we're starting to mimic our initial pose.
Freeze, focus, baby. Let's go A.
Whipping around. Woo! It looks kind of derpy there, but don't worry.
Surround the
Won't for long.
objective and destroy it.
Because he's going to start settling in. And at this
We have
point,
the bomb.
he's just... Bam. So, now what I'm going to do is copy this guy, and I think I want him to be that frame. So I'm going to hit F6 there.
It's alright,
paste
it's alright,
him
it's alright.
in
Just let me
place.
focus. It's okay, it's okay.
We'll pop him like that. We'll break him apart. And we'll delete his legs. I don't like the way his feet look. I prefer the way I've drawn him this way around. So we'll have him... if we just use this frame for a reference. About there. Where have his feet be looking that way. Like that. So that's the frame that we want this little section to end up on. So what we can do is just F6, Q, root, and do the overshoot frames from here. And then copy F6, delete.
Fuck, I can't get it.
Place. So we've got
Setting the bomb.
boom, boom. Now what I need to do is draw this final
Bomb is
transitionary frame. Which is going to look pretty close to what we want. So I'm going to turn off onion skin for this because that sketch is pretty accurate to where we want it to be.
This battle's ours, but the
Apart
war's
from the
still
legs, so I'll do the
raging.
legs first. So we want these legs to kind of be transitioning in that motion, that
Search and
twisting
destroy.
motion.
Don't tell
We'll
him.
get our body and just paint normal.
Don't
for a
tell
second.
him, bro. Let him. Yeah.
Don't tell him what you think.
Dig in and hold the objective. The enemy
He ain't
has
gonna
Now we can
climb
kind of
anymore.
follow the sketch.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him what you can do against them.
Cover up
Focus,
these little
focus.
black bits so that we can fill in this bird. That's a bit hefty over there, so we'll just neaten that section up. Like that. Nice. So let's draw in the tail.
Enemy moving with the bomb.
Bam. Go back to painting behind. And we'll just fix that beak. Yep, that looks pretty good. So now we just need our
Bombs on it,
sections with paint selection. Whip that guy up there. Whip that guy there.
The enemy has the bomb.
You're in here. Like so. Oh, he kind of freaks out when I got the positioning
The
wrong.
war still rages.
Yeah, he kind of jumps down and then goes back. So we want his eye to be more like there-ish.
Let's go B. Actually, no. Let's go A.
Yes.
Search and destroy.
I got ammo.
Alright, let's go B. Let's go B. Actually, no.
So we're
Let's
drawing
go
his
A.
butt,
Our A push
his
was
butt
good.
section
Let's
wrong
go
there
A.
too.
I got
Just
ammo. I got ammo.
Fix that.
The bomb is ours.
Because it goes up like this, doesn't it?
Slow push.
Yeah, sweet. Okay, so let's take a look. I'll repin my swatches and things up here. And we'll take a look at what we got. So he comes in. Nice. Boom. That looks pretty good, I think. So if we hide our sketch layer.
Listen. I know, I heard you. Listen.
There.
Alright, hey, you call
So
it,
let's
Freeze.
just watch that on loop a few times.
Listen. I know, I heard you. Listen. You call it. Where do you want to go, A or B? You call it.
Yeah, call it right now.
Yeah,
Figure it out right
that
now.
looks quite nice. So that's the process that I'm going to continue
you
with
wanna
now
rotate
for the
B?
rest of these frames.
Yeah, call it right now. We gotta figure it out
Exactly
right now.
the same thing.
Call it.
So you don't need to watch me do that. I'll do it in fast forward.
Right.
And then I'll see you on the other side of our little animation segment.
Arming the bomb.
Don't go anywhere.
The bomb is set.
That bomb down. Oh, he's on the. He's over there. Let's get it down. He's on the defuse. He's right there to your left. Freeze, he's to your left, right?
Enemy defused our bomb.
Okay, so there we have it. That is our bird fully animated. He drops into frame, looks around a little bit, and launches himself off before shooting off into the distance. So let's have a look at that on our stage. So we'll save this here, and we can go back to our normal timeline. So we're inside the bird symbol at the moment, so we just need to go back to scene 1.
Listen to callouts, bro.
Make it a little bit bigger so we can see what's
gotta
going on.
listen to callouts.
And start from the beginning.
Hold the objective.
She's come in.
Enemy's
the bird
got the bomb.
lands, looks around,
Yeah, they're coming B. They're coming B.
launches
Watch
himself
out.
off into the distance. That looks pretty good. Kind of
Okay, they're coming B. They're coming B. It's one shot.
on the entry. So what I might do is grab our bird symbol, and you can see it kind of just pops in here. So I'm just literally going to grab this frame, hold Alt, drag it this way a little bit, just kind of move him up, touch, maybe squash and stretch him a bit. And then this one will just even out the distance between those two frames. Yeah, that's not bad. One little extra bit of frame makes all the difference. So, you'll be pleased to know that we are done inside of Adobe Animate. We're going to hit Control Enter to create ourselves our little test SWF and have a look at it full screen. Looks pretty good. Now the last step is just to add a little bit of texture and stuff to this inside of After Effects. So we're going to jump into there and just do the final touches. Okay, so here we are inside of After Effects. What we're going to do is go to our project panel, Control I to import
Let's go, B.
our AA
Hey, Freeze, let me grab the bomb, bro.
or whatever it is that you've called it. It might ask you to create a folder. If you do, just hit yes. Make sure it's somewhere near your project just for convenience. And that's going to create a composition for you with the name of your Swift file, which if you scrub through, you should see you've got your entire animation ready to go. I'm just going to drop it into quarter resolution so that we can watch it go. And as you can see, it's maintained all of the animation that we've done previously, but it's also separated out each of our layers into different Swift files inside of After Effects, which is going to be really useful for us. Because we're going to add some nice roughen edges and some nice posterized time effects to smooth out some of these animations. So if you can see inside Adobe Animate here, some of our animations are done frame by frame, such as the bird, but some of them, like the movement of these trees and things, are done with motion tweens. Now, our bird is actually on 12 frames per second because we've animated every second frame. But our rest of our animation is on 24 frames per second because it's using these motion tweens that animate every single frame. If you want to fix that, it's very simple. You just need to create a adjustment layer, which is Control Alt and Y, and then using your effects and presets panel up here, or for me, I've got a shortcut. I'm going to type in posterize, and then I want the effect posterize time, and I change that frame rate to 12. And what that does is it would just cut out every second frame, and because we did all of the animation on 2s, it will cut out the frames of the trees, the motion tweens of the trees. It won't cut out any of the motion of the birds or anything like that, because that's already animated at 12 frames per second. So if we pre-render this little section now, you'll see it looks a little bit more janky, which is nice. That's the effect that we want.
Force tag B. Everyone go B. Go through their spawn. Go through their spawn.
What I want to do now is roughen up some of these edges a little bit. It looks a little bit too clean for me. And when you do that, we just type in roughen edges and we increase the roughen. You'll notice it will just roughen all of the edges around the edge of the canvas, which is technically what we told it to do. So what we're going to be doing instead is just taking our sky layers. So for example, we use this one here as our first example, and we're just going to apply our roughen edges directly to that. Now it is only going to affect the edge of the canvas or edge of that layer, so that is obviously only going to affect this section up here, none of this. If you wanted it to affect this, you can. You just have to separate out the layers. For me, I'm happy with just affecting this edge border here. So what I'm going to do is just increase the complexity of this a little bit.
You did good, Freeze.
Nice.
You did good.
Maybe bring this up to say 15. Well, that's a bit much actually. 15. Let's have 12. Yeah, it's good. Edge sharpness, bring it up to about 3. Brings back in some of that crunchiness, and as you can see, that just takes the edges here and kind of like roughens them, which is nice. Then we can just, once you're happy with that effect, copy and paste it to each layer.
I mean,
See that one on the ocean
we called the right call.
Too rough, so we'll just reduce that down to maybe 8. Edge sharpness maybe down to 1.5 instead.
The call was right.
That's pretty good. And we can do the same for these cloud layers. Cloud right, cloud left.
They were pushing us hard. They were pushing
way
us
too
hard
much,
on that.
so we'll turn that border down to about 4.
Left side.
Mountains at the back. That's good. Mountains at the front. Looks good. Apart from the edge there, so we'll just have to fix that. The trees. Ooh, a bit too much again, so we'll just drop that down to about 4. Yep. Trees left, we'll do the same. Drop it down to about 4. And all these steps are entirely optional. It's just something that I quite like. That bird looks a bit derpy, so again, we'll drop him down to about 4 as well. Now you can see we've got all these edges here, so to fix that, you literally just need to grab your scale and maybe put it up to 101 or something, rather than 100%. So 101. And I'm kind of rushing through this, but that's because it's entirely optional. You really don't need to do it. Just something that I enjoy. I think it makes it look a little bit nicer, a little bit more cool.
No.
I probably will go back in and separate out these layers. Let's see how easy that is to do.
Like
I think in the
most
sky,
places here have American toilets now.
yeah, we've actually got this sky already kind of on its own layers. So what I'm going to do is just
I have a
cut
actual
these,
electric toilet.
go back to my first frame,
Bidet, electric bidet toilet.
add in a few more layers here, paste them, cut this one, paste it, reposition that sun. Just check that it all looks good still. Nice. So we will update that FLA and Swift file. Now that won't update here, but it also, you'll have to re-import like this. So what you can do is just import like so. Import the same file again. It will create a new series of folders for it, as well as the older folder if you wanted to. So I'm just going to drag these 2 layers into this folder and delete that one. Then I'm going to grab both of these layers. Oh, sorry, excuse me. I also need the base sky layer. Delete those. Make sure they're in the right order. That from the for these sky layers, yeah, they look really rough. So we'll do 12 for that one. We'll do 8 for that one. Now we've got all of our roughen edges happening. We'll just save so that we don't lose anything. We can scrub through, see that we're at 10% and it's not color. And that just adds this kind of nice graininess to it as well, which is something that people seem to like. And then just export, which I won't cover because you literally just need to take this, open up Media Encoder, drag and drop and hit play, and it'll be totally fine. So we'll just quickly do that. And then we are completely done. And there we have it, our completely finished Adobe Animate animation. The last little touches in After Effects are entirely optional. If you like that clean look, you can absolutely keep it. Totally up to you. Thank you very much for joining me on this journey, you guys. If anyone has stuck it out to the end, congratulations, you're an absolute legend. I hope you found this a little bit useful. I know sort of episode 3, I got a bit rough. I was having a tough time. I kept getting interrupted. So I felt like the quality of it was still good enough. But hopefully you guys can sort of muddle along through and create something that you're happy with. If you do create something, let me know. Show me on social media, just at TipTutZone. And I'll give you feedback and comments and stuff. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey, you guys. I've had a lot of fun with this one. And hopefully I'll see you all next time on another episode of Tip Tup.
Remember to subscribe for more tips, tricks,
give
and
me the host
tutorials.
back, bro.
Thanks for watching.
Well, just press Y. Go to party. Right thumb, right bumper click twice, and then go. There you go. Yeah.
Can't have freeze host.
Play. Can't have freeze host because he brings in sweats.
You and me freeze. Hey, Herb. You have Twitch?
You viewing me, Freeze?
You watch Twitch?
Hey, Herb.
Yeah, so it's like
Do
Twitch,
you have Twitch? Or do you watch Twitch? Yeah, so it's like twitch.com, and then like look here, I'll show you. You go twitch.com, and then my gamer tag is this one. Here, I'll show you. Professor, I'm gonna write it in the whisper.
You see the whisper bottom right?
Who?
My Twitch. Twitch.com.
See, you see the whisper bottom right?
What's up?
Yeah, that's my Twitch. So twitch.com that. What's up, Freeze? What's up, cuz? Hey, if Freeze, you watch my stream, you're always in my lobby, bro. You too, Herb.
Because I'm gonna make that a requirement for people playing with me. Like, you gotta watch my shit. I need that affiliate.
Because I'm gonna make that a requirement for people playing with me. It's like, you gotta watch my shit because I need to get affiliate. Fucking.
I'll watch you guys and follow you guys if you guys. Alright, let's go control.
And I'll watch you guys and follow you guys if you guys are doing it. Alright, let's go control. Alright.
So,
Was that her?
The Xbox has it straight up in front of the machine.
So.
My computer too.
The Xbox does it straight up from the machine. My computer too, yeah. And then I have software for it. So, but you don't need it.
Control.
But I stream on 3 different channels simultaneously.
Able secure. One objective remains. Keep pushing.
Hey, they just gave up.
There's one camp in their spawn.
That's their strategy.
Hey, they just gave up A. They're just gonna camp B.
Once flanking you guys through church.
That's their strategy. Once flanking you guys through church. Once flanking you guys through church.
He's one shot up top
I call that. He's one shot up top church.
Watch those guys in church, Freeze.
Watch those guys in church, Freeze.
Securing Baker. We're down, but not out.
Coming up behind him.
We're taking Baker. We have the lead. Keep it up. Enemies running out of lives.
One's coming backside. Freeze. Right. Freeze. Behind you.
One's coming backside. Freeze. Right. Freeze. Behind you.
This battle's ours, but the war still rages.
Alright, 2-2.
Alright, good job.
Control.
Alright, 2-2.
Focus, Freeze.
Focus, Freeze.
They're capturing Able. We're in the lead. Hitting Able.
One behind us. Gotta watch the flank, guys.
One's behind us. Gotta watch the flank, guys.
Hitting Able. We're falling behind.
He's on Godhead.
Give that up.
Pushing Able.
Rotate.
Just give that up.
The enemy needs just one objective. Able's been lost.
Come on, guys.
They're defending Baker. Reinforcements running thin.
I'm watching Flint.
Sorry.
Hitting Baker.
I'm watching flank.
They're taking Baker. They're capturing Baker.
They're watching flank.
They're watching flank.
Church.
They're taking Baker.
Church.
They're nearly out of reinforcements. This is our last stand. Right, regroup. We'll get them next time.
They pushed last time was perfect. Watch the flank, exactly, flank. We need one, maybe two people watching flank.
Defending A. Kill.
Come on.
Able is ours. One more objective to go. Push.
Come on.
Securing Baker. They have the advantage.
He's still old.
He's still old.
He's in our spawn, babe, behind us. Watch our flank.
He's in our spawn. He's in our spawn, babe, behind us. Watch our flank.
He's one shot in radio.
He's one shot in radio.
Action at Baker.
Come on.
Taking Baker. Start licking your wounds. It's not over yet.
Let's go, guys.
Watch the flank as we hit A. They are locked down the middle, because they are flanking us every time.
They're taking A.
There, one's in the back of our spawn.
There, one's in the back of our spawn.
They're securing Baker. They're defending Baker.
Behind us.
Hitting Baker.
Yeah, on top of Platt. Come on.
Behind us. Yeah, on top of Platt. Come on. Can't give up Platt, guys. One in the back of our spawn.
We're losing Baker.
Okay.
We're taking too many losses. They're defending Baker.
Come on. That's it.
Enemy in full control. Drive them back.
You get heard the host.
Alright, we'll give Herb the host again.
I didn't die with you fucking freeze. Fucker. Fuck.
I'm gonna ride and die with you, fucking freeze. Fucker. Fuck.
Okay, 3 of you guys pop off at 8 hours.
Okay, 3 of you guys pop off at A. I'll hold down B.
Control. They're secure and able.
One's all the way at the top.
The one's all the way at the top.
They're capturing Able.
He's one shot. One shot.
They take the last objective. With Able's been lost.
Behind our spawn. The whole team.
They're behind in our spawn. The whole team.
Too many wounded. Lives are low.
Down very top. Very top.
He's on the very top of boat. Very top.
Enemies running out of lives. Pushing Baker. No more lives. Make it count. Hitting Baker. Good work, but don't get comfy. There's more to do.
Hey, four stack D, 4 stack D, 4 stack D. Get ammo.
Control.
Hey, four stack B, 4 stack B, 4 stack B. Get ammo. I want you with me, Freeze.
I ride or die with you. You better ride or die with me.
I ride or die with you. You better ride or die with me.
We took the advantage. Defending Baker.
Yeah, okay, go.
You okay? Go away. They're in our spawn. They're
spawn trapping us.
Yeah, they're spawn trapping us.
I'm getting double shot at fucking ring and also back rock on you.
I'm getting double shot at fucking ring and also rock, back rock on B.
Alright.
Come on. Push.
Action at Able. We're taking too many losses.
Come on.
Defending Able.
Come on.
We've taken Able. One last objective. Take it. We're out of lives. Hang in there.
Come on.
Right, regroup. We'll get them next time.
I got ammo. 3 stack A, 3 stack A.
Control.
Hey,
Hey, I got ammo. I got ammo.
It's gonna fucking get
3 stack A, 3 stack A.
You need to play close to us.
Hey, don't go too far into their spawn. That's gonna fucking make them spawn behind us. You need to play close to
I
us.
understand they flank us is what I meant.
No, I understand they flank us is what I meant.
The lead's ours. We're down, but not out.
Right there, please.
Right there, Freeze.
They're taking Able. Able. Contact to Able.
There's one on B.
I'll clear.
Contact to Baker. The enemy needs just one
I'll
objective.
clear it. I'll clear it.
He's one shot on point.
They're securing Baker. Got an enemy glide bomb.
He's one shot on point.
We're low on lives.
Yeah, he's in the tank. In the tank.
They don't have much left.
One's in our spawn.
One's in our
Contact
spawn.
the Baker. We have the lead. Keep it up.
He's in tank. In tank. In tank. Inside tank.
Pushing Baker. They're out of lives.
He's in tank.
Finish
In
it.
tank. In tank. Inside tank.
No more lives. Make it count. They're defending Baker. We're falling behind.
Oh my god, man. He's in tank.
Pushing
Cool.
Baker.
Alright. I don't know, man.
Control.
Alright.
We had him on lives, and then we just.
I don't know,
gave
man.
that round away.
We had him on lives, and then we just gave that round away.
Able is hot. The lead's ours. Hold on to it. One more objective to go. Push!
He's one shot on top of boat, on the very top.
He's one shot on the top of boat, on the very top.
They have the advantage. We took the advantage.
Man, the one guy on boat.
Yeah, the one got me on boat.
He's back on boat, on the very top.
He's back on boat, on the very top.
Enemies running out of lives. Baker is hot. Reinforcements running thin. We're taking Baker. We're falling behind.
Hey, good game, guys. Good game, fellas.
It's
Hey,
time.
good game,
Hold
guys.
your ground.
Good game, fellas. You guys play tough.
I'm gonna add a bonus and shout you guys are nice players, man.
I'm gonna add a bonus and shatter. You guys are nice players, man. Good game.
Hey, back us up. Back us up. All right.
Hey, back us up. Back us up. Or... Wait a minute. Please.
Give me a second.
Yeah, give me a second, bro.
Are you ready for me to queue up, bro?
Herb, you ready for me to queue up, bro? Alright. Alright, bro. I got you, bro.
Hard point.
Hard point.
And 1 or 2 people watch flank, please.
Hard point. Move out and secure the objective.
Hey, 1 or 2 people watch flank, please.
We control the hard point. The lead's ours. Hold on to it. Enemy has the hard point.
On the flank.
Hard point's under fire.
He's on pillar.
He's on pillar.
Rotate.
And rotate.
Hard point confirmed. Enemy has the hard point. Hard point activated. Hard point's under fire. Allied airstrike coming in hot. We control the hard point.
They're rotating, they're rotating.
Hard point confirmed.
They're rotating, they're rotating.
Hard point activated. The enemy has taken the hard point. We control the hard point. Hard point's under fire. The enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point's under fire. Hard point confirmed. We control the hard point. Hard point is active. Contact at the hard point. Hard point's under fire.
On top, on top.
The enemy
On top,
is
on
taking
top.
the hard point. Hard point is out.
Okay, I got scrapped, I got scrapped. Rotate next, rotate next, rotate next.
Go next, I got scrapped, I got scrapped, go next. Just rotate next, rotate next, rotate next, rotate next.
Hard point confirmed.
And they're all there, wow.
Hard point is active. Hard point's under fire.
They're all there, wow.
Contact at the hard point. Contact at the hard point. The enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point's under fire.
Sorry, that was my bad. That was my bad. Rotate next.
Hard point located. Hard point is active. The enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point is ours.
One. Yep.
Let's strafe your area. The enemy has taken the hard point. Contact at the hard point. Hard point located. Hard point is active. Hard point is ours. The enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point is ours.
Yeah, rotate next. I got scraps. Go.
Yeah, rotate next. I got scraps. Go.
Hard point located. The enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point is active. Hard point's under fire. Contact at the hard point. Hard point located. The enemy has taken the hard point. Hard point activated. Contact at the hard point. Contact at the hard point. Contact at the hard point.
Go next.
Hard point located. Hard point is ours. Hard point activated.
I watch this.
Once the stairs. I watch this.
Contact Contact at the hard point. Hard point under fire. Contact at the hard point. Enemy has the hard point. Hard point located.
Go next.
Hard point activated. We control the hard point. Hard point's under fire. We're breaking their backs. Hard point's under fire.
Freeze.
Pat yourselves on the back and head on.
Don't say, hey, freeze. Don't do that. Don't do that. Good game.
He's offline. You got him?
He's offline. You got him? He's off. What's up, Zeno?
Hey, Herb. Invite.
Hey, Herb.
Yeah, I'll
Invite LG. He signed back on.
I'll sub him.
Yeah, he just sent me an invite. I'll sub a match. Wait, let me see. Where am I? 6A. I don't know if I can sub a match. Fuck. Wait. Invite him. He just sent me an invite. No.
Oh, right. Hey, Zeno. LG,
Yeah,
like that.
no.
We're gonna pick you up in 2 games. Like, cool?
Oh, right.
Alright.
Hey Zenu, LG lagged out. We're gonna pick you up in 2 games. Is that cool? All right. Thank you, Zenu.
Yeah, I forgot about that too. I mean, I would sub out, but like it's like last hour.
Yeah, I forgot about that too. I mean, I would sub out, but like it's like last hour. Like the season. Mm-hmm.
Why do you think I'm taking this shit serious right now, man? That's why I wanted your head straight. Normally I'm pretty.
Why you think I'm taking this shit serious right now, man? That's why I wanted your head straight. Normally I'm pretty chill. Now that last game you went off. Good shit.
That's exactly what TikTok was doing for us.
That's exactly what TikTok was doing for us. That's what we need from you. Yep.
It'd be interesting to have you and TikTok play together. That'd be interesting.
It'd be interesting to have you and TikTok play together. That'd be interesting.
You gotta. What's your GB partner's name?
You gotta. What's your GB partner's name again? Yeah. Or what do you play with
What's his name? Your buddy's name.
What's his name? Your buddy's name.
In jail.
Like he's in jail?
Well, tell it.
Well, tell it.
Where? Is that the one in jail or
Where?
the one I was playing with? So
Is that the one in jail or the one I was playing with us? So why is he so ass at search then?
Well, so what? It's just 3 of you. How about you guys?
Well, so what? It's just 3 of you. How many you guys got?
So why are you always in my lobby if you got a team? I know that.
So why are you always in my lobby if you got a team?
Besides Sway, I've never seen you with any of your boys.
No, I know that. No, I know that, but like I never see besides Sways, I've never seen you with any of your boys.
I want us to do competitive together. We can do like a fucking.
I want you in my lobbies all the time. I want us to do competitive together. We can do like a fucking 50-50 team. It's like
Because I want to start getting our competitive team straightened out, bro. Like, I want to see who's serious, who's not. And then,
Because I want to start getting our competitive team straightened out, bro. Like, I want to see who's serious, who's not. And then, you know, I have you at the top of the list, myself, Prism, you know Prism.
So far, like, people that are real serious, those are the only
and then, you know, pretty much so far, like, people that I think are going to take it real serious, those are the only 3 so far. That Desire guy's really good, but I don't know how he is as a teammate. Like, he's good with the sticks, without a doubt.
They're capturing Baker.
Alright, hey, get your head in the game, freeze.
Lead's ours.
Alright, hey, get your head in the game, please.
Contact to Baker. We're down to our last objective. Whole Baker's been taken from us. We're down, but not out.
I got hit from the backside.
They're capturing Able. Stop licking your wounds. It's not over yet.
Sitting. Two watch flank.
Control.
Let's hit A. Two watch flank.
The lead's ours. Hold on to it.
Flank.
He's flank.
Gotta watch the flank.
We don't watch that flank, we're gonna lose.
Engaging at Able.
Gotta watch the flank.
Defending Able.
Hit B.
Engaging Baker. One objective remains. Keep pushing.
What?
Taking too many losses. We took the advantage. Able is hot. Hostile lives running low. Engaging at Able. They have the advantage.
Just need one tick.
Time we had.
come on. Hit our spawn. How much time we have? Alright. Alright.
We're out of lives. Hang in there.
They're watching the flank, man.
They're watching the flank, man.
I saw like 3 people on your screen.
Right, regroup. We'll get 'em next
I
time.
saw like 3 people on your screen. It was hella funny.
Throw that shit on A.
Control.
8.
Alright, I got ammo. Throw that shit on A, get 2 picks. 8 nades on there.
The lead's ours. Hold on to it. They're defending Able.
Come on, flank, man.
Lead is lost. Fight back.
Come on, flank, man. Fucking flank.
If they take the last objective, Able's been taken from us. They're securing Baker. Enemy glide bomb incoming.
Come on.
Hitting Baker. Contact! Too many wounded! We're losing Baker! They're nearly out of reinforcements. They're capturing Baker. Hitting Baker. The lead's ours! Contact Baker! They have the advantage! Got him on the ropes!
Only one on.
Hostiles out of lives! Pushing Baker! Lives depleted! No second chances. Good work. Don't get comfy. There's more to do.
Let's go.
Control.
Alright, let's go. Let's go.
I need flank coverage. I do not want to get hit from the back.
I need flank coverage. I do not want to get hit from the back. I got hit from the fucking flank.
They're driving us back. Able is hot. Taking Baker.
Gotta watch the flank. I need 2 on the fucking flank.
Hostiles are straight.
He's right there in middle.
Securing Baker. Friendly glide bomber incoming.
One shot.
We're taking too many losses. Action at Baker.
One shot.
He's on top of guy.
We've taken Baker. One more objective to go. Push. Engaging at Able.
He's on top of Godheady. On top of Godheady.
Able is hot. Defending Able. Friendly sending an airstrike. No more lives. Make it count.
Yeah, they're in our fucking spawn. I'm getting spawned.
What the hell happened out there?
Alright, I'm gonna give you a host.
Alright, I'm gonna give you a host. You'll be on your host. You deserve it. Yeah.
Wait, can I say I was gonna get
Wait, didn't I say I was gonna give Herb the host? Yeah. No, yeah, her make her yeah, make her the host. LG. I'll invite him. Oh, your guys are too sweaty. I won't let you. Alright. Take care, Herbie. Yep. Take care, Herbie. I don't know, I invited him.
Give me the host before. Give me the host before you leave him.
Give me the host before. Give me the host before you leave her. He probably thinks we're loading up. There it is. Alright, you be the host, you know. Appreciate you waiting, bro. Yeah, you're the host, you know. Yeah, I just made you the host. Press B back to multiplayer and go back in. Yeah, no. Yep. How much time's left?
How much time is left?
How much time's left? An hour and 13 minutes? Oh, I'm not gonna get second place. We're just trying to crack top 10. I need like 800. I'm at 600 right now.
Hard point. Dig in and hold the objective. Hard point is ours. The lead's ours. Hold on to it.